to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, we're here, you're here, and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are still here. So that's how the weekend went, and that's how our Monday morning starts. Wow, a lot went on. Niners added a bunch, didn't trade anybody, despite us spending a week's worth of John, Joe, Curly big hits on who will the Niners trade. No trades. In fact, we didn't even trade me or Marcus.
No.
We're still here, buddy.
No,
We're
Murph.
still here. So good morning, my brother. How are you, man?
Well, Murph, good morning. It feels like we should just start a chant this morning. We're still here.
Yes.
We're still here.
We are.
Tebow and Ayuk, they're still here.
What does that say about a week's worth of big hits? What does that say?
Probably like the same questions when we were asking whether or not the Warriors would be championship contenders every single day on the big hit.
That was the guy who said maybe the biggest hit of all is how many big hits he devoted to the Warriors not being are the Warriors championship contenders, and they're out before the playoffs start. Oh, man.
Well, we know the
Debo's
answer.
staying. Debo's staying.
Tebow's here, Ayuk's here.
And a sun-splashed weekend at the ballpark.
Beautiful weekend at the ballpark.
Well, I say sun-splashed. Saturday was a night game.
Well, I was going to say, if you look at John Joe's Curly's face this morning, it definitely is sunsplash.
Nothing like nothing like the pale Irish mug that sees a day of sun.
Oh, what is this guy?
A day of sun.
Does this guy not believe in sunscreen?
I think he's one of those guys who he could put SPF 50 on. He'd look like that.
I was going to say, John Joe's probably one of those guys that thinks he's tougher than the sun.
Well, shout out. I've tried to bring you guys the early pop punk new wave stylings of the band, the B-52s.
Oh, that's right.
Which we'll hear shortly, I believe, right? And their most famous song is Rock Lobster, right? Rock Lobster. We all know. I think even Young Tone knows Rock Lobster, right?
He's giving you a look like he doesn't.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit later. But anyway, my point is that Rock Lobster, John Joe Curly Lobster is my point,
He's
Harry.
looking like a lobster this morning, but he got to enjoy the beautiful weather on Sunday. Great game. Giants win 2 out of 3. Camilo Vol, 3 games in a row.
I saw him warming up on Sunday. Well, so Saturday night, I was able to catch the relaxing game after we had the nightcap down at Boyle Park. And Brad Mangin came and shot our game. My God, we have Major League Baseball level photos of Little League kids. It's incredible. But anyway, he came up the hill to watch the game with us. And we saw Doval. Well, we saw them blow that one, Taylor Roger. So I said, wow, they used Doval back-to-back nights. Then Sunday afternoon, as I'm about to go out and run out of the house to yet another Little League endeavor, I see Doval warming up. Like, wait, 3 days in a row? Wasn't that a little surprising to you?
It was a little surprising to me, and I got to say, I was disappointed that it was a day game on Sunday because I didn't get 3 in a row Club Camilos.
How are
they
those-
got back-to-back light shows on Friday and Saturday
So now
night.
that you've seen every single Club Camilo, and there's been like 5 of them, maybe?
I want
or
to say
4?
we're up to 4 now on the season.
Is it evolving? How's it going? How's the crowd reaction? Like, what's the take?
Well, it's kind of an ever-changing kind of event every single night because I think they're still trying to get down like the P's and Q's of doing it correctly. Because on Friday night, Camilo Doval was like halfway through the outfield before they finally dropped the lights. So the timing of it has not been great, but it was cool on Friday and Saturday with a more filled-out stadium to see the reaction to everybody going crazy over the lights dropping.
Well, Friday night, 30, the big crowd because of fireworks, right?
Yes, big crowd.
And then Patty Bailey's true fireworks,
and the
right?
ultimate fireworks,
Yeah.
Patrick Bailey walk-off season.
And then Saturday night was a decent crowd, too. I have to check the attendance
I
on
was
those
going to say,
games.
all weekend long, it was actually really good attendance.
Look at the Giants starting to sell a couple tickets
Oh,
there.
Murph, it's because everybody was showing up to see Joey Bart back in town. Everybody knows that.
We'll get into that for
Yeah.
sure, man. But yeah, listen, now they go on the road. Tough road trip now. That's the thing, is that's why you want to be a couple of games over 500 when you go on a trip like this. You can't. You go to Boston, Philly, and Denver. I mean, I know the Rockies stink, but weird things happen in Denver.
All the time.
And Boston's playing okay. They were on Sunday Night Baseball last night. They beat the Cubs. And the Phillies are pretty. Phillies just beat up the Padres. So, in fact, the Giants slipped into second place in the West. You see that?
How about that? 14-15, and they're in second place in the West.
And the Dodgers got hot and won 6 in a row, but they lost one yesterday, too. So the Giants are 3 back in the loss column at the end of April because they don't play today.
Nope.
Tomorrow, I guess they have one more game in April, Tuesday, and then we can draw the curtain on April. And if you're only 3 back in the loss column, I mean, I expect the Dodgers to run away with it. I do. But, if you end April and go into May and you're within shouting distance, you've kind of done your job.
And here's my take this morning. It feels like the Giants are better than a 14 and 15 team right now, especially with the pitching that we're getting on almost every single night.
Bro.
Whether we're talking about our guy Logan Webb,
Bro.
Kyle Harrison was
Bro.
filthy on Friday.
Bro.
Then you had Jordan Hicks, 9
Bro.
Ks on Saturday. And then
And-
Sunday, just win, baby. Keaton went out there dealing again.
Or as I'm calling him now, Keaton him.
Damn.
Keaton him.
I heard that's what the kids are saying.
That's with 2 M's for win, like WINN, HIMM.
He
There you
is
go.
him.
He's out of an Iowa cornfield. Guy walked out of a cornfield. He's doing this. He outdueled that much heralded Pirates kid, whose name I kept confusing.
Jared Jones,
Jared Jones,
22-year-old on
thank you.
Sunday. A guy I was looking forward to seeing all week. And here was Tyro Estrada and Mikey Yaz going back-to-back. First time the Giants have gone back-to-back this season.
With Mikey Yaz getting ready for Fenway for sure. So, hey, Young Tone, let me know when you're ready to call it in because we will call it in for the early crowd. And they did it. They end a 10-game homestand by going 6-4. Pat Burrell on his way to the airport, rolling his bag over the tarmac as they flew to Boston last night. And you had that stiff pardon me, I almost called him Goodell after the draft.
Close enough.
Draft was on my mind.
I'll boo both of them.
That stiff Rob Manfred, he said, hang on, Pat, I'm dealing with the uniform situation. He said, well, why don't you put down that memo and put this one in the book? San Francisco Giants 3, Pittsburgh Pirates 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Still making me smile. And of course, now we do say that the Giants flash strobe lights when they hit homers, even on day games. So here we go. Tyro Estrada, number 4. Yes. Outstanding. And Michael Yastrzemski, number 2. All right. It's making me chuckle. All right. Very good.
It's working.
All right, why not? It's a quick hit.
Even during the day games.
It's a quick hit. So Tyro goes deep. Yaz goes deep. Hey, we don't want to end the opening segment without a thought on the Niners. So they didn't trade Debo and Ayuk.
No, they're still here.
How about all that smoke? I mean, all that smoke we chased for days and days and days. So the question is, and we'll never really get this question answered, but how serious did it ever get? Schefter, Rappaport. It was really led by my guy, Mike Silver, my man, my homie. He drove that bus. He drove it for days and days and days. And eventually the bus kind of just parked and nobody got off. You know what I mean? It's just like it was a story and then it wasn't a story.
I mean, Murph, they usually say when there's smoke, there's fire. The only fire we got was a tweet from Brandon Ayuk to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan about the first-round draft pick, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, great call,
that
man.
That pick is fire. Can't lie.
Well, since we left the 2 biggest picks that were the 2nd and 3rd rounder, first of all, you just like the name Renardo Green. That rolls off the tongue, baby.
That is a good
Renardo
name.
Green. I always like a fancy first name and a simple last name. That's what makes a true badass on a football field. Renardo Green.
That's what
You know
makes
I mean?
him badass,
Yeah.
huh?
So apparently they say, by the way, it became, I started noticing it across the league on all the Twitter feeds from like whether it was the Jaguars or the Colts or the Ravens. Whenever they called their guy, the guy would say, Coach, you got a dog. Coach, you got a dog.
Everybody
wait
wants
a
to
minute.
be a dog.
Our guy said he was a dog. I mean, you can't be a dog. Renardo Green said he was a dog.
You can't all be dogs, right? There's got to be some kitty cats in there.
Well, Renardo Green says he's a dog.
He's a dog.
That's what they say.
Well, hopefully he's a dog that can help out that defensive backfield. A guy that's a little versatile, can play inside and outside. Kyle and John were saying, so I don't hate the pick, Murph.
Right, and then they finally addressed O-line in the 3rd round. Dominic Pooney. Dominic Pooney out of Kansas. They say in 700 snaps that Kansas didn't allow a sack.
No sacks allowed at all. From what I've been reading about him, he profiles more as a guard than an offensive tackle.
Really
which
played all 5 positions.
Exactly, and he talked about his versatility when he did his interview after being drafted by the 49ers, but I know there's a lot of Niner fans out there that they're mad that John Lynch didn't go out and draft a traditional offensive tackle and didn't bring in a tight end either.
No tight end, no D-line the entire draft. Is that like, if a 49ers draft happens and they don't draft a D lineman, did the draft happen? That's my question.
Well, I'll tell you it happened because John Lynch couldn't help himself and went out there and drafted a running back.
Yeah, another one. Yeah, this guy, Isaac Garendo, who had been at Wisconsin for years. It's funny, man, when you see a player's school, you got to double check. Like they say, Isaac Grinder out of Louisville, but he spent 4 years at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So like you have to like kind of crank your memory back to see where these guys
Well, it's
were.
like even Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Last week we did an interview with Herm Edwards because he coached him at Arizona State.
Yeah, so like Florida Gator and Arizona State Sun Devil. Shout out the transfer portal, which is alive. All right, let's get more into that 49ers stuff on the other side. We got also Giants to dissect. We got Hums and Bums coming up. We got Young Tone with a guest list. We've already called in a win and hit 2 bombs and strobe lighted it up. Whoa. It's a Monday. We're here, baby. We're here. Debo's here. And Ayuk is here on the Sports Leader.
Well, you know my dissolve.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sunday was win day for Keaton Wynn and the San Francisco Giants. It was also an opportunity for Keaton to stop by talking baseball with Marty Lurie this past weekend to talk about the start of his season and how he breaks down the second half. Hell, the 75% remaining of the Giants season. They're in Boston this week. Hear the full conversation with Keaton Wynn with Marty Lurie on KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I don't know if words can explain how excited I am, to be honest, but obviously having a guy like him, he's one of the best play callers in the game, and he's doing it at a high level season in and season out. So, I'm just excited to join the explosive offense of what it is already and add some more explosiveness to it.
Ricky Pearsall, another good name. Ricky. I like anybody Ricky. Ricky's good. Ricky's are fun. Oh, Ricky, you're so fine.
Ooh, shout out Pretty Ricky, an R&B group when I was growing up.
That's right.
Pretty Ricky.
That's right. Shout out to child actor Ricky Schroeder growing up, too. But anyway, shout out to our Brent Musburger cut, Ricky Jean-Francois. And now Ricky Pearsall. That was him on Papa and Lund Friday. Then he posted up with his parents down in Santa Clara. Full arm sleeves, tats ahoy on Ricky Pearsall. I feel like that makes him more willing to go over the middle. You know what I mean?
Does it?
If he's willing to take a needle to the arm that many times.
Now, I was going to ask you, from your generation, is it viewed as somebody having tattoos makes you a tough guy?
Yes. Yes, the short answer is yes.
'Cause I'd say the answer for my generation is now no.
Yeah.
Because everybody's got tattoos. I knew these nerds that I grew up with all of a sudden try to be tough guys and get tattoos. You ain't fooling me with that ink.
Okay, so that's it. It changed.
It changed. Back in the day, you could say, oh, that guy's got a barbed wire tattoo. Look how tough he is.
Yeah, I would say when I was young, like in the 70s, the only guys with tats would have been a sailor, like a wayward sailor from the Navy, and a biker. That would be it.
Okay.
Pretty much just you're a biker, and a sailor was looking to throw hands.
Yeah.
And a biker would look to throw hands, too.
And that's your stereotypical tough guy.
Yeah, those would be the two.
Yeah.
And other than that, then all of a sudden, that's when it started changing. All of a sudden, you're right, hipsters started getting.
Correct. Everybody's tatted up now.
Now you see skinny dudes with tats who you can just kind of like roll over. If you're a biker would break them in two.
That's it. But we're hoping that Ricky Pearsall is going over the middle like a biker.
Say good morning to young Tony Farias, they would say.
Tony.
And first of all, good morning.
Good morning.
How was the weekend, brother?
It was fantastic.
How many rounds of golf?
Just the one round.
All right.
Played only 9 holes yesterday.
Okay.
Glen Eagles, right near Cow Palace.
Here. Give this kid a huge round of applause. You know what? He's growing up. So not everybody finds Glen Eagles. Not everybody goes out to Glen Eagles. But you are a true son of the city now, and you're a true hardo golfer. Yeah. Because it is a tough little hillside track coated in tight lies, sloped stances, and brisk winds, dude.
And how about this? They aerated, I think, last week.
Oh, my
so
God.
all the greens, it was like we were putting in bunkers.
It's my guy Tommy Shea who runs that place. Shout out Tom Shea, pride of the city, St. Ignatius guy. He took that thing over when it was they're gonna let it go to rot, and he's kept that thing alive now for, I don't know, 20 years. Did you go to the bar, my
dude?
friend?
The clubhouse / bar,
That's
incredible. The retro vibes, dude. It was a great area.
Is that a huge step forward for this kid? Huge step forward.
Is that where they have the burger dogs?
No, that's the Olympic Club, which is quite different than the Glen Eagles. Glen Eagles would be like the O Club is your 1%.
My apologies. I'll see myself out of this golf conversation.
And how about this? Hey, I buried the lead. I shot a 45, 9 holes.
You grind out a 45 out there. You're doing a good job scraping it around, buddy.
45.
Beat all my friends. Like 7 bogies, 1 par.
You counted all your strokes?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Dude, I'm a true golfer.
Played by the rules of golf?
100%.
Okay,
You know me.
All right. How did you guys find? Whose suggestion was it? How'd you find it?
Good friend of mine who lives in the city, Brendan. He's played there a couple times. He said it's a great time. He said it was it was rated one of the harder 9-hole courses in the country.
It is. And it's also the pride. Like, you are a true San Francisco golfer if you head on out to the Hill, as the locals call it, the Hill.
Yeah. Side story here. It's right near the Cow Palace.
Yeah.
I mentioned to my friend, I was like, what is that, like an airplane hangar over there? And they called me out for being like a fake fan, being a Oracle Arena fan
So
of the Warriors.
did you honestly not know Cow Palace?
Not even lying to you both. I have no idea.
This is incredible.
Now I do, though.
You didn't even know it existed.
No.
Wow.
I thought it was an airplane hangar.
Well, so where do we need to go through like the great moments in Cow Palace history, including
Please do.
Elvis Presley played there. Kiss played there the day Elvis Presley died. Shout out the dog show that's there every year, and our girl Jeannie Bobbitt, who we had on for years. Did you get Jeannie?
No, I don't think I ever got Jeannie.
Oh man, for 15 years. What was your first year?
2020, pandemic year.
You brought the plague.
Yeah,
huh?
that's it.
Way to go, buddy.
I bring all the good vibes.
You're Typhoid Mary, as they call them. There was this very elderly woman named Jeannie Bobbitt who was the head of the San Francisco Dog Show. And she would come on. We had her on every year early because I was like, the producers were like, we can't have, like Curly would not allow Jeannie.
Absolutely
the
not.
Sweetest lady, great radio. Because she had a great landline and she just delivered these like straightforward takes on the dog show she was like 90. We had her all the way up into her late 90s. I think she finally went to the great kennel in the sky. I do. Yeah, I do. But she was awesome. Anyway, the dog show's out there. Dude, I would recommend the dog show.
Yeah, I
Have you
guess
done it?
they got concerts out there. They got festivals.
Well,
It's
dude,
like
you know the San Jose Sharks, when they were born, that's where they first hit the ice, bro.
Is that right?
And the Golden State Warriors won the 1975 NBA championship playing 2 games at the Cow Palace.
Yeah, pretty cool. Learned something new on Sunday.
We're close to Candlestick, close to the Hardscrabble neighborhood, Viz Valley, and all that. So, dude, this is a huge deal that he went to Glen Eagles.
That's pretty cool, but I'm still shook about you dropping a great kennel in the sky.
Well, she's happy.
Yeah.
She's, you know what they say? She crossed the Rainbow Bridge.
There it is.
Isn't that it?
All dogs go to heaven.
Isn't that what they say when the dog leaves? They go over the Rainbow Bridge?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Rainbow Road from Mario Kart. I don't know about the bridge.
I ain't even joking, by the way, that the dog show is a good old time. They got beer and dogs.
Ooh.
You just roam around. I would highly recommend it when it comes to town. And do it for Jeannie, too. Double tap.
Sign me up, Murph.
Jeannie Bobbitt.
But I'll tell you one place I had beer and dogs. Oracle Park on Sunday. It was Bring Your Dog to the Park Day. Dude, there was dogs all over the place.
That was Saturday, wasn't it?
I don't know.
No,
I drank
'cause
a lot. I
said
think it was Sunday. Yeah, it was a day game. I was there.
I thought it was
No, it's
Saturday.
Saturday.
Because Brad
Was it
Mansion was
Saturday?
at our house, and my dogs were attacking him. They were all over him, and then they showed it on TV, and I said, "Oh, we could have brought the doggies."
I think you're right. Saturday.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, my 16 straight home games are all blending together.
They
now.
are blending together. It might be fun for me to quiz you
I hate
on all
quizzes.
16
No,
games to
no,
see if you can
no,
remember
no,
one item from each
No,
game.
I'm gonna start having PTSD of me like in 3rd, 4th grade, dude. I hate quizzes. It's a pop quiz day.
Well, if you're a baseball fan, like a true golfer remembers every stroke they shot. Like that's what's wacky about these pro golfers. They finish their rounds, they come in the 10th. They're like, on 7, you had what you tell us about your second shot on 7? He's like, 183, wind coming from the left. We were debating between a 6 and a 7,
He's
but I
so
figured the
right,
wind was
too.
going to die. I went 6. I'm like, you remember that? I'm like, I don't remember what happened 5 minutes ago. You know. So you as a baseball guy, you should remember the games.
Yeah.
It's not school, it's baseball.
Well, I can tell you Camilo Duvall's had 4 light shows this year.
Well,
I
there's-
remember that.
That's good enough there, buddy. By the way, other Cow Palace heads are checking in on the text line and saying, don't forget the rodeo out there. They got a good old rodeo.
Hey, now.
Yeah, so check it out.
Yeehaw.
So anyway, Young Tone, I was going to ask you, but we were so far back that I've forgotten. I asked you how the weekend went. But that's it. I was going to ask him something different about the sports weekend, but that's it. I've been derailed.
Giants, 49ers.
That doesn't matter. Let's get to the Niners sound.
Let's get to it.
So again, Niners, since we last saw you, drafted a 2nd-round corner named Renardo Green out of Florida State. John Lynch said he's built like an Adonis.
Ooh, built like an Adonis.
3rd-rounder Dominic Pooney out of Kansas. Now, he did play tackle at Kansas, but he could play guard for the Niners.
Most people that I've seen break down this pick said he's more of an inside offensive lineman, has the versatility to play guard and center. So again, doesn't address the need of taking an offensive tackle, which I
could
thought
play
a lot.
tackle.
He could. He definitely could.
He could.
And here's the thing: it's Monday morning. I know everybody's got their hot takes and wants to give out a grade for the NFL draft. We're not going to know about these guys until they're actually on the field.
Well, here's the grade. I rated their 3 biggest things as corner, O-line, and wide receiver. That was my biggest 3. And they drafted a corner, they drafted an O-lineman, and they drafted a receiver in their first 3 picks. They did it maybe in a different order, but those were me personally. Maybe you had a different hot list. I mean, maybe D-line, maybe linebacker. Maybe what was your hot list for their roster position wise?
The way that I had it power ranked going into the draft, I wanted an offensive lineman, I wanted a corner, and I thought they could add more depth on the defensive line and also the wide receiver. Now, they addressed 3 of 4 of those areas, did not draft a defensive lineman, which is extremely surprising for this front office that has invested so much in the trenches. And then even after seeing the complete kind of overhaul that we saw this offseason, I thought for sure we would have saw one of these guys get their name called in one of these rounds.
Probably the most surprising thing to me was the 4th-round receiver, Jacob Cowling at Arizona. I thought the receiver room was crowded. What does that say about Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell? They're spending a 4th-rounder. Those are 2 guys that, you're like, hey, maybe those guys can grow and develop a year in the system. And they just added a 4th-rounder there.
I mean, so you add a 4th-rounder, and that's where I was kind of shaking my head, especially after taking Pearsall in the 1st round. We also saw they added Tariq Owens as an undrafted free agent, son of Terrell Owens. So he's in the mix also. We'll see what happens in training camp with him. Yeah. But with that pick to add another wide receiver, I know he's one of these speedsters that adds to the Kyle Shanahan offense. But is this guy going to have any playing time? Like, how is he going to have a path to playing time? It's going to be hard for someone like Ricky Pearsall when you've got Jawan Jennings ahead of him. Yeah. Of course, Ayuk and Debo. Yeah. So you would think those are your top 4 wide receivers. I thought they would have gone in the direction of maybe taking a tight end because outside of George Kittle, you have Cameron Latou on the team. You really don't have a tight end too, but they did not address that in the draft.
They're going to have to give, if it's Latou 2.0, they're going to have to give him another chance to see if he gets over drop-itis. This is the 3rd rounder from last year at Alabama, but yeah, that was surprising for sure. So, and then of course, then later on in the round, another O-lineman from USC. Lynch got off a line about USC paying players. I like that. And I'd mentioned that running back, Isaac Guerrero, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it on the other side,
he's
too.
A speedster, and also Malik Mustafa, safety that they got.
They say he's a dog.
With the Trey Lance draft pick from the Dallas Cowboys.
That's great detail.
Something we'll keep an eye on.
A great detail. Team captain at Wake Forest, hybrid kind of, they say he played the Panther. Run-stopping safety, pass defense safety, even maybe a little linebacker-ish.
Yeah, but it also raises the question, what does the future look like for Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown?
Jair Brown, arrow up. I think Talanoa Hufanga would be the guy on the way out.
Yeah.
I think so.
And I know we're going to break and get to some Niners sound on the other side, but that was kind of my big takeaway from this draft, Murph. It felt like a draft more for 2025 than it was for 2024. But we'll see how this draft class pays off. And, of course, this draft class is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
All right, well done. By the way, Overnight Dave says when when teenage girls like my daughter and her friend Lauren started getting tattoos at 17, I knew right then tattoos were not for the rough.
Yeah,
all right,
that
Dave.
stereotype has
changed.
changed.
Thank you, Dave. All right, what do we got, young Tony? Let's get this in quickly here, kiddo. Don't dilly-dally. Talk over the horns.
Dave said he met his wife at the Cow Palace.
That's right.
More knowledge.
There was a rat show, I think.
I thought it was a kiss show.
It was a Maiden. I think it was Maiden.
He didn't give me the details. He just told me that.
It was either Maiden, Kiss, or Rat. One of those. But anyway, go ahead.
We'll figure it out. All right, Hums and Bums at 6:50 this morning. Your total weekend recall. We got Mike Krukow at 7:30 this morning. The big hit at 7:50. Todd Husak going to join the show at 8:50 this morning. Give us some draft analyst perspective on the 49ers draft class. And then Matt Barrows at 9:15.
All right. What did Lynch and Shanahan say? And any player sound? Ricky Pearsall, Niners' new team on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. We already called in a Giants win. We already strobe lighted a couple of bombs. Giants off today. They're in Boston. It's always fun. Fenway Park. Come on, man. Fenway Park is objectively speaking one of the great spots in the United States of America. You would never know other than to relieve your bladder on it, right? Can I say that
Never
out loud,
been,
by the
Murph.
way?
Come on, don't be dry snitching on your boy.
I did. That was
I went out to Fenway last year.
Hey, go back on
and,
YouTube and scratch that.
I made a lap around the ballpark. That's all I'm going to say, Murph.
All right,
You're trying to incriminate me on 50,000
Well,
watts.
hey, man, listen. Statute of limitations has expired.
It's only been a few months.
And you're good.
I was there in December.
You're good, buddy. So that's right. Were you impressed by the building itself?
I thought it was cool just walking around the outside of the ballpark. They had the bars open in the off-season, so me and my guy Mike Holder stopped by, grabbed a couple beers, and then hopped on the train, went down to the Garden.
That's not the train, brother. That's the T.
Oh, sorry, the T. I thought the T stood for train.
No. The T is the T line. It's the MTE Metropolitan. Anyway,
all right,
the T.
Close enough. I hopped on the T, went down to TD Garden, and caught a Knicks Celtics game. So it was a cool overall experience.
Dude, you went to the Garden.
I did.
The new Garden. I've not done that. I didn't get to the old Garden either.
Wow.
No, that's a big miss for me.
Surprising.
Now,
you've been to Fenway how many times?
So on my 19th birthday. So this is now we're going to get into young Brian Murphy, the Red Sox fanatic.
Yeah, Tony.
I mean fanatic. If you meet people who knew me from the ages of like 10 to 23, they'd be like, "Where's your Red Sox hat?"
Red Sox Murph.
I wore a Red Sox hat everywhere. Yeah. First of all, I like the hat.
That big old B on your forehead.
Yes, dude. Yes, stood for Brian. That's what it stood for. But anyway, into young Tone, I'll tell the story maybe tomorrow of the Yastrzemski picture from my dad.
It's a great
But anyway,
story.
so my 19th birthday, I took my first ever trip to New York City when I was 19 with my family. It was a big, exciting trip. And we woke up in the hotel room, and it was my 19th birthday, September 5th, 1986. And they handed me an envelope early in the morning. I said, "What's this?" They said, "It's your birthday card." I said, "Oh, yeah, today's my birthday. Look at that." And I opened it up, and it was 4 tickets to the Red Sox Twins game that night. Oh, my God. Oh, I just got chills all over again. My parents surprised me.
That's awesome.
And they said, "We're renting a car. We're driving to Boston today."
Ooh.
Dude, that's a 3.5, 4-hour drive.
I was going to say, that's a journey from New York.
You know, but it was so, God, we drove. I was on air the whole time. We got to Boston probably in the early afternoon, and we actually kind of walked the Freedom Trail, which is like this blue line that goes through downtown Boston. It's like, here's where Paul Revere was. Here's where John Adams was. You know, the whole U.S. history thing. And then we went to the classic Legal Seafood, which is the classic, iconic Boston lobster chowder restaurant. And then we walked into Fenway Park, and, dude, my breath got taken away. Jim Rice, Marty Barrett hit a grand slam. Bill Buckner homered. Jim Rice homered. And they beat Frank Viola and the Twins. Clemens pitched.
Wow.
Dude, I got like everything. So anyway, it was that day. And then I went back as a writer. Saw your Yankees clinch the 1999 American League flag at Fenway Park.
Plant that flag.
How about that? I was in that cramped clubhouse getting champagne poured over me, standing next to George Steinbrenner wearing a turtleneck.
Ooh. And did the young Brian Murphy start to get like an itch of how much you hated the Yankees as a kid, and now here you were covering them?
I have to admit, that's when the transition happened. I started going, man, this is pretty cool. Ooh. This is pretty cool. First of all, it's great to be at Fenway. Second of all, admiration for and I wrote that whole story about the young shortstop, Derek Jeter.
Oh, yeah.
Because I said he was 25 years old at that point in time, and they had won the World Series, and he was going back, and Steinbrenner was gushing about him, and And he was standing, and I said, to be young and a Yankee. Ooh. To be young and a Yankee.
So who really gets credit for finding Derek Jeter? Brian Sabian or Brian Murphy?
We got to ask Sabes about that. We didn't get that.
Oh, dude, I could have done another half an hour with Sabes.
Yeah, I know,
right? It was a
right?
fantastic interview.
That's another digression, but the Niners are in The Giants are in Boston tomorrow night. Logan Webb will be on the hill. We can get into their Wednesday pitching situation later on with Mike and everything. But back to the Niners, man. Again, you're right. Which of these players will we see on the field next year? Like almost maybe Ricky Pearsall, maybe Renardo Green, maybe
Dominic Puny,
maybe. But all 5 linemen are spoken for. You go Trent Williams, you go Aaron Banks, you go Jeff Brendel, you go John Feliciano, you go Colton McKivitz. There's no jobs open.
Yeah, and that's why I thought maybe they would have invested one of their higher picks with an offensive tackle that could compete with Colton McKivitz and a guy that could be the replacement eventually for Trent Williams. But sitting there at number 31, we saw a lot of those guys fly off the board early in the first round. And by the time the pick got around to him at 31, it feels like John and Kyle just didn't have that offensive lineman on the board, and that's why they went with a wide receiver instead.
So do we have a cut on that? John and Kyle talking about the 31st pick and whether they could get a tackle there or cut you as in umbrella. Shout out Rihanna. All right, what do we got?
Yeah, we looked at numerous guys throughout the process. I think when you're drafting 31st, it's oftentimes hard to find a tackle that you really love, and we like our tackles as they stand right now. We like our depth with Jalen Moore being a really talented guy who can play the swing role. Drafted Kingston, who has some flex at tackle, and we'll continue to always try to improve ourselves, improve the depth of our team, but we're excited about our O-line group. I know a lot of people talk about that, but we feel pretty good about our group.
Yeah, we were glad to add 2 O-linemen in the draft. Would have loved to add a tight end. Just didn't work out that way.
Latu, you're looking at your, I guess, first backup option?
No, looking at all the tight ends. He hasn't been out here yet, so we like guys to practice first.
Okay, so first of all, 2 things there. One, just Kyle, the bluntness of Kyle.
No.
Is Latu the backup? No.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
But
no.
I'll tell you, there's a disconnect between how John Lynch feels about his O-line and how the fans feel about the O-line.
Correct.
Most fans are not as high on it as he was right there talking like it was the 5 blocks of granite, man. He was like, oh, yeah, we love him. And he's like, he threw in Jalen Moore even. He's like, Jalen Moore is a swing guy, too.
If you see Jalen Moore on the field, it's a problem. Because that means something's gone wrong with Colton McKivitz, a guy that gave up 11 to 12 sacks last year.
They extended McKivitz.
Yeah.
But he gave up like 3 in the first game.
Yeah, that's true. Going up against TJ Watt, he tore him up. But I guess when you are looking at the big board, who knows where they had somewhere like Tyler Guyton, that offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, went a couple picks right before him to the Dallas Cowboys. I know that's someone that I was keeping an eye on with that number 31 pick, but it seems like they didn't go with best player available versus guys that they just wanted in their system. And again, we talked about what Ricky Pearsall adds coming out of the slot, going over the middle, how they struggled against the Kansas City Chiefs to move the ball on the outsides with Debo and Ayuk. So again, that was more of a position of want versus need to me. I know they needed some depth, but to go with in the first rounder, it's why we talk so much about them maybe trading up with all the draft picks that they had.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, I don't think any of these guys are going to make a huge impact on this year's roster. I do think Renardo Green, possibly second rounder out of Florida State, say he's a dog. Young Tone, we have a cut from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan on Friday about Renardo Green. Who knows? I mean, listen, that corner situation, other than Lenore and Ward, is open.
Yeah.
It's flexible. They signed that guy, Isaac Yiadom. They think he's going to be good. Of course, injuries always play a role. Mm-hmm. So could Renardo Green be a nickel guy or an outside guy? This is cut. Well, we have cut N and O. So N is in Nancy for John Lynch on Renardo Green. 427. Yes, 427 Nancy. Yes, brother.
We think Renardo is a guy who has that kind of versatility to play inside and outside. Chase Lucas, one of the free agents we brought in, has played nickel. So we got some candidates in there. Demo gives us nice flexibility. He can do both. We think Renardo has that flexibility as well. We'll see. A lot of that, it's nice when you have that flexibility because you can kind of toy around. That's on Kyle and them. They start out whatever way they want, but to be able to have that flexibility to do either or, and then you just find the best matchups.
Okay, so he left it wide open. It's interesting. The Logan Ryan hit with Papa Lund was really good. We should keep that Rolodex number there. They were asking about should Lenore be playing slot corner or should he be playing outside? Nick and he said, "Do you want the answer?" It was a great answer by Logan Ryan. You should find it. He goes, "Do you want the answer the Niners would give you or the answer Lenore's agent would give you?"
Ooh.
And he said the difference is apparently in the world of the NFL where you want to get paid. These guys want to get paid.
Oh, everybody
Would you like to be paid?
I would
Marcus?
love to be paid, Murph.
Would you like to be paid, Young Tone?
Make sure you tell my boss that the water boy wants to be paid.
So they say apparently outside corners make dramatically more money than slot corners do.
Like I remember
Whereas they said, sorry to interrupt, but Lenore is really good for the Niners at slot corner, but he would rather play outside for payday.
Yeah, and that's the kind of tricky part, especially in this day and age where we're seeing so many wide receivers move around into the slot, whether we're talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown, a guy that just signed with the Detroit Lions. And so that's why you think the nickel corner would have more value. But I remember having the same conversation when Jimmy Ward was being moved from safety to nickel, and I thought it would increase his value, increase like his like market in the offseason, but he was really against playing nickel. He wanted to go back to safety. It is surprising in this day and age that that's not a position that's valued more often.
I agree.
I know it's looked at as the third corner, but a lot of times the best wide receiver will line up inside in the slot, so you need a nickel corner.
I agree with you. I don't know why it's not valued that way. Maybe that's going to change as the years go on. I don't know, man. But and also, guys, just had sort of like other fun stuff with the Niners. So undrafted free agents, they become a big deal. Undrafted free agents wind up playing. You can go through that Niner roster and find any number of undrafted free agents who are on the field in the Super Bowl. All right? I mean, this is what happens. Sometimes the draft, it's such an inexact science. You might find a quarterback at 262, you know?
Yay.
But anyway, the biggest, the most exciting one is Missouri State wide receiver Tariq Owens. Bro, T.O.'s kid.
The 49ers are bringing in some of the bloodlines.
So this is when you know, there's always that moment when you know, and Krug and Kipe talk about that all the time, how Max Venable's kid used to be running around and all of a sudden he was playing for the Padres. Well, I covered T.O.'s first camp. He's the guy I always example of, like, you never know what you have until they get on the grass. Because T.O. was a third rounder out of Chattanooga, and he wasn't hugely built. It was good. Like, they're like, oh, he's good. Dude, he showed up at that first training camp we used to call mini camps. Now they call them OTAs. And he just exploded on the field. I literally remember saying, who's that? That guy's totally different than everyone else. From the first practice, T.O. was like that. Who knows? When Tariq Owens gets here, maybe some of these guys will pop like that.
I think so. And whether it's a guy like Tariq Owens, a name I'm keeping an eye on is Drake Nugent, center out of Michigan. Daniel Jeremiah had him rated as a top 120 player, and he went undrafted.
Yeah.
He's a guy that was an All-American with Harbaugh, with Michigan, started off at Stanford also. I'm keeping an eye on him out of the undrafted free agents.
Well, currently right now, the Niners center is an undrafted guy, Jeff Brendel. He's an undrafted guy.
Jake Brendel, yeah.
Or Jake Brendel, pardon me. Why did I say Jeff Brendel? Where'd that come from? Anyway, guys, that's it. There's a little brush up, a little bone up on your draft. Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green, corner Florida, Dominic Pooney, offensive tackle, Kansas. Isaac Garendo, we didn't talk much about him, though. That's interesting because running backs.
Speedster.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Louisville. Malik Mustafa, safety from Wake Forest. Jacob Cowing, speedy wide receiver who can return punts, wide receiver, Arizona. Jarrett Kingston, a guard from USC, and another line depth. And then a seventh rounder we haven't even mentioned, Tatum Bethune, linebacker, Florida State. Apparently was a really good linebacker at Florida State. They got linebacker's an issue, too. Dre Greenlaw coming off that Achilles.
And they've done well in the 7th round. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Who knows? Tatum Bethune might be a hum baby this morning.
Who might be? All right, speaking of hums and bums, baby, the day Brock Purdy became a hum baby is when Kerry Crowley became a legend. Nobody had ever heard of him. And now we'll see who becomes a legend next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Well, do you want me to speak from a team perspective or from Diamador's agent perspective?
Wait.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Oh yeah, we love it. The Monday tradition, and I always say, Marcus, when the hums and bums, it always just goes with the sun. Look outside, buddy. We got a beautiful spring morning. We do some of these in the pitch black in the winter here, and here it is. By this weekend, shout out the Bay Area again this weekend.
Beautiful.
Once again, the Bay Area remains undefeated. Great place to go stripe some golf balls at Glen Eagles or catch a ball game, as you did 3 times over the weekend.
You're damn right, Murph. 16 straight games, and the sun is looking beautiful this morning. Let's just keep our guy John Joe Curley out of the sun. He's already red as a lobster this morning.
Shout out Rock Lobster, B-52 strobe lights, and the whole deal. I could tell a digressionary story about when I worked at a pub in Dublin, but I will not. So we'll move on because I'm going to show discipline for the clock.
Look at you.
And dive right into the hums and the bums. We spin the wheel. We spin the wheel of fate to see who has the hums and bums. And this time, Marcus, despite his awesome weekend traversing the city and county of San Francisco, you found some bums, believe it or not.
There's
right. Always a loser somewhere, right?
There's always a loser, and I'll sniff them out. I'm the bad guy this morning, but I should tell you that your bum babies are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with that high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org. And maybe we'll see how much money Kevin Durant can earn in the future if he decides to lead the Phoenix Suns, because once again, our old friend Kevin Durant got swept in the NBA playoffs. Last night, they lost to the Minnesota T-Wolves 122-116. And I'd like to give an honorary hum baby, if you don't mind, to my guy Anthony Edwards, who was out here hitting D-Generation X.
You're stepping over in my hums here, buddy.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to give
manners.
Anthony Edwards some respect for the D-Generation taunt that he was giving out on Saturday, the dunk on Sunday, and the sadness of Kevin Durant. Watching a kid who idolized him growing up send him home. This is now the second time in the last 3 seasons that Kevin Durant has been swept in the NBA playoffs. And man, oh man, the decision to leave Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green is looking worse each and every day. Our guy KD now has a 13-17 record in the playoffs since leading the Golden State Warriors. And Murph, get this, KD has not won an elimination game in the NBA postseason without Steph Curry since May 3rd, 2014. We're talking about KD not being able to get the job done on the big stage in the last decade. So who really helped out who more, Kevin Durant or Steph Curry? I think the highlights will tell you the final answer. Here's the final call and a little bit of sadness from Kevin Durant talking about being swept for the second time in the last 3 years.
The Timberwolves complete the sweep. They win a playoff series for the first time in 20 years. Minnesota on to the second round.
For me, individually, I live and breathe it, bro. Like, I have nothing else but, like, you know, at this point in my life, I got a lot of going on outside of basketball, but what I'm mainly focused on is ball, bro. So, like, yeah, I got motivation. I love to play. I'm going to come back next year, you know, ready to hoop, you know. So, yeah, I don't think you should question that. Right. Yeah, I won't provide context. Whenever I provide context, it'll be looked at as an excuse, so I'll just be better next year.
Kevin Durant looking to be better after being swept in the playoffs again, Murph. 13-17 since leaving the Dubs.
I mean, those numbers are stark. Has only won first-round series twice since leaving the Dubs. Incredible. How about his? I got a lot of stuff going on outside of basketball. Like, what is it? What are we supposed to be, like, impressed? I mean, I like KD. I love him. He was great. We had that soundbite forever, you know, we loved. We made him the Murphin Mackey Bay Area Player of the Year twice. But, dude, you're right. You said who helped who more. That was a great question.
I mean, there's always arguments, the Warriors dynasty is only because of Kevin Durant, which I scoff and laugh at. I was like, yeah, you know they won titles before KD, and then they went on to win titles after KD. And now Steph Curry has 4 rings. Kevin Durant has his 2, but also has been swept twice in the last 3 years. And that's why KD and the entire Phoenix Suns are bum baby number 1.
And I mean, talk about, like, just like you said, the torch pass. A guy idolizes you growing up and then just puts you in a grave and sends you down the road.
Do it. And Anthony Edwards with the all-time taunt on Saturday again. D-Generation X, if you know, you know. Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to say the taunt with FCC rules and regulations.
Can you do it for us?
I'll do it on the live stream. All right. For all my YouTube and Twitch people, I just did it for you. Oh, yeah, he was doing it over and over again.
Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus Media Station. That's going to live forever. And that could be a GIF.
Someone will clip that.
All right, buddy. What do you got? That's a strong bum baby to start.
Bum baby number 2, we got to go down to the ballpark, and I'm talking about Saturday night where the Giants had the opportunity to beat the Pittsburgh Pirates, but John Joe Curley's favorite bullpen arm, Taylor Rogers, comes out in the 10th inning and not only gives up 1, but gives up 2 back-to-back home runs against former Forever Giant Brian Reynolds, and then Brian Hayes puts the Pittsburgh Pirates up takes away the opportunity of Jorge Soler going deep in the bottom of the 10th, which could have been a walk-off, but no, they were down multiple runs at that point. Here are the highlights of Taylor Rogers giving up back-to-back jacks Saturday night as the Giants lose to the Buccos.
One out for Brian Reynolds, and he hits a high drive deep down the left field line toward the corner. It is gone. It bounces off the roof of the ambulance straight down the left field line. Brian Reynolds does it again against a left-hander. This guy against lefties is just as good as it gets right now. A 2-run homer to score the automatic runner, and one more. It's 3-1 Pirates. Now a drive to left. This one hit hard. Conforto back, and it's gone. A liner. I mean, it never got more than maybe 20 feet above the ground, and it just kept going. The first home run of the year for Key Brian Hayes. The Pirates go back-to-back here in the 10th, and it's 4-1 Pittsburgh.
Just did a couple breaking balls, that were up in the zone. It was going to be mostly righties for him at that point in time anyway, but he's done really well against righties this year. He was next in line for that. Just hung a couple, and obviously, a couple good swings put us in a little bit of a hole.
Yeah, Giants lose Saturday night in extra innings, 4-3. Jordan Hicks has a fantastic outing, but the Giants bats don't wake up until extras, and Taylor Rogers serves as the late night bartender, serving up back-to-back shots of jacks.
Yeah, I'm looking at his stats. I mean, listen, there's nothing like piling on relievers. It's an age-old tradition in baseball. You're expected to be perfect every time they're out. And I was looking at his prior 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 outings, or prior 7 outings were scoreless. He gave up a solo shot on April 3rd to the Dodgers. And prior to that, that's the only other homer he gave. So this was his stinker of the year, man. There's just something about him, though. When that happens, that sets him back in Giants fans' minds. It's like, Taylor Rogers, throw your glove away again, man, So, I mean, you wanted to sweep the Pirates. You're getting into extras. You're going to have that ghost runner if he can shut him down. That was very disappointing. A worthy bum baby, my friend.
Yeah, I hate to do it to you, kid. 3 runs. Yeah, one of them was the Manfred man on second base, but you blow the game, you take the L, and that's why you are a bum baby this weekend, Taylor Rogers. Moving on to bum baby number 3. It's a familiar face.
Here he is, QB1.
There he is, the backup catcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Joey Bart, who came back to town this weekend.
Catching strays.
And I hate to take shots on my guy, Joey Bart, but I got to pour one out for Jimmy and Joey by the Bay because the guy made his return Friday night, was benched, didn't even get to start the game, but ends up in the game in the 9th inning to watch his boy Patrick Bailey from behind home plate walk it off just to kind of rub some salt into the womb of Joey Bart, of course, after being traded away and DFA'd earlier this spring. But wait, Murph, there's more. After going 0-for on Saturday, he gets into the game as a defensive replacement once again on Sunday, going one-on-one against Camilo Doval with the opportunity for revenge, with the opportunity to be the hero. And he gives you a check swing roll over to short. Nick Ahmed, or was it Tyler Fitzgerald, makes the play, throws him out of first base. Ball game over. Giants win the series.
That ended the game.
And Joey Bart has got to go home and watch the Giants celebrate on his demise. 0-for-4 with 2 strikeouts over the entire weekend.
Were the Giants preying on his downfall?
Patrick Bailey's been preying on his downfall. Farhan Zaidi might have been playing on his downfall. Here are the lowlights from Joey Bart. Check swing rollover to end the game on Sunday.
He throws. Check swing, bouncer to short. Charged by Fitzgerald to throw to first. In time, and the ball game is over. And for Joey Bart, he thought better of swinging at it. He tried to stop his swing, and the ball glanced off the bat and rolled out to shortstop.
I talked to a few guys. I haven't talked to too many people today. It's kind of weird, like not in like a bad way, but I don't really want to invade on them. You know what I mean? Like there's this series here, and there's so I would love to see a lot of people over there. That's one thing. Like coming back to the park is really the relationships that I built here for a long time. It's crazy. Once you leave, you don't realize how big and how close those relationships were, and really what you valued, and that's important to me. Obviously, is relationships, and those are the things that you're really going to remember.
So wait a minute, that nice guy right there talking about all his relationships, you made that guy a bum baby?
I had to do it to my guy.
Man, are you, brother?
Look, Murph, you're talking to the former member, the former president
Yes,
of the
this is true.
Joey Bart fan club.
If you were a leadoff spot head, this was the guy.
Dude, Joey Bart was my guy, and he's gotten off to a good start in Pittsburgh, but it was not a good weekend in San Francisco. 1 start, 0 for 4, 2 Ks, and of course, having to be behind home plate watching the Patrick Bailey walk-off.
Which is a preview of the Hum Babies. You want to wrap up your bums there, buddy?
Oh, that's it. Those are my bum babies, Joey Bart, Taylor Rogers, and Kevin Durant being swept once again.
Okay, well, that leads your hand of the baton right over to the Hum Babies. And with apologies, we always have the honorable mentions. There's only 3 spots. It's like musical chairs, brother. And Jalen Brunson can be walking around and walking around and walking around. Then the music stopped. There's no chair for Jalen Brunson. 47 in the Knicks. How about that? Yeah. Doing his thing. And there's no chair for the guy you mentioned, Anthony Edwards. Sorry, guys. All politics is local. Got to keep it a little more local than Anthony Edwards. But boy, oh boy, do we love him. We've loved him for years, ever since Cleanup on Aisle 3 and I Like Your Accent, Jim, and all that fun stuff that he does. But neither guy made it, but honorable mention. Does that count? Honorable mention? Is that good?
I'll take it.
All right. That leads to Hum Baby number 1. And come on, this is the one. My Little League team was talking about this. Coach, I was at the game last night. Patrick Bailey, man. Then I was carpooling a whole nother bunch of kids over the weekend. One said, Coach, did you know I was at the game Friday night when Patrick Bailey... I heard from 3 different 6th graders how excited they were about Pat. So when Patty Bailey gets the 6th graders to notice, he's a Hum Baby on Friday night. And he, by the way, set off a fireworks show. There was a big old fireworks show Friday night. And as you mentioned, with Joey Bart in the crouch. Now, I was tweeting briefly and drinking, and I didn't notice that Joey Bart was in the crouch. So I said, Patty Bailey did that for his buddy Joey Bart over there on the bench and got absolutely just blown out of the water by the angry mob. When had he entered the game? Henry Davis started the game.
He came in as a defensive replacement, and Murph, I was at the game. I was a couple drinks too. But next thing you know, I'm getting blown up on Twitter in your mentions saying Waterboy has got to make Murph an honorary bum baby for not knowing Joey Bart was behind home plate.
There's nothing I like more than our listeners on a Friday night thinking about Monday morning homes and bums.
That's it. And dry snitching on my guy Murph for a bad tweet.
All right. He's continued what's turning into a nice start to his season. Remember early on, the first week or two, there was some defensive weirdness? Well, he's worked something out because he's playing better defensively and certainly swinging it well. And this is the guy who got Joey Bart traded. He's dialing and styling. He's hitting above expectations. He's guiding an outrageous starting pitching staff. And he did this on Friday night to make all the 6th graders and Marcus Boucher in the building happy.
Here's the set, the 1-1 pitch. There's a drive into deep right field. Way back there. Adios! The ball game is over. A walk-off 3-run homer for Patrick Bailey. And he has created a frenzy here at Oracle Park. The Giants went all through the night without scoring until just now. The fireworks have started early. Patrick Bailey with his 2nd career walk-off home run.
So tell me about the last at bat. Mike seems to think that you like the high fastball.
Yeah, I made a good adjustment. Didn't like it last year, but man, that one felt good. That was nice.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a lot of times that sets up for a bunt, but the way he's been swinging the bat, there's no way. So not only swinging it well, obviously had some feel for the dramatics here recently, and showed up again for him right now. He's playing great baseball, both behind the plate and at the plate, talking to his pitchers, with his pitchers in between innings, and doing all the stuff that you would think that a frontline really, really good catcher would do. And for his 2nd year, there's a lot of feel for what he's doing behind the plate as well.
I mean, a lot of praise there from Bob Melvin, who knows his catchers he said he's playing like a really, really, really good frontline catcher in Major League Baseball. I mean, listen, I know it's only April 29, but National League All-Star catchers, start kicking it around, start thinking about it.
I mean, it's a possibility for Patty Ball game because what he brings to this team defensively is enough, Murph. And I remember having a conversation before the year started about what would you like from the bat of a Patrick Bailey. And I think I threw out like a 255, 260 projection. And we were discussing about whether or not he could hit that high. He's hitting over 300 to start the year. It's been a phenomenal start for Patrick
296,
Bailey.
You're close, but 851 OPS. He's outstanding, bro. Outstanding. So, by the way, I know we're out of time, but we do need to talk about the headbands, the Don't Tread on Me. What's going on now? Are we getting messages here? Is he sending us? Are we getting
Stop it, Murph.
subliminals?
Stop
we getting
it.
subliminals here?
Stop it.
We need to
I'm not
discuss.
going into that.
Hum Baby number 2 is a guy that Patty Bailey caught on Sunday. That's right. I know that Kyle Harrison was great Friday night. He's an honorable mention. I know that Jordan Hicks was unbelievable Saturday night. He's an honorable mention. But I just got to say, this guy has won me over. I told you, he's easily my favorite Keaton in Giants history, easily my favorite number 67 in Giants history. It's Keaton Wynn, or as young Tony and I decided, his name is Keaton Him. Himm. In a Giants rotation marred by Blake Snell's awful start, the rest of them are stepping up, and no more so than this guy, the guy from the Iowa cornfield. He comes from a town even people from Iowa have never heard of. He outdueled the much more heralded Jared Jones yesterday. In fact, you might wonder why he only went 6 innings, to tell you the truth, on 80 pitches, but that's another discussion because I saw Andy Bagger wrote a big piece about inning totals for their starters. But 4 starts, in his last 4 starts, 1.95 ERA. This dude is splitting and sinking his way into your heart. Hum Baby, Keaton Wynn.
Hayes strikes out swinging. Went back to the slider, and Keaton Wynn strikes out the side. Dominant fashion, all swinging. Strike 3s.
Well, I mean, he's got a high velocity. He's got a great split, but I think his slider is come along to where it's, made him a 3-pitch guy, to where it's not just, top of the zone, bottom of the zone. It can be in and out now, too. He's got a little sinker he throws as well, and, can go away from a right-hander, too. His numbers off left-handers have been off the charts this year because of the split. He just seems more and more comfortable, and at times he seems pretty dominant.
Today, he busted out the slider. I mean, he threw more sliders than today's game. He threw 19 sliders in today's game. That's 24% of his pitches, where he came into the game throwing 14% sliders. So he adjusted because early in the game, and you heard Tyler Fitzgerald say it, he wasn't throwing a lot of strikes. He was having a tough time. He was a little quick with the front side. The arm was lagging a little bit. He wasn't staying behind the baseball, so he was a little erratic. And I like the fact, to me, that's where the biggest improvement and biggest growth has been with Keaton Wynn, is being able to make in-game adjustments.
Hey, that's our guy Sean Estes, NBC Sports Bay Area. That was awesome. You heard Bob Melvin, too. But yeah, man, I mean, you see the stuff, buddy. I know we got to get going here, but it's a full arsenal. Like, he's got, they said, talk about the slider, they talk about the split, they talk about the 4-seam. He's a strike thrower. He only walked 1 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
This dude is coming on like a freight train.
He can get the strikeouts. He can get the ground balls. His ground ball rate is almost as high as Logan Webb now. Keaton Wynn is turning into a dude.
It's Keaton Wynn Day, y'all. And then finally, Hum Baby number 3, are Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, because we're still here. We're still here, to borrow a former 49er fan's chant. After a week of intense speculation as to whether or not the Niners would trade either star receiver, John Lynch just snuffed out the gossip, turned it into nothing. He kept them all. He must have read my Friday Jock blog, which said, keep them all. Whether it was because no one met the asking price, perhaps, or whether it was because the Niners are going all in on 2024, or whether it's because they can think everything's going to be okay with Brandon Ayuk's contract and phasing in Ricky Pearsall, we're still here. So, Hum Babies, welcome back, Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel.
Was there any other trade talks that people come looking hard at Deebo or Ayuk today?
We didn't entertain any of that today. We're happy with our wide receiver group. Actually, more than happy. We're really thrilled with it, and thrilled to have added Ricky to that group and even make it stronger.
We're still here! We're still here! We're still here! We're still here!
That's right.
We're still here!
All right.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, my God. We all went all the way to the crazy trade. We borrowed from Tom Brady. Deebo and Ayuk still here, and that makes them Hum Baby number 3. Wanted to address it in the Hum Baby. So why don't we do this? We look at the clock. It's time to break. We can pick up that thread on the other side about Deebo and Ayuk staying here. And this theory that this is the last dance, I got to reject this theory on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We're still here!
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Was there any other trade talks that people come looking hard at Debo or Ayuk today?
We didn't entertain any of that today. We're happy with our wide receiver group. Actually, more than happy. We're really thrilled with it, and thrilled to have added Ricky to that group and even make it stronger.
Okay, there it is here, and I made the specific disco request from Young Tone. Young Tone, this would light up a disco, and pretty much any wedding you go to. Donna Summer, Last Dance. You probably don't know this one, right?
No, first time I've heard it ever.
It's gonna kick in, and you're gonna grab your best gal and hit the dance floor right here, buddy. And this is for Debo, Ayuk, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. This is the last dance at every wedding reception you'll go to when all your buddies start getting married here. Of course, they'll be like, "Wait, Donna who? Donna Summer what?" This is it, buddy. Disco anthem for you. Is this the last dance? Go ahead, let it flow. Turn it up, buddy.
This is
You
good
guys
stuff.
are enjoying it. You guys are enjoying the disco beat. That's the little dirty little secret about disco is that everybody hates it. It's cool to hate it, and yet every time you hear a disco song, you're like, yeah, it's a toe tapper.
Ooh, this
It's a toe
ain't
tapper.
bad.
So, hey, if it got John Travolta on the floor, it can't be that bad. Anyway, that's the story now. My buddy Mike Silver in the Chronicle writing that the Niners are going all in on what. And by the way, I've heard the Warriors are doing a last dance, right? Now I know the Niners. This has now become a cliche in U.S. sports. Ever since this damn documentary.
Correct.
We have COVID to blame for this, don't we?
Everybody wants to have a last dance. Sometimes you're not even good enough to show up at the dance.
Right?
Sometimes you don't even get the first dance.
Right? How's the Phoenix Suns last dance
I was
going?
going to say, I don't want to be the a-hole this morning, but can it be the 49ers' last dance when they haven't won a Super Bowl in 20-something years now?
Very good.
Right?
See, very good.
Am I the bad guy?
No, you know that line. Are you familiar with that Reddit thread, AITA? Are you familiar with that?
Oh, yeah. Am I the
Am I the A?
blank?
Am I the A-hole?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. I'm the bum baby guy this morning.
I'm a radio host in a local major market. I suggested that a team can't have a last dance because they won a championship. AITA?
Like, this would make more sense. Like, it's Andy Reid's final season with the Chiefs. Is this their last dance?
The Warriors.
Yeah, I'm just talking about
to you, a
football
last
in
dance
general.
has to be an ongoing dynasty.
It's got to be a dynasty
Ongoing
that's
dynasty.
already established.
Right. So the Chiefs would be the candidate for a last dance.
Correct. Like, the 49ers have been relevant. They've been to Super Bowls, but they haven't won,
You know
so
what?
you can't even start to call them a dynasty. So how do we even get to the dance if you're not a dynasty?
Do you know what? I just had a horrible thought. What if ESPN picks up the thread that somehow the Cowboys are on a last dance? That'd be my ultimate media nightmare. Is this the last dance for the Dallas Cowboys?
It's big.
I drive right off the bridge.
It's Big
I would
D,
drive right off
and the
the
D stands for Last Dance, Murph.
That's just
Like, I'm sure out in Dallas they're doing last dance segments too. No, you got to win a Super Bowl to have a dance, to throw a party.
Now, a little bit of a question there on that, because we just did have Brian Sabian on last week, and shout out a week from today is the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame at the Hyatt Regency in Barcadero. And y'all can go and get a table if you're like a company or a business, bashoff.org, BASHOF.org. And Brian Sabian's going in with Patty Marlowe, John Taylor, Jenny Thompson, Chris Wondolowski. I'll be out there keeping it moving. Moving it along. Move along. I'll be like, hey, stop. If there's a guy giving a long speech, I'm just going to walk and grab the mic. So we got to go.
Keep it moving.
So, but Brian Sabian from 97 to 03, I told him, this is some of my favorite stretch of Giants baseball. They were in it every single year, in the mix every single. Like right now, like if this was 1997 or 98, they'd be in the mix right now, whereas this team's like 14 and 15, kind of puttering along. So I get what you're saying. You can't be a dynasty, but you can be, a relevant in the mix contender for year after year after year. And that's what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's Niners have been.
Yeah, and I get that everybody wants to have their own version of the last dance. And I guess we're more defining about whether or not it's only for dynasties or for teams that need to compete. And look, the 49ers are right there knocking on the doorstep. They can't get any closer than they were last year, literally losing an overtime game to the Kansas City Chiefs. And that's why the big question for me was going to this draft, how did they get better for the 2024 season? To be honest with you, Murph, looking at this draft class, it's a draft class that looks more invested in the 2025-2026 season than winning now with some of these guys that can get into the roster.
That was actually John Lynch's statement before the draft. He kind of called that. He said, we don't have a lot of open jobs. He says, we're drafted for guys we hope can play in 2025 because they don't really have a lot of open jobs. They basically, on the D linemen, They signed a ton of D linemen defensively. Really, they don't. I mean, there's not a need at any position right now.
But I thought you could have at least brought in guys to compete.
Well, Ricky Pearsall, I think, will be on the field. I think Ricky Pearsall.
But how much?
And I think Renardo Green,
Brandon Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings.
He might slide ahead of Jennings for all I know, and he might. And first of all, injuries happen too.
Of course.
And then Renardo Green, who knows, could fight for a spot too. But anyway, back to this Last Dance situation. First of all, I'm kind of done with the Last Dance concept. All right, number one, and number two, I would say, if you have a 24-year-old quarterback, there's no way you can be considered a Last Dance. Are you telling me the Niners are telling fans? Or at least I'm reacting to Silver's column, and I love Mikey. I love him. And he's out there. He always asks the provocative questions, which is, you got to give him credit for that. He's kind of John Joe Curley's dream is what he is. But, are you telling me that the Niners are saying after 2024 they're out of the Super Bowl game?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Because they have Brock Purdy, and oh, by the way, they have a 26-year-old Defensive Player of the Year named Nick Bosa.
And they're going to keep either Ayuk or Debo and slide in Ricky Pearsall. And so, you would think right away you'd have a quarterback and 2 top receivers. Now, running McCaffrey, I would imagine. Now, he mentioned in the piece, how much gas does McCaffrey have left? And it's a legit question. I mean, it's a tough position to play and still be revving along. He will be, 29 or something coming up?
I was to say, he's got to be getting close to that 30 mark.
I mean, I get what he's saying in this sense that this is the last year that Debo and Ayuk will be together. And maybe, so I guess if you're saying, of the 3, Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle, that 2 will be gone after this season, is that a legit reason to call it a Last Dance? Maybe there's something to that.
To me, I don't even know if Last Dance is the appropriate term to use. Like, it's the last window of opportunity that you'll have to pay all these guys without paying $50 million to your quarterback.
But Last Dance has just become sort of the slogan you use for a last opportunity. So McCaffrey's will be 28 in June. And how much longer how many more peak, all-pro-like years does he have left? Does he have like 2 maybe?
I'd give him 2 to 3. We know that traditionally running backs hit their peak at age 26, 27, and then they pretty much get dumped and left for dead once they turn 30 years old. Now, Christian McCaffrey is a different type of running back because of the element that he adds as a receiver also, and we know that receivers have a longer lifespan. So I wouldn't be surprised if McCaffrey is still playing at a high level till his age 31, 32, maybe even 33 season.
Wow, that gives you a lot of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, if you have Purdy and Kyle Shanahan together, I think you're going to be a factor at some point all along. And as you mentioned, Bosa. And so but what I think he means is that of the 3, Ayuk, Samuel, and Kittle, 2 could be gone after this year. So as Niner fans, maybe you should embrace the fact that we have them all on the same field. And they're all fan favorites, too. They're all guys that kind of move the heart and soul. Jersey, probably the top jersey sales, right?
Correct.
It's probably along with Bosa in that sense. So I'm just getting you guys ready for the summer. I'm getting you guys ready for, maybe we'll get more Donna Summer rejoins. Who knows? But that's what I wanted to say. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys do feel like it is a Last Dance. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 530 says, nope. He says they're not a dynasty, but nobody wants to play them, and they're way better than the Blanken Cowboys. 209 says, hey, Waterboy, if you look at the age of the players they drafted, they dropped all older players for that reason so they can compete right away. 949 says, don't forget T.O. Jr. We mentioned Tariq Owens coming to the team. 510 asks, are the 49ers this era's Buffalo Bills? Well, that's on the table.
Ooh.
That's on the table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Those are the questions surrounding Kyle and their inability to win the big game.
312 says, it's a first dance for these 49ers.
First dance.
Because they haven't had
first
one.
Dance.
So 405 says, if this is going to be the last dance for the Niners, let's rock the boat, baby. Another disco beauty. We got people coming at Silver now saying he spent all week telling us that Ayuk and Debo would be traded. I would guarantee, Mike doesn't usually write wrong things. I bet that he's right that they were taking calls. But I think maybe they were taking calls from a position of luxury saying, we'll trade him if you knock our socks off with an offer.
Make me an offer.
Right.
I can't refuse.
And they didn't get that offer.
No, we know Mike Silver not only has sources inside the building down at Levi's, but he's got sources league-wide So he's reaching out to different GMs and front office people who are getting calls from the 49ers. And so that's why it seems like he's got so much more sources than the other 49er beat writers because of his relationship that he's built over the years across the entire National Football League.
Yep. 831 says it's the last time to have a payroll that doesn't include paying max for a quarterback. So hopefully they can go all in on other weapons before having to pay Purdy. It's a huge, exciting opportunity. 408 says it's not a last dance. It's all in. All right, well, that's a way to spin the message there. 415 says, is it a last dance or a last chance?
Ooh, I like that angle. I think when you have this current roster, when you have Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the boys at the helm, this isn't going to be the end of the Niners as we know it just because you have to pay Brock Purdy. Look what the Philadelphia Eagles were just able to do with Jalen Hurts and then still paying guys like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Again, you can't keep everybody, but the 49ers, with this core, with this nucleus, are going to be competitive for the next 4 to 5 years minimum.
925 says, call it the last yak.
Ooh.
Yards after catch.
Nice.
There you go. And another one says, 650 says, guys, start talking about this. Is Brock Purdy a $50 million quarterback?
Ooh.
808 KNBR.
Well, Murph, that could be one solution to extending this dance for a couple more songs, is going after another quarterback instead of paying Brock Purdy. Just trying to recycle that rookie contract that we've seen so many teams win.
You talking Tanner Mordecai? Because they signed a guy, a Wisconsin kid, Tanner Mordecai. You down with it? Yes.
Here comes Mordecai.
Tanner Mordecai. Great name,
who
too,
knows,
right?
dude? Again, I'm just throwing out a thread. Of course, I want to keep Brock Purdy, but I've heard that argument be made. Well, if you did it with Mr. Irrelevant, you could do it with anybody in the system, so why not draft another quarterback next year, reset the market, and you don't have to pay $50 million for a quarterback?
I mean, that's a risky proposition, but you could do it.
Very risky.
209 says, guys, Trent Williams is running out of time. We're getting anti-Mike Silver text now. Come on, man. Take it easy now. 818 says, don't forget about Super Bowl hangover. That is very true. That's going to be a whole nother angle. It is really tough to pick yourself up over and over and over again after Super Bowl losses.
I'm still hungover from Super Bowl week.
Yeah, you're still hungover from the weekend at the ballpark.
That is a fact.
Which you are too. So anyway, guys, wanted to get dressed that. Probably going to be the big hit today. Are you buying that it's the last dance or the last chance? Or you just want more Donna Summer? Is that what you want? All right, guys, here's the deal. It is time to get to Mike Krukow. Giants still trying. I did send out Saturday night the gravitational pull of being 2 games under 500. They've been 2 under 500 the whole season. Now they're going to go to Boston and Philly. It's going to be tough, but hey, if they're going to turn this engine over, maybe they can do it with a Yaz that's heating up. And Andy Baggerly raises the questions about innings pitched for their young starters. Is that going to be already an issue going into the summer? So all stuff we can talk about with Mike Krukow next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Just glass of whiskey.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, always a fun weekend at the park. And sunshine, big crowds. Giants take 2 out of 3. Friday night, an absolute thriller. Saturday, heartbreak. And then Sunday, they grind it out against a good Pirates pitcher. Off to Boston they go. Off today, at Boston tomorrow. Mike Krukow is brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealer. So, Mike, so many different things to talk about from these last 3 games. But first and foremost, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, real good. I mean, it was fun at the Yard this weekend. The crowds were amazing, and it was just good baseball. All 3 games were grinders. Really great pitching. Friday night, you had a couple of rookies going at each other, and then on Saturday, you had a couple of vets go after each other, and then yesterday, you really saw, 2 young rooks that just had great stuff. And I mean, for me, those are the kind of games I like. I like well-pitched games. And because when you get good pitch games, you get good defense. And everything sort of falls into place. A lot of drama. It's just great. Good times.
Yeah, 37,000 Friday night, 34,000 Saturday, 36,000 Sunday. So they really are, the Bay Area really enjoyed the weekend. Mike, we'll start with the most recent, and that's Sunday's 3-2 win, which involved a couple of interesting threads. But it starts with Keaton Wynn, who's now just turning into a guy. And, you either, they throw you in a pool in the major leagues and you either sink or swim. We've seen them both. My man is swimming quite nicely. And are you seeing continued evolution? And he was going up against a very heralded guy yesterday, the kid Jones from Pittsburgh, and he wound up out-dueling him. What was your breakdown?
Well, I think with Keaton Wynn, one of the things that's really, really obvious when you watch this guy take the field is his athleticism. I mean, he's a big guy, 6'4", 240, and, he's compact. And for a guy that size to have that type of ability to repeat his arm stroke, that itself is a little bit unusual. But then the 3 pitches that he throws, he throws, like 45% splits. And they go anywhere from 88 to 92 miles per hour. That's really a high velocity for any kind of a secondary pitch, but especially a split. Because your fingers are not behind the ball when you throw it. Now, he can throw mid to high 90s, more highs than mids. But still, when you split your fingers are no longer behind the ball. So you don't get that same strength from your hand to push the to push the ball like you can a fastball. But to be able to get that kind of velocity, that's freakish. And he pretty much fell in love with it because nobody was doing much with it, and he kind of forgot about the fastball. And at the time when we first saw him, he was kind of a 2-pitch guy. He had a slider, but he didn't use it. Well, now he has tightened the slider up. The slider's not a big one, but it's late and it's quick, and he can command it. So he's got 3 weapons he can strike you out with, and he knows it. I mean, that's the final key, and perhaps that's the exclamation point. He knows it. Very quiet confidence about this guy, and maybe that's from his background. You come from a town of 200, it's kind of hard to strut down Market Street, but he's got this quiet presence and it's confidence, and it really rubs off on his teammates. They look forward to this guy. He's a bit of a character, just the way that he goes back in the dugout. He never sits down, and that's a macho thing, and all the guys on his team, they love this kid. And they don't think of him as a kid anymore. And it's not even May yet. And yet that's what he's accomplished early on this year. He is the man.
Mike, circling back to Friday night in Kyle Harrison's outing, 6 shutout innings, 7 strikeouts. After the game, Patrick Bailey said it's the best that he's seen Kyle all season long. Would you agree with that assessment?
He is the man. We say that about everybody who goes out there and takes the ball right now as a starter because they are the men. This last time through the rotation has been unbelievable. And Kyle Harrison, he's not pitching like a rookie. When we talked to John Wayner, who does color with the Pirates, he's really a good baseball guy. He played it. And so he says, well, tell me about this guy Harrison. I go, you're going to like a lot about this guy, simply because, he comes at you. He is not afraid. And ex-big leaguers, they like that. They don't like nibblers. They like the guy that just comes at you and just says here. And after the game, he comes up to me, he goes, man, he reminded me of Bumgarner when he first came up. He had that same attitude. I mean, the guy, you felt him. And what we saw from Harrison was a really good fastball that he attacked with, and he put pressure on the hitters with. His breaking ball command, I thought, was pretty good. But the changeup, I mean, he's another guy. You look at what he and Keaton Wynn have done. You know, they have taken 3 pitches, which is really all you need, and they've made it work. Now they're not polished. They don't use both grips on the fastball. Harrison, I mean, it's all four seam. I mean, he just wants to get as much velocity as he can on that thing. And I asked him, have you ever tried the 2-seam fastball? No. Okay. Somewhere down the road, maybe, but not right now. He doesn't feel like he needs it. And I think Keaton Wynn's the same way. No, we're good with what we have. And I love that. So I think what Bailey said about what Harrison did on Friday night had a lot of weight because of how he attacked and how he was able to attack with all of his pitches. And, you know, it sounds funny when I say the guy can attack with a slider and a changeup. That's exactly what he did. That changeup he's throwing right now is a power changeup. And he is not afraid to throw that slider to anybody. He just has belief in all of his 3 pitches. And the same thing can be said for Keaton Wynn.
Well, I mean, we could just go on. We haven't even talked about Jordan Hicks yet. I mean, the 3 starters were just absolutely fantastic. But we got to go to the guy who's catching them, and that's Patrick Bailey Friday night. So, Mike, listen, I mean, there was zero, it seemed like from the outside, minimal bad blood in the Joey Bart departure. You know, he handled himself like a pro. The Giants gave him a lot of chances until they drafted Patrick Bailey, I guess. But, you know, and so he never lasted out at the club. The club never drove a knife into his back. Everything seemed to be very professional. That said, everybody's a competitor. And how good do you think it felt for Bailey to hit that home run with Joey Bart in the crouch? Because you're trying to beat not just the other team, but, you know, there's a little something like, hey, I'm the captain now, right? I'm the catcher here, not you. Do you see anything into that little extra salt, a little extra sizzle into him doing that with Joey Bart behind the dish?
You know, I don't. I mean, you know, I came through the Cubs organization, and there was another pitcher come up at the same time, Donnie Moore, and he and I banged heads from every level of the minor leagues. And what happens to you? I mean, you're aware of where that guy is every time you take the field. You're aware of what he does in his outing. You're aware of how your outing compares to what he did, because you know there are only so many spots in the big leagues. And, you know, it's a little bit easier, I suppose, for a guy who's a starting pitcher than a catcher. Catcher, there's 1 spot. For, you know, the guy in the rotation, you know, there's 5. But, you know, you're aware of that guy, and you're competing with that guy. But what happens along the way is you develop an affection for that guy because he's not backing down. And as it turned out, we both got to the big leagues, and we both got into the rotation. Donnie wound up in the bullpen, and he became a very, very good closer. But you're aware of the guy, and there isn't animosity. You know, once you get to the big leagues, that all goes away. And as far as bad blood, absolutely not. I don't sense that. And with Bailey and Joey Bart, I mean, you know, they were going after the job. It's what you do. But I think with Patrick Bailey, if he were to say to you, I hope that Joey Bart does wonderful things, I think he'd be totally honest. I saw Bart after the game yesterday, and he's got no animosity whatsoever. He realizes that it didn't work for him here. He's excited for the opportunity, and he's got a good manager, Derek Shelton, over there in Pittsburgh. They're going to give him some opportunity, and I think before long he's going to be the starting catcher for that club. And I wish him nothing but the best, and I'm sure everybody who knew him, who played with him, and certainly those who competed with him think the same thing.
And we actually saw the game end yesterday with Joey Bart going mano-a-mano versus Camilo Doval. Camilo gets him to get a check swing roll over to shortstop. But I just want to ask you about Camilo as we close out this interview. The fact that he's thrown 3 straight games in a row, did allow a run on Sunday and had a pitch clock violation. But what did you think about Camilo getting work in 3 straight games?
Well, I think that's what a big leaguer does. And, you know, the other thing, too, about closers, which is a very cool thing. When they first get the job, you know, they're just kind of happy to be there. They like their stuff. They believe in their stuff. And then, you know, they still let the manager decide when they pitch and do they throw an extra day in a row. But then there comes that point in time when a save is like a bone to a dog. And when there's a game, even if they throw in 2 or even 3 days in a row, and now all of a sudden a save sets itself up, and it's a possible chance for him to get into a game and get a save, they don't want to give it up to anybody. They want that opportunity, and they don't care. I mean, we were talking about Rod Beck, who, I think in 1993, there was a time when he pitched like 9 or 10 days in a row. And he went out there more often than not with a better act and with better stuff. And it's because of that we all love the guy. I mean, he was as tough as anybody we ever met. And he had more guts than stuff half the time. And you can say the same thing about Doval. He wants it. He's got more guts, and he's got that feeling now that I can make it work with whatever I have. And he's fearless. He doesn't care. He feels like he's bulletproof. And when you're 26 years old and you throw like that, why not? But he wanted that bone, and he got it.
Mike, before I let you go, there's a big road trip, man. I mean, at Boston, they're playing better. They're not awesome, but they're a couple games over 500. But it's always tough to go, on the road, AL East. At Philly, and it speaks for themselves. They're trying to win a World Series, and it's actually, I think, 4 in Philadelphia, believe it or not, including a Monday getaway day, and then 3 at Denver, where pitchers you just hate to go to Denver. So your expectations for a very tough road trip?
Well, it is going to be that very thing, but they're coming off of a very tough homestand, and they won 6 out of 10, and they won 2 series, and they split another. This team is starting to find confidence, but it's baseball. I mean, I don't know if you guys checked the weekend scores, but did you see going into this last weekend, the White Sox, who were 3-22, were hosting the Rays in Chicago, and the White Sox swept them. And the point being that it's baseball. You don't take anything for granted. You don't roll in anywhere and feel like you have the edge. You realize that in order to win, you have to play your best baseball. And this last 10-game stretch for the Giants, I sensed that they had that belief that if they play good baseball, they can beat anybody. And the fact that they split the D-backs, they won the series against a red-hot Mets team, and then they won the series against a very talented, tough-minded Pittsburgh team, that really gave them what they needed going into this road trip. This is a tough roadie. Boston is playing good ball. It's not an easy place to win. Philadelphia's hot. They just got through sweeping the Padres. And then you roll and finish up a 3-game road trip in Colorado, which is always difficult to do. It has every opportunity to pee the bed. And they know that they have to play well, and I expect them to do exactly what they did this last 10 games. So it'll be a very big challenge for this club, but I think they're up to it.
Yep, and Yastrzemski back to Fenway again after 2019, which we'll talk about later, too. So good recap, Mike. Wide-ranging, 6-4 homestand. They're chipping away, and one more game in April, and then we will talk to you on May 1st when a whole new month starts Wednesday. So enjoy the ball game and the off day, Mike. We'll talk Wednesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. By the way, just look quickly. The Red Sox are 4th in the big leagues in home runs. Just got to keep them in the yard here coming up here. So we can talk more about that, obviously, going forward, because that 5th spot, that Blake Snell spot, is open on Wednesday. We're going to bring Curly's guy Dalton Jeffries back. Has been mentioned.
No.
It's been mentioned.
Oh, no, not Dalton.
All right, the big hit is reevaluating the Niners. Debo and Ayuk did not get traded. How do you feel about it? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Debo and Ayuk are still here. How do you feel about your Niners? Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Forever Giant and 2010 World Series champ Freddie Sanchez stopped by talking baseball this weekend, and then stopped by Extra Innings with Bill Lasky to talk about winning the World Series in 2010 and the difference between playing in Pittsburgh and San Francisco. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
right, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. We love talking about Amici's. I say East Coast Pizzeria. How about East Bay Pizzeria? Amici's just opened a brand new location in Hayward. Let's go. Offering takeout and delivery to Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, Union City. Shout out the 880 corridor, my friends, as well as Hayward. Check out the menu at amicis.com. Click on the Hayward banner. I'm excited for the Hayward crowd. Shout out Jack Del Rio's family and relatives getting Amici's. That's at the top of the page, the Hayward banner. Place your takeout or delivery order as a special deal to celebrate the new location. All this week when you order via amicis.com, just enter the promo code HAY50, Hay 50. At checkout, they'll give you 50% off any large pizza. That's awesome. That's any large pizza, half price. Amici's has been making and delivering their famous New York-style pizzas, pastas, salads, and chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years. We love it. And now Hayward gets to join the pizza party. So when you want half-price large pizzas to enjoy with family and friends in the Hayward area this week, go to amicis.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY50, Hay 50, just 2 words, Amici's. Delivers.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
With the 64th pick, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Renardo Green, DB, Florida State. With the 86th pick, San Francisco 49ers select Dominique Pooney, guard from Kansas.
Malik Mustafa. There was only one interception this year, but I thought one of the best tackling players in the secondary in this draft class.
With the 129th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Isaac Guerrero, running back, Louisville.
135th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jacob Cowing, wide receiver, Arizona.
For the 215th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jared Kingston, tackle, USC.
With the 251st pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Tatum Bethune, linebacker, Florida State.
Well, there it is. Welcome to some future legends and maybe some futures who don't stay here very long. The 2024 draft class of the San Francisco 49ers. By the way, I was trying to delineate all those voices. You know, Spice Adams was the guy who did the second and third rounders.
Spice Adams, who is from Detroit, I believe, went to high school out there.
Oh, is that right?
He had a good introduction.
That's a great stat. That's a great detail. What did he do? That was fun. I didn't see it.
He just kind of came out, hyped up Detroit, talked about how he went to high school down the street, and talked about his time with the Niners, and just had some good energy.
He's a nut, that guy. He's funny, right?
He's funny on social media.
Yeah, very, very funny. So anyway, there they all are, guys. Who will be your future heroes? Who will not? And who's going to affect the 2024 roster? And you didn't hear at any point in there anybody say there has been a trade. Well, I mean, the Niners did trade a little bit. We have one caller who's very upset at the trade they made with the Chiefs.
Ooh.
In the, what was it, the fourth round? They gave up their
Correct.
two.
They got the Chiefs 5th and swapped a 6th, I believe it was, to move down one spot to help out the Kansas City Chiefs. That's the question I think that got people kind of up in arms this weekend. But if you're the 49ers and you're trading down one spot, you obviously didn't want the guy that the Chiefs took, so you were able to take away a 5th-round draft pick from them. I don't know, Murph. You're Mr. 49er on this show. Did it upset you that the Niners were doing business with the Chiefs?
Well, I'll be totally honest with you. It escaped my notice. I was very busy trying to put out domestic fires here and there. We had a huge weekend at the house. Big weekend of the swim championships. I was at swimming pools and baseball diamonds all weekend. So that trade, and even in my boning up for the show, that escaped my notice. It didn't seem to be something writers wrote a lot about, this trade with the Chiefs. So off the top of my head, doing business with the Chiefs, the easy take is to say never do business with the Chiefs. But hey,
like it.
Business is business, baby. If it helped me, you got to go out there and execute the transaction.
And I think there was actually a really good clip going around this weekend of Bill Belichick, who was breaking down the Buffalo Bills trading out of the first round so that the Chiefs could move up. And he said, look, when you're competing for a Super Bowl, when you're competing for championships, you got to worry about what's going on in-house. You can't think about, how is this going to help other teams? No, you have to think about how do you get better. And for whatever reasons, the Buffalo Bills thought that trading down would make them better in the long run, even though it did give Patrick Mahomes another speedy wide receiver out of Texas.
So the question is, the Chiefs moved up to take the tackle from BYU. Is that somebody the Niners should have had their eyes on?
Well, apparently he wasn't on their draft board if they're going to move down a spot.
Yeah, make another trade. They traded 173 to San Francisco for number 211 and swapped 63 and 64. In 64, the Niners took, was that the Renardo Green pick? Yes, right?
That was indeed, yep.
Yeah. So interesting. So the Niners knew Kingsley Suamataia was on the board, and they passed on him. But anyway, I don't want to that's not the big hit. Mm-hmm. The big hit is not the 63-64 swap. The big hit is that Debo and Ayuk are still here. And Mike Silver wrote a column, and Mike's putting out all the fun stuff, and Mike's now getting into everybody's scopes because Debo and Ayuk did not get traded. Now he's saying it's the last dance because after this year, you can't keep Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk and pay Brock Purdy. Therefore, he thinks maybe 2 of the 3 would be gone. Perhaps Debo and Kittle may be gone. So is this the last run? I think indisputably it's the last run maybe with this particular group. But I think as long as you have Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, it's not going to be a last. Like, to me, if you have a quarterback and a head coach, you're in it every year.
And a premier pass rusher and a 26-year-old defensive player of the year named Nick Bosa.
And you will be keeping either Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel and adding a first-round receiver in Ricky Pearsall, who they hope will become a dude. They hope this guy's not going to be like some trifling guy. They want him to become a dude. They want him to become Wes Welker, as Herm Edwards told us.
Correct, and that's how I kind of looked at the pick of Ricky Pearsall as kind of the replacement down the road for Deebo Samuel, and that was my take this morning, is this draft class feels like it's going to have a bigger impact in 2025 and 2026 than it will this season on the field. But if the 49ers are focused on replacing a Deebo Samuel or replacing a George Kittle, you would have thought they would have used one of their 10 draft picks on a tight end and not wait to sign this guy Mason Pline as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, Kyle did allude to saying we would love to get a tight end, but it didn't work out. So they're a little bit behind the 8 ball there in that situation. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Who knows? Maybe Kittle has 2 more years here. I don't know. They keep restructuring, right?
Correct, and that's the thing we've seen with guys like Fred Warner, who's still only 27 years old. We've seen it with Kyle Juszczyk. Now he's gotten up there in age. He's 33, and I hate to say it, George Kittle now at 30 years old. Seems like once you get into your 30s, you start having a target on your back of how much longer you're going to play in the NFL.
And should we be thinking that this is the last time we're going to see this entire band together? And I compare these guys to the Sabian Giants from 97 to 03, the Bonds, Kirk Reeder squads. I mentioned Kirk Reeder, why not? Levon Hernandez, Rich Aurelia, JT Snow. What's up, JT? He's listening. And that group that didn't win a World Series, but they were in the mix every single year. That's the George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Nick Bosa Niners. Not won it yet, but in it every year. But is this their last time together? So is it the last dance per se? We discussed the proliferation of that phrase, the last dance, and we want to blame ESPN's documentary. But you pointed out, can you have a dance if you have never been on the dance floor dancing a championship? Can you have a last
That's the thing. Unless you're doing the Super Bowl shuffle, you're not dancing after the title game. So to me, the last dance should be reserved for dynasties, like we talk about all the time with the Golden State Warriors. Are they going into their last dance with Steph, Clay, and Draymond Green? The 49ers are trying to get into the dance right now, but they have yet to seal the deal.
808 KNBR is the phone number if you feel like this is your last chance to see this whole family together and how you're feeling about it. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Our buddy Jose in Oakland's quality caller always has a thoughtful take. Jose, first of all, good morning to you. And second of all, what you got, man?
Hi, guys. Good morning. Happy Monday. All right. Ricky Pearsall. To me, that's the closest we'll get to a Julian Edelman type of player. Whether he makes a difference or not, I think it's on Kyle. Whether he uses him for what he's drafting him for instead of Josh Kittle. I mean, to me, Josh Kittle, it's good that Kyle, focuses a lot on blocking, but the fact that he keeps blocking all the time tells me that he is lacking on defensive, offensive linemen that can actually protect the quarterback. Kittle, to me, should be catching. It should be catching balls out there, okay? I want the Kittle, that we had when they played New Orleans, where he was dragging like 4 dudes. That's the Josh Kittle that we should be seeing. But instead, it seems like he's all the time blocking somebody. If he's going to focus on Ricky Pearsall doing that, it's not going to make any difference. Out of this draft, I like Pearsall, and I like that undrafted free agent Evans. I think both of them are going to make a big difference this year. As far as this being the last chance, I think it's the last chance for Kyle to change, the 49ers fans' minds, because in my head, he's getting so close to being one or two head coaches. Marty Schottenheimer, excellent head coach, but it seems like he was always stepping on his own tie and not being able to win the big game to get to the big game. And getting so close to Mark Levy. I mean, getting to all these Super Bowls and not winning anything. Mark Levy had great teams, just like the Niners have had great teams, and for some reason he never won it. So it's the last chance. I mean, if he gets there and he doesn't win it, the fans are going to want to change. Maybe the Niners ownership won't want to change, but the fans will be asking for a change. Something's got to change.
Jose, you threw a ton on the wall there. We appreciate you, buddy. Happy Monday to you. He started with George Kittle blocking too much and ended with Kyle Shanahan as Marty Schottenheimer. So there's a lot going on there.
There's a lot. And we can start with George Kittle because he did lead the entire NFL in receiving yards by tight ends last year. But to Jose's point, it does seem like he's asked often to stay in as an extra chip blocker on the right side of that offensive line with Colton McKivitz, who we know gave up 11 sacks last year, but it seems like the 49ers are content with rolling McKivitz out there again. I think that's probably the biggest question of this draft. Why didn't they go in and invest more with an offensive tackle?
510, but again, the answer is this. They believe in McKivitz more than you do.
They do.
They do. That's flat out. John Lynch will walk right in and say, what are you saying about McKivitz, brother?
I'm saying I saw him get torn up by T.J. Watt last year.
T.J. Watt.
I'm saying he got torn up by a lot of defensive ends.
They were leading the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter, and without your coin flip botch, Colton McKivitz be wearing a ring.
That's it. Maybe we should have Colton McKivitz decide if they won the ball first or second.
There you go, man. By the way, 510 says, doesn't Marcus have a soundbite that says George Kittle doesn't mind blocking?
Ooh.
Run it again! There it is.
Run it again!
Nice job, buddy. Way to find that quickly there. All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line for sure. 917 says, guys, you can't call it a last dance. That's pretty depressing. They haven't won a Super Bowl since 94. More like a last chance, okay, guys?
But is it even the last chance when, again, you have Brock Purdy, you have Nick Bosa, you have a 26-year-old Brandon Ayuk, you have this young nucleus of talent. I know it's going to be hard to retain people once you pay Brock Purdy that big contract. But look at teams like the Philadelphia Eagles. They're paying a lot of money for their quarterback, and there's a lot of talent surrounding him. How many times do we see John Lynch in the front office be able to restructure contracts, whether it's Trent Williams, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk? The list goes on and on and on. They'll find a way. You can't pay everybody, but there's still going to be a lot of talent on this roster 3-4 years down the road.
209 says, last dance, we haven't even built up the courage to ask a girl to dance. We're just hugging the wall.
Get your back up off the wall, 209.
Oh, man, we could do a whole digression on how many times, who screwed up the courage to ask a girl to dance. Is it Taryn? Is that his name? Taryn in Belmont? Taryn in Belmont is checking in. Taryn, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
We're good. We're figuring this out after Debo and Ayuk stuck around. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's great news to me. My point is if this is a last dance, what was the first dance? Is it not winning championships? Is it losing in the playoffs?
It's two Super Bowls, I think.
How could it possibly be a last dance?
So I guess we're going to have to work on the phrasing is what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's my point.
All right, Taryn, thanks for the call.
Last
Appreciate
dances
you,
should be reserved for dynasties.
I know. And I tell you, I blame COVID for this because we were all cooped up at home. That thing was treated, if you want to go through the history of American cinema, Young Tone, like Gone with the Wind, 1939, Jaws, 1976. Star Wars, 1977. What's the one for you guys? What's your generation's like Star Wars, where people slept out for days to go see
we talking like Harry Potter?
Harry Potter. Yeah, Harry Potter. That's good. That's what this Last Dance was. This Last Dance was to sports documentaries like Jaws and Harry Potter were to movies. Oh, have you seen it? Have you seen it? Oh, my God. Like, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it was good, but we were all cooped up at home. So it was like a last time America had a chance to watch something together.
That's it. And that's why The Last Dance was so popular. And really the only thing that was more popular during the pandemic was the Tiger King.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Which I had to tap out on.
Shout out Joe Exotica.
You guys kept going.
Joe Exotic.
You guys kept going, and I had to tap out.
How could you stop, man?
It was too dark.
How could you stop?
Too dark, brother. 415 says, this team was one play away, one block away, one Dre Greenwall away, one muffed punt away. There's not much to change.
Well, one ground ball with the eyes.
Yes, buddy.
One dying quail.
And you're in Yankee Stadium.
One coin toss, and you're winning the Super Bowl.
Here it is. 831 says, what happens if the 49ers win the first dance next year? Then what?
Ooh.
And then you keep doing that. 209 says, you guys keep talking about the Eagles. How's their defense doing? Do we keep talking about the Eagles? You confuse us with someone else?
Eagles fly. I think it's because I keep bringing up Jalen Hurts being paid and them still having $20 million apiece, 25 plus for A.J. Brown and also Devontae Smith. And then they went out and added Saquon Barkley this offseason.
Yeah. And two corners. They got two of the best corners out there, right? Cooper DeJean and the kid from Toledo, right?
Correct. Two of the top 5 corners this year's draft.
408 says, Last Lance. Where is he?
Last Lance.
707 says, maybe I called a last gasp here, too. 310 says, given some of the turds that are NFL head coaches, talking about firing Kyle Shanahan is crazy. I think I got turds in there, too, which is very good. 925 says, the Niners window will not close as long as Purdy keeps progressing and draft guru John Lynch keeps finding gems late in the draft here. So 510 the gems. If you're going to go by late round gems, then you're saying good stuff for Jacob Cowing, the wide receiver at Arizona, Jared Kingston, the guard at USC, and Tatum Bethune, the linebacker out of Florida State. That would be in keeping with Lynch's things. Bad news for Renardo Green and Dominic Pooney, though, because he seems to miss in those rounds.
And I was actually going to say that was one of my takeaways from this weekend. I was a little disappointed that John Lynch was trading out of the 5th round because we know that's his kind of sweet spot. That's where he finds all of his gems. Now, who knows if a guy like Isaac Correndo turns into a stud. I mean, there's one thing that we definitely know the Niners got faster with this draft. Whether we're talking about Correndo running a 4.33, Ricky Pearsall running a 4.41, or Jacob Cowing running a 4.38. They added an extra speed element to this team that we haven't seen play out with a guy like Danny Gray.
Low key, you know what I'm going to say? I'm glad they got a couple of punt return kids. I miss a good punt return. Shout out John Taylor going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame next Monday. And both Cowing and Pearsall apparently are good punt returns.
Well, especially this year with the NFL changing the kickoff rules, you're going to see more actual returns. So we'll see maybe if these guys get a path to the playing field and with these punt returns and kick returns.
Shout out to punt return in the Super Bowl that the guy was talking about. 310 says, hey, you drafted tight end out of Oklahoma and Alabama last year. Where are they? I'd like to see them step in a little bit.
That's a great question.
I mean, that's a big miss. If Cameron Latu can't play, they're going to give him another chance, too. 510 says, I like the fact they drafted a bunch of grown men. I guess some of the older guys, too. 408 says, like Harbaugh, I think of McKivitz as a weapon. All right, like Harbaugh. There we go. Oh, jeez. 559 says, shout out Shanahan and the Niners as Jacob Dillon and the Wallflowers. That's a deep pull. Are you saying one headlight? Is that what you're saying? Oh, Wallflowers. I get it because they're not on the dance. I get it, too. 818 says, honest to God, if we win the Super Bowl next year, I'm just going to be pissed we don't have at least 3 under Kyle. 209 says, our last good punt returner was Ted Ginn.
Teddy Ginn.
You remember that, too?
Oh, hell yeah. Shout out Teddy Ginn.
All right, guys. So anyway, there's the deal. That's the big hit today. And that is that the last dance, or what do you want to call it? We're going to reject that notion?
I reject the last dance.
Another try, another run, another go, another tilt. Let's run it back.
It's just a Super Bowl window.
We're the Buffalo Bills.
No, don't say that, Murph.
By the way, I will maintain till my dying day, the Bills deserve a ton more credit for getting to 4 straight Super Bowls.
They're not going to get it.
Getting it from me, baby. That's my take, man. You get to 4 straight bowls, and you are crushing it. And then the stupid kickers write history. Scott Norwood make the kick. The other ones I can't speak to. I think the Norwood kick gutted them, and then Thurman Thomas lost. And then they ran against historically great Cowboys teams. Those were great teams, 92, 93. So anyway, guys, it was fun, and we will continue to. And we'll get to see these guys on the field pretty soon. They'll do OTAs. The next 6 to 8 weeks will be fairly busy with Niners on the field and some media availability. Then they go dark from like mid-June to like mid-July, and then we get going for the last dance. You might want to come in with it right now. Give me some Donna Summer on the way. Oh, you don't have it ready, do you?
Can I have this dance?
You might want to keep that around as a sounder all summer long.
Yeah, I got a feeling that we're going to have a few more John Joe Curley big hits about The Last Dance.
Because that's what he loves. He's so excited back there. Look at him. He's thrilled beyond belief.
Smiling with that.
He's like, you guys are driving the conversation. You're driving the conversation. And we'll just be playing our little Donna Summer. I'm determined to bring 1978 back between Strobe Light and Last
Murphy's bringing it back.
And that's what I was. Even I was a little kid back then. Here it is. But Tony approves of the toe tapper.
Great stuff, yeah.
There it is. All right. Well, keep it around for all summer long. Hit the disco floor. Cooler content next, and we have a new star in Buffalo. Press conference of the day. Charles Barkley pissing off Beyonce's mom. All coming up on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
If this is a last dance, what was the first dance? Is it
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The newest 49er wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, made his Papa and Lund debut last Friday after being drafted in the first round by the San Francisco 49ers. So to hear the latest from the Niners first rounder, check out that podcast and more. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you about Prize Picks, because the biggest moments in basketball are happening right now. So get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks, as you and the world's best players take the game to the new level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. Turn that $10 into $1,000. And get this, Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. Tonight, give me LeBron James as he's about to get swept by the Denver Nuggets to score more than 26.5 points. And how about we have the San Jose kid, Aaron Gordon, hit 1 3-pointer, and just like that, if both of those hit, you can cash in on Prize Picks. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. And always game responsibly.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Oh, I love me a good cooler of content. Did I just belch on the air, by the way? I love me a good cooler of content. And I will tell you this, too. I love me a good Todd Husak at 8:50 and Matt Barrows at 9:15. Mm-hmm. Niners. Hey, dude, we're only 4 months and a week away from the season starting. Not that far, actually.
Should we get like a clock right next to our Casino Matrix TV behind us, like a countdown until the 49ers season?
Sure.
The countdown begins.
Countdown to Blake Snell's next start.
Oh,
there you go.
When's that going to happen?
By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And you know, wherever there's a cooler of content, Charles Barkley will be there.
Guaranteed.
So the New Orleans Pelicans fought their way through. They lost to the Lakers. Then they took on the Kings, slayed the Kings. Everybody's excited for Zion and the Pels to make their debut.
Not so fast.
Only to get destroyed by the Oklahoma City Thunder, who appear to be, now granted, it could be their opposition, but they appear to be in this thing. Now they're up 3-0. They're looking to close them out tonight.
By the way, real quick, have you seen this new commercial of Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren?
No.
What a pro wants, what a pro needs.
No. Is it good?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty catchy, but they play it damn near every commercial.
What a pro needs. I kind of like that.
There it is.
It was 106-85 Saturday night. Thunder 106, Pelicans 85. And Barkley's like, bro, I can't sit here and watch this. So he's done. He buries the Pelicans, cut E here, Saturday night on TNT.
Disappointed in New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston where that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. We y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
Incredible riff from Barkley. Incredible. Some people know Galveston's the coastal town in Texas, south of Houston. And, it's like the Texas beach town, but Barkley ain't having it.
Texas beach town.
Did you hear, who's the guy, Shaq, one of those laughs, it might be Shaq's going,
oh, dude, that is Shaquille O'Neal just cackling in the background.
It's an incredible.
Not even laughing, just cackling.
It's kind of early on tone, like right after he goes, they're going to Galveston. You hear Shaq go like, was that it? Oh my God. What an isolation. Oh my God. Do it again. I can't get enough. That's a new laugh track.
The Shaq cackle.
So, Galveston, by the way, shout out my man Glenn Campbell. Do you know Glenn Campbell, Young Tone? Glenn Campbell? Come on.
Sounds familiar.
Like
Glenn Campbell.
Rhinestone cow.
There you go. He sang a song, Galveston, oh Galveston. Don't you hear? Actually, I think it's a tender song about a Vietnam soldier thinking about home. But anyway, the point is, here's the catch to this whole thing. So, among the many people from Houston, Texas is Beyonce Knowles.
Ooh, the Beehive is from Galveston, huh?
Well, so Beyonce Knowles' mom, I guess, lives down there. She's from Houston. And so Galveston's like their Lake Tahoe. But it's, you know.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's like their Lake Tahoe.
Yes, it is.
With
That's
that
where they go to
dirty-ass
the beach.
water?
Yes, that's where they go to the
That's
beach.
their Lake Tahoe.
And that's why Barkley's making fun of
Do
them.
they have stickers that say "Keep Galveston brown"?
Yes, they do.
Keep the water dirty.
That's where they go.
No,
That's their beach town, buddy.
It's their Lake Tahoe.
That's what they got. So apparently, this is an incredible turn of events. Jay-Z is watching Inside the NBA on TNT.
The Hove.
He sends a note to Beyonce's mom and says, "You're going to let him talk like this about your favorite beach town?" That reaches Barkley. This is like a high-level American pop culture moment. When Jay-Z tells Beyonce's mom, and then she comes at, listen here.
I don't want the beehive and Jay after Chuck. I apologize. I do not want the beehive and Jay after me.
So how do you like Galveston now? It's beautiful.
We're not going there. Would you go on vacation?
You've got a chance.
Hell no, I ain't going on vacation.
You've got a chance to wipe the slate clean here.
I would go to Galveston. That water's so dirty, I'd rather go to San Antonio. I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women. No, I'm not going to Galveston. I want to go to the beach down in the river walk and watch them big old women walk around San Antonio.
So you know what?
Oh, my God. Charles is on one. Saturday, the weekend was getting to him. First round blowouts are leading to some Barkley riffs.
And the double cackle again from Shaquille O'Neal in the background, just losing his mind. He had his head face first in the table when Charles starts talking about the woman down in San Antonio.
That's not going to, in 2024, bro, that's going to get you in trouble.
Oh, no. Charles has been doing this bit about San Antonio for years.
Oh, my goodness.
And about the churros and the females down there.
Okay, I don't know about the rest of the audience, but you're making my day, buddy. Hey, Glenn, this guy, first of all, what a voice. Second of all, those Jimmy Webb songs in the late 60s, hooks for days, dude. So, by the way, you guys ready for this? Marcus, as you sit in that chair, occupying this exalted spot in KNBR history, Glenn Campbell, friend of the program, Pebble Beach 2005, pre-Pauly, came on our show.
Wow.
That was American royalty, baby. Give me another Galveston hit right there. Yeah, Glenn Campbell. And he was getting near the end. He had a rough go. He had a tough time with dementia near the end. He did a very tender documentary about his battle with his loss of his mind. Glenn Campbell, bro. Studio musician for the Beach Boys. Hey now.
Wow.
This is royalty here, baby. All right, thank you for that. That's better than the dirty water that Barkley talks about. So Beyonce's mom.
Yeah, you'd think by now Beyonce has got to upgrade her mom to a better beach town than Galveston.
Exactly. But I think it's like your family. I can talk about my family, but you can't talk about my family.
Yeah, I get it. If anybody's out here trashing Santa Cruz, you know I'm coming for their neck.
Well, who would trash Santa Cruz?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I don't know if people are calling it the Bay Area's Galveston or not.
Or Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
All right. We told you guys there's a new hit. Keon Coleman was a well-regarded wide receiver out of Florida State. Some people thought the Niners might be in on him. They took Ricky Pearsall instead of him. So the Bills went ahead and snagged him. They need a receiver.
They need a wide receiver one badly.
Well, they got one with personality because he sat down wearing a bright yellow puffer, like a down jacket. And I guess before the interview started, some of the beat writers were like, hey, nice jacket. And he just started going off on his jacket. Listen to Keon Coleman's shopping tips and where to buy puffers here. Check it out.
Nah, man, you forgot I went to school in Michigan for 2 years? Guess where I got this from, though? That's what I'm saying. You got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
What time is it?
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? They be on sale on the rack. All the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Got you. I'm with you.
There's good Thanksgiving sales too. That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You gotta shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up, y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro. I'm just making sure. I'm hoping you ain't trying to set me up. Who we got going first?
This guy's a rock star already, man.
This thing on?
Well, so many riffs in there about, first of all, Macy's. When's the last time you heard Macy's, right? They're closing the one at Union Square here in San Francisco, sadly.
Yeah, the downfall of Macy's.
Dude, this guy's playing chess while we're playing checkers 2 seasons ahead. He's like, no, man. It's summer when you go buy your winter coat, And she's like, the woman goes, "Oh, I go there at Thanksgiving." He goes, "I don't know nothing about Thanksgiving."
He goes, nothing about those.
That's
Black
when you're
Friday
playing
deals.
those high prices. And so he goes, "I'll take you there personally." Is what he said.
Dude, I love this. And we know every year the NFL puts on like a rookie seminar where like teaching guys how to take care of their finances. Just let Keon Coleman speak to everybody.
Well, I like the way he's thinking 2 seasons ahead. I like the way he's going to be reading secondaries.
That's
he's going to be like, "Oh, I saw that safety. He thinks he's going there. I'm going to wait for that play, and then I'm going to go there."
I saw that spring sale on that North Face jacket.
It's so good.
You see, I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime.
Yep.
You got to shop a season or two before.
See?
Just in case, and they be cheaper. Because you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying?
He's so good. By the way, that went on. By the way, do you know when he was done, he went and hit the spread? He goes, "Can I hit that?" And they had like these, dude, so Buffalo. It was like these plastic bins of cookies you get at Safeway. Not like fancy baker. I'm sure like Santa Clara had some vegan, high-end $50 cookies or whatever because we're the Bay Area, right? Dude, these were those plastic bins that you buy for like Little League banquets at Safeway, you know? And he's like, "Can I have these?" And he picked up the plastic bin. He's like, and he cracked it and took out one of those, like, the bin probably cost like $4 or whatever. He's like, "Can I get in on this?"
I
He took
love
one
the
of those
fact that the
cookies.
Bills' first pick selected, because obviously they traded out of the first round with the Kansas Chiefs, but he's their first overall pick, and he's asking whether or not he can have some cookies from Safeway.
My bad, hold up. Y'all can hear me? This on or this off?
This guy's the star. He's the absolute star.
It's
Do we have
phenomenal.
time for Kittle? We don't. Should we get out on the clock or we do Kittle?
We got to be on the clock.
Okay.
We can
We'll do Kittle later. That was fun. Barkley, and Keon Coleman starred in the... Okay, it's been a while since we talked about the Giants. We got to revisit this homestand and what you're feeling. And Andy Bagley sending a warning shot I want to run past you as a pitcher.
Ooh.
I need your take.
Warning shots from Bags.
Next on The Sports Leader.
That water's so dirty, I'd rather go to San Antonio. I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's the set, the 1-1 pitch. There's a drive into deep right field. Way back there. Adios! The ball game is over. A walk-off 3-run homer for Patrick Bailey. And he has created a frenzy here at Oracle Park. The Giants went all through the night without scoring until just now. The fireworks have started early. Patrick Bailey with his second career walk-off home run.
Is this his Toby Keith, Red, White, and Blue? Nice. My man's a patriot.
This is a walk-up song.
My man, he doesn't love France. He doesn't love England. He loves the United States of America, which God bless him. Right?
And he loves calling ball game, Mirth. Patrick Bailey, a.k.a. Patty Barrels, a.k.a. Patrick Ballgame.
With Joey Bart in the crouch. And I said to Mike, and Mike took the high road. He's like, no, it's all respect. But of course, that's extra juice for him to do that with Joey Bart in the crouch. That's like, this is, as Deion Sanders said in 1994 at the Georgia Dome, this is my house.
Ooh.
Or as the guy said in that Tom Hanks movie, I'm the captain now.
You think when Patrick Bailey hit that bomb and started rounding the bases, he told Joey Bart,
Give me my theme music.
By the way, a little bit of turbulence there in Boulder already. A lot of kids leaving the program. But anyway, give me my theme music for sure. He threw up the 3 rounding second. We can meet after the show for my theory on that, but we won't discuss.
I'm not going into that.
Let's not get into it. All right, guys. But okay, so listen, 2 out of 3. I would have loved to sweep. They just can't get over 500, and it's going to be tough on this road trip. Boston's pitching great. Their starters have the lowest ERA in baseball. They're 4th in Major League Baseball in homers. I mean, it's Devers. It's funny. I looked at the 3 who are pitching for the Red Sox in this series. Bro, Criswell, Crawford, and Wichnowski. I got nothing on any of those guys. And I looked at their bios. None of those guys is a bonus baby first-round draft pick. They're just kind of stitching it together. But they're it's not like they're house on fire. They're 16-13.
Yeah.
Giants are 14-15.
And they're pitching it well right now, but so are the San Francisco Giants. The problem has been the run support. And that's something that we kind of knew was going to happen during the season. And that's why we knew if the Giants were going to be a competitive team, if they're going to be a playoff team, it's going to be with starting pitching. And Murph, we got a full display of that this past weekend.
Which leads to my tease, buddy. Thank you. And that is Andy Baggerly bumming me out.
Ooh.
Thanks, Bags.
What do you do? Call you out for saying the MLB?
Oh. Nice one, buddy. Very nice. He's already sounding the alarm on inning totals.
Uh-oh.
That Keaton Wynn, Jordan Hicks, and Kyle Harrison have to be monitored for innings. Ooh. And here's his argument. Keaton Wynn has never thrown more than 127 innings in a professional season. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's number 1. Kyle Harrison has never thrown more than 113 innings in a professional season. That's number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Hicks, we know, is a reliever.
Yes.
And his professional high ever was back in 2017, bro. Where were you in 2017? He threw 105 innings in A ball. So now we get to that point in the season where already we're thinking about, oh, God, this has been so great. Oh, I can't wait for Hicks's next start. I can't wait for Harrison's next start. I can't wait for Keaton Wynn's next start. And Bags is accurately, unfortunately, stating, well, not so fast. So now you got to start thinking about the long run of, do you shorten? Like, for example, Keaton Wynn came out 6 innings, 80 pitches on Sunday. Weren't you like, bro, where are you, why 86 innings, 80 pitches? That's, in any other world, that's an automatic green light. Get back out there, right?
Mm-hmm. And even Jordan Hicks was pulled after 6 innings. Now, Susan
apparently
Slusser said after the game that he was dealing with a little bit of tightness.
Which I hated to hear. But they said Sunday, I was left side tightness Saturday night. Melvin said he should be good to go Friday in Philly, but I'd stay tuned. Mm-hmm. We've also heard Alex Cobb was supposed to be good to go, too.
Yeah.
So stay tuned on that.
More setbacks for Cobby.
But anyway, point is, okay, obviously Robbie Ray is coming in. Now, we don't know. Is he going to, with the tight pants and all that, is he going to be ready to jump in and throw, 7 innings?
Ooh, I don't think he's going 7 straight off the bat when you're recovering from Tommy John surgery.
No.
Like, of course, we'll have to monitor his progress, see how much he throws in Sacramento and how much they build him up before calling him up to the big leagues. But that is a sign of relief that at least you're going to get some backup coming mid-season, whether it's Robbie Ray or Alex Cobb,
right.
if he does get healthy.
So they're talking about now, already thinking about skipping a few of these guys in rotations to monitor.
Can you afford to skip a guy in your rotation, especially right now with the Blake Snell injury?
Can we get John Joe Curley to slide in from his thing? Does this mean, the good news is, Curley, more Dalton Jeffries in your life, buddy. More Dalton Jeffries, right? So
I don't have any John Joe Curley sounders, but I'm sure it sounded a lot like Tim Ryan when you heard the name Dalton
Well,
Jeffries.
the Giants don't have a starter for tomorrow. They could start Kyle Harrison on regular rest, but they have this off day to play with. And given this story that Bags wrote, I would imagine buying him a day would be a good thing. But for you, buddy, I mean, listen, this is your chosen profession. You wanted to take pitching as far as it could take you.
Mm-hmm.
You got to the college level. You wound up having Tommy John. Are you a believer that a guy who's thrown all three of those guys, that those numbers of innings pitched they've pitched in a season should be heavily scrutinized and should govern them going forward? Or the counter to that is, you're young, you got a live arm, it's your job, it's baseball, go. That's the counter. Which do you go with?
I'm somewhere in between, and I know that's not a great hot take radio angle to have. John Joe Curley always says pick a side, but I think it's different. I think you got to go case by case. With Kyle Harrison, I want to see him get over 150 innings this year.
Okay, so Kyle has quoted in the story as saying he has targeted in his own brain between 150 and 180.
Perfect, and I would love for that to happen, and Kyle has already talked to us about it. He's talked to the media about how he wants to work into the sixth inning of the game each and every outing, and when you're the top left-handed pitching prospect in baseball, let the kid play. I hated the pitch count they had him on last year. I hated the inning restriction they had him on last year. So maybe that contributes to his growth this year. But I think Kyle is one of those guys where you take the training wheels off and let him go.
You know, it's funny you say that. One of the things Bags brings up in the story is, should the Giants be criticized for limiting him so much through the minors? And he said it's a fair question. That if they kind of made this bed themselves by really governing him when he was coming up.
Yeah.
They didn't let him, they would keep him to like 4 innings and stuff. You know?
I remember going out to games and seeing him pitch like 30, 40, 50 pitches. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You're a week away from calling this kid up. Let him throw more than 50 pitches in a game.
So the Giants are open to criticism there.
But also, we've now seen a regime change where it's not Gabe Kapler and Andrew Bailey with the iPads. Now it's Brian Price and Bob Melvin. And it seems like with their mentality, with their kind of thought process, that they will allow a guy like Kyle Harrison to not only work deeper into games, but maybe accumulate some of those extra innings as the season goes on. I think they're going to have that same kind of approach with someone like Keaton Winn, who we saw have a really good second half of the season last year. We've seen how good of a start he's gotten off to this year, and he's the guy that's always been built up to be a starting pitcher. Where it starts to get tricky is Jordan Hicks. And listen, we knew that this was going to be an issue when Farhan signed him this offseason, and they talked about making the transition between the bullpen and a starting pitcher. Any guy going from the bullpen to the starting rotation is going to have question marks about how many innings he can throw in a season, whether or not that velocity is going to translate, and at some point this year, we're going to start to see a decline in that velocity because of the workload, which I always thought was a good problem to have when we mention Robbie Ray, when we mention Alex Cobb, and we talk about the kind of uncertainty in the 8th inning with your bullpen. Worst case scenario, to me, you could always move Jordan Hicks to the 8th inning. But right now, he's pitching so well as a starter, you don't want to take him out of that rotation.
Well, multiple texters, 831-209-916, have all said, guys, 6-man rotation is the answer. And that's something, the Dodgers are doing it.
Yeah,
but you wouldn't take it off the table.
But then that also pushes back Logan Webb a day.
Mm-hmm.
And Webb's a guy that led Major League Baseball in innings pitched last year and wants to get over 200 innings each and every year. So do you really want to delay Logan Webb a day?
Do I go to the old Ralph Barbieri line when he used to argue with Brian Sabian, the great Brian Sabian, about Tim Lincecum? They protected him early on. And Ralph had a famous rant. Maybe you can find it. He's not made of porcelain. He's not made of porcelain. That was his big line, which was incredible, too. It was really funny. And it's true. I mean, I got P1 Chuck saying, guys used to go 300 innings in 4 men. And I bet the new heads would tell you, yeah, go see how their injury history was. Now, I don't know how, there's Nolan Ryans and there's Roger Clemenses and there's always outliers.
Of course.
But they would tell you that too many guys blew out their arms then and didn't last as long. Like how long did John D'Acquisto last? Just picking a name out of the hat. So anyway, Hicks says his goal is to exceed 130 innings and then figure it out. So anyway, I'm just letting you guys know we're kind of on the clock. You know what I mean? Like like our show, the Giants starting pitchers are on the clock.
Unlike Camilo Doval.
But we get a texter said, was I the only one rooting for a 3-run homer from Joey Bart? The answer is yes. You are the only one, bro. It's like when Walter wore his Pirates jersey on the day of the Giants Pirates series. I'm like, wait, are you with the terrorists? Are you with us? You know what I mean?
He's a Clemente guy. Come on.
Clemente.
Are you with the terrorists?
It's all great. I mean, I love Clemente too, just not when he's playing my squad.
Yeah. I did want to see Joey Bart be more successful than he was this weekend. 0 for 4, only got to start one game, and we mentioned it, had to sit behind home plate for that Patrick Bailey walk-off on Friday night.
2-0 says you start Logan Webb every 5th game, and you rotate the other 5 around him.
Okay.
That's one way to go.
Let's piece it together.
All right. Well, anyway, just letting you guys know that's our situation. But, man, it has been delightful this whole month. I know 14 and 15 is not what we wanted, and Jorge Soler has been stranding fools by the boatload, and he even addressed it on Friday night after his tank, by the way. Shout out memories of Andres Galarraga. You were out there for that thing. It's got to be the longest one you've seen by a Giant.
By a Giant at that ballpark?
Do you think it is?
I would probably say so. I mean, that was getting
443. It seemed longer.
It seemed like it was getting him to the top row of the bleachers.
It's like all 443s are not created equal. Like that was a gigantic blast. I heard Ron Wotus on with Marty in between their River Islands plugs, by the way. Mm-hmm. And he was saying, Galarraga. He said, you know who else he saw hit one up there? Bumgarner. He saw Bumgarner hit him up there.
BP or real life
he didn't
in a game?
say. I think he meant BP. But point is that Bumgarner had that kind of strength, that Haas strength.
Country strength.
Yeah. So anyway, Soler's been stranding, but the starting pitching's been absolutely what a bonus after last year's freaking openers. No John Brebbia. You went Friday night, you watched Kyle Harrison carve.
Deal.
Saturday night, you watched Jordan Hicks carve.
Deal.
And Sunday, you watched Keaton Wynn carve.
Deal. Let's make a deal.
And tomorrow night, Logan Webb goes.
Webby, baby. Let's
go. In Boston, right?
I love this rotation.
So there you go, man. Anyway, just wanted to address it there, buddy. We'll see how they attack this situation going forward. All right, let's attack the draft. Todd Husak did a great job with Papa and Lund covering the draft. It was great to hear him. We had him on before the draft. We'll have him on after the draft next. And then Matt Barrows. So Niner fans, hunker down, rip off the knob on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Tim Lincecum, I'm saying this for everybody right now, is not made out of porcelain.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about making your money work harder for you with Provident Credit Union. Check out Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate. Yep, for a limited time, you can select a term of either 3, 6, or 9 months and earn an impressive 4.75% annual percentage yield, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. Yep, you heard me right, up to 4.75%. It's the perfect opportunity to achieve your short-term savings goals while enjoying a high dividend rate. With Provident's Pick a Term certificate, you have the flexibility to choose the term that suits you best. So, whether you're saving for a vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Visit them at providentcu.org or swing by a branch for more details. And if you're in the Oakland area, there's a new location at Temescal Plaza. Don't wait. Secure your financial future today. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providencecu.org.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the draft is over. All that hype, and there you go. And the 49ers came out of it. How? Question mark. That's our ask of our next guest, our friend Todd Husak, the former Stanford quarterback, played in the NFL, was at a Rose Bowl, sat in with Papa and Lund. Probably out of all those things, Todd, Rose Bowls and big games and NFL training camps, NFL games, probably the biggest thrill was sitting with Papa and Lund in the same room, right, on Thursday? Good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, morning, Todd.
Great. Good morning. That was a thrill. It was a lot of film breakdown last week, and to get in the room with those two guys, I mean, Papa is such a steel trap of knowledge, and he can pick out a game and the year and the play. It was a little intimidating, but I think I did okay. Had my notes. I was ready, and wasn't ready for the Michael Penix Jr. pick, but everything else I think I was prepared for.
Let's just stay on that one real quick. I mean, as we sit here, 4 nights later, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so 4 nights later, any more feelings about it? I mean, does it mean Kirk Cousins is the way his contract is structured? He's only going to be there for a year or two. I mean, Penix is already a little bit older. I don't know. What do you think?
I think there's two ways teams approach a top 10 pick. They either pick for need and take the best player that fits their system at that, or they pick the best available player. If there's a guy that just totally stands out, even if it's not necessarily a need, they bring him in and he'll play and contribute early. That pick accomplished neither. That's one of the most bizarre draft picks I think I've seen. They didn't tell Kirk Cousins, which causes a problem for him, and people might say, oh, he can get over it. And I think he'll be a pro. But I was in a quarterback room my rookie year, Brad Johnson coming off a Pro Bowl season, took him to the playoffs with the Redskins, comes in, and instead of extending his contract, he was in the last year, they brought in Jeff George, who thought he was a starter. And so there was serious tension in that room throughout the whole season. It wasn't good for anybody. I don't think this will be that extreme, but clearly Kirk Cousins wasn't happy. The fans were really not happy. And I don't think there's any logical reason. Like, you can't explain that pick to me and have it make sense. It's just a total miss. Now, and Penix, I like him a lot. I think he might be a good pro. He certainly has the skills to be a good pro, but I don't think that's good for him either. Just a bizarre pick. I don't see the logic in it.
Yeah, Todd, I think regardless of what team you root for, all NFL fans were kind of shocked by that Michael Penix pick. But here in the Bay Area, I know there were some 49er fans that were shocked by the Ricky Pearsall draft pick, number 31 overall, especially with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel still on the roster. What was your reaction to that pick?
Well, it's interesting. Right before the pick, we were all talking receiver, and we named 3 guys that were still on the board, and Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell, and Keon Coleman as maybe the most likely guys off the board. We didn't even mention Ricky Pearsall, and they made the pick. And then afterward, we got a chance to download with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I think you got some insight into why they made that pick. Number one, they love his toughness, and I think that there's an article that David Lombardi wrote in January, I think, about the vision statement that the Niners put together years ago to help guide their free agent signings and how they coach and how they draft. It's a fascinating article where they brought in a Stanford professor to help kind of brainstorm and put together a clear vision. And one of the things on that list is toughness. And Lynch talked about it. Kyle talked about it. He's not a game breaker. You don't see him run behind corners very much, but he's a tough guy who will go over the middle and make the catch. He's super athletic. John Lynch also talked about his discussions with Herm Edwards, who he's close to, who recruited Ricky Pearsall at Arizona State, and he loved him. So there were some other factors that I think led to that draft pick, but he'll come in and compete and be tough and add some depth to that wide receiver room, which right now is pretty darn strong. We'll see if there are any changes before the start of the season. But and Kyle said it after the draft. Anytime you can add a really good football player to your team, you're going to be in good shape. So I think that's how they view it. They really liked his athleticism and toughness and think he can add something different to that wide receiver room.
Just second guessing, was there a player on the board that you thought, that guy might have fit better?
I really liked A.D. Mitchell's tape from Texas. I thought he was he showed some downfield speed. I think a good route runner, good hands. But the more you watch Ricky Pearsall, you can see why they like him. He made a lot of athletic catches, a lot of catches over the middle where he knew he was going to get popped, took some big shots and bounced right back up. Was productive at Florida, was productive at Arizona State. I thought one of the best ads for him, I don't know if you saw C.J. Stroud's reaction.
Yeah, we talked about that Friday. Yeah, that was great.
That when you have a Pro Bowl quarterback in the league who's young and really wants that guy, I think that shows you his talent and how he resonates with other players in the league.
And Todd, we saw all the highlights of Ricky and all the crazy catches that he made down at Florida, going back to Arizona State when he was teammates with Brandon Ayuk. But when you are looking at his skill set, is he a receiver that's built more in the mold of Brandon Ayuk, or do you think he has more of a similar skill set to someone like Deebo Samuel?
That's a good question. I think he's in the middle. That's a cop-out. I don't know if there's another receiver in the league who's like Deebo Samuel. I mean, that guy's just a different cut. He's a running back at wide receiver who can break tackles and do a lot after the catch. And I think what he brings from a mental side and the toughness side really energizes the whole 49er offense. But Ayuk being the game breaker and the downfield guy, I don't know if Pearsall's like that either. He's almost like a combination. He's good with the ball in his hands, but I think between the hashes, between the numbers, that's really where he excelled at Florida. He's a good route runner, really strong hands. I think he jumped 42 inches at the combine or 41 inches, so really athletic. So he's kind of a mixture. Not the game breaker that Ayuk is, not the tough runner that Deebo is, but he has elements of both.
Talking to Todd Husak, of course, the longtime Stanford analyst and quarterback and NFL quarterback, and was doing our coverage with Greg Papa and John Lund, which was a lot of fun, and I listened to it. It was great. And so there was more than just Ricky Pearsall, obviously, and just overall in terms of need, for me, it was like they needed offensive line, corner, and I also thought they needed a receiver, and they addressed those with the top three. So did you feel like they were checking boxes? Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney were like, okay, we need a corner check. We need an O-lineman check. Or so drafted more for need than best available?
Yeah, I think they did check those boxes. And again, I don't know if Green was on many people's boards. He was not rated as maybe the top one or two corners left available at the time they picked him. You watch his tape, that guy is a stud. Great in press coverage. Again, a great ad for him. He shut down Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, which nobody else did the entire season last year. He is tough, good tackler. So I think brings that element where he can come in, he can play in the slot, he can play outside. He takes some chances, but he is a physical football player and a sure tackler on the perimeter. And then, the offensive lineman, I think they addressed twice in the draft. And I really like the guy at USC, Jared Kingston. You watch his tape. I think he played both. He played guard and tackle. I think he's much more of an interior guy, but plays low, plays tough, good pop, and finishes. I mean, again, you can see sort of the theme throughout is they like tough guys who finish and are going to come in and compete. And I think both the offensive linemen are going to come in and do that.
And whether we're talking about Dominic Pooney, whether we're talking about Jared Kingston, who just mentioned, they also signed an undrafted free agent, Drake Nugent, center out of Michigan. Were you surprised that the 49ers didn't address the outside tackle position and focus more on their interior line?
It's a good question. Yes and no. I think it was a very deep offensive tackle draft at the high end, and I think 7 went in the first round. And those are guys who can come in and compete for a starting job day one. Once you got to that next group of 10, I think there are some question marks about everybody, where the guys they drafted are a little bit more ready to play. One of the other themes of their draft, their top 3 picks were fifth-year senior, sixth-year senior. They like guys with experience who are going to come in and maybe be a little more mature and ready to compete, as opposed to raw and need a lot of coaching. Would they need some more tackle depth? I think Trent Williams, will see how much longer he has. I don't know if there was a guy available who would come in and be that long-term tackle position, where I think they found some guys who might be or have the ability to be longer-term interior answers.
And then, Todd, as we wrap it up here, before I let you go, is they didn't trade Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. Now, it doesn't mean they didn't take a call or two, but John Lynch was sort of, I don't know, I want to say definitive afterwards. He's like, no, we weren't looking to shop him. Now, I'm a Mike Silver guy. I trust that he's talking to a lot of people and that the Niners might have been shopping these guys, and they don't want to make a big deal out of it and ruin Deebo's, mood or mind. But given what it's like in an NFL locker room, what the big business is like, what was your view of the trade rumors and the fact that they didn't make a trade?
Yeah, a lot of talk around it. I think you have to look. Coach Shanahan and John Lynch came in afterward. We're always going to listen. If we can make our team better, we're going to take a call and discuss it. It sounds like nobody met their price, so they're better off with the guys in that room, which I think the 49er offense last year, it's almost the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Ayuk and Deebo are great players. McCaffrey, I think, best running back in the NFL. Kittle had a great year last year, putting up numbers. But together, all of those guys, they put so much pressure on a defense that the defense cannot stop one of them. They have to choose how they're going to lose or give up points. And Coach Shanahan is so good at installing game plans to take advantage of that. So I think you guys were talking about the last dance and the last run this year and before Brock Purdy gets his new contract. Keeping that core together is critical to having that sustained success. Losing one piece, I think, not just, all right, how do you replace Ayuk? Can you replace Ayuk and be as successful as they were last year? I think the answer is no. So they need to figure out a way to keep those guys together for one more year. And hopefully, I think the risk is, does Brandon Ayuk hold out with some of the recent contract extensions of his peers in St. Brown and Green and Philly? Does he hold out and not risk injury to get that one big payday that receivers, or really any player, is looking for, but receivers in general, because their career can be short with injury? That is the risk. And so how do they manage that? Can they keep everybody together? by the way, I saw once they sign their draft picks, Brock Purdy will be the 55th highest cap hit this year. That is going to change. So,
I mean, on the Niner roster?
On the Niner roster.
I thought you meant in the league.
No.
No.
I know. I was
Brock
kidding.
Purdy is the 55th highest cap hit on the 49er roster this year once they sign their draft picks.
Oh, my God.
That will look much different next year. Yeah. So how do they keep everybody together, focused, and make another run, which they've done? I think you give a lot of credit to Coach Shannon, people calling for his head or John, like, it is hard to win in the NFL. It's even harder to win consistently. They've run into a great Chiefs team and some other team, last year with the injury, 2 seasons ago with the Brock Purdy injury against the Eagles, but they have put together a sustained winning program and franchise. I trust that they will figure out a way to keep it together. It might not look the same, but adding pieces in the draft has been a huge part of them finding guys in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round who play at a Pro Bowl level. And time will tell. Well, I'll break down the draft in 3 years. With
Right,
you guys.
exactly. Let's book you. We're going to book you for 4/29/27. All right, buddy?
Perfect.
All right.
I'll be ready because there were a lot of teams in 2021 who thought they had their guy at quarterback and we're going to move forward. And here we are 3 years later. 4 out of the 5 first-round quarterbacks are no longer even with the team. So it's the draft is not easy, but they've been able to find success later in the round and build a competitive winning roster over the last 3-4 seasons.
And we'll see how long the 49ers can truly keep the band together. Did not trade either Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel during the draft. But, Todd, just to wrap it up, they did make one trade on day 2 that made 49er fans a little uncomfortable, and that was making a trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. Did you have any issues with them being trade partners with the enemy?
Not unless they wanted that tackle out of BYU, which the Chiefs took. It was pretty funny, but one of my favorite moments of the first round was when the Bills traded with the Chiefs, and the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy. Papa was beside himself. How can you do that, Buffalo? This is the team that's beaten you, and you're giving them the fastest player in the history of the NFL Combine. He was not happy with the Bills' move there. I didn't have a big issue with the Niners trading back one pick. They got their guy in Green, and we'll see. Again, time will tell how this draft plays out, but I didn't have any issue with it. They got their guy, maybe built a little draft capital in the process. And I think the 49ers fans, it might not be the sexiest draft with a bunch of big names, but you watch the tape, these guys are tough guys who will come in and compete and make the team better.
Todd, great breakdown. Great work all week, man. We hope to hear more from you as the football season marches on. Now you get to go back and not watch film. Enjoy.
Yeah, spend more time with my family. Last week I was in my cave breaking down tape. And
Out of the cave he comes.
Back.
The sun is out. The blue sky is blue. Be good. Be good, Todd.
Thanks, Todd.
All right, guys. Take care.
There he is. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Yeah, that Chiefs trade. Again, you heard the Belichick story. Just do business with your own, right?
Yeah, you got to worry about yourself.
Yeah, but it is a little weird, I mean, although you heard my call, Xavier Worthy will not be a dominant NFL receiver. Boy, that one could come back to bite me.
Save that clip, Tony.
Save that one for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, you hear Todd. So again, like some people ask, like, what grade do you give the Niners? What grade? I'm like, well, first of all, I mean, again, acknowledging the fact that it's the stupidest thing in the world to give a grade because he just told us 4 of the 5 first-round draft picks. So what grades did the Jets get when they took Zach Wilson? What grade did the Niners get when they took Trey Lance? What grade did the Bears get when they took Justin Fields, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all that said, I do more of like a pass-fail for the Niners. Just give them a pass. It's like some grades you take, some classes you take for no grade, pass or fail. Just give me the pass. Just slide me through.
Yeah, I can tell you one grade that's not on the traditional grading scale that I got a lot throughout my educational career. An I for incomplete.
Oh, nice. Marcus Incomplete Boucher.
That's it. Draft grades on the 49ers. Incomplete.
Arrow Summer School.
Yeah. Shout out to my guys down at summer school. Summer school was a blast, man.
We got great news because football voices everywhere. And tomorrow at 8:30, the youngster, Steve Young, will join us. Bro, I love the quarterback out of Wisconsin, Tanner Mordecai.
They should have took that tackle out of BYU.
I know, right? Seriously, BYU guy. Niners did sign undrafted free agent, including a quarterback out of Wisconsin named Tanner Mordecai. You mentioned the center, Drake Nugent. He was a big part of that Michigan mauling offensive line.
And as I mentioned earlier, Daniel Jeremiah has him ranked as the 120th best player in the draft, and he went completely undrafted.
Damn. T.O.'s kid, Tariq Owens out of Missouri State. Who knows? Guys have come up and done their thing. And then they signed a tight end. Now, this is the big thing. I'd say the one big miss on this is they did not address tight end depth unless they somehow believe, the same way they believe in Colton McKivitz more than you do, unless they believe Cameron Latu has a comeback in him or Braden Willis. I mean, those are two guys they drafted last year.
I was going to say the way Kyle Shanahan spoke about Cameron Latu yesterday when he was asked about whether or not he was going to be the number 2 tight end.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I mean,
it was pretty similar to that answer.
Pretty harsh answer. He's in that Kyle Shanahan doghouse, which Brandon Ayuk knew well. It's tough to be in the doghouse, man.
Yeah, you're trying to get up to that kennel in the sky, Murph.
Yeah, wow. Shout out Jeannie Bobbitt again. Double tap, point to the sky. Cow Palace. That was back to the earlier, what did Young Tone learn today? So anyway, so they signed undrafted free agents, guys, are people to keep your eyes on. They sometimes make the team, and they sometimes can be dudes. So in general, what I liked, I was sitting there, where was I Friday when they were making those picks? I had something going on, so I was only learning about it on my phone. And the corner out of Florida State, told you I just like the name, Renardo Green. And then, it seemed like that story about him locking up Malik Neighbors, that goes a long way. The third rounder out of Kansas, I mean, what do they say? They say he didn't give up a sack in 700, but he's more of an interior lineman in the NFL projections than a tackle.
Exactly.
Perhaps.
That's the draft breakdown I've seen on him so far, and I will give a shout out to Todd Husak, Greg Papa, John Lund, and everybody who participated in the KNBR draft coverage on Friday. At the ballpark, I tuned in on YouTube for Dieter Kurtenbach, Tracy Sandler, and our guy JD. And of course, Dieter Kurtenbach was not a fan of the Dominic Puny draft.
Well, he's a Missouri guy, so he knows his O lineman from the Big 12.
He watches a lot of Kansas ball, and he was not.
I think what happened was Dieter went home after gushing about Ricky Pearsall, and then he went home and he didn't sleep a wink that night. He tossed and turned. He said, "I praised something. I got to come back tomorrow, both guns blazing."
I mean, I was shocked. Dieter said Ricky Pearsall might be the best wide receiver in this draft.
Yeah,
I'm like, better than Marvin Harrison.
And then he got home and he freaked out and came back and said, "Whoever they take tomorrow, I'm ripping." So we shall see. But again, we know the Niners have had less success in those earlier rounds than they've had in the later rounds.
That is true.
So keep your eyes on Jarrett Kingston, the guard out of USC. Tatum Bethune, the linebacker out of Florida State, and Jacob Cowing, the wide receiver out of Arizona. Not to mention Malik Mustafa, the safety out of Wake Forest, and even Isaac Guerrero, the running back out of Wisconsin, who apparently Wisconsin/Louisville, who apparently can run and was hurt. And then when he got healthy last year, looked good.
Yeah, 49ers added a lot of speed. And yeah, I do want to keep an eye on Malik Mustafa, because Mustafa is a great name to have on the back of your jersey.
Yes,
but also, it brings up questions that we could talk to Matt Barrows about the future of guys like Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown.
Seems like the beat writers are making no bones about it. Hufanga's on the clock. Matt Barrows, the great Matt Barrows. He made it. He made it through a draft. We'll get his breakdown next on The Sports Leader.
Let Brock cook.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
Our good buddy Steve Moskowitz is on the line bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you cannot pay your taxes or when you didn't file your taxes?
Well, we have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We're going to explain everything we want to do for you. And, the words of one of your listeners, I spoke to him about a week ago, and I told him what to do to fix his problem. And he said, "That's it?" I said, "Yeah, that's it." He said, "So simple?" I said, "Yeah, it's so simple." He just couldn't get over what a simple fix. And he's been suffering with this for years. And the way I take a look at it is take a look at like it was a medical doctor. And you were suffering from a medical problem. You finally break down and go to the doctor, and he says, "Oh, that's a simple fix. Here, just take this pill." Imagine what that could do. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Just call me up and say, "Hey, Steve, here's my situation. We'll talk about it. It's a free consultation. There's no obligation. If you don't like something I say, you can hang up on me. But chances are you will like it, and you'll ask me to go ahead and do it for me. And think about it. You put all your tax problems in the rearview mirror. It's so simple. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and call.
Well, there it is. It's right there. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Keaton Wynn, a.k.a. Keaton Him, as my guy Murph referred to him today in his Hum Baby selection. Stopped by Talking Baseball with Marty Lurie this past weekend to talk about his start to the season and the Giants' upcoming East Coast road trip. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, there it is. That was the Bochy song back in the day, 2007, when he came to town. Ricky Pearsall, joining the great Rickies in Niner history, along with Ricky Jean-Francois. And former Heisman Trophy winner Ricky Bell, USC, right? Oh, well, he was never a Niner. I digress. Let's get from Ricky to Matty. Matt Barrows of The Athletic, who just covered another draft. How many is that? Like 50 for you, buddy? Good morning, Matt. Huh? What's that?
My first one was Quame Harris, I believe was the first draft pick I got to witness in person.
Well, that right there alone just summarizes the draft. I mean, that Quame Harris was a first-round draft pick, and it just like, Lynch actually used the phrase this weekend, throwing darts, didn't he, at one point?
Yeah, he did.
It's like, I was like, you're a highly paid GM, and you're admitting you're just throwing darts.
It's the future. The future is unknowable, Murph. But back in 2003, interestingly enough, the second-round draft pick was Anthony Adams, a defensive tackle out of Penn State, who called the second and third round picks over the weekend for the 49ers, and now he's known as Spice Adams. But back then, he was just Anthony Adams.
He's quite the colorful character, too. So if they can draft some personalities like this, that'll be fun. All right, Matt, let's go big picture. Of all the picks, which one do you think has the most sort of quote-unquote sizzle? And by that, I mean like draft nicks loved him, beat writers loved him. It was the savviest pick on paper.
Yeah, I might have to go with Malik Mustafa, the first of the trio of fourth-round picks. I've been describing him as a kind of latter-day version of Dante Whitner in that he's not a very tall guy. He's kind of short, but he's there. He's rocked up, muscular, kind of zooms in out of the secondary for tackles. He will light you up, and he's a smart guy too, just like Dante Whitner is, and sort of played all over the field in Wake Forest defense. And with Talanoa Hufanga coming off the ACL, they don't know what's going to happen with Tashawn Gibson. He's still a free agent. Some question marks at safety, and you can absolutely see this guy having a role as a rookie. And I think special teams for sure, but I think a defensive role is certainly not out of the question for him, even in his first year.
Yeah, and Matt, you're absolutely right. There are questions going into this season with Talanoa Hufanga, starting off with how that knee is recovering from the torn ACL. But I also had questions after they drafted Jair Brown last year because, to me, they seem like similar type safeties. So what do you think Mustafa fills in that role, and what do you think that means for the future of both Brown and Hufanga?
Yeah, I mean, and you could say the same thing about Talanoa Hufanga. I mean, all of these guys they drafted, if you had to say, are they strong safeties or free safeties, you would say strong because they are strong around the line of scrimmage. They're really good tacklers. They aren't as distinguished as center fielders, and the 49ers really haven't drafted that type of player in a while. But Hufanga showed that he can play very well down the field. I mean, a lot of times it goes more toward brain power than it does 40 speed. And Hufanga, reacts quickly to pass plays. He probably plays faster than he times, and he's shown that he can play down the field. He can play that coverage, and I think the 49ers feel that the other two guys are the same way, and that they can kind of be paired up and used interchangeably. They really don't have a deep safety and a strong safety role. Both positions have to be good at everything. I'm still wondering about Gibson. He's going to be 34 when the season begins. He admitted to kind of being, not having much gas left in the tank at the end of this last season, long season for the 49ers. I'm sure he is going to wait until the very last minute to make a decision about whether he plays or not, and I think the 49ers probably would welcome him back. Just his veteran presence would be a nice foil to all the young guys at that position.
Talking to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, covering another Niner draft where there's no obvious starter in any of these here. So we kind of like looking at guys maybe for 2025, which leads to the 2024 roster construction, which leads to Debo and Ayuk. And so you were there, front row seat, all the rumors all week. Are the Niners going to trade Brandon Ayuk? Are they going to trade Debo Samuel? We're shifting. And they're not going to trade either. I'd love your view of this, and I guess it's a two-part question. One, how did you view the whole week of drama given those two guys? And then two, is it over, or is there still a possibility?
I mean, I think it's over. I mean, I was always likening it to 2 years ago when Debo Samuel was looking for that big contract, and, it was even more sort of rancorous than the Ayuk has been. He demanded a trade and did the thing where he erased the team from social media, this, that, and the other. That seemed more likely. And they got some really interesting offers that year. The Jets offered them the number 10 overall pick for Debo Samuel and a second-round pick, which is why the 49ers didn't do it. I believe that the best offer they got for Brandon Ayuk during the draft was a second-rounder. So not even close to what they would have needed to even begin the conversation. So in the end, all the rumors, all the chatter, it was a bit of a big flop. The phone calls came, but nobody was intent on asking the 49ers for really what they would have required. And the 49ers were clear about that since the Combine. So I don't know. It seemed like much ado about nothing, just like it was in 2022. At one point, though, John Lynch is getting all of these kind of trade questions, Ayuk questions, Debo questions, and he says, rhetorically or to us, why us? Why are we always the ones that are kind of included in all these trade discussions? There are other receivers out there, CeeDee Lamb, for example, same draft class as Brandon Ayuk, who don't have contracts right now. And the answer to that is that the 49ers encourage these types of phone calls. They want to be in the conversations. They want to know what other teams are doing. They want information, so they never kind of sort of bat away trade questions from the media. So they sort of create this atmosphere themselves, which is why you have these rumors and reports and, hey, watch out for Debo Samuel being traded today, types of things. That's sort of the atmosphere that they've created.
And even with all those trade rumors, the 49ers still went out and invested their first-round draft pick in a wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, out of Florida. Now, Matt, do you view this as a pick that's going to be a replacement eventually for Debo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk, or do you think this is Kyle Shanahan adding an extra element to this offense?
No, I think he's eventually going to replace one of those guys. I mean, I think it's going to be the same trio of guys at that position, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings for this season. But next season, you don't know. I mean, Juwan Jennings is going to be an unrestricted free agent. Brandon Ayuk right now doesn't have a long-term contract, although I think he is going to have one before training camp really gets underway. Debo Samuel is the one that I think might be departing next year. The 49ers have, I guess you would call it an escape clause in that contract that allows them to get out of it with kind of minimal damage. You look at Ricky Pearsall's tape from Florida. They used him a lot of times like Debo Samuel. He's not the runner that Debo Samuel is, but he certainly was used on end arounds and tunnel screens and little pitches and things like that. I think he's a nice amalgam of Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. And I think that the future is one of Ayuk and Pearsall. And, I think that Pearsall has that trait that Kyle Shanahan really loves. It's the reason why he drafted Dante Pettis in the second round in 2018. It's the reason why he traded up for Ayuk. And they are very, very smooth, very precise route runners who create separation. And you saw the chemistry that Brock Purdy has with Brandon Ayuk. I think the 49ers envision another receiver in Pearsall that can develop that sort of chemistry. So everything's going to be revolving around Brock Purdy for I don't know how many years beyond this one, but certainly the near future is all sort of Purdy-centric. So if you can bring in not one but two wide receivers who really have a connection with the quarterback, I think that's what the 49ers are shooting for.
That outstanding answer took us right up to the clock, but I have to squeeze in a 45-second, 30-second answer on the tight end. They didn't draft one. Does that mean Kittle stays for another year, or what's going on here?
Oh yeah, I don't know if they've got any choice.
Yeah.
It's Kittle, and I don't think that they were blown away by Cameron Latu last year. It's Kittle and Eric Saubert. So you might want to go out and buy that Eric Saubert jersey.
Bone up on your Saubert. Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know if they have any other options. They did bring in an undrafted guy from Furman, who's a former basketball player. I think he's like 6'7" or something like that. Definitely a project, but I mean that's the only tight end that they brought in this weekend.
Well, that sounds like a topic for a future discussion, Maddie. Great job, fun conversation. Great job covering it in The Athletic. Enjoy your post-draft bliss. All right, buddy?
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There he is, Matt Veros of The Athletic. Read him, everybody. Read him. Let's react to that next on The Sports Leader.
There's some element to just throwing more darts and seeing who sticks. So.
Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And I think that the future is one of Ayuk and Pearsall. And, I think that Pearsall has that trait that Kyle Shanahan really loves. It's the reason why he drafted Dante Pettis in the second round in 2018. It's the reason why he traded up for Ayuk. And they are very, very smooth, very precise route runners who create separation. And you saw the chemistry that Brock Purdy has with Brandon Ayuk. I think the 49ers envision another receiver in Pearsall that can develop that sort of chemistry. So everything's going to be revolving around Brock Purdy for I don't know how many years beyond this one, but certainly the near future is all sort of Purdy-centric.
Well, everything's great about that answer. First of all, great answer, except for he did say Dante Pettis in the middle of there, dude.
That's what stood out to me, too.
I mean, that just goes to show you. We're talking about get back to John Lynch throwing darts. You throw a dart on Brandon Ayuk, it hits the bullseye. You throw a dart on Dante Pettis, it hits that little metal part of the dartboard, where it hits the metal thing and then falls to the floor. You know that one? That's the Dante Pettis
throwing
guy.
Darts. And Murph, we came in on Friday morning talking about the Ricky Pearsall kind of draft pick, and everybody was saying he's got that dog in him. He's got that dog in him. And then we compared it to Dante Pettis, literally having the kitty cat inside him when he was doing those kitty cat celebrations. And that's why I asked Young Tone to dig back into the files to let the people know that we want dogs. We don't want kitty cats.
I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
There it was. He was from Coastal Carolina, I think. David Bennett, act more like a dog. Was that 2011?
I think it was.
2011. It's on there.
It's
incredible.
in the rafters for best
What's he
rants.
doing now, by the way?
He's out here looking for dogs.
He has his own. He's the athletic director at a high school district in Kentucky.
Damn, I was hoping he'd be out in Hawaii with like Dog the Bounty Hunter or something.
Oh man, dude. Well, I did notice that was the theme of many of the NFL Twitter posts from teams.
Yeah.
Players frequently saying to GMs, "Coach, you got a dog. Coach, you got a dog." So,
do you think anybody called up and said, "Yeah, Coach, you got a kitty cat"?
Yeah, Coach.
We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror.
Coach, you got a possum. That's what you got here. Coach, you got a what do they call it? Wildebeest? What's the one that is it? The wildebeest that lays dead or something? Is that it?
What, a porcupine?
Yeah, I don't know. Porcupine. Who can take out a porcupine?
I got
Anybody?
that porcupine in me, Murph.
All right, so there you go. Well, listen, man, there it is.
What animal would be on your draft profile, Murph?
Boy, that's a great question. Got to come up with a great. How about a bee? How about as we've discovered at the Murphy household to bring you into our domicile, a gigantic beehive inside the wall of our carport that they're all coming in and out of a hole. So there's a big hive now. So how about a hive of bees?
Oh, Murph's got that bee in him.
Yeah, how about
He's
that?
got those bees in him.
Coach, you got a hornet.
Yeah. Well, that's also another example that I've heard defensive coaches use. You got to swarm to the ball carrier like a hive of bees.
And what do we call? We have the earlier comment from Chuck Barkley about the beehive.
That's right.
He doesn't want the beehive on him. Right?
Shout out Galveston.
Yeah. So don't you say Galveston. Don't you say Galveston. Don't you? That's a song that's too old. Don't play it.
I don't want to get into those muddy waters, Murph.
All right, so 707 says, Murph, you're always trying to stir up controversy. You were pushing for trade rumors to whip up your ratings. Go work for Jerry Jones.
Brian Murphy said what?
The media said what?
And by the way, 415 says, Murph, that was a bit cavalier to ask if Kittle will be around next year without any context. Okay, I want to clear that up, 415. When I meant next year, I meant 2025 is what I meant. Mm-hmm. Certainly he's here in 24. What the talk has been, and this is Mike Silver, The Last Dance, that's got everybody all riled up. And we can continue to talk about this. Is this and that his argument was, and it is, if you want, again, we have an argument. Do you want to call it The Last Dance? Because that leads to everything. First, you got to have a dance before you can have a last dance, right?
Yeah, you got to have a dance partner first.
But again, I defend the 97-03 Sabian Giants and the Buffalo Bills. If you're in the mix every single year throwing haymakers in the heavyweights, you're in the mix. That counts for me. That counts.
but are you in the dance, Murph?
But it counts. Like
That's
you
the
want,
question.
if you're in conference championships and Super Bowls, and if you're in World Series and NLCSs, you know, that to me, you're in the mix.
I get it. You
You're in
get
the
credit
mix.
for it, but everybody's just so obsessed with the phrase "the last dance."
Right.
To me, it should be exclusively used for actual dynasties.
Could be. But anyway, the point is that in this scenario that Silver's painting, 2 of the 3, Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle, would be gone in 2025. Hence the phrase, and again, used loosely here, the last dance, the last run, or because this is arguably those are the fan favorites, right?
Oh,
I mean, those are the guys,
100%.
right? I mean, those are the most jerseys to be like. Can you imagine a Niner team breaking the huddle and there's no Kittle and there's no Debo?
No, it just wouldn't feel the same.
Right?
I want to talk about team culture, locker room culture. Look no further than guys like Debo Samuel and
Debo's
George
the
Kittle.
boombox, and then Kittle's the run it again.
Run it again!
I mean, Kittle has been as symbolic as anybody of this run.
And here's
right?
the thing. I know George Kittle just turned 30 this past season, but he is still efficiently one of, if not the best all-around tight ends in the league. Led the NFL last year in receiving yards by tight end, and we know how important he is to this Kyle Shanahan run scheme, the way he's out here pancaking dudes left and right. George Kittle, to me, is maybe one of the most irreplaceable players on this roster.
So that leads to my, like, they don't have a tight end in the pipeline. They do not. And Kittle's a big $21 million cap. Again, now, 2025. Again, we're talking about 2025. But he's according to Spot Rack, he's a $21 million cap hit in 2025.
Yeah, but what the hell does Spot Rack know when George Kittle just restructured his contract this past offseason?
They restructure all the time. And also, who knows, he could be playing at a high level, and who knows how much the cap goes up.
Correct.
Right? So I don't know. I would just say right now that, and this is the thing Silver brings up, and he's right about, is like, how's Debo's head going into a season where he turns on KNBR, and he does. Actually, you might just go to the app. You might just tap on the app.
I might watch this on YouTube, Murph.
You might see you doing that groin thing. Right?
Shout out DX.
There it is.
Anthony Edwards this past weekend.
Whatever that thing was.
You know what it is. It's 2 words. I don't think I can say them on the radio.
You know what time it is. But anyway, there, he's doing it right now.
I'm doing it for the YouTube crowd.
So-
This is why you got to watch the show.
So for Debo to pick up his phone and click on a story or click on a tweet or click on an Instagram or whatever and see Debo's gone after this year, Debo's gone after this year, Debo's gone after this year, how does that affect his head? Now, you got to be a pro. You got to play. You got to play hard. You got to make it hard. And you got to extend your value for the next team that wants to pay you, right? So he's got to go play, but still, is there locker room drama? Is there locker room tension that can come with that? The Niners done a great job avoiding locker room drama and tension. They have never been a team where you hear, you know, so-and-so's upset at so-and-so, and, you know, I'm sure stuff happens. I'm telling you, bro. I covered that league for 7 years. Those are all alpha males, or at least the ones that stick around. If you're not, you're out. Those are all high-level competitors who count on the guy next to them to win a football game. They're like, bro, if you're not giving your all to win a football game, I'm going to kick your ass. You know what I mean?
And that's what you want to believe, that Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel are both looking at this pick and saying, damn, Ricky Pearsall makes us a better wide receiver room. And that's why we got the text Friday night from Brandon Ayuk to Kyle and John Lynch saying, fire pick, can't lie. So, of course, that's the wishful thinking. That's what you should be buying into as a club that's this close to winning a Super Bowl. But there was also a report that came out this Friday from Diana Rossini, who said she reached out to Debo Samuel on the phone and asked his reaction to the 49ers drafting his potential replacement and the reports that they were trying to trade him. Quote from Debo Samuel, from Diana Rossini's Twitter, "I know what's going on," he said, "but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling."
Which was an encouraging quote until
Debo Samuel
he
reacted to this on Instagram with a quote from Diana Rossini, the quote I just read, and the caption said, "These reporters, I swear," with 4 different laughing emojis.
So what does he mean? I mean, did he say Diana Rossini misquoted him, or does that mean that? I mean, that's what he's saying, I guess, huh?
I would assume so.
Is Diana Rossini making stuff up?
Unless he believes that this should have been an off-the-record conversation and he's not happy about Diana going public with it because all that does is stir up a little bit more controversy.
Well, I'll tell you something here. From the writer's perspective, frequently you'll have a conversation with a player and then they react differently once it hits the press or once it hits the thing. I get it. Listen, they're under constant scrutiny. People are speculating about your future and all this stuff, and then you put stuff out there, and they just kind of, sometimes they snap, or sometimes they like deny stuff that's true, and so you just have to factor it all in. If you're Kyle and John, you're like, bro, can we just play football? But you can't, because this is the world we live in now, dude. I mean, Get Up and First Take and Murph and Marcus and all this stuff is pure, constant chatter. It's It's what gets people through their mornings, what gets people through their days, and that's why those guys get big money. They put up with all this stuff, plus the violence, I might add. But anyway, so we're assuming, and this was my jock blog on Friday. Sorry, I dumped it on a Friday afternoon, lightly read, LRJB, which was keep them all. I mean, there's really no reason to I said, and I wrote it Friday afternoon, and I was like, by the way, I said, you could be reading an expired jock blog. Because you send that one in, they could have traded him any minute.
They could have shipped him out on Saturday.
They could have shipped it out when I was sending it to Mari to post. You know what I mean? So I was like, this is definitely a time-sensitive jock blog. Get it up fast. But before the second round started, I said, keep them all. There's no reason to move them. Ricky Pearsall doesn't mean you have to move somebody. Just because there's quote-unquote expiring contracts at the end of this year or cap hits at the end of this year. No. Keep them all, and let's go forward. And so they read the jock blog.
They read the jock blog, and they read Mike Silver's piece about The Last Dance, whatever the hell you want to call it.
There's a little war between Silver and the Niners front office?
If you check out that article on SF Gate, there might be. Hey, I didn't say it. Somebody else wrote it, all right?
Now that's speculation.
Hey, speculation, which is what we do on the radio. But I'm speculating that the 49ers, just like you, keep both of these guys and go all in this Super Bowl window. You can call it a last dance. You can call it the final window. You can call it just trying to win a damn Super Bowl before Brock Purdy gets paid.
Except for you, the problem is Colton McKivitz is part of this last dance. Yeah. I've noticed a strong anti-Colton McKivitz thread.
I'm not a huge McKivitz guy, to be honest with you. I would have took an offensive tackle. They went 3 interior offensive linemen.
And they traded up with the Chiefs so the Chiefs could take the BYU tackle that some had the Niners taking.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they thought the Chiefs were going to take somebody else. If they wanted that BYU tackle, wouldn't they have just stayed there and taken him?
You would assume so.
Or did they biff it and think the Chiefs were going to go another direction?
Uh-oh. Out here doing business with the enemy.
There is one of our listeners out there very upset that they made that trade with the Chiefs. Anyway. All right, well, that's what the draft's all about. Speculation, rumors, innuendo. All right, buddy? Okay, it was an eventful day for young Tony. There was a few things out there, and we got a Sutter Health Report, and we got to hand it over to Papa and Lon next on the Sports Leader.
Y'all got a dog. Y'all got a dog. Just know that.
We know we got a dog, man. We love it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty. Well, what did we solve today? The Giants took 2 out of 3 from the Pirates. We talked very little about that. We were wrapping up the draft, guys. It was all about the Niners keeping Debo and Brandon. Made the Hum Babies. Mm-hmm. The Hum Babies were the worst still here. Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel. This is the way I wanted it. And so we go into now, they'll have rookie mini camps coming up. And again, none of these guys, I don't know. Ricky Pearsall might get on the field a little bit. Maybe Renardo Green gets on the field a little bit. Maybe, obviously depth on O-line. Pooney would be around, despite Dieter Kurtenbach's disapproval.
Despite Dieter's teardown on Friday
and maybe this
night.
kid from SC. Do we have that cut on Young Tone? Can we find that cut from John Lynch about SC paying players before we get to the Sutter Health? Because I had to get this in, buddy.
Shout out Reggie Bush getting his Heisman back.
Right, exactly. And I mean, the NIL now, as I heard the line from Jim Less, the basketball coach at UC Davis, he goes, the NIL, or as we're calling it, stands for now it's legal. Mm-hmm. Now it's legal.
Exactly what it is.
I mean, they used to call it the dead president's handshake. When the booster would shake your hand and there would be several hundreds in that handshake. You know what I mean? Son, go buy yourself a milkshake. You know what I mean? Nice game today, son. Go buy yourself. Oh, hey, he just handed me $1,000 right after the game. Great. Young Tone, do you have it there, buddy? The SC one?
I do not think we have that one right now.
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, sure we do. It's on cut 427 V as in Victor. 427, what's your vector, Victor? You got it?
That's such an interesting dynamic. When I first took this job, I mean, we used to stop our draft reports when a guy's transferred. Like, what's wrong with him? Why did he transfer? Now it's the exception to the rule when they've been. I think we were 7 of 8 this year. Guys have transferred. So that's really interesting. But with a guy like Kingston, played really good football, you get enticed to transfer. So I don't blame those guys. SC probably paid them some good money to come down there. And that used to be illegal, so it sounds foreign. Now it's all good. SC used to be really good at it, even when it was illegal. Sorry, Jen. Now it's all good. And so, good for those kids. And there is some value to them. You see them in different schemes, different positions oftentimes. And Jacob Cowing started at UTEP, then came to U of A and had 2 really productive seasons. And so it's just all these guys have their stories.
Because they understand they can't transfer here.
Yeah.
The first practice doesn't go right.
Wow. Loved it. He slid in there. SC used to be really good at paying their players. He said, sorry, Jen, because he married, his wife was a tennis player at USC.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was a Stanford SC marriage there. I love it. Take those shots, baby. Give SC that smoke. Like all schools weren't doing it, right? I'm sure UCLA might have slid a couple of bucks there. And then here comes the Sam Gilbert crowd. Oh, John Wood and Sam Gilbert. I'm like, yeah, so,
Yeah.
Got us a couple players.
Yeah, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, all right, time for the, listen, look at this situation back here. Kid broke his mic off his stand.
Uh-oh.
And there's no rectangle camera to see it. We could have seen the drama. You ready to give us a little orange and black?
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, I got an update for you this morning on Jordan Hicks, who dealt this past weekend 9 strikeouts on Saturday, but he was removed from the game after surrendering a leadoff single to former Giant / forever Giant Connor Joe. Now, Jordan Hicks was at 88 pitches, but he had been experiencing some tightness in his left side, which played into Bob Melvin's decision to lift him from the game. Hicks will be given an extra day of rest due to Monday's day off, so the Giants believe he should be good to go for his next outing against the Philadelphia Phillies on Friday. And that is your Giants Sutter Health update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
All right, well done. And I don't like to hear that about Jordan Hicks. He's just doing so well. Just knock on wood, rest up, get some treatment, buddy. We talked about the innings restriction coming into a thing. Hey, before we go, last couple, in the margins, you guys see CBS NFL Today announces Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason no longer part of the scene. No longer part of the scene. I will confess that when I've watched that NFL Today, I've thought, these guys have been around for a while. Looking at myself right now here. Yes.
Murph, don't look at that camera.
Phil Simms tweeted out, great 26-year run with CBS Sports. Of course, you think about
the
the
birthday,
cameo.
the
cameo,
birthday
right?
gift of all birthday gifts.
Hey, one last. Can we do this? Because we got just a couple minutes left here. The George Kittle. I didn't hear the George Kittle at the Preds. I never heard this. Is it good?
Kittle's good. He's mic'd up. He's a huge Nashville Predators fan, and he even throws a couple ricochet shots at Raider fans out there.
Oh, okay. So this is George Kittle at a Nashville Predators NHL playoff game. Okay, here.
Let's go, Predators! Oh, hit the go! Go in! O'Reilly. My favorite is when a Raiders fan is like, "Dude, I hate you." I'm like, "Your team left you." That's one of my favorite comebacks. Go, Phil. That boy's style. Anytime, Phil. That's some good puck moving, boys. What's up, Eddie? Eddie and George, eh?
Crazy.
I literally told the refs pregame, no penalties.
I know, they didn't listen to you.
They're not. Nice handles, 9! What an idiot! Oh, he would score. Fudge, sir, what game are you watching? Because it's obviously not this one. Woo! You're literally dead. Nice to meet you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Let's go, boys.
Oh, my goodness. That was high-energy George Kittle at the Preds. The Nashville Predators, who are taking on, let me get you this, the Canucks.
Yeah, and they're down 3-1 right now.
Down 3-1.
So they need George Kittle to give them a little extra something moving on, Murph.
The traditional Vancouver-Nashville rivalry, although you'd say Vancouver and Memphis could have a little rivalry because the Vancouver Grizzlies became the Memphis Grizzlies, right?
Ooh.
Canada-Tennessee War.
Good knowledge.
Yeah. But do you remember the Vancouver Grizzlies at all?
No. That's before my time.
Well, that leads us to our final segment, of course.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Okay, so there was a couple, low-hanging, a couple maybe more obscure ones. You didn't know the song Rock Lobster by the B-52s. I thought you guys all did, but even you, Marcus, said.
Rock Lobster.
So you're down with it, okay?
Yeah, I know some Rock Lobster.
Much to our higher-ups' delight, I mentioned Glenn Campbell, but you were not down with that. But the big one today is the Cow Palace.
Correct, yep.
Holy mackerel. So he played golf at Glen Eagles, which is awesome. He's a true step forward for you as a young man, a human being. You're more of a San Franciscan today than you were 5 days ago. So way to go. Except for he goes, yeah, they said it was near this place called the Cow Palace. And I was like, what's that? So really, honestly, when your buddies told you it's near the Cow Palace, you were like...
No, so we walked up to the 9th tee box, and I looked over, and I was like, what is that big airplane hangar that says Cow Palace on the side? And then my friend that's a Kings fan was like, dude, that's where the Warriors used to play, you fake fan.
Oh, my God.
I was
Well,
like,
it's not
damn,
just
sick
that.
burn, though.
One of the most historic places in the Bay Area, whether it's Elvis Presley, the Beatles, Evel Knievel, or the dog show every January, brother. The rodeo coming through town. Bro, that is a historic old...
There's a concert this weekend I'm actually going to at the Cow Palace.
No, you're not.
Not even lying.
No, you're not.
So you went from not even knowing it existed to going to a concert.
Well, they were telling me they're going to a concert over there this weekend. I was like, I got to go.
What's
concert? Clooney, EDM artist. Never heard of him.
Clooney?
We'll see how it is.
So related to George?
Or Kavan. That's my comeback, yes.
John Joe Curley, how far is the Cow Palace from Reardon? How far? Huh? Yeah,
10 minutes.
Oh, is it 10? I thought it was closer than that. What's John Joe's history with the Cow Palace? Where's he been? Has he been to the Cow Palace for what? What's he seen there?
Car shows. Car shows.
How about you, buddy?
Actually, no experience going to the Cow Palace. Never been in.
Maybe you should go to the EDM show.
Just heard a bunch of stories from my pops about how they used to have to pay $20 for parking, and if you didn't pay the guy, he would bust out your windows.
Cow Palace keeps it real, baby. I saw the Sharks skate there. Their first season was there. I was at a first season Sharks game there. And then, of course, shout out the dog show and Jeannie Bobbitt.
Go Sharks.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We'll solve every problem for you tomorrow. Giants are off today at Boston tomorrow. Papa and Lund sliding in. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime because you go at Thanksgiving. Everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? So y'all can hear me? This on or this off?
Disappointing on us. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston? That dirty-ass water.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prepare yourself. Prepare yourselves for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
With the 64th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Renardo Green, DB, Florida State. With the 86th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, San Francisco's 49ers select Dominique Pooney, guard from Kansas.
Malik Mustafa. It was only one interception this year, but I thought one of the best tackling players in the secondary in this draft class.
With the 129th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Isaac Guerrero, running back, Louisville.
135th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jacob Cowing, wide receiver, Arizona.
For the 215th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jared Kingston, tackle, USC.
With the 251st pick in the NFL in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Tatum Bethune, linebacker, Florida State.
Yes, thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Monday edition of the show. A ton to do. NFL draft recap, weekend of the Giants recap. The starters very good. NBA playoffs. Kevin Durant is out. We got a lot to discuss as far as the playoffs are concerned, and tons of other things. But I see we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, and I see you wearing your 49ers gear. So that's what we're starting.
I one year would like to go to the draft and be the guy that announces the 49ers draft pick. Nobody ever asked me
How would
to
you
do
do that? What would you
like
do?
to do that. Malik Mustafa!
That's good.
There's a lion for you.
I will say this about the picks. I don't want to start negative, but just go up and announce the pick, man. It's getting politicized, and I just want you to announce the pick.
It's from
and
all
let's
parts
go,
of
man.
the world. It's kind of
Let's
cool
just
the way
go.
they pull it off. They were here,
No,
there.
I
and-
like it. It's just
everywhere.
everyone decides that it's like the Emmys or something or whatever, and they gotta talk about everyone's cause and everything, and it's like, man, let's go. Come on, man, just announce the pick already,
it's
man.
good. You know who did the best job of all, I think? If you may get him on today, the selection of Jacob Cowing was my guy, 49er Mark, the
Very good.
Lombardi Trophy guy, when I went and
like it.
spoke at the 49er Social Club. And I think he was partaking a little bit in Detroit's finest because he had no voice.
Well, the commissioner was. I mean, why not everybody?
Well, he's never been to a draft before, 49er Mark, so it was great to see
That
him
is
there.
cool.
And we'll have him call in and pop in. Because when they start trading up and down, and you're thinking, well, I'm going to pick in like 20 picks. I'm going to have to say this, and then they make a trade, and all of a sudden you got some ridiculous.
What about the
name that you gotta
Clemson guy?
say.
Rook Aworo or whatever,
Oh,
that guy? Oh, I'd have been
yeah.
like, oh, you give me that one?
Scooby-Doo, the Scooby-Doo guy.
I was like,
Larry Kruger, when I was on with him on his YouTube channel right before the draft, he was hoping Tim and I would get Scooby-Doo. That's what he were hoping
yeah,
for. So.
those tough names.
I got to admit, usually I tape the draft and I watch it back.
Yeah.
But I just locked in the moment I left you.
You
I think
did?
I've become London. I'm you.
Oh, man, yeah, I do
just
like
locked
it.
in on the draft. I couldn't leave it.
Yeah.
And I went back and forth, and usually I tape it and I, fast forward to where I want to be. But the football, it's not just the draft, because once they get to day 3, they're not really following the draft, and they're interviewing Kevin O'Connell and Mike Tomlin.
It's just on the underbar, like they'll just do.
Yeah, picks are flying
and
by,
it's like,
but it's football talk, and it's just nonstop, and you got both channels, and you switch back and forth. So I did go to the Giant game Saturday night.
Oh,
I had to get out.
did you?
At last, I had to get out. Yeah, Jeff Tamalier called me out,
Nice.
so we had a good time. That was a wild game, extra innings. The Rogers brothers are giving up too many home runs, but starting pitching is locked in. We'll talk Giants in a little bit. But anyway, I watched the entire draft Friday night after we did the coverage on Thursday night of round one, and then I watched every single second Friday night, and then I woke up at 9 o'clock and just went right back at it on Saturday, and it wasn't over till 3 or 4. I'm like, I got to get out of here. I'm going to the Giants game with Tamalier. But we'll get into it all. You know what it meant. The major thing, and Kawakami will join us at 10:50, John, is that Deebo Samuel is still a Niner. I mean, that's where it was all weekend, was, what it was going to be. And Mike Silver, really, they didn't get close. I think Pittsburgh offered them maybe 2-3, something like that. And the Niners, even for Deebo Samuel, going back the other way, I hear they wanted the first-round draft pick. They wouldn't do it without a round one. So really, that's why John was saying when he met the media after Friday's, second and third rounds, John, with Kyle, we didn't do any of that today because I think they wanted to do it Thursday if they were going to do it for either guy, and it was going to be a high one for Ayuk and a mid to late one for Deebo. Once Thursday came and went and they didn't get a one, they were moving on. So that's all we were talking about, obviously, late last week, and John and Kyle were honest about it. But the bottom line is Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are both 49ers, and they added a couple of good wide receivers. We talked a lot about Pearsall. Cowling is interesting, mainly a slot guy. Good in and out quickness. He's got dropped the ball a little bit too much, but I think that's the main thing is they were kind of rounded out the receiver room, and Cowling is quickly a slot guy. You could maybe move him a little bit, but he is small at 5'8", 168. But the bottom line is Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are still 49ers, and they're moving into phase 2 of the OTAs right now. They're meeting. They'll be on the field in the 11 o'clock hour. I don't think either guy's here, certainly not Ayuk, but they did not trade either guy this weekend, John.
Yeah. So Ricky Pearsall, who we had on Friday late in the show, he's your first-round pick. Renardo Green is a corner that can play inside, outside, had some really good tape. Dominic Huey is an offensive lineman out of Kansas, and it's funny because John Lynch had said on, when was his press conference? Monday? Was it last Monday?
Yeah, a week ago. Yeah, last Monday.
He liked guys with inside, outside potential, that love versatility on the offensive line. He played tackle at Kansas, but probably a guard in the NFL. My favorite pick, Malik Mustafa, who is
I think it's Malik.
Malik
He's going to drop a Malik on you.
That dude can hit. I like him. I like Gorendo. He was a guy that I liked. Although it's funny because he played 4 years at Wisconsin and had less than 100 carries, and then last year had 132. He's that typical 1 foot in the ground and get up the field and runs in the low 4.3s. So they like him. Cowling is a guy really small but super quick and fast. Kingston was a guy, again, you're seeing a lot of this. If there's a theme throughout this, Kingston played at Washington State in USC, and Bethune, the linebacker out of Florida State, played at Central Florida and Florida State. There's a couple of things that were riding factors throughout the draft for the 49ers, which is a bunch of fifth-year seniors, so guys who played a lot of football in college, and speed. Gorendo, Cowling, Pearsall, I mean, those guys can all run, and two of those guys can run in the 4.3s. So they got experienced guys. They got guys who've got some speed, which they needed. Need that a little.
Well, Cowling ran a 4.38, and it's not just straight line speed; it's in and out, change of direction. Being a slot guy, and you can bubble him and smoke him. 61% of his yards came after catch, but he dropped the ball a little bit. I mean, honestly, is he gonna? He's going to have to contribute on special teams. And one thing you're seeing is these guys do have punt and kickoff return abilities. Ike, the running back, Gorendo, certainly does. He, the one cut is Bobby Turner, and downhill, I saw a lot of runs where there were no cuts. He just kept it play side. He looks a lot like James Conner. He's got an upright, running style. He doesn't look like he's that fast, but he had one 73-yard run last year, and he was gone. Once he hit the linebacker level, it was over, and he is strictly downhill. But it's a crowded room. They're going to have to make some calls on Elijah and J.P. Mason, more so Elijah entering the final year of his contract, so that'll be a battle in training camp. We'll get into it more, John, and we will be joined by Dante Whitner at 12:30. I think Renardo Green. We were talking about this last week, like who's really going to come in and start for this football team as a rookie? And watching Isaac Adams' tape, I wanted to like him more. At the last half of last year in New Orleans, the numbers were good. They were raving about him. Green's got a very similar skill set. This guy, Adam looks bigger and longer, but Green is he's only 186 pounds, but he's 6 feet tall. He is physical. Press man. He took the boundary X wide receiver last year at Florida State and just locked him up. Whoever that guy was, to the boundary side, the X wide receiver, he took him out. And so, right away, he could, I think, challenge with the Adam and a few other guys, Darrell Luter, to be in. I didn't see any snaps where he played inside. He did say he played in the slot in 20 and 21, and they had a package, a 3-safety joker package earlier in his career at Florida State where he would go inside. He looks like he has the ability to go inside because he has great feet. He gets up and plays press man, and he just man matches you the way the Chiefs corners do. But this is college, though. It's not pro football, so it's a different challenge. But, Demo can go in there, and Demo they like in there because he's so tough. But this guy will splatter you. He had 186 pounds, John. He's picking people up. Daniels, the quarterback, he just lifted him right off the ground and just sledgehammered him.
Yeah, he reminds me a little bit, if you watch his tape, he reminds you a little bit of Demo. Just he's got that attitude about him. Like you said, he's 6 foot, good size, but he's not bulky, but he's quick. He'll mix it up. He reminds me a little bit of Demo in the way that in just the physical style that he'll play and the cockiness. I mean, his conference call was really good. He was a guy that, played against Malik Neighbors. I mean, he's played against some really good receivers at Florida State. So, I like that pick. He's a press guy, so we'll see how he transitions to the NFL, but I like it. So we'll see. Let's get into all those conversations. Silver has an interesting piece, references The Last Dance and the 49ers. We'll get into that. We will review the weekend, like you said. Great piece by our good friend Andrew Baggerly, and it's something you and I have been talking about. It is great that these guys are pitching the way that they're pitching. Now all you got to do is get Blake Snell to come around because some of the guys that are pitching right now, but the jump in innings at some point they're going to have to deal with Harrison and Hicks, and of course Keaton Wynn, who was great again yesterday. He does his normal 6, but as Bags writes, and you and I have talked about what's going to happen when they jump those innings up, that's when Robbie Ray is going to be able to help. Snell's got to get it going. Cobb's got to get healthy, and they're able to keep this thing going. So anyway, we'll continue that conversation as they get 2 of 3 over the weekend. Tim Kawakami to talk to us about a number of things at 10:50. Susan Slusser on a review of the weekend, and the Giants are off to Boston. No more in the monster. Okay, there's no more. But 11:30 with Susan Slusser. And then our good friend Dante Whitner, who, by the way, nothing against Dante, but all weekend, anybody I ran into, I was like, did you hear our draft coverage with Husak? Man, he was awesome. He was really good. And then I listened to him a little bit on Friday as well. So, he's outstanding. He was really good. So we'll get.
What
Dante's
are you saying? Husak was an upgrade over Dante.
I'm not saying
don't
that
get
at all.
Dante's Inferno.
I'm not saying that in one. I would like them all.
He will light you up.
Yeah,
I want to hear from Dante about Renardo Green, what role he may have, and Malik Mustafa.
You're gonna like that. You guys are gonna have some fun with that name, aren't you?
With the 126th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers, the 5-time Super Bowl champion, select Malik Mustafa.
Are you?
Can I do that?
You're
You
kind think
I
of
get that job one day.
You're champion for the cause.
I'm auditioning for Lambeau next year.
I think you could probably figure it out.
Can I go? Well, Jim Plunkett did like every single Raider pick.
Plunk, man.
Jim has taken over for the great Willie Brown.
I was just gonna say that's what Willie Brown used to do.
Willie used to always say, "All the mothers out there, Happy Mother's Day."
Yeah, he was good.
I could do that. I want to do that.
I'd be down with going to Lambeau for an NFL draft. For an NFL draft, not in the middle of like January.
Well, we are playing there next year.
Yeah, I know.
We have a game at Lambeau.
It would be nice if it was early.
I think we'll be in Appleton, actually.
But I mean, they're going to have it like they said Lambeau, but I guess there's this whole thing all around it, so they can have a bunch of people.
Well, how many do they have in Detroit? 775,000.
Yeah, did you see that?
Does Lambeau even have 7,500 people living there?
You can't.
How the hell where are they going to put them all?
I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know where they're going to, but it's going to be cool. But you're not going to break the record. You're going to have 800,000 people out there over the weekend. There's no way. Can't do it. Like
where are you going to put
them
all?
Can't even fit them in town.
Put them all to Piggly Wiggly.
All right, give us your thoughts on the weekend and the draft for the 49ers. Is there a certain player that has you excited? We did talk to Ricky Pearsall, so we'll play some of that for you as well. And again, Tim Kawakami, Susan Slusser, Dante Whitner, we got a packed show for you. Come back with it next. It's Pop in London here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his thoughts on the 49ers 2024 draft class. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. That's right, laser, as in the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. If you'd like to see better, if you'd like to see like your younger self, you're in the right place. Papa and I both had the procedure done, and it has worked out amazingly well for us. It's called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. It sounds very complicated. Ooh, custom lens replacement. I had a laser procedure years and years ago at a different place, and it's not that it didn't work. It just didn't work maybe to the level that I wanted it to, but CLR is a complete game changer. So make sure that you check it out. And here's what's the best part of everything. It's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose. And what's great about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, of many things, is that they just want you to do the right procedure. So maybe CLR is going to work for you. Maybe something else is going to work better for you. Just talk to them, because I had problems with distance. I had problems with close-up. Things were blurry, trouble reading my phone, things like that. And today, you're always constantly looking at stuff, so you need that. And you don't want to run around looking at readers like I used to do. So CLR is the permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll never get cataracts. I don't know how that part works. You'll have to talk to them, because I don't know. I'm stupid. But here's what is smart. Free consultation. Get those eyes where you want them. LaserEyeCLR.com. Do it today, LaserEyeCLR.com, or give them a call at 877-GET-2020.
you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
With the 135th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jacob Cowing, wide receiver, Arizona. Yeah, baby! Baby, Notre Dame!
49er Mark
cool,
was
man.
having too much fun in Detroit City.
That's cool,
He had
man.
no
We
voice
gotta
left.
we got to get a firsthand account of how that all went. Do we have him on the line?
He's here.
Okay.
Mark is here.
By the way, just to let everybody know, we had Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick for the 49ers, 31 overall, on the show late Friday. So we're going to play that for you for the early crowd at 10:30, then Kawakami at 10:50. So we'll get you caught up on everything. But here is 49er Mark, who made that Jacob Cowling pick, the wide receiver out of Arizona. Hi, Mark.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, wow.
Your voice sounds better, Mark. Well, give me the story. You were playing a little hurt, weren't you, on Saturday?
Well, I'm sorry, Greg, what was that?
Yeah, you were playing a little hurt. I know the feeling. I was texting back. You barely had a voice. You were just screaming and yelling, and that was the first NFL draft you ever had?
First draft ever. First trip to Detroit ever. First everything.
Yeah. So he is from the 49ers Bay Area Faithful Social Club, where I was this past off season. So anyway, I'm just enamored by the whole process.
He wants to do what you did.
Well, I want to do it. I want to get to that one point. But so how does it work? Because they make the pick like a minute before, and you got a relatively easy name at Jacob Cowing. You know, how much time do you have ahead of time? Who they're going to pick? What if they trade up and all of a sudden, where's Mark?
Yeah, you're having
Find
a drink.
Mark.
You're having a cocktail.
Put down the beer. You got to make a pick right now. Are they all lined up? How does the process work backstage?
Surprisingly, I did get a little peek in the background because in the back area they have a setup. It's a whole computer screen setup. They got everything going on. I think they know the picks slightly before. We're not allowed to take our phones back there, so you can't take a photo in case you see the board. And they come and get me, and they walk me back there. And then they put me in a little waiting room because they had a few other things going in there. And I was very proud in the waiting room. They had all of the young recruits that were getting ready to sign in and do their pledge for going into the military for all the branches.
Oh, right on.
And then they take me to another little staging area where those computers were, and I had to just stand there and wait. And then they tell me what I can and can't do and what I can't say, and they'll tell me that the card will get printed out. And
What do they tell you you can't
that,
say? What can, like, give us an example of what you couldn't say. Because that's what Papa would say. Like
I would have said something in Detroit. I would have pointed out the home of the 5-time Super Bowl champions who came storming back on your asses when you were down 24-7 in the championship game, and your executives are asking, where are they going to have the Hallis presentation? You ain't having one. Super Bowl's a rumor to you.
Is that
Detroit.
basically what you tell you? Don't say, like, for example, he said we came back on your asses. They say don't say asses, don't curse. I mean, what do they tell you?
Where's Dan Gamble? I want to shake his hand.
Papa would do everything
they
tell him
don't want
not
you
to
to
do.
cuss.
Yeah.
But you are allowed. Matter of fact, one of the coolest things of the whole weekend was this year they had selected. It was the first time ever they did international fans of the year. So
cool.
all the international fans got up and made a pick at different rounds at different points. And the international fan of the year from the 49ers was from Mexico. And when he went up and did he did the first 4th round pick. And I feel really bad for him because they didn't put that on TV. But he actually went up and he talked about being 5-time world champions, and he listed out a few of the 49er alumni greats, and he was full of energy. And you are allowed. There's some people went up there and they thank their organizations, they thank people, family. They did give them a lot of latitude. To be honest, there wasn't a lot of rules. And to be honest, I was lucky because I was we had a small group on Saturday, really good sized group on Thursday and Friday, 15 of us. And on Saturday, there was really only 4 of us sitting in the section. And I knew that the international fan was practicing his little speech. And I was like, oh, shoot, I never even thought about if I would say something or what would I say. And then so that gave me the heads up. So I came up and I figured I just wanted to keep it succinct and short. And I've always considered myself a representation, not just for the 49 organization, but for the faithful, the fan base. So I wanted to include saying that this was for the faithful. And then we all have a really good friend that's out there, and he does a lot of activities and events when you go to away games and tailgate events. And so his favorite phrase is, where are my Niners at? So I got that in there. And then, of course, we all know about Bang Bang Niner Gang. So I closed out with that and and then just brought the energy physically.
That's awesome, man. So when you're coming, first of all, how did they pick you? How did you get picked to do this?
Well, the 49er POC, I'm lucky enough to have known him for quite a while. He also works with my social club. And so when he informed me that I could go to the draft if I wanted to, I paid for my own hotel, my own airfare, and expenses. He said there might be a minor chance that I can make a pick on day 3. And that was it. That and I guess what really helps too is, I don't consider myself the biggest fan of the Niner faithful, but I probably am lucky enough to be one of the more well-known. So I think that combination, plus knowing the POC, that worked in my favor.
Yeah,
so what's the feedback, Mark, from your the 49ers Bay Area Faithful Social Club? What are they saying? Thumbs up or thumbs down on Mark? How'd you do?
I got a lot of thumbs up, a lot of positive feedback saying I did real good.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
That is awesome.
Well, you know what you got to do next year? I know you've had players come out and speak there. You got to get Jacob Cowing to come speak at the 49ers Bay Area Faithful Social Club, since you're the guy that brought him into the 49ers.
That would be fantastic. I was thinking about they give me the card that I read. And the funny thing is, on the card, I like you said in the intro, I'm so glad I got an easy name. But on the card, they tell you how to sound it out. And on my card, they did capital COW-ING, and then in parentheses, it said like now.
Like cow.
Yeah.
Cow.
Yeah, cow like now.
How now, brown cow. Yeah. There you go. Hey, Mark, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Congratulations. You did a great job. We appreciate you sharing with us, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
See you, man.
Where are my Niners at? Bang, bang, not again.
They got to get you up there, man.
Nice job.
They got to get you up there. They'll get you up there. I don't know how they'll get you off there. That would be the problem.
I think Mitch Holthus did it one year, didn't he?
I think you're right.
Has a team broadcaster ever done that? I don't know.
I think I remember that. I just don't. They wouldn't get you off stage. Like they'd be playing like at the Emmys or something. They have the band playing. Da, 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 and you just keep going.
I think Mitch did. And with the 10th overall pick in the draft, the Chiefs take Patrick Mahomes the second. What do we need a quarterback for? We got Alex.
All right. If you missed Ricky Pearsall, we had him on the show. First round pick for the 49ers on Friday. Had a great day with him, and we'll let you hear that conversation coming up next. And then we'll take a look at the draft and other things in Bay Area sports with our pal Tim Kawakami at about 10:50. Don't miss it. It's a Monday. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
If you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
All right, we had Ricky Pearsall on the show on Friday, so we want to play it for you. And then Tim Kamakami is going to come up. We'll talk draft and other things at 10:50. Just real quick before we replay Ricky, what was your initial reaction when they drafted him? Were you surprised?
Ricky?
Yeah, because, I mean, it wasn't like there was a lot of talk.
We were sitting in the same room together. You don't remember?
Yeah, of course.
They were trying to trade back.
Yeah.
And then that was the word we got once they got into like the 20s or so, about 10 picks to their pick. I think they were trying to trade back. But that's who they wanted. And, overall throughout the league, the line from the weekend was, don't get cute, just take your guy. If they like Terry Fontenot in Atlanta likes Michael Penix Jr., just draft him. And then all the fallout, it's a little, it's in the NFL, and it's different than the NBA. You have free agency first, and then you draft after. And if you did it the other way, would Kirk Cousins be a Viking still and not a Falcon? In any event, we knew there was a group there, but they were looking to move back and take him in day 2, but they just couldn't get the right fit, so they just took him. And then obviously, Kyle's conviction, you're always trying to figure out who Kyle likes at wide receiver, and this is a guy that they obviously like. I mean, he can play. He's mainly a split end kind of guy, so he is a backup, Debo kind of player, but I think they can cross-match him with his size at 6'1". Johnny can run all the routes. He's got incredible hands. Watching him more after our show on Friday morning, he does block. He is a willing blocker when you watch entire games. So he's a Kyle Shanahan type of pick, and now they take Jacob Cowing, who's more of a slot guy. The one thing about Pearsall where NFL teams didn't know, how does he fit with the Niners? You guys play so much 21 personnel. You're so few snaps into 11, which is 3 wides. How's Pearsall going to get on the field? It's not worth the first-round pick. So that was the theory there, and a lot of people, didn't like him overall. Where Cowing is strictly a slot guy that they're going to have to, groom and, develop into something that could play other spots. So it is interesting that they took with the 31st overall pick a wide receiver, and they came back with help from our guy, 49er Mark, taking Jacob Cowing with pick 135. So they took 2 wide receivers, and we'll talk to Kawakami about what this year means and the fact they elected to keep Ayuk and keep Debo and draft these 2 receivers and not take any receivers from the roster.
So here's our conversation. Ricky Pearsall joined us late in the show on Friday. We want to play for you right now.
I'm here. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Welcome to the Bay. You touched down. What's just tell us about the process itself. Just all the way, and you don't know where you're going, and all of a sudden the phone rings. It's the 49ers and John Lynch on the phone. What is this whole process like for you?
Yeah, for sure. It was the unknown for a while. That just kind of comes with the process. But at the end of the day, God works wonders, and I ended up where I was supposed to be. But yeah, it was a long process, man, going through the Senior Bowl, the Combine, leading up to this. But I just try to be where my feet are at and enjoy the process.
Yeah, welcome to the Bay Area, Ricky. I know you just landed. You just walked into 49-49. You're going to meet the media again at 2:30, and they're going to pull out a jersey. You wore number 1 at Florida. What number is Jay giving you? What number are you going to wear as a Niner, Ricky? Have you decided yet?
That's probably going to be a question that comes up later today when we talk about it, but I'm excited for that too. Figure that one out.
Do you have one you want? Are you going to ask Jay for one, or just take one they give you?
We go see the options. And go from there. But I'm going to make the number what it is anyway. So whatever I get, I'm going to rock out with it. Represent it well.
That's awesome. Ricky Pearsall joining us, first-round pick of the 49ers, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So we played just a little while ago your conversation with John and Kyle when they called. What is that moment like when you see someone calling you and they tell you they're going to draft you, and just because we saw your reaction and you said you're going to be a Niner and your family, and just they mob you. What is that particular specific moment like for you?
It was special, man. Definitely unforgettable. It was the last 2 picks of the first round. Emotions were everywhere at that point in time. I kind of sat my phone on my lap, and I felt the vibration of the phone, and it said San Francisco. I picked it up right away, and then that's when the phone call happens, and everybody was on their toes and on their heels at that moment, just waiting to see where I was going, and that's when I turned up the family and the friends, and I was like, I'm gonna be a Niner. So that's kind of how it played out. But everybody was excited, everybody was showing love, and we're just excited to be here.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan played the position in college. He said that you remind him of him, except you're way better. You're a faster, better player. He can be difficult on wide receivers. He's very demanding. Have you heard that? And since you've gotten in the building, have you spent much one-on-one time with your head coach yet?
I have not met with him yet. That's something I'm definitely looking forward to, talking ball with him, going over the playbook, decided where he pictures me and the scheme. So I can't give you an answer on that right now, but soon here later in the day, I'll definitely have an answer for that.
So we know because we heard you with the media last night, you're friends with Brandon Ayuk. He helped you through this process. You played against Brock Purdy. How do you think that's going to help you just to have the familiarity and already have someone that you know in Brandon Ayuk? How can that help your transition here?
I think it's going to help me tremendously, to be honest. I think it's chemistry before even the chemistry actually starts. So obviously I play with Brandon Ayuk. He's a really good friend of mine, really good buddy, and he FaceTimed me after I got picked up yesterday, actually, and just congratulated me, just chopped it up a little bit, and hopefully we become future teammates. And then obviously Brock too. I played against him in high school, and I was talking about it yesterday. He put 70 on me, so we got hard feelings against each other right now. But now that we're playing together, it's gonna be a lot better. So he's gonna be throwing me the ball. So it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, Brock's team won that game, but you had a big game, and you had some huge games in high school. We came in with your one-hand catch against Charlotte, which was just amazing. Your ability to catch the ball is it's amazing. I mean, you catch almost everything throw your way. I know your dad was a player, and he got you, catching a ball when you were just a kid. But what's the story that he would throw you Skittles candy when you were 3 years of age, Ricky, and that's why you got such great hands?
Yeah, I guess he was feeding me Skittles right when my teeth came in. So, yeah, that was good. But I think that I obviously got to give him the props and the credit for, my hands and my athletic abilities, my hand-eye coordination. But, yeah, it started off youth football, and I feel like that, that was one of my strong suits growing up. So, obviously I got to keep working at it, catching jugs each and every day and stay on top of it, and so I can keep making plays like that.
Ricky, one thing we heard about you right away, and because we talked to John and Kyle, we were at 49ers headquarters last night, is they love that you're a dog. They love that you're a junkie. They love that you're in the gym. Where does that come from, just your love of football? And we can already tell just based on talking to you right now, but that kind of dog mentality that you have.
Yeah, just how I was raised, man. Just the morals and values I was raised by my parents. Luckily, I had a really good, strong foundation with them, too. And they just taught me at a young age, man. Stay disciplined, stay on top of things, and my dad was that's how he played too when he was growing up. So he kind of instilled that into me, and I just ran with it. So that's kind of how it happened.
Yeah, tell me about your dad as a player, and I guess he was tough, and he laid it out on the football field. But he's actually a fireman in the Phoenix area, captain of a fire company down there, Ricky.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And I hear all kinds of football stories. I have yet to see any film. I recently got a few pictures, so I got some kind of proof. But he claims that he's quicker than me, so.
I don't know about that. But how about just for those who haven't seen you play, and obviously, every game is broadcast in the Gators and the SEC and obviously at ASU too. But describe your style. Do you have a comp? Is there somebody that you grew up and you watched and you wanted to emulate? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I just think that's a great part about football, right? Everybody moves differently. Everybody's their own unique player. For me, it's just watching film and, how much I can take from other players that are doing it at a high level. Guys like Brandon Ayuk, I could watch film on him and still feel things from him. And obviously we were teammates, so I was able to, get a little head start when it comes to that. But watching other guys in the league just doing it at a high level and putting it to my game and making my own little twist and style to it. So, and then that's just kind of what just formed me into the player I am today.
62% of the time, Ricky, you wound up in the slot at Florida, but you're moving constantly. It looks like you're just so well suited to play in Kyle's offense with all the pre-snap movement. You're really good at it. I see you line up outside. That out and up back shoulder catch you made down the right sideline was big time. But how would you describe yourself? Are you more of of a slot guy? Can you play the Z, the move guy? Have you played much X wide receiver in your career?
Yeah, I think that's something that's one of my strong suits as well, as I'm a versatile player. So I like to just say I'm a receiver, man. I can get open, outside, inside, whatever coach needs me to play. But, yeah, I can move all around the field.
How excited are you to just play in this offense? I mean, the tradition of offenses with the 49ers back to Bill Walsh and now Kyle, and Kyle's obviously famous for scheming wide receivers open. And there's so many skill guys on this team. How excited are you to be a part of that type of an offense?
Yeah, I don't know if words can explain how excited I am, to be honest. But obviously having a guy like him, he's one of the best play callers in the game, and he's doing it at a high level season in and season out. So, I'm just excited to join the explosive offense of what it is already and add some more explosiveness to it.
A lot of people are singing your praises. Obviously, C.J. Stroud wanted you to be a Houston Texan. We heard Steve Smith Sr. Break down your tape, and he dropped the nickname, and we're going to have fun with it on the radio during the games. Slick Rick. Where did you get that nickname? And can we drop a little super freak when you go up and make one of those one-hand catches as a Niner?
Yeah, I guess I'll give you permission to do that, yes. You can call me
Okay.
Slick Rick. That kind of came from my friends growing up, the Slick Rick the rapper. So that's kind of where it came from. But the boys just ran with it.
And that's cool.
So good.
We know you started, obviously, at ASU. You went to Florida, but your family is in Arizona. Is it nice? I mean, you don't get to pick where you go, and I'm not being disparaging to anywhere else, but a kid from Arizona probably doesn't want to play in the snow somewhere. I mean, is it pretty cool that, number one, you're not going to a cold weather city? Number two, it's pretty close for your family to zip on over and see you here in Northern California.
Yeah, it's definitely a perk right there, having my family right next door. Actually, it was only like a 50-minute flight to get over here, so it's really quick to get over here. Got a lot of family and friends that obviously live in Arizona. I'd love to come out to all the games, so I'm definitely excited to get started in the Bay.
Welcome, man. Welcome. I know you're in the building now, and you'll meet the media and then your teammates. And there's a rookie mini camp coming up, not next weekend, the weekend after that. So just as you get, you get in the building and kind of get the lay of the land, what's your schedule going to be like the next couple of weeks, Ricky?
For sure, just continue to get in shape, man. That's it. Stay in shape, taking care of my body, making sure I'm healthy. Things that I already do, man. Things I already do. I'm a detail worker, so it's nothing that's going to be too different from what I do on a day in, day out.
All right, man. Just a word of warning. We tell this to all new guys who come to the 49ers. Don't worry about the sticker shock. You'll be fine. You're a first rounder. You got the money. But I'm just, I know Phoenix has gotten a little bit more expensive, but, man, a little sticker shock. That's all we're saying. You'll be fine. Gas will cost you like your right leg. But other than that, housing, you'll be fine.
I've heard all about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know.
I got good people in my corner.
Right on. Hey, Ricky, welcome, man. We really appreciate it. Everyone's excited to see you here, and we're looking forward to seeing you both when you get here permanently and on the field. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for welcoming me.
All right, there you go. There's Ricky Pearsall. By the way, we had him on the show late Friday. We're going to have Tim Kawakami here in a minute. One thing he did do, which was really smart that I've never seen a rookie do, maybe somebody told him to do this, he said, okay, y'all, he did this on Twitter. He goes, what do I need to know? What do I need to know about the Bay Area? And probably 3/4 of the responses, no San Fran. But all these people tell him this and this and this. It was actually good. There was hundreds of responses. That's a good way to do it. But yeah, 3/4 no San Fran. So he knows that for sure.
Can he say Frisco, though? Is Frisco allowed now? I don't think either one.
I don't think so. No. So anyway.
And don't worry about gas prices. Electric car. Come on, John. Even you're going to go eat.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was
Are you
talking to you.
switching?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. I'm negotiating. But yeah. All right, good stuff from Ricky Pearsall. If you missed any of that, just go to KNBR.com. We got to post it up there for you. But coming up next, Tim Kawakami. A bunch of stuff over the weekend, including the NFL draft. We'll get into it with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Monday edition. Looking back at the draft, where all these guys potentially fit and the such. Let's get help from Tim Kawakami on that front. Make sure that you're following me at Tim Kawakami. And, of course, reading all this great stuff in The Athletic and all the guys, Matt Barrows and Lombardi and Tim. The whole crew does a great job for The Athletic covering the Niners. Tim joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Oh, thank you, John. We appreciate that.
Of course.
Yeah,
Sure.
read the stuff.
Sure.
The draft. I love the draft. That's one thing I do love the draft. I'm often taken away from it by Warriors playoff stuff, and I guess I wasn't really too tied up with Warriors playoffs this season. So it's good to think about the draft, be around the draft, and more importantly, ask Shanahan and Lynch during the draft. I get a lot from that. I think hopefully I put that in the columns, but I think it's pretty interesting stuff.
Hey, real quick before we get into that, you said something like that in a tweet. They serve lobster tails in the media room? We missed that?
That's what I'm told. I missed it. That was in the middle day. I went the first day and the third day. The food was good. I don't know what they served you
Let's
guys.
wait till Kawakami's gone and we'll break out lobster tails.
Yeah. It's like, wait a minute. I'm not there. They give the nothing. They give the lobster. Let me know. I'll drive down there. But no, the food was excellent. I was complimenting it, and then someone said, "Hey, you weren't even here the best day." I go, what? So no, it was solid stuff. I've thumbs up for the food provided to the media during the draft this year.
Tim is a foodie, so he knows what he speaks. So
I do like lobster. I do like lobster.
I knew you. So let's get to they drafted, and we'll get into all that. But the big, news of the weekend is what they didn't do. They didn't trade Brandon Ayuk on Thursday. They didn't trade Deebo Samuel on Friday. Pittsburgh was kind of nosing around. As far as what you can tell, did teams make a legit offer to either one of those wide receivers that intrigued them, or did they just not offer nearly enough, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's the second. I don't think they were offered enough. I think we're pretty open that if they got a great offer and something that they thought would meet the value of trading one of their two best players, they would do it, or they would certainly consider it. But it was at a value that they weren't, didn't happen 2 years with Deebo, and this is when Deebo's coming off of one of the best years that we've ever seen a receiver or wide back or whatever you want to call him. I mean, he carried them right through into the playoffs and through the playoffs. And they didn't get a great offer, and that was going to be similar for Ayuk and Deebo. I kind of felt now, listen, there's a contractual situation with Ayuk that might even be more urgent than with Deebo, although the Deebo one was pretty big. But Ayuk is just somebody that I think other teams do value, maybe even more than they did Deebo back then because of the way he plays. He's a stylistic fit for just about any offense. Deebo really isn't. So they were going to listen, and if they got a great first-round pick offer, I think they would have done it. They did not, and I don't know that anybody came up with even like a high 2. So, and there's ways you can mix up. You can say, okay, we'll give you our late one, and you give us your 2. Those kinds of. I don't think anything like that happened, and I do think the point is right though. They were listening. I just don't think anything came close. I just don't think anything was there for either one of them that made it right for them. And I kind of was the thing going in. It was like, these are two guys that are probably more valuable to the 49ers in 2024 than they are to anybody else. This is a team that is trying to win a Super Bowl, that has a young quarterback, and you want to maintain his value of having a great young quarterback. If you have, which you can do with 2 receivers he's very familiar with, seems particularly, very, very well fit with Ayuk, which we've seen through the weeks. And when Purdy's going great, he's throwing it to Ayuk. So it was going to be hard, but the 49ers were very open. Like, they were going to listen because it's just something they're even talking about, basically, or they're certainly not denying. The Deebo is not likely to be on this team next season. Like, this season, yes. Next season, the contractual situation is they can get out of it. They can either trade him or cut him, and they're not even going out of their way to deny that. Like, that contract was essentially set up for Deebo to play through this season, and then they will make a call. They made a call on Eric Armstead in March. They might they made a call on Kyle Juszczyk, right? They said, you got to take a pay cut or we're going to cut you. Well, he took the pay cut. These are things that they're facing. I think the Deebo thing is right there in everybody's understanding. It doesn't mean Deebo has to love it, but I don't think he's been misled about it. And Ayuk is the one that the money is going to have to be right. And I think they were listening. It's just one of those that Shanahan and Lynch are going to listen. It's funny, Lynch did say the week, the Monday before, like, why is it always us in these things? Why is everyone saying so? I guess I think he said it's after the first round. Well, it's them because they listen. They do listen. And if somebody knocks them down with an offer, they're going to do it. But that did not happen for these two guys. And listen, I wasn't sure, but I kept feeling, and I heard there were some things with Ayuk, like maybe we'll see, but nobody was going to value those two guys more than the 49ers do this season. Now, next season is going to be a very different question for Deebo, but they want him. Like, you do want the player. That's what I know. People say, hey, just get the pick. They're going to be off of him. No, you want the player to play games in 2024. Like, that's very important to this team. Then we'll see what happens after 2024 with Deebo specifically.
Tim Kawakami joined us. We're going through the draft, and of course, the big story before the draft, the receivers and the potential trades, and it even got heightened. I mean, when you pick Pearsall in the first round, you start thinking about it. And Cowing's a totally different receiver at Arizona, but to your point, when you draft two receivers, one in the first round, one in the fourth round, you're basically trying to get some depth at that position because you're probably going to lose Deebo next year.
And then Juwan Jennings is going to be free agent after this season. I mean, he's a free agent now, but he's, they can get the 1 year.
But it's a 1 year, yeah.
Yeah. So absolutely. They were talking and they were saying it, 2025. Like, they have to think about 2025, which is not what a lot of teams do, right? I mean, maybe you think about it, you don't say it, but they do have this big Purdy contract coming up. And, they're going to probably pay Ayuk a lot of money. And somebody's going to pay him a lot of money. It's probably going to be the 49ers. So it's not necessarily a salary cap thing because you can always extend that, contract out. So the cap hit isn't huge to start, but it's cash flow. It's Jed York saying, wait a minute, how much money did I just pay Nick Bosa? How much money am I paying Trent Williams? How much, we know the deals. We know the cash outlay there. It's going to be, times 2 for Brock Purdy. So I think they're looking at that. I think they are really looking out a little bit to say, you know what? You're going to try everything you can to try to win a Super Bowl this year. Of course, they're desperate to win a Super Bowl, but they're not going to screw themselves on the back end with these deals. They're just not. Now, that, as I wrote, it might make them a little worse this season. And Kyle said it himself, like, you want to be the same, and you don't want to make yourself worse in the future. Well, that's different than saying we got to get better, that's a little different, but I appreciate the honesty, which Shanahan often gives us, which, again, I appreciate. Like, you're trying to make sure that you're not overpaying a bunch of guys who aren't at their peaks in 3 years. That's what they're doing. And we saw it with Armstead. Again, they're going to be worse because they don't have Eric Armstead. It's like they were worse because they didn't have DeForest Buckner after 2019. But you get what the thinking is. You can't mess it up. You need a bunch of new players who are going to be making rookie deals, who are good players. They don't have a ton of them right now. The quarterback is. They don't have a ton of them other than him. They need to refresh that. They need the guys that they're going to be paying long-term deals in 4 years. They need those guys. And, Pearsall is their hope for that, and some of the other guys. But you're kind of seeing that transition now of, like, this is the group we've got. This is our core group. And now maybe they need to put together kind of another version of a core group. The difference is Brock Purdy is, going to be part of both core groups. He is a young quarterback who you can project being a really good quarterback for 10, 12 years. That allows you to start thinking long-term and thinking you're still going to be pretty good while you do it. The way that Josh Allen with the Bills, the way obviously Mahomes with the Chiefs, you see it. If you can kind of reform a couple different cores around great quarterbacks if you hold on to them. And I think that's the way they're thinking about this with Purdy.
Now, your column yesterday, Timmy, was really interesting. Why it's about the Brock Purdy timeline, and to borrow a phrase from the Warriors, although they never really liked that phrase, the two-timeline approach, which leads to, are we entering kind of a last dance with this group? But they haven't won any championships like the Warriors have won before, and the Bulls. A major difference, which leads to the guy who was in the last dance, Steve Kerr. And you met with him and had a long interview with him, and it's kind of hard to watch these NBA playoffs and see how good Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Denver are. How do the Warriors get up to that level? So just based on talking to him and your own knowledge and of not just basketball but finances as well, how do the Warriors, Tim, cut salary, which they clearly have got to do this offseason, and try to get better? How can they do that?
It's going to be hard, but they built it into it. It's the Klay Thompson contract, which they're going to offer him something that maybe already have. It's going to be less than $43 million, which is what he was making last season. And if he takes it, then they've saved money, and you still have Klay. If he doesn't take it, then you have $43 million that's coming off the cap. Chris Paul, $30 million. He will not be on this team next season unless he takes a drastic pay cut, and he's not going to take a drastic pay cut. He really didn't love being a backup in the first place. And, there's a team in Phoenix that he was on that could have really used a point guard. I don't saying that he's going back to Phoenix, but there are teams that could really use that organization. The Warriors liked it. It was good for them, but they need somebody bigger and faster and younger than Chris Paul. So you take those two salaries out, and maybe you sign Klay back for 22, and you add somebody else at 10. You've changed $73 million into 28. That's how they're going to do it. Now, are they going to be definitely better because of that? I can't say that they are. They're going to have to do other things. But they did build the Jordan Poole trade for all the things you think about Jordan and all the possibilities he brought. The main reason they did it wasn't just to get Chris Paul. It was to change out that contract. And now they can. And now either they get better with that, they trade Chris Paul for somebody who's willing to guarantee him his contract, and you get somebody back, or you just get rid of that contract, and it allows you to get under all the way, not just the second apron, under the luxury tax, potentially even under the cap line, although I think that's unlikely.
Wow.
But you can get way under, that's $73 million that could disappear from their cap. That would take them under. Won't take them under enough to sign somebody big, but you start having mechanisms. You have the non-taxpayer medal. You have some things that they might be able to play with that they didn't used to have. And again, I don't want to be really too blunt here, but what are you losing if you lose Klay Thompson and Chris Paul from this team? You lose something. And as I've written, they'll never seem the same if they don't have Klay Thompson on them. But you're not losing a guy who would help you beat the Kings, right? Like, there is something to that. If they can get a better player, younger player, Moses Moody, again, I'm not saying they're going to be better because they don't have Klay Thompson. Klay is a special player. They will want him back. They should want him back. He's come a long way from those two leg injuries. I'm just saying it's $73 if you lose Klay and Chris Paul, and neither one of them is going to help you beat the Kings in the play-in. They didn't. And you could say the same thing about playing, Oklahoma City or Minnesota. Can they turn that into more usable players at a significantly drastic price? That's what we're looking at. I'm not saying they're going to be world champions. But I'm saying that's the vehicle they've already built into this, and let's see who they could turn this into. Can they turn this into somebody with a real difference maker, or somebody who, that guy can help you beat the Kings. That guy can help you beat the Timberwolves. Or do you turn into just a more kind of, versatile, younger roster that you can at least imagine growing into a better version of what they are around Steph and Draymond? We'll see. Again, I don't want this to come off as me saying they're better without Klay. I just think that is money for them to play with that they don't necessarily have to spend on Klay Thompson and Chris Paul. And in fact, they're not going to spend on those two guys. Just on Klay, yes, but at a number they can afford, and then we'll see what they do with the rest of that money.
That's well said. The other thing, too, that the playoffs are telling us, the Lakers are on the verge of being out. They're down 3-1. The Suns are already out. The Clippers, interesting. They're staying alive without Kawhi. But the old teams are kind of falling by the wayside. And then, Anthony Edwards is becoming even a bigger star before our eyes. He's young. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's young. I mean, Jokic is the oldest of the group of superstars here, and he's 29. But the rest of these guys are 23, 24 years old. I mean, that we know this. The West is not getting worse. These guys are now getting playoff experience, and they're getting better. So as you're watching these teams, Minnesota's not falling on their face. Oklahoma City's not. Now they have the Pelicans, so we'll see. But these teams, these younger teams, are now getting the experience, and they're not intimidated by the Warriors anymore.
No, and by the way, you've got Mr. Wembanyama coming up.
He's 20. He's 20.
He's pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
And you have, and they have they have a ton of cap space, and you have Memphis, how
about Houston? How about Houston?
I mean, all these young guys in the West, they're all coming up.
Exactly. They're coming up. So, Poppy asked me about where Kerr is. I just think Kerr is like, let's just be honorable with the way this goes. And if you honor Steph and Draymond and, if Klay's back and whatever, you're competitive and you see what you know, and might be similar to playing those Kings in the first round last year, right? And maybe you get on a hot run, and they were competitive against the Lakers in that series, and maybe you're put together better, and maybe you take another, you do a Heat thing a couple times. I think that's what he's thinking generally. Like, nobody's going to have them as the favorites. But if they have the right couple of pieces, if you can do an Marcus Thompson just wrote, and do another Andrew Wiggins, get someone like that. I don't know exactly who that would be. He's got some candidates, some good ones. I don't know if they can get any of those guys, but can you get on a hot run and let Steph go beat somebody in a game 6, game 7? I think that's where they're at. It's practical. They know it's winding down. They know that they're not looked at as the same, but can you do something like that? And they've got the devices built in to take the money down without hurting them too much, and then see what they do with increased flexibility. See what Pajemski does. See what Trace Jackson-Davis does. See what Moses Moody can do, and maybe you build a couple other players. And that'll be great for them to have their first-round pick, which is pretty good this year. But unless it's 1 through 4, it's going to Portland, and that hurts a little bit. But you had to do that, back in, when they were losing Durant and they were hard capped and all those things. But they're not in a great place, but I'd say they're probably in a better place than the Suns right now, right? The Suns are stuck.
Oh.
They're just stuck. So they're going to have to break that up, not out of choice. They just have to. And there are other teams that are more stuck than the Warriors. And listen, there's young teams coming on all of them. But if you put it in some sort of context, the Warriors are better off than like the Lakers. I'm not sure the Lakers are in a great position right now. So of the old teams, the Warriors are in a better shape than others. It's not the category you want to be in, but they're not completely out of this if they make some moves again, because the Jordan Poole trade freed some money for them if they don't need to go crazy because they have some flexibility there.
You know where I'm going on this. Durant.
It's number 35. I knew it.
Marcus. They should have done it 2 years ago. If they would have done that 2 years ago when they were defending NBA champions, is there any way to get Durant and that number, $50 million a year on the roster? Could they do that?
It's hard. It'd have to be them in the Suns being willing to take Wiggins and Chris Paul. It'd be something like that. And it would take
some young guys.
And 3 first-round picks. I don't think they'd do it. I think they'd get better offers. Listen, there's 2 people I know who are obsessed with Kevin Durant. One of them is Greg Pop. You're number 1. The second one's Joe Lacob.
The other one's Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
So that's why I ask.
It's a little more influence than Pop.
A little bit.
They're going to try. They're going to call it. They tried for LeBron James, and I understood why they tried for LeBron James. Like, you want to be involved with players, and if the other team says, maybe, then you start talking. Don't know how is Phoenix Suns going to, we get out of this by taking Andrew Wiggins' salary? Is that what they're going to say? I find that hard to believe. If the Warriors had like the 3rd pick this year, which again, they might luck into it with lottery, then there's a whole other discussion to be had. But at this moment, they don't have it. The odds are drastically against it. They don't have those like young, a bunch of young stars that were like the Lakers put together when they made the move for when they traded all those guys for whoever. I can't even remember who it was. But when they traded Lonzo to New Orleans.
Oh, it was Anthony Davis. Yeah, the Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis. There you go. I was like thinking Paul. I kept thinking Paul George. Right. That was another one. But they don't have those guys, so it would be hard. But maybe the Suns think Brandon Pajemski is a superstar or something like that. It's going to take something like that. But yes, I know Pop is like texting Lake right now. How do we do this?
Actually, I'm watching him do it as we
Rich
speak.
Kleiman. The hell, Joe's in. I know. Could they even bring him back in the after everything that's gone on? Bring Clay back? Could they even bring Durant back in there and roll?
Yes, they could. I don't know that he would be in love with it. I don't know that listen.
I don't know though. After his Nets and Suns experience, where he had super teams that fell in their face, maybe he's ready.
2 years ago, they should have got him when he was available.
When I booked this interview, what did I know? One thing that was going to come up.
You knew this was coming.
You knew I was going to ask about Durant. That's it.
We're going to have this conversation in 5 years.
I know.
You're gonna go, hey, is there a way they
dude's
can get
going to have a walker
in the Hall of Fame, and I try to talk him out of retirement.
Exactly.
The guy's great, Timmy. Come on, he's great.
He was fantastic last night. He's a great player.
But if I'm the Suns, that's not the guy I want to move. Like
he's the guy they might have. Yeah, he's the guy they might have.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I take Booker. I take Booker too.
Well, they want to move Beal, but I don't know if Beal's movable.
Like there's teams that have a ton of stuff, that can move. If you're the friggin' Oklahoma City Thunder and you lose to Denver in the Western Conference Finals, you've got a million things you could trade for Kevin Durant. You know, I mean, like there's like, and then does he want to go back there? Does he want to go? You could San Antonio do. Like there's teams that have a ton of things more than the Warriors do. But yes, Greg Papa is going to be so annoying that he's going to bang the wall so much.
You bring up a good point because they need to get younger. They need this. I could see the Suns. You're right. San Antonio's got a lot of young guys. OKC's got young guys in picks. Because like you said, I mean, Phoenix doesn't have a first-round pick till like 2030. I mean, it's unbelievable.
They've got other teams first round. They don't have their own. But they got swaps and they've given up their own. It's hard unless, again, do they think Jonathan Kuminga is a right superstar? Like that could happen. I don't think it's likely that that's the person who's going to get you Kevin Durant. But they will be thinking about the one thing. Listen, they're going to be thinking about all this stuff. No question. They're going to be trying. They'll call Milwaukee for Giannis. This is what they do. I just don't know that that's the level that they can play in this time around. They're
going out to lunch, John, with Kawakami. You're not ordering a chicken salad sandwich. You want lobster tails.
Yes.
Lobster tails.
Tell me where that is.
That's Durant. That's Durant.
Yeah, no kidding. Yes. Hey, thanks, TK, man.
Kevin Durant and Greg Papa. It's
never going to die, dude. Never.
Yeah, no.
Never.
Which is fine. Durant's freaking good. He is absolutely the person you keep doing this with. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate all the insight, draft, Warriors, all that stuff.
Timmy.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
Thanks.
Thank you, man.
At Tim Kawakami, make sure you're reading his great stuff, following him. And, of course, like I said, all the guys at The Athletic do a great job covering the 49ers. Make sure David Lombardi and Barros and Tim do a great job and all that stuff. All right, Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour in about 15 minutes. We'll get you ready for that as the Giants go 2 for 3. Starting pitching great, but 3-3-3 were the runs across the board. 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, so they get 2 of 3, but they score 3 runs every time. They got the offense going, but the starting pitching has been very good. We'll ask Susan about that at the bottom of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I'm already reading my 2025 NFL mock drafts because, sadly, the 2024 NFL draft has come and gone. Check out the 49ers full draft list and all of our KNBR draft coverage. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thairo Estrada, deep drive to left center field. It is gone up over the left field wall on the first pitch of the bottom of the third. Thairo Estrada, his 4th home run of the year. It's 1-0 Giants. Here's a swing and a drive to center field. He crushed that one. Taylor back at the wall. It's gone! Out into the garden, just to the right of straightaway center field. Back-to-back home runs for the Giants.
Weekend review on the Giants. We will get a full report from Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour in about 8.5 minutes, to be exact. 3 runs every game. 3-0 on Friday. That was very cool. Kyle Harrison, 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, no walks, and 7 strikeouts. Patrick Bailey walks it off. Saturday, they lose 4-3. Jordan Hicks, solid again, the leadoff hitter, or the starter. My leadoff, I was just talking to Danny about leadoff hitters. The leadoff hitter that day was Mr. Austin Slater hitting 103. Not sure about that. And then on Sunday, you just heard the back-to-back home runs called by the great Dave Fleming, Estrada, and Yaz. And I was always on the Yaz train, of course. I never jumped off of it. And by the way, Tyler Fitzgerald, another guy that I've criticized in the past. Nice job at shortstop yesterday.
You're running a little too hot on these
Very
guys.
nice.
It's baseball. It's baseball.
And Keaton Wynn, very nice, like he always does. Throws those 6 innings in there, 1 earned, 5 strikeouts. And he's very good. So the consistent thing is the starting pitching, but 3 runs every single day. 2 wins, 1 loss, though. So you'll take it as they head off to Boston.
They're already there. They're enjoying a day off in the hub. I mean, the 3 runs, they had no runs going to the bottom of the 9th against Pittsburgh on Friday night. And first of all, Kyle Harrison was just so good in that game. I mean, he's been working on his slider, but he had the slider on Friday night, and he didn't walk anybody in the game. Gave up just 5 hits. He went 6 shutout ball, and the bullpen was strong. And Camilo Duvall gets that incredible 1-2-3 double play to get out of the inning. What a throw by Patrick Bailey. And then they set it up for Bailey in the bottom of the 9th. And I was listening to John and Dave, and on TV, they both thought, first and second, nobody out, have Patrick Bailey bunt. He got a high fastball, and his difference in his game right now, and Yaz is not getting high fastballs. It's amazing. That's the hole in his swing, but they're staying belt and below, and he's driving the ball. But Patrick Bailey just could not cover that high pitch, that neck high pitch, which it's hard to get on top of. He is now. He fouled one off, and he shook his head like, I just missed that one, and then a ball got away. He didn't have to bunt. And now it's second and third, just a fly ball, and he had more than a fly ball. He had a walk-off on Friday night, so they got to 3, but for most of the game it was nothing. And then I had to get out, after the NFL draft on Friday and all day Saturday. I went to the game on Saturday night, and Jordan Hicks he's so nasty, but he can't go deep in games because he strikes out everybody, which is, kind of a great problem to have. But when you're striking out guys, you're not getting 1 and 2 pitch outs, but, he just was mowing everybody down. His splitter, his slider, he's dominant. And they got to 3, John, but again, they had 1 run for most of the game. They did not play well defensively in the game. Wilmer and a couple of errors, some curious calls, and then Pittsburgh hits 2 home runs. The Rogers brothers, the starting pitching has been extraordinary, and we'll get into what's going on with Blake Snell and what's going on with his spot in the rotation, what comes up Wednesday. But the other guys are just locked in right now. Everybody gave you a great start. But the bullpen's been just hot and cold. Getting Luke Jackson back has helped. Camilo's strong, obviously. But the Rogers brothers are just giving up too many home runs, and Taylor gives up 2. Key Brian Hayes after your guy Brian Reynolds, and then Soler hits a bomb. I mean, Jorge Soler, he's got to lock in and come up with meaningful hits. The game they lost 17-1, he hits the 1. He gets a home run off of Jordan Montgomery. And they're down 4-1 going to the bottom of the 10th with the automated runner at second automatic runner. He gets a bomb, and it was a bomb, but damn. Like to have tied the game or won the game on that, but he brings you within a run. It was, obviously he had a chance, but nothing there. And then yesterday, John, just Keaton Wynn. is a keeper in this starting rotation. And with Blake Snell, going on the IL now, and we're hearing, we'll ask Susan how long it's going to be, and Alex Cobb going on the 60-day. Who do you think comes back first, Alex Cobb or Blake Snell? Which one will be in your starting rotation? I mean, we're looking at Memorial Day weekend and beyond, actually May 27th, right? When's Memorial Day this year? Right around then. That 2:05 game against Philly, I think Cobb is eligible to pitch on Memorial Day Monday. So when is Blake Snell going to come back? The starting rotation has been great with the off day. You could just, have Harrison come back and pitch on Wednesday after pitching on Friday. I don't think they're going to do that, but it will be great to see Logan Webb. But the starting pitching is coming through with timely hitting. Bullpen's been up and down, but now your pitching staff is really going to be tested. And the Red Sox are a different team. They pitch. They have great pitching. But when you go on a road trip to Fenway, Philly, and 20th and Blake and Denver.
Yeah, that's the worst.
That's
Colorado
a hard
to end a trip.
If they pitch the way they've been pitching on this trip, John, they got to staff. But they got to tighten up the bullpen. The starters have been extraordinary, but the Blake Snell, situation has cost you all 5 of those games.
Yeah, and like you said, the back-to-back home runs by Taylor Rogers, they got to get things going because Duvall's got it in the 9th. I know he struggled a little bit yesterday, but he got it done. But they've got to get a better bridge. I know Walker is there. I'm not completely convinced that he's the guy there, but they got to get that figured out. But, yeah, the starting pitches have been great. They got 4 guys, and then they're going to add Snell at some point, Cobb at some point, Ray at some point. So I know Bags wrote that piece today about, and you and I have discussed this, about these guys and what are their innings totals going to be. They may have to push back a little bit on these guys or hold them back a little bit so that they can get a full season out of these guys. But they have a few guys, and then get Blake Snell going, and they should be all right. Let's get it with Susan Susser. We'll talk to her all about that situation, the weekend in which the offense doesn't get things going. Patrick Bailey, though, does enough on Friday night. They squeaked by yesterday as well, but they only score 3 runs per as they go into Boston. We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB Beat Reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
37,000 standing. High drive to right. It is and this game is over.
Great call on Friday night. I was Patrick Bailey with the 3-run shot. So 3-3-3, but it was good enough to get 2 wins over the weekend. 3-0 on the walk-off on Friday night, lose 4-3 Saturday, and then get the win 3-2 yesterday. Let's talk to Susan Slusser all about it as the Giants end the homestand and head off to Boston. Of course, make sure that you're following her at Susan Slusser and reading all her great stuff in the Chronicle, including the latest going back to the 50s to help the Giants actually hit, which would be nice. Susan joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. Great piece, by the way, on going back to some old technology, given the fact that we're all just about new. That was a good piece. Well done.
Thank you. That was really fun. Yeah, for people that don't remember the Iron Mark, I do remember seeing them around baseball in kind of like the late 80s, 90s, and then they disappeared, and Pat Burrell requested that the Giants get one of those old Iron Mike machines. They actually do have an arm that kind of flips it. He likes that. The balls come every 6 seconds, and the players like the fact they don't have to have a coach stand in there feeding the machine. They can just do it themselves. So, yeah, this cutting-edge Giants new age front office, and now they've got this 1952 style. It's the same model from 1952. It kind of blew me away that they were doing that, but I love it.
So since you bring up Pat, and we love Pat the Bat, just talk about the Giants offense overall. They had 3 runs all weekend, and with Bailey's walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th on Friday, and then they had to go extra innings, and Soler hit a home run. They're just scraping. It used to be, score 4 in the Sabian era. Now they're having to get by with their starting pitching and bullpen and defense, Suze, with 3. How's Pat the Bat holding up, you think, as he makes the transition to a full-time coach and a hitting coach? And overall, just give me your thoughts on the Giant offense and what you're seeing.
Yeah, they've got some guys that are just kind of slow getting going. It's one of those things where I think if they just get 1 or 2 really going at the same time, everyone might take off. Like the thought was after hitting the home run on Saturday that might kind of get Soler going. He would obviously be huge. He tends to, like most sluggers, hit home runs in bursts. So that would be a big thing. But Yastrzemski's looking a lot better. That helps. It's the lineup against lefties right now that has not really been coming through. And I think they need to change. Obviously, Austin Slater's off to a very slow start. He's hitting the ball harder. He's having some good at-bats. It's a very small sample size, but he's one guy that stands out. My impression is the way things break down with the Giants hitting coaches, with Pat Burrell joining Justin Veely and Pedro Guerrero, is that Pat does a lot of talking about like approach and the mental side, and he's a former big leaguer, and kind of like have a plan, that kind of thing. And Justin Veely tends to be a little bit more the mechanical guy, looking at the video. What are you doing differently? What should you be doing? And certainly they're all very much into the numbers, but again, I think that's where something like the Iron Mike is kind of Pat's idea, right? Like, what's something that can just kind of get you going, get you into a rhythm? It's this old thing that shoots fastballs at you every 6 seconds, which, hey, why not if it works?
Susan Slusser joining us talking about the weekend. The Giants take 2 of 3, but could score 3 runs each game, so you got to get the offense going. On the positive side, obviously, the starting pitching. Kyle Harrison was absolutely great. Keaton Wynn does what he does. Jordan Hicks is doing what he does. I know that the bullpen needs to be a little bit more consistent, and Bags wrote a piece about, long-term, what are they going to do here? But for the weekend, those 3 guys, and that's without Logan Webb. That's obviously Blake Snell is hurt. Alex Cobb, as you said, is kind of on his way back. But those 3 over the weekend, they were great.
Yeah, they're fantastic. It is going to be interesting to see what happens here down the line because, they're making do. There is clearly the one spot open in the rotation. I kind of hope that we see Mason Black there. That would be wonderful if he gets to start. Maybe a tough spot to start for your major league debut, which might point Ward or somebody like Dalton Jeffries if they decide not to go bullpen game. Long road trip, not sure a bullpen game's the best way to go anyway, the second day on a long trip. So maybe Dalton. That's going to be interesting, but certainly they've got the arms. Like, look, they're doing this right now without Snell, without Cobb, without Robbie Ray. I think they can. Their idea was let's win with pitching and defense, and I think they've shown they can do that. You're absolutely spot on. They need more than 3 runs, and to me, what they did yesterday was even more important. If you're just going to get the 3, get it early, and let the pitching kind of back that up.
Yeah, I mean, the one downer, and the homestand was fine. Going 6-4, they were able to split against Arizona, but they won 2 out of 3 from the Mets, and obviously 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh over the weekend. But the one major downer was Wednesday morning when we got the news about Blake Snell going on the IL, and then now Alex Cobb. There was some hope that Cobb would be coming back late April. That's not going to happen now. The soonest he could come off the 60-day IL is Memorial Day Monday, May 27th. So, I mean, are we looking at kind of like Snell and Cobb joining the rotation at around the same time, Suze? Will Snell be out that long where it may be, 3 weeks or so into May?
Still seem to think that they caught this adductor strain, sort of groin area, pretty soon. He's had it twice before. Once he missed a month, once he missed 3 weeks. I think he would like it to be kind of the minimum, which is 15 days out for pitchers. They backdated it a day as they can do, so that essentially would be 2 weeks. It might be a little bit longer than that, but I do think he will be back, barring some sort of setback or something really unexpected. I think he'll be back definitely before Cobb will be back in the rotation. And Cobb's supposed to be throwing today if able. He got a cortisone shot on Friday. Was feeling better Saturday, was feeling even better again yesterday, which is a great sign of the cortisone. Cortisone could be a little bit hit and miss, but that's a sign that that's working and kind of clearing out the inflammation that's going on in the shoulder. And then I think he feels like he's going to be pretty good to go because his arm strength is there. He's been throwing. He was up to 4 or 5 innings. He could be ready, assuming no more setbacks, right around that Memorial Day mark.
Let me just go back to the hitting for just a second with Austin Slater because he's struggled to start the year. I know he's coming back from injury, but this goes back to last July. 144 bats. He's hitting 194 with 3 home runs, all 3 last July. This is big time struggle. Obviously, he's hitting 103. He's batting leadoff. I heard Yaz after the game saying, "Hey, really appreciate Bob staying with me, sticking with me." Is that this kind of a situation where no matter what, that they're just going to stick with Slater, or a guy like Ramos, another right-handed hitter, is just really tearing it up at AAA? How much longer do they stick with Austin Slater?
Well, Slater's got such a good track record, especially hitting lefties, coming off the bench. He's really valuable in a lot of the roles. He's a good outfielder. One of the he and Yaz are basically the longest tenured Giants, and Tyler Rogers. I think they stick with him. Right now, it's a small sample size. I think it's under 30 at bats because of the platoon system. It's somewhere around that there. Pat Burrell's big on, you really don't know what you're looking at until about 100 at bats. That's pretty traditional. He's working on things. He missed some spring training coming back from that elbow surgery. And really, I think it was the elbow problem that was limiting him last year and some of those numbers last year. So once he gets going, he should be fine. It's really just kind of a matter of getting the timing, the rhythm as he comes back from all of that.
And Yaz obviously was really struggling with that high fastball, and I think that's where Iron Mike comes into play, because if it does anything, it feeds you high fastball after high fastball, as you detailed in your story, and he's covering that a little bit better, but they're not giving him that pitch. But just having Mike Yastrzemski going back to Fenway, Suze, they haven't been back there since 2019, and we all remember how emotional it was with his grandfather, the Hall of Famer Carl, throwing out the first pitch, game 2 of the series. He had a home run. So obviously it's nice that his swing is locking in. He had a big home run yesterday, got a later base hit. But what's it like just when they announced that name, Yastrzemski, at Fenway Park, and here comes Carl's grandson?
Yeah, I mean, that's just for everybody. A couple of people yesterday were saying, like, this is fun for all of us. Like, everyone gets a kick out of that. It doesn't sound like Carl's going to be there this week. He kind of splits time between Florida and New England, and it sounds like maybe he won't be going. Mike says, he kind of likes watching the games on TV more right now anyway. So he wasn't expecting him to be at the games, but still, Yastrzemski, obviously Hall of Fame career, entire career with Boston, Triple Crown winner, all of that kind of stuff. To see his grandson there, can you imagine especially for like the really long time older Red Sox fans? That just must be absolute kick in the pants.
That's cool. That was cool when he went back last time. And that's the greatness, too, is, you criticize fans all you want. I mean, they'll give him a great ovation just because it's Yastrzemski, right? I mean, that place will be electric when he comes up.
Yeah, and so much fun for Mike, too. You obviously grew up going to some games there. He's from the New England area. He's from Andover. I think he was kind of downplaying it a little bit yesterday. His second child is just an infant still, so his wife and kids won't be there. He said he's probably going to see some family that he hasn't seen in a long time and some friends, and that's good. But he was kind of downplaying it. But nothing's going to, I think, approach that first time for him, especially with his granddad there and then hitting the home run. I mean, that's just special magic, kind of somebody was sprinkling some magic dust on him that day.
Yeah, and again, there's some similarities. His grandfather was one of the great defensive players of all time, and just how fundamentally sound Mike is. And even when he was struggling, Susie, played incredible right field. I mean, just fundamentals, cutting balls off. He had one down the line. He had one in the gap yesterday. He's just so great. The only way this gets better to me is if he would play his grandfather's position at Fenway and put him in left field in front of the monster. That is daunting. Conforto's going to have to work. But just give me your thoughts. You went there for so many years, as we all did together, covering the A's. And the first thing is when you go into Fenway Park, it's just so green everywhere. But that monster, it feels like it's not 299 feet away, that it's more like 99 feet away. You're like, that's the left field wall? It's like touching the shortstop. It's amazing.
It really is. It looks and feels so close. And I would urge anybody that hasn't been to Fenway, first of all, go. But second, that's the one place where really a ballpark tour is a must. Because if you get the tour where you go into that scoreboard in the Monster, it feels like you're on top of home plate even from there. Most places when you're in the outfield, you're like, wow, I can barely see home plate from there. Not there. You really feel like immediate. So I can only imagine what it feels like to play left field. It's practically like, some days it must feel like almost third base when you're facing a team with a lot of hot hitters. But that's one of the things that makes it fun. What a unique, beautiful, beautiful park. One of my favorites.
That's awesome. Real quick, just a major league issue, and they finally admitted this and addressed this. I don't know how you screw up the uniforms to the extent that they did, but I guess by 2025, they'll enlarge the lettering on the back of the jerseys, remedy the mismatched gray pants, address sweat visibility, and fix the see-through pants. How could they screw up these? I mean, isn't it just pretty basic? We take for granted that the uniform, but they've had so many problems. I mean, blowouts on these. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just this vapor line that Nike's been pushing, and maybe it works better in other sports or for other things, but it obviously is not the answer for baseball. I mean, they did trot them out last year at the All-Star game, and nobody noticed or had any problems with them then, but spring training kind of really brought up the fact that there are some issues, the fit issues, the lettering. Recently, we've seen these sweat things, and then the mismatched grays. I don't even understand how that's possible. I mean, doesn't somebody catch that like right away? Isn't there a quality control or something?
Plus, they're late. Like the city they don't even have certain versions of what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't, hey, this is a sport that has not managed to create a uniform baseball for entire seasons in recent years. They own the factory. This to me is just extraordinary that baseball somehow has these, they own the uniform manufacturing as well. How is this happening? I mean, they really need to do a better job. If you can't get your sports ball correct, I don't know why we're trusting you with anything.
That's a good point. So it seems like everywhere else they have the tact perfect, everything else, but we can't figure it out. Anyway, Susan, as always, great stuff. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
See you.
Thank you, Susie.
And we will both echo that, man. If you haven't been to Fenway, if you can, man, that's just awesome, man. Take the East Coast
It's the
trip.
best.
I mean, that is cool, man. That is a
Get
good time.
there early, walk around Ted Williams Way, Lansdowne Street behind the Monster. They used to have a screen. The Monster's 37 feet high, and the screen went up 23. Now you could sit right in the Section M seats right there. It is, you want to get there early, take the tour, go into the left field. You can go into the Monster, which I've done many times. Tony Gwynn has a big signature right there. There's nothing like it. And the Giants haven't been there since 2019, John. It's a hell of a difficult place to broadcast. My first game I ever did there in 1990, Ricky Henderson hit what I thought was a lazy fly ball to left field. It's in the screen. It's gone. I'm like, what? It was like going to Coors Field. First time at Coors Field. You're like, what? Yeah. Jeremy Giambi hit an opposite field fly ball, and it went out of the ballpark. But the broadcast booth is so high at Fenway, you're looking right down on it, and you're thinking, that's just a fly ball to left. Where's Mike Greenwell going? He's smacking his face into the wall. It's gone. It is. There's nothing like it. And Wrigley's Wrigley, but there's nothing like the Fens.
Yeah, it's
nothing
a great
like
place. Susan Susser, by the way, is brought to us by our good friends at River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop. Discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. It was for me. All right, Dante Whitner joining us at 12:30 to talk Niners. Silver has a piece. Is this really the last dance? We'll explain. It's Pop and Lundell here on the Sports Center.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At various points during the offseason, they had inquiries about Brandon Ayuk, and they decided they wanted to try to sign him to a long-term contract that they're still trying to get done. They got a couple of inquiries on Debo. Nothing got close to getting done. And they said over the weekend, and I believe this is the plan, that the plan right now is to move forward with both those guys. Now, here's the deal. Ayuk has not signed that contract. He's headed into the last year of his deal. Juwan Jennings is headed into the last year of his deal. And Deebo Samuel is headed into the last year of guaranteed money on his deal that has 2 years left. So clearly, there are wide receiver questions in San Francisco that they're going to have to address.
That is Adam Schefter. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk more about the draft. And by the way, give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. If you got a question about the draft, a favorite player, somebody you're excited about, or you want to opine on Ayuk or Debo, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, as well as the phone line. Same number, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. As Silver writes today in the Chronicle, the San Francisco 49ers are about to commence their version of The Last Dance, an all-in 2024 season that will mark the end of an era, and I am here for it, unquote. Is that drastic, or do you think this is a Last Dance situation?
Well, I mean, and he's tight with Steve Kerr. Obviously, Mike and Steve are very close. It's not, the Chicago Bulls were going for their 6th championship in 8 years, and a little bit different. The Warriors situation, they were champions. I mean, how will history look back on this 5-year run? 2 trips to the Super Bowl ending in heartbreak to the same team, and 2 other trips to championship games ending in a heartbreak and a torn UCL, an elbow injury. And so one thing is clear. They realize that they're running out of time, and this group needs to put it all together. But you could have one player or 2 players leave, and you still roll on. I mean, the Warriors have evolved, obviously. Well, earlier it was Harrison Barnes, then it was Durant, and then it was Wiggins and Jordan Poole. So things do change. But what we're talking about basically is Debo and where we go. They restructured Kittle's deal, so I think Kittle's going to be here for a couple of more years. Trent Williams, he wants to play till he's 40. So Trent's got a handful of good years left. They did not take a tackle this weekend. They did take Pooney, the guard, and who could also play at center. Really can play anywhere on the line, but he's a 5-position guy. So we'll see. They added a couple of wide receivers in Pearsall. We talked about Jacob Cowing out of Arizona. I don't know where it all goes, but I think the Yak Bros, as we know them, and that was the original group, was George Kittle, and then it was the drafting of Deebo Samuel. They got Kittle in 17, Debo in 19, and then they got Brandon Ayuk in 20. Those are the Yak Bros. Then you go bring in Christian McCaffrey with a monumental trade, midway through the 22-year, John, and that changed things as far as the 5 eligibles and getting them all on the field, taking on his salary, the draft pick compensation going the other way. So I don't know if it's the final. It was not close this weekend, and Mike was talking to Khan in Pittsburgh and the people with the Steelers. As you were saying last week, Pittsburgh was in on Ayuk. Would they be in on Debo? They were. But from what I understand, they only offered like a pair of 3rd-round picks for Debo. And the 49ers wanted the 1st-round pick coming the other way. So there's a huge discrepancy in his value. So now where does it go? The salary does slide. I really don't see a scenario where they just cut him off the football team next year. I don't think that'll happen. But there's a lot of football to be played between then and now, and they're back at it right now. Today is phase 2 of the organized team activities. They're allowed to actually be on the field. Before it was more lifting and being with the strength side of it. Now they're actually on the field. In fact, they're on the field right now. They've been on for the last hour or so. But we'll see where it all goes, whether it's as dramatic as The Last Dance. I mean, you'd like to get a championship here. They've had their hearts broken, 4 different years in a variety of ways. So you'd like this group because the team does change every year. And if you lose a guy like Debo, it's a whole different mentality. And you're losing more than just your Z wide receiver and your, Deadpool running back and 11 Tyson personnel. He's so much the identity of this football team, the swag of this team, the boombox coming out before games with Trent. So we'll see where it all goes. But I think they realize that, and George said it going into training camp last year, and they have restructured his deal. But look at a guy like Eric Armstead. You know, sometimes you got to move on from guys, and I think we're all bracing for that possibility because the Niners were so open about it happening possibly this weekend, but in reality, it didn't come that close for either receiver.
As he continues to say, he says, one of those receivers likely, Samuel will be gone a year from now. George Kittle and fullback Kyle Juszczyk could be sent packing. Trent Williams will be 37. He mentions all these different things. Christian McCaffrey's going to be 29. The way that I would counter that, and by the way, I don't think it's accurate at all to say last dance because, like I said, the Bulls won multiple championships. What it is more a comp for me is, and Seattle won a championship, and this is why I think it's so important urgently to win a championship, is their second year in the league, Russell Wilson was a third-round pick. His second year in the league, they won a championship. His third year in the league, they went to a Super Bowl. They never went back because then he started getting paid. And that defense that Seattle had put together, they started to slowly lose pieces because that's how you do it. And then you try to reenact what they did because, remember, they got Wagner and Irvin and Chancellor and Thomas and Sherman and then Wilson like in a kind of a chunk period, kind of like what the Niners have done. And you have to take advantage of that because then once your quarterback, who they got in the third round, and then, of course, Brock being in the seventh round, once that quarterback starts getting paid, not maybe your star players, but some of those players that really are underrated start to leave your team, and then you don't have the depth, and that becomes the problem. But he mentioned all these players that they could potentially lose. But again, any Kyle Shanahan team is going to be good offensively. They've got Bosa for the long term, Warner for the long term. They're going to get Brock for the long term. They're not going to just fall off the face of the earth because they're going to lose some of these guys. Now, look, we said this before the draft. They've got to hit on some of these guys. There's a reason why they drafted 2 wide receivers. I mean, it's pretty obvious that he's not going to be around. For the same reason, I think they drafted 2 tight ends. I mean, they love Kittle, but at some point, certain guys, like, can you afford both corners this next offseason? Can Demo be gone? Is Demo and Ward going to be signed? Probably not. They probably have to make a decision on one. I mean, that's kind of what it is. And then a guy like Renardo Green comes in, and he has to be good. I mean, that's what the draft is about, is resetting numbers at the positions, at certain positions where you just can't afford everybody. And so that's what the key becomes, is these drafts that are coming up, the guys that you already have signed, they're not going to fall off the face of the earth because, like we all know, Reinsdorf decided before that season, I'm not keeping Jordan. I'm not keeping Pippen. I'm not, basketball is different. You lose a guy or two off the Bulls, especially if it's Jordan. That is the last dance. But the Niners have enough young talent and enough guys who'll sign. They're signing Brandon Ayuk. I mean, just period. They're signing Brandon Ayuk, but it's going to have to be Ayuk and Pearsall and guys, and hopefully Jawan Jennings long term. It's going to be tough, but you are going to lose guys. It's not going to be like the Raiders when Reggie McKenzie came in and they just had to blow everybody out. That's not where the Niners are.
Well, and going back to the Bulls, I mean, the owner just decided he wasn't going to pay Michael $35 million a year. He was done. And they, Jerry Krause already went out and found Phil Jackson's replacement. They already had Tim Floyd ready to come in and coach the team. They were going to make a fundamental change in all regards. John Lynch is not going anywhere, I don't think. A lot of movement in TV, by the way, with Boomer and Phil Simms gone and Matt Ryan's in and Jason Kelsey officially joining ESPN. So there could be an opportunity for John. But the point is that they've been together now into their 8th year, and they have a continuity on how they draft, how they pick players, the Niner way. I think they're getting better at it, and they play the same way. They make minor changes here and there, but really, so players will come and go. But as long as John, losing Adam Peters and Tarek had his first weekend draft, and RJ, but they just move on, and they know what a Kyle Shanahan player is on both sides of the ball, offensive linemen, wide receivers. They know on defense how they want to play. Renardo Green fits that. So it's just continuing. To me, it's more like the Steelers and how they have played for a long time. But the one thing that Kyle said, and I don't know. I don't know if they're a better team right now than they were that ended last year. Eric Armstead had to play hurt a lot last year, but he did rise up, recovered a big fumble in the championship game to beat Detroit, had a big sack of Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And I don't know, Dre Greenlaw, I was optimistic with the Achilles he would start the year. Now he may not. That injury may linger a little bit. So I don't know where they are, John, but I tell you one thing. These other teams around the Niners, and 2 in particular, got much better this weekend. The Lions, they had a plan. Brad Holmes had a plan on what he wanted to do, and he wanted to draft cornerbacks. And the way it was going, all the offensive players going, and, it was just a run on quarterbacks and wide receivers early. All these great defensive players are dropping. They get Terrion Arnold with the 24th overall pick in the draft. That guy is a shutdown corner out of Alabama. Then they got Ennis Rakestraw out of Missouri. The one weakness they had on their football team last year in Detroit was their corners were awful. They have upgraded substantially in what they did there. And then likewise, John, the Philadelphia Eagles getting Quinyon Mitchell at number 22 overall. We thought that maybe Howie Roseman would trade up to get that guy, and he just fell in their lap. And then later, and we'll be joined by Dante, this guy is a classic Lord Fangio guy in the secondary. He plays soft and off. He's a zone guy. You could put him in the nickel. You could play him at safety. I mean, if any guy is made to play for Vic Fangio's defense, it is Cooper DeJean from Iowa. So that's just the top 2 picks that they got, John. But I think Philadelphia has gotten better this offseason, obviously bringing in Saquon, but upgrading their – I mean, we knew where the Niners just took them apart was in their middle of the field coverage. Their corners were terrible. And why did the Niners run down the Lions? Dan Gamble made a lot of foolish plays, but they eventually attacked their secondary. The Eagles and the Lions have gotten better this offseason. As you assess the Niners, the team that left Vegas the night of February the 11th, John, are the Niners better, worse, or the same as that team?
I think they're worse. And I think, like you said, the 2 major areas for Philadelphia and Detroit were the secondary. And those are the 2 teams that I watched. And you just mentioned the guys. They went corners in the first 2, and DeJean can play corner or safety. They got a lot better, and it's going to be tough to beat Detroit now because, they're rookies, but by the time you see them in the playoffs, they'll be well seasoned. I thought Arizona in their own division maybe had the best draft of the entire league. I think Green Bay got guys like Edgerrin Cooper at linebacker and Javon Bullard, a really good safety, and Marshawn Lloyd, who's a solid running back out of USC. I thought Green Bay had a really good draft. So the teams that you just mentioned, Green Bay, Philadelphia, Detroit, teams that you're probably going to see in the playoffs, they got better and they addressed needs. And Green Bay was already good defensively and got a couple of really good players on defense. And the pass defense for Detroit was a problem. We saw that. And those 2 guys were good. Ennis Rakestraw was a guy that Charles Davis came on our air about a month ago and said he could be a first-round pick for the Niners. In fact, in his original mock draft, that's what he had. I mean, the guy, he reminds you of a Demo type of guy, although he's 6'1", but he's skinny. But he's just kind of that scrappy kind of a guy that's what they're trying to build in Detroit. They got guys that are that way. Terrion Arnold is a great character guy and a good player. Those 2 drafts scared me the most of anybody because those were the main issues that they had on those teams, and they addressed those things. And remember, Philly had a really good free agency. They picked up Bryce Huff, another edge guy. Howie Roseman is a master of that stuff, and he got picks for next year too in that draft while still getting those guys. He's a master of it. He's good.
So who's the best team in the NFC right now?
Well, somebody's got to knock off the Niners. I would still say that, but Philly's problems, a lot of them were mental problems. Now, like you said, their center is going to be on ESPN, and so that's going to be a problem, but they have addressed that interior line. Cam Jurgens went guard to center, and that's what he was drafted to do anyway. So, I don't know that they're going to have a fall off. I just think everything comes back to Jalen Hurts if he's the guy 2 years ago versus last year. And Detroit is the same way. If Jared Goff continues to play well, they're going to be a problem because you just talked about John and Kyle and the type of player that they know that they like. And we get that sense because we're down there and they come in and they just seem very much more relaxed. Detroit knows what it wants. That's what they've done is a lot of teams are all over the place in the way that they draft. Detroit wants that guy who loves football and is a grinder and is that's who they drafted. They drafted those kind of guys too. They're going to be, as much as I hate to say it, Detroit is going to be a major problem because now defensively they've gotten those guys.
And we're playing them this year. It's not just waiting for them come January. The 49ers are playing the NFC North this year. So we got to go to Green Bay, maybe Minnesota, maybe to Europe to play the Vikings. They have a European game. We'll find out in May when the schedule comes out. But the Bears dramatically improved, obviously, getting a Dunze on top of Caleb. What a 1-9 they may have gotten better than anybody this weekend. And they were starting to peak the other way. And then obviously adding Keenan Allen. And then the Lions are on the home schedule. Home schedule is hard this year. And you got Dallas and Kansas City as well. But just Detroit getting those corners, John, to really fortify an area of weakness. Dante Whitner will join us at 12:30. I want to get his thoughts on the young guys the 49ers have gotten, mainly in the secondary. I think Renardo Green has a chance to to come in. And this is a hard team to break in as a starter, as a rookie. But if he can beat out Yadam, Isaac Ike Yadam, I think he's got a chance there. Then you can move Demo around. So we'll see. And then, Malik Mustafa is an interesting prospect, and they could play three safeties. You just get a feeling that Talanoa Hufanga, he's got the ACL. He regressed a little bit last year, but you're going to be young in the safety room. Even if Mustafa gets on the field in three safety packages, you got Hufanga, who, blew out his ACL last year, got to come back. And the other guy, Jair Brown, was a rookie last year, didn't play. Are you comfortable, doing this? And now that we've finished with free agency, at least the big money guys, right? The draft is come and gone. You see the list of street free agents that are still out there? They're starting with a big, lanky safety who Vic Fangio knows well, had him in Denver. And then obviously Brandon Staley grew up under Vic in Chicago. Now the 49er, whatever his title is, assistant head coach, defense, whatever he is. Do you go get one of these safeties out there, John? I got Justin Simmons is the guy I'm talking about. Micah Hyde, who I thought his game fell off a lot with Buffalo last year, and they wound up getting rid of him. I don't think I touched them all. Stephon Gilmore still out there. I mean, Justin Simmons, are the Niners in the market now for any of these street veteran free agents who the big money free agency is gone, the draft is come and gone, you're at 90 men and beyond, so I don't know how they would do that. But if a guy like Justin Simmons, if the asking price is right, do you still go get Justin Simmons?
100%, because I do like Mustafa. He's a nice pick. I watched a bunch of his YouTube stuff over the weekend, and they only put the highlights in there, but he's a nice player. But you need a veteran on the back end, and it was kind of like, when they got Gibson, they got him in camp. He was just hanging around, and he was in camp a couple years ago. Like you said, Simmons, Diggs, Eddie Jackson, Micah Hyde, one of those guys. I mean, just at least to have a veteran in the room like that. Because remember, Jair Brown at the end of the year played well, and he had an interception in the Super Bowl, but he only had a handful of games, was banged up a little bit. And I like Hufanga, but he's coming back from a knee injury, so you got a major knee injury a guy's coming back from, and then you got a rookie. I mean, that's your safety room. You've got to have a veteran, don't you? And they're out there.
Yeah, I think they're interesting. And Mustafa can move around, and he played an interesting position at Wake called the Panther package. He was kind of the way Brandon Staley plays the star, that he had when he had Derwin James with the Chargers, and he's had other people play that position as well throughout his career. He had Jalen Ramsey do it with the LA Rams when he ran the defense there for their Super Bowl team. I don't know if Mustafa could do that, but they give him a role at Wake Forest on third down where he ran this Panther package, and sometimes he would spy the quarterback. Sometimes they'd insert him in the pass rush or blitz him. He kind of was a joker on third down. Now, I'm not saying, he could do that role, man, but Justin Simmons is just made for all of this. And then Quandre Diggs, forgot about him.
Nice.
He's a ball hawk, and I know Kyle loves him. His first couple of games with the Seahawks, his first ever game, he intercepted Garoppolo on that Monday night game, and the Niners were 8-0 going into that game in 2019. He had like 3 interceptions against Jimmy the first 3 or 4 games he played against the 49ers. So he's a different stylistic player. Well, we'll find out what Dante is thinking there. But Mike, I think, lost a lot last year. That Philadelphia game where Buffalo got beat in overtime, he got beat over the top a few times. Like, what's going on with him? But Justin Simmons and Quandre Diggs at least are on your ready list at safety. If something does happen in training camp, or if Hufanga's slow to come back from the ACL, or maybe you just do it now and bring a veteran in, those guys could be the difference maker in your secondary, either one of those veterans.
All right, we'll talk to Dante more about it. And, of course, he's a draft junkie as well, so he's going to tell us all about what he saw, what he likes, doesn't from the NFL draft. You got your opinions and thoughts on the draft, or on all the discussion about Debo, or if this could be the last dance, all that kind of stuff. Silver writing a great piece, as always, in the Chronicle. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open. Hit us up, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That's both on the text and the call line. Love to hear from you. Dante, bottom of the hour. By the way, Tolbert and Copes today. Ted Wynn, who is awesome. He'll break down the film from the draft at 250, Bags at 350, Mayoko at 450. So you got your 50s covered. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants starter Keaton Wynn, he hopped on Talking Baseball with Marty Lurie. It was for me over the weekend to discuss his start to the 2024 season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
It was for me.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Papa and Lund. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back. Monday edition of the show. We'll talk to Dante Whitner about the draft, what he liked, what he didn't, the Debo situation, last dance stuff, and talk. That's my favorite hat of yours, the Brockle Doodle Doo.
He's Mr. 262. You know who's even got a better hat is Guy Haberman.
What is it? What is his?
He's got 262.
It just says 262.
On a cap behind him. I think we're going to make a trade.
Right.
If I do his podcast, he's going to give me one of those hats.
Oh, very nice.
It's this one. Have you seen this one?
Let me see. YouTube and Twitch. You're about ready to show us your phone. Yeah, don't show us those pictures. Show us different ones. Be careful.
I got to make it bigger.
Be very careful.
Anyway,
real quick did you hear? I don't know if we have the cut in the system, putting the guys on the spot, but during the NFL draft, my God, they did like a full segment on Brock Purdy and how big he's gotten. My guys, like Lewis Riddick was like gushing over him.
He's
big.
He is thick. He's got some thick lowers.
Yeah,
as they say.
But even like the upper half, I mean, like his chest, his arms, he's like getting
he's
big.
Been working out. Well, he was rehabbing last year from his the 262 hat. We got to get one of these. Guy.
Oh, I like the black one. Yeah, the black one.
I'll take either one.
That's nice.
Isn't that a nice hat?
Yeah, it's very nice.
You see we were kidding John and Kyle about acquiring the last pick in the draft. What was it, 257 this year?
Yeah.
The Jets would not include.
Yeah.
And Mr. Irrelevant. Saleh wanted that pick this year.
Yeah, that's the Brock effect on everything. So, anyway, we will get into it with Dante at the bottom of the hour. What he liked. By the way, just a word of warning. I'll be off Friday. I'm heading off to Mexico. My wife does her birthday like in a month. I think you and I are on the same page. I'm not a birthday person, but over the weekend we had dinners Friday and Saturday to celebrate it. Next weekend we're celebrating. When we come back, we're celebrating again, and then I think she's doing a thing with the girls in Napa. She's like a month-long birthday.
When's her actual birthday?
Thursday.
May 2nd?
Yeah. But it's just like a month-long thing.
Where are you going in Mexico?
I don't even remember. It's not Cabo. It's
Cabo?
somewhere else. Yeah. So I don't even know. I'm just going along for the ride.
And you're leaving. When are you leaving? You're gone on
Thursday
Friday.
night, I think. Yeah. And then
you're gone on
very nice.
Monday.
Yeah, I'm gone through like next Wednesday, I think, after Friday. I think we're going Thursday night, something like that. Very secluded.
Well, we got day games coming up.
Yeah, very secluded.
Thursday, are we on because they're playing a 10:35 game at Fenway Park. So in the old days, 3-hour game, 1:35, 20-minute post game.
Depends on who's pitching.
Show. Kyle Harrison's pitching.
Oh, we might be on at like 12:30. No, maybe 1 o'clock.
Well, he strikes out a lot. But anyway, so you are doing Thursday show. You're not doing Friday, Monday, Tuesday?
Yeah, next week. Yeah, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, I think I'm out. Something like that. Better double check that.
Have fun. Have fun.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what it is. Going to Mexico, the food, I'm going to gain 20 pounds. I've lost 20 pounds just so I could put 20 pounds
Have
on.
you?
Yeah, I lost about 20 pounds. Well, yeah.
You're going to gain 20 pounds being there for a week?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Margaritas are not supposed to be on the diet. Lots of tacos. Food is heavy. Yeah, so I just cleared space. That's basically what I did.
Have fun.
Yeah, it should be good. Are you a Mexico guy? You like to go to Mexico?
Yeah, remember I did the Scorpion tequila shot a few years
that's
ago?
right, Mexico City.
I'm not a big fan. I was in Cabo.
Oh, okay.
But we were in Mexico City. I've been there many, many times.
That's nice.
Went there with Barrett Robbins on a weekend bender to Tijuana.
Oh, so you finally admitted
better
to
not
you?
bring. No, I didn't go. I didn't go to Tijuana. I was not.
That was not you?
I was not invited. No.
Although you were at the bar in San Diego, though, right?
We were. We had a happy hour together.
Yeah.
And he went.
That's what led him to
the
demise.
Tijuana. 3 hookers later, John Gruden won a Super Bowl. So.
Hey, Greg, do you think I should go to Tijuana? What can it hurt?
Do later?
What can it hurt, Barrett? Go ahead. We'll see.
They did call me
later.
the next day. Bruce called me. You see Barrett? I was like, where is he? He blew off all the meetings.
You were the last guy to see him in the bar.
Damn. That mean Adam True starting at center of the Super Bowl?
Oh, damn. That's
True
a problem.
dad.
Oh, man.
No.
All right. By the way, like you said, the new cast of NFL Today on CBS, I don't know that it's going to make a difference, but James Brown, Nate Burleson, and Bill Cowher stay. You're going to get J.J. Watt full-time. Matt Ryan is going to join as well. No more Boomer and no more Phil Simms.
They were there. Well, Boomer was there 22 years, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was 22 for Boomer, 26 for Phil Simms overall at
on CBS.
Yeah,
well,
so,
he was in the booth with Jim
long
Nantz.
time.
So he got pushed out first by Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Because he did Super Bowls. He was on the number one team. And then the Boomer.
You mean
and
Phil Simms, who said Andrew Luck didn't have a good arm? That Phil Simms?
I remember when we had him on, and I kind of.
I thought you were going to kill him.
What?
I thought you were going to kill him.
Well, I was like, what are you talking about? He doesn't have a good arm. What? Anywho, yeah, not a bad quarterback. Anyway, J.J. Watt is terrific.
Yeah, he's good.
He is really good. And Matt Ryan is terrific. I like Matt Ryan on games. He was doing games with Tiki Barber. They had a three-man booth for a while, so that's major changes. But that's just more modern. I mean, you're talking Boomer Esiason, a former NFL. The year the 49ers beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl the second time, Boomer was the MVP of the league that year.
It's 88.
And Phil
right?
Simms had one of the greatest Super Bowls ever.
22 and 25, right?
He was like a Bill Walton NCAA final game. I mean, he was MVP of that Super Bowl win over Denver. But they've just been around forever and ever. Will anybody scoop them up in some other capacity? I just think JJ's more contemporary. And Matt Ryan, you knew he would be a star. There's no doubt he would be that good. But that's a major change for them. And then Jason Kelsey is going to ESPN, right? Is that official now?
Yeah. He's going to Monday Night Countdown, and then they'll put him on the shows during the day, and he's going to have some dumbass opinion and just, he'll turn it into
So none of
Kendrick
these
Perkins.
guys are doing games.
No, I thought Kelsey might do games. That sucks. Because I think Kelsey could be really good, but they're gonna ESPNize him, and then it's gonna go all downhill. I hope not, but that's what I think.
Yeah, I thought Amazon Prime would take him on Thursday night.
Yeah.
That would be good. How about Nick Saban on draft coverage and Bill Belichick on draft coverage, which was really interesting.
I liked Belichick. I got to be honest.
He was great.
I thought that was great.
He was great.
Yeah.
Saban was good.
They were.
Saban.
They were both
Is
really
Saban gonna do game day, or is he gonna do games? Are either one of these guys gonna do actual games?
I could see Saban. I don't know if they announced anything and officially on Saban. He'd be great on game day. Because
would you rather have him on a studio show or actually doing games? I'd rather hear those guys doing games.
That's true. All right, let's talk to Dante Whitner all about the draft. Plus, like you said, the secondary for the 49ers picked up a safety, but what the Eagles and Lions did to try to catch the 49ers, they shored up their secondaries. So we'll talk all about it. Dante Whitner is going to join us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
With the 64th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Renardo Green, DB, Florida State. Detroit, I love
you hear those guys in the background? Losers. The draft is a wrap. Let's talk all about the NFL draft, the Niners, where we're at, the rest of the NFC, who got better, et cetera, et cetera. Our own, Dante Whipter, 8th overall pick, right, Dante? 8th overall pick?
8th overall, You're correct.
8th overall pick, man. How was that? What was that day like? Because, I mean, if you're going 8th, man, there's all sorts of rumors flying around you, right?
Yeah, there was a lot of rumors flying around. I actually got a call from the New York Jets prior to being selected by the Buffalo Bills and said that if DeBrickashaw Ferguson isn't on the board, we're going to take you at number 4 to the New York Jets. So once DeBrickashaw went at number 4, I knew that it was just a matter of time.
And that's a draft where the Jets took Nick Mangold at center later and DeBrickashaw. They had 2 offensive linemen of the same draft in the same first round way back when in 2006. So Renardo Green's name was called. You heard there, Dante, 64 overall. Boy, is he tough. Physical corner, likes to play press man at 186 pounds. So open forum on just what you saw from the Niners draft, but start with where Renardo Green may mix in the secondary.
Well, first and foremost, I feel like the 49ers got tremendously better, faster, and stronger in all of those spots. And when you look at the guys that they drafted, at least the first 4 picks, a lot of those guys were seniors with a lot of big game experience and a lot of, savviness to their game. And I'll start with Renardo Green. And, he's a guy that his versatility is going to be a plus for the 49ers. And being that they need to apply a lot more pressure on quarterbacks, play a lot more man coverage, they're going to utilize his skill set, being able to go inside, outside, and actually probably line up at some safety. I like Malik Mustafa. I really do. He played at a different speed than everybody else. At Wake Forest, he was their best defensive player, and he's a guy that can play linebacker. He blitzes really well, and so many people get caught up in, they ran a blitz. It's the player that's actually blitzing in the mentality. And when you look at this kid, when he gets off the bus, he looks like one of those impact players. I look at Malik Mustafa the same way that I looked at I'm drawing a blank right now with the 49er safety that went down last year.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Yeah.
Talanoa Hufanga. I look at him at the way with the instincts and the way that he can affect the game on all 3 levels. He could be a first-day starter. And then the receiver Cowing, he fits perfectly into what the 49ers like to do in Kyle Shanahan. The guy is tremendous after the catch. So when you have, Christian McCaffrey and the offensive line and they're, racking up these numbers, all you have to do is flip the ball outside to him. And he's been known to make guys miss, but that's not all he can do. He can take the ball, the distance. And, he adds to the special team. So I think the 49ers did a really good job of what they did. And then their number 1 overall pick, I think he's a day 1 plug to be inserted into the 49ers offense and make an impact. He's more so of a Wes Welker, bigger type, but what I'm really impressed with is his willingness to go over the middle and the contact courage. Some of those catches over the middle, there aren't receivers in the NFL that would dare to catch those balls with one hand in front of a safety. When you show me that as a receiver, along with the skills and the speed to be able to, separate from receivers, I think he's going to be one of those all-pro type of guys.
Dante Whitner, we're breaking down the draft. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Let me go back to one of the things you said at the beginning, and some of this is pandemic-related. I understand that because of the class of these guys came out, but Pearsall's a 5th-year senior. Green's a 5th-year senior. Cooney is a 6th-year senior. Mustafa's a 4th year. Guarendo's a 5th year. Cowing is a 5th-year senior. Does that mean that because of all that experience that these guys would be more ready to contribute early in their careers?
Absolutely. They're battle tested, and it doesn't really matter where you're drafted. These were all-stars on their teams, and they understand what it means to prepare and go to battle week in and week out. Some of the guys that come out 3-year guys, they haven't really been battle tested, and they get their heart taken from them in the NFL. When you have these guys that have been through off seasons for 4 or 5 years, they're mentally, physically, and spiritually develop for the NFL. Let's look at Brock Purdy. Nobody thought Brock Purdy would be anything, but when you review his college tape and the amount of games he had to prepare for and the things that he had to go through, ups and downs, and the development of himself, that's why he's such a great NFL quarterback. So there's a reason why the 49ers picked all of those guys that were 4th or 5th or 6th-year seniors.
Let's, Renardo Green, we heard his name called, and he's a defensive back, obviously a corner. 5 years at Florida State, does have a little slot experience, but mainly played on the outside. It looked like he was playing the boundary X wide receiver, which is the best receiver in college football, and press man, physical, can get up in his face. When you watch him against LSU and the job he did against Malik Neighbors, it was big time. The Niners in the offseason did bring in Isaac Yiadom, who was in New Orleans last year, Ike Yiadom, who's an outside corner. Green, with his body size, could move inside. So as you look at it right now, which Charvarius Ward at one corner, outside corner, Diamador Lenore could play outside corner, or he can jump inside in the nickel. You've got Yiadom, who's strictly an outside guy. You got Renardo Green, who's been an outside that they could train to play inside. You got Chase Lucas, who could play inside. You got Ambry. Darrell Luter Jr. is a young guy. Sam Womack III. Just your thoughts on who that elusive third corner might be with Charvarius and Demo. Would it be an outside guy? Would it be an inside guy? What are your thoughts on that third guy?
Well, going back and reviewing the season, I felt that Diamador Lenore was most effective on the outside. And he's shown that he's battle-tested and he's ready to solidify that cornerback position opposite Charvarius Ward. So we're going to cross that out of the spot. I think that the competition is strictly for the nickel position. And if it doesn't pan out, then Diamador Lenore can always move inside, and you can put any one of those array of guys on the outside. But I think that his Green's up for the taking. You don't draft a cornerback that's versatile as he is with the experience and the athletic ability that he has and not really play him. And the 49ers scheme isn't really that difficult with what they like to do, and he adds a premium with his man coverage ability and being able to move outside if you have a game plan adjustment and have Diamador Lenore following somebody or Charvarius Ward. So I think that his Green's up for the taking. We're in an age right now where rookies are coming in and having major effects on all sides of the ball, and I don't think they need to handicap them. You draft him that early, you develop him, and you put him out there, and I think that he'll do a wonderful job because it's not really that difficult with the skill set that he has.
So always good to catch up with our good friend Dante Whitner as we're talking about the NFL draft. Just off the draft, obviously all these rumors that were around the wide receivers, Brandon Ayuk and whether they would sign him, Debo, whether they would move him. What's your opinion of all that? Because from a player perspective, you know that at some point you don't have to be a genius to know, hey, you know what, this may be coming to an end. We see the dollars, we see the cents. What's your thought on all that?
Well, I think that the players have great economic sense nowadays, which is why you see a lot of guys signing 3-year deals in hopes of getting to the next deal as quickly as possible. So they understand that it's a business now, and the NBA is the lead in the individual players and their business acumen. So I think that with Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, they know what's going on. They know that eventually the money that you're making and your performance doesn't equate, and they either have to move you to get younger guys in for the cap, or they have to trade you or cut you. So that age comes around 31 years old. So I know that every player, you look at Justin Simmons, he's in a free agent, and he just came off an all-pro year. When you get to the age of 30, 31, 32, you start to get movement in your career, and that's just the way that the NFL has their economic game plan set up. So I don't think that these guys took it personally. They're great players. If they were traded, the 49ers would receive a lot for any of those guys. So I don't think that it's any hassle with the guys. Debo Samuel came out and said that, he's okay with it. He understands there's going to be a trade demand for somebody with his skill set always.
You mentioned Justin Simmons, Dante, and John and I have been talking about him, even going back to the first wave of free agency like a week in. And you want to get young in the NFL, but the Niners are really young. Mustafa may be able to mix in some 3 safety packages. You got Jair Brown, obviously, with his rookie performance last year, the pick in the Super Bowl. Talanoa's coming back off a torn ACL. And when I think of Justin Simmons, I think of a number of spots, but I think of Brandon Staley being on this staff now as an assistant head coach, and his ties to Vic Fangio, your guy, and Vic had him in Denver. Just what are your thoughts? Are they too young at the safety position? Do you think there's a role, if the finances work, for the Niners to bring in the great Justin Simmons at safety?
Well, I'm fully expecting Talanoa Hufanga to have a full recovery and return to his all-pro self. So I'm going to pencil him in as a starter. And then Jair Brown showed last year that he has the capabilities and consistency to be a starting free safety in the NFL. So I think you start with those two guys. You develop Malik Mustafa and put him in packages in the nickel and linebacker and blitz, almost the way that they did skipping my mind right now, Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not that off of Dre Greenlaw. So you can play him into some of that will linebacker spot and cover tight ends and blitz and get on the edge, cover running backs man-to-man. So I don't think that they're too young, but I do think that there's an opportunity to get Justin Simmons. You probably should take it. And knowing that he's coming off an all-pro year and how the other side of it works, his agent is telling him, you deserve top dollar. You deserve $12, $14 million a year. And these teams that are interested in him, they understand that. But they're not willing to pay that much until you're winning games late in the season and you really need somebody to come in and adapt really quickly and perform. So he's in that hard spot, that 31, 32 years old, coming off an all-pro season, but they don't really value that. They value youth over the experience right now, and I can understand both sides.
Dante, one thing I certainly noticed we were talking about as well is, Philadelphia and Detroit both struggled in the secondary, and Philadelphia goes out and gets Quinyon Mitchell and then Cooper DeJean, and then Detroit goes out and gets Terrion Arnold out of Alabama, and they get Ennis Rakestraw, a corner out of Missouri. It just seems to me everybody's going to get better, and you're going to try to get better as well, but Philly and Detroit specifically addressing those positions, what did you think of that, and where do you think the Niners sit in the NFC with what the Eagles did, what Detroit did? A couple other teams had really nice draft. Where are the 49ers now that we're basically done with free agency, the draft? As Pop said, maybe a Simmons or somebody like that will shake free, but we're basically done with the offseason as far as personnel, most of it.
I think the 49ers did what they were supposed to do in addressing the needs that they needed in free agency, going out and getting Leonard Floyd, who's able to rush the passer and add some wiggle to the edge opposite Nick Bosa, and Yetter, more of a run-dominant defensive end that can disengage from blocks and understand leverage and really physical at the point of attack. So they addressed a lot of the run game needs. They went out and got some linebackers to really address the need for Dre Greenlaw. And then I think that they got faster, they got stronger and more powerful and explosive in the draft by adding 4th, 5th, 6-year seniors that all of them are running, 4.3, 4.4? That's a great thing to do when you can go out and get 5th-year seniors that have shown the capability and consistency, and they can actually show up on game day. How many times have we seen the 49ers bring in receivers that, they run 4.3, 4.2, but they have zero impact on the game and zero football awareness? I think that they got tremendously better than a lot of teams in the NFC, and I agree that the Philadelphia Eagles addressed a bunch of needs. Their downfall last year was the secondary. They didn't play up to par, and I really love that Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. I've been seeing a lot of his basketball highlights. Have you ever seen a guy 5'10" other than myself be able to jump and dunk and windmill in basketball games on guys? I haven't really seen it, so yeah, he's going to be the next white corner, guys, other than Jason Sehorn.
No, nice call right there. Go on, Jason Sehorn. Very nice.
Angie Harmon booked on the show. And he's a perfect guy for your guy, Vic Fangio, the way he plays zone, and he can move them all around, which leads to, Vic, Philadelphia got better in a lot of regards, personnel-wise. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, but just hiring your guy. Give me your thoughts on that, having Lord Fangio be back in Philadelphia. And then Brandon Staley is a Vic Fangio guy. He coached linebackers when Vic was the head coach there in Chicago and also later in Denver. He's got a commonality with him. How do you think Brandon Staley changes the philosophy of Kyle Shanahan's defense, being a Lord Fangio disciple as he is?
Well, I think he's just going to implement more diversity within the scheme. And when you're trying to affect quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, it takes more than just a pass rush. It takes a very intelligent and well thought out scheme and the ability to allow the players to make calls on the run and trust the players in those situations, which is what Vic Fangio always allowed us to do. Based on player placement, time in the game, where's the ball, we all had the ability to change the defense based in the call to what we knew was right and really affect the quarterback based on safeties, all the defensive backs looking the same, and mannerisms. And another thing is, when you're on a Vic Fangio or Ed Donatell coach team, you're going to rep those different routes a trillion times until they're ingrained in your head to where guys are playing one step ahead of the offense. So I think that's scary for any team in NFC, having Vic Fangio with the Philadelphia Eagles. So, and he drafted the guys that he won. He won guys that are tough, that are fast, that are explosive. But the primary thing you have to have when you're playing for a team like, a defensive coordinator with Vic Fangio, you have to have intelligence and guys that are able to speak up and go the extra mile throughout the week. That's what he demands, which is why I say that the LA Chargers will probably end up in the AFC Championship game this year, is because of I understand what Coach Harbaugh demands from his team and what he will accept. And when you implement that type of leadership into a organization, that's when great things happen. So I truly believe in Fangio and Harbaugh.
I don't know if you saw his awkward phone call with their first-round pick, Joe Alt from Notre Dame. He grabs the phone, and the first thing he says, and I know you probably know, "Hey, Joe, who's got it better than you?" And the kid's like, and then Harbaugh goes, "Nobody." And the kid's like, "Okay."
Absolutely. That's the psychological warfare, and that brings togetherness. So when you get a lot of guys chanting the same thing over and over and over, and you implement beliefs, that's when great things happen. That's what happened when we went to 3 consecutive NFC championships. It was the belief from the leader, no matter how he had to do it or accomplish it, and you go out and you have success. And then you're going to work extremely hard. So those guys in L.A. better get ready, because nothing is going to get swept under the rug, and he's going to demand excellence from those guys. So I'm expecting Harbaugh to do some major things this year.
Good stuff, man. The 8th overall pick in 2006. By the way, Pop, Michael Huff. Were you pissed at Michael Huff got taken before you?
Nope, because the Raiders suck. The Raiders are even worse than the Buffalo Bills.
Wow. Number 7 overall. We remember well.
I swear, when that popped up, I'm like, please, no.
You didn't want to go to the Raiders. I know Al Davis.
Team, I'm like, oh, and I'm like, all right, that's cool.
That's awesome, man. Hey, thanks, Dante. You're the best. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you guys soon.
Dante's Inferno was in fire today.
He's like, he sucks. Classic. Yeah, Vernon Davis. That was the Vernon Davis draft.
Vernon Davis went 6. Michael Huff went 7, right?
Yeah. Pat McAfee shows A.J. Hawk went 5th.
Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, Vince Young 3rd. Oof, that was rough. It didn't work out too well. But anyway, yeah, good. There's some good picks in there. I'm looking. Is Mercedes Lewis still playing?
He was last year.
Man, he was picked 28th in that draft. Think about that. My goodness.
The only first-round player to ever catch a touchdown pass from Aaron Rodgers.
Wow, look at that.
Is that still true?
Stat. I think it is true. Trying to think.
Nobody from the
What about
he didn't play with the Jets.
That's right.
He got hurt.
I was going to say Garrett Wilson, but he didn't. Yeah,
he got hurt.
4 plays into the
4 snaps into the year, and who got him? Leonard Floyd.
That's right. So yeah, that is
the 49ers did not draft a defensive lineman at all, John. What?
Shocking.
What's going on here?
I couldn't believe that. Although, did you see after the draft they gave some free agent defensive lineman like $250,000? I mean, I think he's going to make the team probably.
They're going to play T.O.'s kid at defensive end, or going to play him a wide receiver?
Yeah, he's kind of a big kid, too.
He's big.
Yeah.
He could rush the quarterback.
All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. We'll give you the 4-play little recap from the draft at the top of the hour. We still have a little more Giants to get you as well. We haven't even hit up much on the NBA playoffs, which have been crazy, plus a couple of things that Tim Kawakami said a little bit earlier today. If you missed any of the interviews, by the way, great stuff today. Tim Kawakami joined us in the 10 o'clock hour. Susan Slusser, Dante Whitner all joined us today. And if you want to listen to those, and you should, just go to KNBR.com. 4-play is next on the Sports Leader.
Steve Moskowitz, we know you well, as we know Dr. Craig Bindi. And the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley for 25 years. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leading leader for modern vision correction, whether it's LASIK, Smile, EVO, ICL, or the amazing procedure that I had and John Lund had, CLR, or custom lens replacement. That is the perfect permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop cataracts. With tens of thousands of procedures, you can trust Dr. Craig Bindi and his team to tell you which procedure is best for you. So go in and get the best eye exam of your life. Laser Eye Center's advanced vision analysis gives their doctors over 1 million data points to determine if you need CLR, LASIK, Smile, or EVO ICL. Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures has helped 100 plus NFL players, pilots, surgeons, tech execs, weekend warriors, sports talk show hosts stay, well, at the top of their game or near the top of their game. So stop hassling with those glasses, contacts, and bifocals and start enjoying perfect vision now. Book your free consultation today at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're starting the chunks a little early, the 4 chunks of sound a little early. It's Papa and Lund. Thanks for joining us on a Monday edition of the show. We do have a lot to discuss.
We do, John.
Yes.
The Monday chunks.
The Monday chunks.
There's nothing like a chunky Monday.
Yeah, very nice. All right, let's start with the NFL draft always. And here's just kind of an overview from Kyle Shanahan. Says he always wants to do better and doesn't want to get worse, and says free agency and the draft have been a success.
I mean, I think when you get close to a Super Bowl and you don't win it, I think there's always more pressure. I mean, especially from outside in, because you're going to hear about it more. So I think, everyone has a certain expectation for the season and things like that, because you always want to do better the next year. and there's not a lot of room to do better. There's only one more game, and so like everyone wants to get their mind to that spot, but every team's different each year too, and so you go into a year and the main thing is you don't want to get worse. You always try to get better, but you don't want to get worse. And when you do have players that have played a lot of good football over these last 3 to 5 years, I mean, it becomes a problem because you got to pay guys, and it's harder to keep carrying that. And that's why we went into free agency. Like, you have to make a lot of hard decisions, but we're not ready to take 2 steps back so eventually we can take 3 steps forward, or however that is. Like, but you don't know if that's possible. And so you try to make your free agent decisions that way. You try to do the draft that way. And I feel we're in a position that hopefully I don't think we did get worse. I think we've tried to keep it to where we're there. And now what happens is when we start working on Monday? What happens in OTAs? What happens in training camp? And that's what allows some younger guys to, hopefully that we've added, to develop them and add them for depth, or maybe to take over somebody's spot, or maybe to make the guy in front of them better because they got some better competition behind them. And that's the way you get your team better, and that's really where we're at. We did it through free agency as good as we could. We did it through the draft as good as we can, and now I'm excited to focus on real football and going to work.
All right, so let's go back to what he said, throughout that clip, which is, have they gotten better? You asked me that question before. So it's not all over, but the heavy lifting is over. Probably 90% of it. Could you add a Justin Simmons or something like that to have a veteran safety? Sure. Could some other guys shake free after the draft? Sure. But probably 90% of this thing with free agency, the draft is done. So what would you say? Are they better?
Well, you said worse. I don't know. I think the wide receiver room is the same. You lost Ray McLeod. I think the young guys will be able to fill in what he did for you. You lost Charlie Warner as an inline blocker. They really haven't been able to replace that. Eric Seibert can do some of that. That's why they were looking at Brock Wright from the Lions as a free agent. They didn't draft a tight end over the weekend. The offensive line's basically the same. The one area where I think they've regressed is backup quarterback. And I do like Josh Dobbs, but I want to watch him. To me, he's not Sam Darnold, but we'll see how he fits in the system. Defensively, that's where the changes have been profound. All those guys you went out and got in the offseason, Randy Gregory and Chase Young, and they're gone. Sebastian Joseph Day. You got a lot of new names here that have to piece together. Gross Matos, Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd. They just got a Jordan Elliott. You got a lot of guys I want to see. That's it's happening right now. They're on the field today. It's phase 2 of the OTAs. They were on the field in the 11 o'clock hour today, not just in the weight room. Linebacker. I talking to Fred a couple of weeks ago in Sonoma, John. I think we have to brace for Trey Greenlaw to start the year on PUP at least, and then see how long it lingers into the start of the year. You've got Devondre Campbell. You got Ezekiel Turner, which is a tremendous special teams player. The young guys you drafted, last year at linebacker are always lurking there. Graham and Winters. You got the young guy Bethune. See where he mixes in. You're going to be young at safety, not having to Sean Gibson. These guys are young. Mustafa looks like he may be a piece, but you're young back there. Where you are at corner, Renardo Green can mix it. I think the biggest change defensively will be coaching. Just didn't work with Steve Wilkes, so bringing in Nick Sorensen, the ball father, to run the defense, having Brandon Staley give you a little of that Lord Fangio cover 4, cloud coverage behind makes you better. So I'm kind of spinning my wheel. Losing Eric Armstead is huge here. So I'm gonna leave judgment to watching them. I think the one thing is they were pretty healthy last year. They had guys get nicked up, obviously, during the 3-game losing streak. And Trent played in a bad ankle, and Christian had the oblique, but you lost Debo to the shoulder, and you lost Debo in the playoff game for a little bit against Green Bay in the Super Bowl with the hamstring, and Dre later. But, by and large, Brock took every snap just about, and McCaffrey was there. I mean, that's the one thing, is you got to stay healthy. You're a year older right now. I think basically they've kind of treaded water. They're not in good in some areas. I mean, the blueprint's gone. Just start with that. You don't have Eric Armstead on this football team. How are you possibly better?
That's a good point. I mean, offensively, I'm just kind of looking at, who could contribute. If they're going to keep everybody on the offensive side and add a guy like Pearsall, no matter, I don't know, 3rd, 4th receiver. I don't know what Cowing's going to do. Obviously, those guys can play in the run game. I don't know if Puny's going to be a starter, and then Feliciano goes as kind of a, the guy who can kind of play in a number of different positions. But then the other thing is looking at it defensively, because like you said, if there's a couple of injuries at the beginning of this whole thing and Dre Greenlaw's not ready to go, okay, Devondre Campbell's going to take that spot. Leonard Floyd's going to be opposite of Nick Bosa. Malik Collins inside along with Jordan Elliott are going to take over for Armstead. And then Renardo Green maybe fixes in there, and then you got some young safeties. Are they better defensively? I think they, even though those names that I just mentioned maybe don't scream that they're going to be better defensively, at the end of the year, they weren't a typical 49ers defense. So to me, I think that if you have Kyle running your offense, you're going to be fine. And defensively, I think they're going to be better than the team that, because let's be honest, Green Bay ran all over them. Detroit had opportunities, made big plays against them. And in Kansas City, although a lot of people would say, well, you in regulation, you kept them down under 20 points and all that kind of stuff. When it mattered, they went right through you for the game-winning touchdown. So that wasn't a typical 49ers defense. And I'll go through and say I think they'll be better just because they're going to regroup. I know they're missing Armstead, those kind of things, but I think they're going to be a better defense. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to watch it. I mean, you can't get injured. I think, the Gravedigger's got to be better, but he's playing through a couple of injuries. I just want to see what Brandon Staley does to this defense and having Nick Sorensen and just tightening him up. But, yeah, I think they have a chance to be better. I don't think they were the same team, honestly, since Christmas night when Baltimore came in here and just whacked them. And they a lot of it was Mike McDonald and, what he did, blitzing corners and showing A-gap pressure and bailing and choking off the middle. And it was more that, Brock throwing 4 picks and Darnold threw one when he came into the game. It started there, but they kind of got rolled in that game, John. I don't think that they ever really played their best football. The Super Bowl, they played well enough to win. You just ran into that guy, the boogeyman, in overtime. But ever since that Christmas night game, they just weren't as tight.
All right, here's John Lynch, and we talked about Renardo Green. This might be, of everybody in the draft, this might be the guy that contributes the most, at least next season. Here's what he says. One of the reasons they like him is his versatility.
We think Renardo is a guy who has that kind of versatility to play inside and outside. Chase Lucas, one of the free agents we brought in, has played nickel. So we got some candidates in there. Demo gives us nice flexibility. He can do both. We think Renardo has that flexibility as well. We'll see. A lot of that, it's nice when you have that flexibility because you can kind of toy around. That's on Kyle and them. They start out whatever way they want, but to be able to have that flexibility to do either or, and then you just find the best matchups.
So what do you think there? You mentioned Yadam before. Womack is still in the slot. But, man, if Green can step up and your corners, if they're solid with Lenore and Charvarius Ward, that would be absolutely huge. I think he has the opportunity to make the most. And I think that Pearsall is going to be good. There's a lot of talent there if they keep everybody intact. I think Green might be the guy that can make the most impact as a rookie.
He could start as a rookie, and that's a hard thing to do. And he's a second-round pick. He was the last pick of the second round, but still, that's hard. And it seemed like this. I think he has a chance. I think it is between he and Yadam. Rock Ya-Sin, I got to watch a little more and see where he mixes in. But, barring health and good health, Charvarius Mooney Man's going to be one corner. Demo can play in or out. Renardo Green can play in. He played early in his Florida State run, 20 and 21. I didn't see any video of him in. But he was talking about how he played in the slot when he was younger. They had a 3-safety joker package where he did that. I saw him in college just playing boundary X receiver, press man, getting up. You watch the tape against Malik Neighbors. He shut that guy down. Malik Neighbors fell down. He intercepted Jaden Daniels. He looks big time. And what was the word about him? He's a dog. That's all they kept saying. I'm a dog. They all think he's a dog. Now, when did it change, John? 10, 15 years ago, you called a guy a dog. And then when he was a dog,
he
wasn't worth anything.
Yeah, right.
Now, you're a dog. You're a badass. When
That's
when
a good
did
call.
it
I
actually
never
change?
thought of that.
When going from being
Anyway,
a dog,
KNBR,
man,
4 and 5
you said,
KNBR.
Coach, I'm a dog. What?
I love it.
You're dogging it? Get out of here. Now,
you know
you're
what it
a dog.
changed? We might be able to find this. We might be able to
When
find
did it
this.
change?
I think we have in the
What
system.
point in time
Remember,
did man's best friend become a badass football player?
Remember
not
the coach?
a guy who was sleeping in meetings.
And this was a big soundbite. Remember when the guy, he was like a college coach and he freaked out and he was like, "We don't want any cats, meow meow," and he's like, "We need dogs." Rah, rah, rah.
Yeah.
Remember that guy? Who was
Yeah,
that
who
guy?
was that?
And he, I think that's maybe when it
Was that
changed
Orgeron?
officially.
Ed Orgeron?
No, it wasn't Orgeron. It was some guy from. I don't even remember the program he was from, but he was like doing that whole thing. He was going meow meow, and it was like dog,
What did he mean?
dog.
What did he mean by that?
Yeah.
Did he want to be tigers?
But that's what he was saying. Like we don't
He
need
was the guy?
cats because they're
But
high.
it was already.
No,
it
it's
was
the
already
way
a
that they
street
dress.
thing.
You know, like a cat is always like, it's worried about what it looks like and everything. He was saying we don't need that. We need dogs.
Nah, it had to be. It had to be in rap.
I'm just saying.
Well, when did being a dog become a good thing? Now that's all. Travarius Ward. I'm
He's a dog. Yeah.
He's a dog.
Yeah, right.
What are you, a Doberman or a Chihuahua? What kind of
No,
dog?
but it's true. I never thought about that, but it is true. Ed.
Well,
That
anyway, this
meaning has
guy's a
changed.
dog, and that's
But in a good way.
He's not dogging it. He's a dog.
Okay, I don't know what year this was, but yeah, maybe this was
this
kind of
is
the
it?
start of it. Yeah.
Trying to get our two boys ready to carry them to golf tournament before practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Meow, looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Who is that?
David Bennett is his name, and that was in 2012. Coastal Carolina head coach at the time, David Bennett. It was after an opening 2011 win, 30-23 over Furman, and that's when he went off on that. So 2011,
You nailed it.
2011.
That's it.
The dog guy
Yeah.
said we need more dogs.
He did drop a cat house. What if you're a dog in a cat house?
Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem. Used to watch that back in the day on HBO. Air Force Amy is still around. Anyway, that's a totally different story. Don't know
Is
what
that
you're
where it
talking
all
about.
turned?
Well, that's
Was
2011.
Coastal Carolina brought his dog.
That's 13 years ago. I mean,
that was hilarious.
I mean, cat dog thing that the guy said.
That's it.
Anyway,
Got it.
Anyway, where was I?
I don't
Air
know.
Force Amy? No. Here's
You were halfway through the foreplay.
Here's Mike Yastrzemski. By the way, I've always been on the Yaz bandwagon. Never.
He's a
jumped off the
dog.
Yaz
Is that
bandwagon.
good for baseball players? No, baseball
When you
players.
get called a dog in baseball, I think that's
now,
not
baseball
a good thing.
means you post every day.
Yeah.
That's the new term. Somebody
Yeah.
who posts every day.
God, if you call a baseball player a dog, I think that's
you're
bad.
I don't know. Is that the same?
Football player dog, it's good. Baseball
yeah.
player dog, I think it's still bad. Could be wrong.
Basketball, Gary Payton II's a dog.
Oh yeah, because you're playing D 94 feet. You're a dog.
Baseball, you don't want to be a dog.
I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. 415-808 KNBR 415-808-567. I think football a dog is good. Basketball a dog is good. Baseball if you're a dog, like you're a dog. I think that's bad.
Right. That's
but I could be
okay.
wrong. I could be wrong. Anyway, here's Yaz.
Yaz, going back to Fenway.
He's rocking it. They had the back-to-back home runs. He's been swinging the stick. He thanks Bob Melvin for sticking with him.
Yeah, also just not a great place mentally in terms of, not getting off to the start that I wanted, pressing, trying to do too much, and sometimes it takes just a little bit of time to let that go and, finally let it go and focus on the things that I needed to instead of the scoreboard and started having a lot better at-bats.
Did you just be in the lineup every day, even though you look up at the scoreboard and see those numbers?
Yeah, I mean, to continue to run me out there, I, got to thank Bo Mel and all the hitting coaches for just sticking with it because they trusted it and knew that I'd be able to eventually trust my process and get back to where I needed to be. And, it's still not perfect. Maybe, no one's ever going to be perfect, but it's a work in progress, and at least it's a more comfortable place to continue working from.
All right. You were always on the.
You were sticking with him the whole time.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. You have an 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. I'm out on you. That's it. You're over. You're done.
He's
So,
having
good for
better
him.
at bats, but some teams have just gone away from giving him the high fastball. They're like
Right.
center cutting a fastball. There's no doubt he's swinging the bat a lot better right now. But it got ugly early in the year,
Ugh.
and he's still going to roll into Fenway Park with a 236 batting. That's way better than it was. Way better.
Oh, yeah. He
still.
started out like 1 for 20 with like 12 strikeouts or something. It was ridiculous. Now that onus is on Mr. Austin Slater. What's him batting, $103 leading off?
But
Come on.
still.
Let's go.
Yastrzemski at Fenway Park hitting 236.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Well, his grandfather did win the Triple Crown in the American League in 1967, and he did not hit 300 that year. I think he hit 297 that year.
Really?
He won I believe so.
And he won the Triple Crown,
the
hit
year,
290. Oh, that was the mound, right?
The year with the year the pitcher was the
right.
next year, and Gibson had the 1-1-2, and they raised the mound. Or lowered the mound from 15 inches to 10 inches. But I think in 67, when Captain Carl won the Triple Crown, his batting average was 297 that year.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. By the way, somebody on the text line saying it is still not an endearing term for a woman to be called a dog. That is true. So you got to keep it straight. You got to keep the dog term straight. And
What if she's playing flag football and I line her up in the nickel? I line her up in the nickel and I cat blitz her. Can she be a dog then?
That's good. Yeah, I guess so.
Why
but
can't women be dogs?
Well, if you're talking about it like
for a woman?
if you're
Yeah, I understand.
Call
So
a
I'm
woman
very
a dog.
confused about the whole dog thing.
I'm just saying,
be a
if you
bad
call your
thing.
wife or girlfriend a dog,
You're a
probably gonna
dog.
get
You're
slapped.
dogging it.
You're
Now
probably
it's I'm a dog.
Right. Yeah, dogging it. Yeah, see, people are texting that. Like, if you're on a baseball field and you're dogging it, that means
so
you're not
which
giving
is
effort.
it? I'm very confused about this.
Yeah, you got to be careful. It's how you say it. There's a lot of people, too, DAWG. Is a dog.
Dog.
Like, yeah.
You're a dog.
Versus
like
like,
I'm
man,
in
you're
the
a
South
dog.
at Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, like that guy. Anyway, it's just, I think a lot of it's in the inflection in which you say it. I still think even if you have the right inflection and you're talking to your girlfriend or significant other, wife, whatever it may be, and you go, you're a dog, I think she might smack you. But I could be wrong. I don't know. All right, here is Bob Melvin. This is what we want. We're about, by the way, I did the exact, we're 18% into the season, but somebody did ask Bob Melvin to give the Giants a grade through the first almost month of the season. Here's what he said.
Bob, about a month into the season now, if you had to assign a letter grade to your team's performance, what would you give them?
I'm not going to do that. We've been spotty. I mean, you look at the stats across the board, whether it's pitching numbers, whether it's the offensive numbers, it hasn't been great. But to sit here right at 500 or a game below, and we know there's a lot more in there, it's not a horrible place to be. You know, no one's really running in our division too much, so... You know, our travel's been a little tough. We got another East Coast trip and then come home, got another one after that. So at some point in time, we'll hit our stride, but I'm going to not do the grade thing right now.
C minus. C minus.
The reason why I wanted to play that was because I hate draft grades, like right out of the gate. And grades in general is like, at end of the season, you can say, here, grade my team.
Right.
But right now, like grade.
Well, draft grades, they haven't even taken the field yet. They're not even on for a minicamp. But tomorrow is the final day of April. If they win the game, they'll be 15-15. If they lose the game, obviously they'll be 14-16. So just in the month of April, John, would you give them right now, I think a game under, you'd be a C minus, right? They win tomorrow night, you give them a C. We're losing to the Dodgers 3 times, the Blake Snell situation, the lack of hitting. I mean, we can assign a grade for April. We're not going to give it on the whole year, but I think April, what do you give it, a C minus right now?
Yeah, if you're under 500 and you went out and spent all this money, like let's say I'm part of the ownership group around the big, mahogany table, and they're 14 and 15 through a month, and you just throw all that money at these guys, that is not satisfactory. I'd even probably go D, just because that's not what you thought you were getting, were you? I mean,
Franklin and Templeton's not happy. Huh?
I mean, you throw all that money around, and part of it is, over the weekend, though, I will say, and this is a part of their equation, what they get, like 37, 38 grand. I mean, they're starting to pump the numbers back up. But yeah, you're a game under 500, and I just okayed all those checks. Not happy.
So it's a dollar sign, but it's upside down.
Yeah.
Like, why did I listen to Lund and buy Blake Snell and Matt Chapman and everybody else? Why did I do that?
Well, and you're right. It is the expensive guy. Soler hasn't been the guy. Chapman has. Defensively he has, but Chapman not with the bat, and Blake Snell, whatever that is, what he's thrown out there so far. Yeah, some of the bigger names. You're not. Seriously, the best investment, Jung-Hoo Lee. He was the biggest investment, but Jung-Hoo Lee has lived up to it. That's about it. Getting a
When he
chance.
chant at Fenway.
Yeah.
Jung Hoo Lee.
A lot of
By
them.
the way, Carl Yastrzemski in '67, The Impossible Dream, when he won the Triple Crown, he had 326 that year.
Oh, wow. There you
With
go.
44 homers at 121 RBIs, he led the league in batting average, on base, slug, ops, everything. But it was the next year, 1968, he won the American League batting title with a 301 batting average that next year. Man, was he good. At 321 in 63, won 3 American League batting championships.
All right, give us your thoughts. Bob Melvin would not grade the Giants if you would like to do that, or just give us your assessment almost a month in as they're heading off to Boston. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, or you can hit us up on the text line as well. People are very much opining on the term dog. By the way, don't go to Urban Dictionary and look up raw dog. Don't do that. Don't do that, especially if you're at work.
Why would you tell me what not to do?
Raw dog. You don't want to do that. Not at work. Not at work. Okay. You don't want to do that. Right. The alarms will start going off on your computer. Whoa! Cubicle 29. Cubicle 29. Like, there'll be a problem. Might be a problem.
Oh boy.
Should I wait? This is my favorite part of YouTube and Twitch, watching your reaction when you do these kind of things. Anyway, yeah.
No, it's no big deal. It's like riding a horse without a saddle. It's all the same.
Well done. Well done. All right. We'll get your thoughts on so far for the Giants 1 under. Bob did not want to grade him. You can. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
As the deadline approached, Big Dog delivered the mail.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his thoughts on the 49ers 2024 draft class. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
We think Renardo is a guy who has that kind of versatility to play inside and outside. Chase Lucas, one of the free agents we brought in, has played nickel, so we think Renardo has that flexibility as well. We'll see.
Yeah, they fit me. They fit me. They play like some savages. They play like some dogs. Everyone fly around to the ball. Everybody make plays on the ball, and everybody come to hit. Everybody come to play. They are high energy attacking defense. They're not a defense that just sit back and let the offense come at them. No, they go and attack. The best defense, the best offense.
It's John Lynch talking Renardo Green and Renardo Green himself. We did talk about grades for the Giants. Bob Melvin declined. If you'd like to give your opinion, because everybody gives out draft grades, like you said. It'd be like asking me in college. That'd be great if they just said before you took the test, well, how do you think you're going to do on the test? I don't know. Just give me an A. I mean, I feel real good about the test, so just give me an A and we'll be good. Don't even have to play. Don't even have to take the test.
What test are you talking about?
No, but that's what they do.
The little blue book comes out today?
That's what they do. I mean, they're just like, B plus. Although I will say
everybody's given the Pittsburgh Steelers an A plus for rebuilding their entire offensive line in one draft. So we'll see.
Is the whole draft like young John Gruden on Monday Night Football, where everybody draft? Like, did anybody say outside of maybe Belichick on occasion, like, yeah, that's a bad pick. I wouldn't have picked this guy. He stinks. Kuiper will say it sometimes, like, he was drafted too high or something like that. Like, I think he said Renardo Green was like 2 rounds too high. Somebody will say that, but nobody will say this guy stinks. This is a bad pick. Everybody says it's a great pick, pretty much.
By the way, if you just close your eyes and listen to Renardo Green, he sounds exactly like Charvarius Ward.
He totally does, doesn't he?
He is, and the Charvarius Ward is a dog.
He's fun.
Remember the night we had him out of Mexico City after D-Hop? Steroid boy. Yeah. He went off on him.
He's one of the best interviews we've ever had.
Renardo Green, I haven't met him yet, but he is going to fit in that DV room with Daniel Bullocks and Charvarius Ward. It sounds like the same guy. Bunch of savages. We're dogs. He's Mooney Man.
Oh, yeah.
Renardo.
Well, they got a lot of dogs to go back to that theme, because I think Pearsall's a dog. I mean, the way he talks and interacts, I mean, he's a confident guy. Yeah, I definitely think that. I mean, it's just, But we were talking to Dante about this, and again, this is pandemic related, but Pearsall, 5th year senior, Renardo, 5th year, Pooney, 6th year, Mustafa, 4th year, 5th year in Guarendo, Cowing, 5th year. And then the other theme is speed, baby. Pearsall's a 4.4 guy, Guarendo's a 4.33, and Cowing's a 4.38. So experience and speed.
And multiple programs. Renardo Green's the only guy that played at one school. He was at Florida State 5 years. Everybody else transfers, and they're moving here, there, and everywhere. I mean, it's just so weird. Like we talked about the veteran, not college, but I mean, there's the guys that were drafted at the top of the draft, and the amount of quarterback play they had. It's just so different than when Trey Lance and Mac Jones and Mitch Trubisky came out, and they're like, these guys aren't ready to play in the NFL yet, and they're not going to get ready. I mean, just the amount of snaps that these guys had in college football. Renardo Green, 5 years at Florida State, John, and he was there. The pandemic was a big part of it. It shut down college football for a year. But the NIL money, the name, image, and likeness money, I mean, John was saying it. 83 guys they had as draftable guys are still playing college football. They went back in the draft. So you're you're having this time right now, and it may never occur again, where the guys that were drafted this year, how many guys were 24 years of age that got drafted?
Oh, my gosh,
You're
it was amazing,
are they
wasn't
too
it?
old? I mean, like Trey was a baby. He couldn't even get a drink when they drafted him. You know, it's a different world. What if Trey Lance stayed in school?
So he's 20.
For
Penix
4 or
is
5
24.
years?
Think
He'd
about
still
that.
be there.
Yeah, I mean,
how old's Trey now?
Well, I mean, he's younger than Michael Penix. I mean, that's part of the problem with Penix being taken 8th is, okay, you're...
And how old's Daniels? Daniels is 24, isn't he?
I mean, all of a sudden, here's a guy who's 24 who's then going to sit with a minimum of 2 years. He may not be a starter until he's 27 in the league. I mean, that's crazy. But like you said, these guys stayed. Now, is that going to equate to, hey, we're more mentally mature, we're more ready to play in the NFL? I don't know. I mean, I asked Dante that, but hopefully it means that, because then these guys can contribute faster. But
By the way, we finally have a name attached to the Trey Lance to Dallas.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Malik, and it's Malik, not Malik. Malik Mustafa.
That's the guy. So Mustafa for Trey Lance.
He's the king of the jungle.
So that's going to be our thing, right? We're going to talk about if this guy's really good. It's like, oh, that was a great trade. By the way,
Travis Kelce got a new deal. Do you see this, Jay?
Yeah.
See the highest paid tight end now?
Yeah, he is. Because he had no more guaranteed money on his deal, so they gave him some. So is George going to want more money?
2 years, 17 each. So he's got basically the Steve Kerr deal. 2 years, $17+ million.
By the way, would you love to go to a sporting event with George Kittle? Did you see the video of him at the Nashville Predators game? And he's on the glass, and you're a big hockey guy. Like, he's on the glass with his wife, Claire, and it's hilarious. He did one of the things, they show him, he chugs a beer, but I mean, he's hitting on the glass. He's talking to everybody around him. I don't know if I would want as much of that. I mean, like, everybody around him is like.
Now, he's been to a number of Sharks games,
yeah,
George.
He's fun.
This is the first year I did not go to a single Sharks game. I'm embarrassed to be me. Can't believe I missed it the whole year. Where we have to go up and down the West Coast to see playoff hockey? Vegas, obviously, L.A., Unleash the Kraken. We could go up to Seattle to see playoff hockey. I can't go to Buffalo to see playoff hockey. Yeah. They haven't made the playoffs since the French Connection. Damn. It's been forever.
Vegas would be fun. I mean, I know nobody's a Knights fan, but I have gone to a Knights game, and I will say that is pretty cool.
Not a fan of that building.
It's pretty fun. I'll give them this, though. It is, and they cheated and everything like that, when they became an expansion team, blah, blah, blah. But that's actually a pretty fun atmosphere building to be in for a game. It's not bad. That's all I'll say. All right, we've got
I'm not going back to Vegas.
I know, I can tell. I can see it in your face.
I'm not going there again.
I went back. You know what? I just jumped back on the horse the next week. I went to Vegas. It's over.
You went to the Sphere to see you too.
It's over. Like, I'm past it. Now we're ready to go.
Are we playing the Raiders this year in the preseason? What's going to be our preseason schedule?
Well, I need to know that because my nephew's
probably everybody
fan.
in the AFC West but Kansas City, because we're playing Kansas City in the regular season, right?
And in the Super Bowl
we'll get Harbaugh. We'll get Sean Payton. And the Raiders are coming to us this year. We're not going back to Allegiant, right? How's that going to work?
Yeah. By the way, have people seen all the stuff that Harbaugh did? He was singing the fight song when they took Junior Colson, the linebacker. He was doing the thing with Joe Alt, who's got it better than us. Joe Alt was their first-round pick, completely confused. And then Harbaugh's like, nobody. And he's like, oh, okay. Like
somebody didn't brief the Notre Dame guy on Harbaugh? Come on. Where's McGlinchey?
He did. He grabbed
somebody help the guy?
Well, you know how they pass the phone around. They're like, here's our coach, Jim Harbaugh, who's very socially awkward. And they had him the ball, and he said, or the phone, and he says, who's got better than you, Joe? And the kid had no response. Like, what are you talking about? And then quickly Harbaugh said, nobody. And the kid's like, okay, he's already learned that, right? They've already had the presser.
That'll be the first time of 6 million times he hears that between now and the end of the season next year.
Oh, my God. All right, we have a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol for you. I've never heard of this when someone gets pulled over. And the other story is, these are not connected. The other story is the number one thing you probably don't want to have happen when you're getting a vasectomy. You do not want this to happen. I can tell you that right now. Even if it's not number one, it's in the top 2 or 3. I can definitely say that. Certainly. You don't want that.
Well, I could think of a number of things.
I'm not going to say it's the worst, because I can think of something maybe worse, but this is up there. We'll do that as part of the Caboose Pistol next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the leaders in best. Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the champions of the West. Go Blue.
He's back. Yeah, that was Harbs. They drafted Junior Colson, linebacker, Michigan, and so he felt like singing the Michigan fight song. So there.
How many Michigan guys were drafted?
Oh my
13, Rich Eisen.
Hey,
did he have to go off on every
Thank
single
you.
Michigan guy?
Well, there was a time where, and I can't remember the three, but there was 3 in a row, and Eisen.
Blake Corum.
Yeah, I like Rich Eisen, but at that point, it was like I almost had to turn it to ESPN, but I didn't. But I was like, enough.
Yeah, it was
like,
silly.
enough. It was like.
Well, he basically wanted. Where did Corum go?
Chargers. I think he did.
He went to
no, Rams. He went to the Rams.
Rams.
Yeah,
Rams.
not
He wouldn't go to
Chargers.
Harbaugh.
Yeah,
he
Rams.
basically invited them to come live with him in L.A.
He did.
It
was like 3 in a row. It was like, stop it.
I think there were 13 overall,
Yeah.
wasn't there? I mean, they had a
It was
great
like
team.
Zinter, Corum, and there was one more in there too. I can't remember, but it was like, oh my gosh, make it stop. Make it stop. Seriously, make it stop. All right, a little caboose for you. This is unbelievable. So again, there are worse things that could happen during a vasectomy, if but this would probably be up there.
Getting sexually aroused? Would that be,
yeah, that'd probably be bad.
That would be. I got one more in me, Doc.
So this guy's name is Justin Allen. He's a 33-year-old father of 2 from Pennsylvania. Decided that was enough, and there was a well. Let me say this before I give out the punchline on those whole things. So he had a 10 a.m. appointment scheduled at a surgery center, urology center in Pennsylvania.
Dr. Snippet,
right.
We'll see you now.
He says, quote, I was thankful to have a surgeon that walked me through every single step of the procedure, but about 10 minutes into the 20-minute procedure, the whole room started shaking. He said, at first, I was wondering if we were close to a train station or if there was something else that could be causing the room to shake like that. I didn't really think it was an earthquake because I'd never felt one before. Again, he's on the East Coast. But then his surgeon says, is this an earthquake? He said he thought it was a joke, but after a minute or two, when things settled, he resumed the procedure, and we all laughed about how we would never forget where we were when this happened. An earthquake during his vasectomy.
Right in the middle of it?
Yes. And if you're not a
How did
Californian or
Dr.
something.
Snippet do? Was he holding steady?
And plus the guy's from Pennsylvania, so it's not like he's used to this thing. So here you are, sitting there, exposed
what
and all.
happens if he? What could go wrong there? You became Lorena Bobbitt.
I mean, yeah.
What
if
happens to you?
I mean, you got to be
Are
pretty
you a
precise,
eunuch?
right? I mean, you want the doctor to have some pretty, steady hands there. But
So
anyway,
what was the outcome? How did it all end, John?
well, he said, I thought it would be funny, something for my friends to laugh at. He sent out stuff. Let's see. He said it all went well. The surgeon actually kind of joked about it during the time, but the doctor said it was an interesting experience for everyone. I'm glad everything turned out all right and we could all laugh about it. Yeah, that wouldn't have been very funny.
Yeah, but it
Not
didn't work,
been
and
very
his
funny.
newborn son is named Quake.
Man, that would be
Did
weird.
you sue
though.
the doctor?
He thought the guy was joking, but clearly was not joking. So anyway, there you go. Earthquake.
Father of 2, and he already went to see Dr. Snippet?
At 33. Yeah, sounds about right.
So I was there after I had my 5th, and the last 2 were twins. And normally you go for a
You're like,
consultation.
I am really done.
No, with Dr. Snippet, normally it's a consultation. I didn't think that, normally they give you like 48 hours to think it over. But when I told him 5 kids, like 2 twins, the next thing I know, my pants are down around my knees, and Dr. Snippet, his eyewear, his rims of his glasses match his tie and his kerchief. And
Wow.
I'm like, what's going on? You really like your job.
He's dressing up
He's
for the
like-
occasion.
He's like all ready to go. And he said, well, you know what? We can we 5 kids, 2 twins, we can waive the waiver right now, and I can do it right now.
He said, you're done.
And I went, hold on, Doc. I'm just going to use the bathroom for a minute. just jumped out the fire escape. Going back to that guy. You really like your job. Take it easy.
Jeez, he goes back in the room and acts like it's like a formal dinner or something.
Like all of a sudden, I've got a penguin going. I'm like, I gotta go. I thought I was coming to talk about the options. And next thing you know, so
I don't know that he's wrong. I mean, you get to 5 with 2. It's like
I understand. He was gonna wave, and I'm like, don't you want to talk me out of it?
Oh my
Take it away?
Oh.
My last name is Papa. You really?
Come on.
Yeah.
So
earthquake in the middle of a vasectomy?
Earthquake.
Do we know it worked?
That's a great question. The doc says everything was fine, but I mean, you got a pretty steady hand, and then it's an earthquake. My gosh.
How do you give? It's like the NFL draft when you give a grade, like right at. How do you know it worked?
You'll find out soon.
How do you know? You have to wait 40 weeks to know if it worked, or how does it work?
I think you test it out rather quickly and see.
I gotta, excuse me,
soon.
man. I gotta go for a test run.
Exactly.
I am gonna sue this guy for malpractice, but I gotta see if it worked or not.
All right, I've never heard of this. I know, and many times in the Caboose Pistol, we've talked about traffic stops many times, but I've never heard of something like this. This happened in Denmark. A routine traffic stop on a highway south of Denmark's capital turned into an unusual standoff as a 26-year-old woman locked her car and refused to speak to the police officer who had pulled her over. Have you ever heard of that? Yep, and just locked the door and just kept shaking her head. Nope, not going to talk.
What would they do? Eventually tow the car away? I mean, why would she open the door?
She said she was on a cell phone and not wearing her seatbelt. So they also said the tires on her car were worn out. No rear window, and the vehicle's insurance had expired.
No rear window?
Yeah, couldn't
what
they
does
just
locking the doors do? They go in the rear window. She didn't have a rear window?
So then finally what they did to open the car, the officers had to call a mechanic. Once that was done, they detained the woman and took her to a nearby hospital for a blood test.
Couldn't they go in the rear view, the window in the back, Jonathan?
I guess so, but I mean, maybe there's glass and stuff. I don't know, but anyway. That's a new one.
You have to hide.
Now get this.
That's all?
Here's the other
There
thing.
must have been more. There.
Inside the car, police found 2 folding knives, leading to additional charges. But in Denmark, police can search a vehicle when they pull it over for a traffic violation. You don't even need a probable cause. I'm never moving to Denmark. My God, seriously? No probable cause? Man, what's that? Jay-Z's 99 Problems? Sorry, you're gonna need a warrant for that. Sorry, bro. There's no way. Can you imagine? Sorry, we don't need a warrant. We're just coming in. Oh boy. Don't look in the glove box. Don't look in the middle compartment. Don't look in the back seat. Don't look under the seat, and don't look in the trunk. Other than that, you're gonna be fine. My God, no, going to Denmark. That's good news. That's good information.
Well, she didn't want to give him any material to use against her, so I'm not opening the door.
She locks herself in the car with a blown out back window.
Wouldn't they just tow the car with her in it?
Yeah.
Put her on a flatbed.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, you're not coming out. It's not a big deal. Not like we can't move the car. Anyway, there you go.
Can't hear you. Windows up. How about the one in the back that's wide open?
Sweetheart, we can hear you because the window in the back is blown out.
I don't know.
It does not say what the blood test came back is, but I could pretty much imagine if you've got knives and all this stuff going, bald tires, bad registration. I don't know. Probably
blood test came back 6 olives.
Exactly. All right, there you go. That is a couple from your sweet, clean, family-friendly Monday edition. Plus, you have a little Harbs in there as well, singing the Michigan.
We're going to play the Chargers in the preseason, aren't we? You got to.
Chargers, Raiders, Broncos every year, pretty much,
right?
Yeah. And then they get it down to 2, like we were
2
talking
will
about
be on
Friday.
the road. So the Raiders will probably come to us, and we'll go to L.A. and
yeah, because we went there last year,
Denver,
right? You guys went there last year. Yeah,
we'll see. When's the schedule released now? May?
It's in May, some point, right? And then we get to have that fun thing where you go win loss.
You got to make sure you're not on holiday then. You
Yeah.
gotta make sure you're back.
What they end up 12-5 last year? I think I said 13-4. So they were 12-5. That's not bad. I have to go back. I probably had them wrong. I didn't have them losing like in Cleveland, for example. They sure did. That little midseason thing they had going on last year.
I didn't notice. The kicker missed a field goal at the end, John, from 41 yards in the
Cleveland, Minnesota,
in Lake Erie. I don't remember that game.
I even said to Kyle, by the way, you missed this. I even acknowledged the fact that even though he did not want a kicker. I did not want a kicker. That it turned out well. I said that to him because somebody tweeted at me and goes, "Oh, you said it turned out well," and I'm like, "Well, you know, you got to admit it. I mean,
it did turn out
all right.
Well.
It turned out all right.
He had the greatest extra point season in the history of the NFL. He made the longest field goal in the history of the Super Bowl.
Lasted about 32 seconds.
He made a 55-yarder to the butt kicker make one.
Right.
Then he came back and made another one. How about the 50-yarder
I didn't think he was
going to
make that one.
Coming out of the 2-minute warning?
Yeah.
That was huge.
Was that a
Moody had a great
53?
year.
Was that a 53 hit? Or 52,
it was
whatever
50
it was?
even, wasn't it? 50 even?
The late one?
Oh, maybe.
That one
55 or
scared
50,
the hell out of me.
It was a long one.
Yeah, I was like,
he
oh,
nailed
he's
it.
not
I thought,
making this.
if he misses that kick, Kansas City takes
Right.
over.
All they needed was a field goal.
They pick up 2 first downs. The butt kicker wins the Super Bowl. Big time. Kyle was very honest about what position last year could they draft, and the guy could come in and start right away, and it was kicker.
Yeah.
They didn't have a kicker on the roster. So I think this year, I mean, it's going to be hard for Ricky to come in right away and start. But I think Renardo Green has a chance to come in and start, doesn't he?
Yeah, sure. And then, like you said, I mean, all three of those guys in Cowing, Purcell, and Gorendo, they've all got kicking.
How do you say that name?
Gorendo? I'm not looking at it, but I think it's
nickname.
Gorendo.
Ike. We like Ike.
But they all have kick and punt return abilities, and so with the way
I saw Gorendo take one out to midfield. And he is a straight downhill runner.
He's not a dancer.
He'd be good on kickoff return.
Yeah, he is not a dancer, that dude. So anyway, you saw that in the draft. A lot of people, this new rule, a lot of people drafted guys who could return because they're thinking, okay, it's going to be a big deal. So we'll see. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. Plus a little bit, we got some remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. Then Tolbert and Copes at the top on a Monday, featuring Ted Wynn at 2:50. So in about an hour from now, Ted is absolutely great from The Athletic, breaking down all the NFL film. Bags is going to join the guys to talk about the weekend series, plus going on to Boston, and Matty Mayoka with a draft recap and more. 4:50 today. So make sure you tune in with the boys. They're up at 2 only here on the Sports Leader.
Moody.
No!
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giant starter Keaton Wynn, he hopped on Talking Baseball with Marty Lurie. It was for me over the weekend to discuss his start to the 2024 season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
It was for me.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Disappointed in New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston? That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston where that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. We're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
There's Chuck. The first team out, the Suns, and they have issues. So the Timberwolves. And by the way, Anthony Edwards is a star. I mean, that dunk that was emphatic to end that whole thing. OKC's up 3-0 to New Orleans. They can end that tonight. Knicks over the Sixers. They're up 3-1. Pacers over Bucks, and Nuggets over Lakers 3-1. Celtics Heat tonight 2-1. And the competitive series, Cavs and Magic and Mavs and Clippers, despite the fact no Kawhi, they are 2-2. That's what's going on so far.
Boy, Milwaukee's the Giannis injury to start and then losing Damian Lillard, and it's just terrible what is happening to them. And Indiana's playing so well. Joel Embiid, the knee injury, the Bell's palsy. I just, if Philadelphia does lose this series and they're down 3-1, what do they do with Joel Embiid long term? Milwaukee, what do? You bring in Damian Lillard and Giannis gets hurt and now Dame's out. And then tonight, the Lakers could walk the plank. They could be eliminated tonight in Denver. They finally beat them on Saturday. And then New Orleans is just going to have a hard time with Oklahoma City. That could end in a sweep tonight. And the Phoenix Suns are already out, John. We touched on it briefly with Tim Kawakami. Marcus Thompson will be on with us tomorrow. We'll get more into it. Monty Poole just wrote a column. Not sure he posted it, but I've seen it ahead of time. Do not dismiss possibility of a KD Warriors reunion.
Here we go.
And he's going back to when he left 5 years ago. I'm going back to when the Warriors 2 years ago were the defending NBA champions. And Durant already said, remember on June 30th, I want out of Brooklyn. Never wound up getting traded till later that year. Warriors, the Jordan Poole thing, the Andrew Wiggins thing, you could have done none of that and just brought Kevin Durant back. I don't know, how they do it now, John, with the salaries they all make and the owner wants to slide back. But, I mean, would he take it? Would he deal with Draymond and Steve and the whole mess? But look at all the teams that are just not performing well. What does Philadelphia do with their team? What does Milwaukee do with their team? What do the Lakers do with their team? When they lose tonight in Denver and they're out in 5 after this team swept them last year in the Western Finals, what does LeBron do?
It's a great question. You can opt right out. I mean, if you think about this, I saw a piece on this today. After round 2, these guys could be out. KD, Booker, LeBron, AD, Zion, Butler, Bam, Embiid, Giannis, Dame, Fox, Sabonis,
Steph's not even in.
Curry, Mitchell.
De'Aaron Fox, not even in.
I think, people will still watch. I mean, you got your OKCs and Minnesotas and, but, I mean, a lot of stars are getting knocked out of the playoffs early. A lot of old guys.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, it just depends, I guess. I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier with Tim Kawakami about it. I mean, could the Warriors put together a competitive offer for KD? They could. But what if Oklahoma City falls short with all that youth and all those draft picks? Would the Suns prefer that to just say, okay, because they have no picks, all theirs are swaps or something like that?
You trade him to Oklahoma City, they just win championships.
Yeah, it scares you. But I mean, do they want to do that, or or can the Warriors provide them even though they don't have the picks? Would they like the young players? I mean, that's because
I don't know.
And they have an owner who spent a lot of money in Phoenix, and we really don't know. Is he a hair trigger kind of a guy or whatever it is? But you're right. There's a lot of teams who are getting knocked out early that are veteran teams who are paying over the tax, by the way, a ton of teams over the tax who didn't get their money's worth. Are their owners going to panic and say, let's just blow this thing up?
And you got two owners. Somebody's losing Clippers and Mavs, whether it's Steve Ballmer, he's going to be out by the end of the week, or Mark Cuban technically still owns the Mavericks, and Luka's knee does not look right.
No.
There's something wrong. I mean, we know he's got a knee issue, but he's massaging the knee, and Kawhi just can't get on the floor. And James Harden and that knuckleball shot, that little floater he's taken, that has no rotation at all. It's a knuckleball. It's Tim Wakefield. It doesn't rotate. And it comes out of his hand. It's so weird. And he can either shoot that in the basket, or if you come up to play him, the same release results in a dunk to a teammate. And he gets middle going to his left almost every time. But without Kawhi, they're not a serious contender. But to your point, all these stars in the NBA and in particular the West, somebody's losing.
Yeah.
By the end of the week, the Clippers or the Mavericks, somebody's going to be out.
And add the Warriors and the Lakers and the Bucks, and I mean,
And the Lakers
and the
may be out tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight's the night. They're done.
All right, thanks as always. Good to have Danny back. Apparently, he's a Cowboys fan. He spent the draft in Dallas and was just talking all about it today. Oh, Dallas. Thanks to Walter as well. Greg Gaslis, Tim Kawakami, Susan Slesser, Dante Whitner. If you missed any of those, just go to knbr.com, providing great insight. And by the way, we replayed Ricky Pearsall, first-round pick of the 49ers. He was a nice conversation.
Friday.
So if you missed it, just go to knbr.com.
What number is he going to wear, by the way? Have we determined that yet?
Well, Debo's moved to 1, and so at 1 he wore at Florida, 19 he wore at Arizona State, but that's Trent Taylor took 19. So is he going to make the team? So
give him 119.
I don't know if you can do that. But maybe. I know we have a 0.
Training camp. Trent Taylor's going to training camp,
Yeah.
so they got to figure it out.
Anyway, they'll get it figured out. All right, great stuff. As always, Pop, we will see you tomorrow for the Tuesday edition. The Giants back with the Red Sox, blah, blah, blah. We'll get into a ton of stuff tomorrow, but the boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copus right here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station.
If you had to assign a letter grade to your team's performance,
I'm not going to do that.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the program, Ted Wynn of The Athletic, Andrew Bagley of The Athletic, and Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. And I swear when I first saw the message today, I saw Ted Wynn. I thought it said Ted Nugent.
Oh!
And I thought, oh, yeah, getting a little MAGA. Little cat scratch fever. And most importantly, I thought we'd talk some next-gen crossbows. Thought we might get into that, too, a little bit. But alas, it's not to be. We're going to talk draft and Niners with Ted Wynn.
Ted Nugent would have been fun, though.
Nugent would have been
Nugent would have been right. Hey,
incredible.
Derek, get on that. Get us Nugent.
Yeah, Nugent. I want to find out about
I want Nugent by
crossbows.
Friday. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to...
Get me Nugent.
I've always wanted a crossbow. Like, I don't necessarily want to use it. It just seems like it'd be... Doesn't that seem like a badass thing to have, like a cross? Like, if I walked into someone's house, a garage, or whatever, and I saw a gun I saw maybe even a hand grenade. The crossbow would scare me the most. Like, the crossbows are just like, you're serious when you have a crossbow. Like, just flat out crossbows. Those things are just wicked.
Do you not take someone quite as seriously with just a bow and arrow?
No, I think bow and arrow, like, I wouldn't. Because bow and arrow, you think you got to be skilled to use a bow and arrow.
I was just saying, it takes a man
they're
dedicated to his craft.
Yeah, they're probably very serious. Like, crossbow, you just could be reckless with, right?
Exactly,
All you got to do is point, aim, and squeeze, and you're just, like, off and running, and all of a sudden, that thing's whizzing through the air, ready to do damage. So, yeah, the crossbow is always, like, kind of intrigued / scared me a little bit. Like, if you have a crossbow, I don't know. You just seem a little off to me. Maybe not.
It always seems like after a crossbow's fired, too, whenever the arrow lands on something, it just like, doo, doo.
Yeah.
It has that like it's always like ringing afterwards. 808 KNBR best crossbows in pop culture history. I think I'm going to nominate number one, the crossbow that's designed by Coburn in Game of Thrones to try to take out some of the dragons.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a pretty damn good crossbow.
That's a good crossbow.
That's a scary one, too, because that one's like, they're like wheeling that one around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw crossbows when I've been watching. Well, I'm done with it now, thank goodness. I talked about last week Vikings, and boy, when they ran into the French,
mercifully, yeah,
and they dropped those crossbows on them, oh, it was over at that point. They just got wrecked. I mean, they just got absolutely. The Vikings like, oh damn,
we don't stand a chance against these crossbows.
Yeah, we got the regular bow and arrows. That ain't working against these crossbows.
And they load fast too. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
bring
those
that thing
things,
back and keep going.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're. As I said, whizzing through the air at, but those things, those things seem to go fairly fast and do a little bit of damage. So,
they'll go through you.
Yeah, but like I respect the bow and arrow. Like if you're gonna go bow and arrow, like if you go hunting and whatever you do, like anybody's ever tried to shoot a bow and arrow, just like a toy one, it's like hard just to shoot it. Like pull back and aim.
You bang up your arm on the inside a little bit too.
Yeah, it's
like,
a mess.
Come on, man. I don't want to do all that.
Trying to get that thing to not drop at your feet or just, shoot which way you don't want it to shoot. Like, that takes some skill, man. And give it to the Native Americans who are doing that crap on
Give it to the Native Americans because of their use of the bow and arrow.
Dude, on horseback. Bro, on horseback.
I know what you're getting at.
They're firing those things.
Let's give it to the Minotaurs, too, because they're part. Let's give it to the Centaurs and the Minotaurs, because they're.
Yeah, but what else are they going to do? I mean, that's all they spend their life doing that. What else are you going to do if
that's
you're a
Minotaur? That's what they are. He's got to roll around, yeah.
You ain't got much. You got much option. What am I going to do here? Give me this. It reminds me of the, what was the Step Brothers? The dude, Will Ferrell at the end of the movie. Anyway, crossbows.
It's not cool. Wait. Pull what out? The dart, man. It's got a f***ing dart in your neck. You're crazy. You're crazy. I like you.
When you're crazy.
Oh man! So yes, it's Ted Win. We'll go draft instead of crossbows.
We went Ted Nguyen, Arrow Ted Nugent.
But if anybody's got a great crossbow story, I'd love to hear it. That'd be fantastic. I doubt we do, but you may have one out there. You have one person out there that has a sweet crossbow story.
925 says the Book of Eli. Crossbow had cat had no chance, he says. The Book of Eli with a crossbow.
Oh, was that Denzel Washington?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that movie. I thought that was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, this is 510 says, you guys put Ted Nugent on, I'll never listen to KNBR again.
Dude, fits our demo perfectly. You kidding me?
Oh, man.
Get out of here. Cat scratch fever? Let's go.
408 says, damn, I was going Game of Thrones too. The voting... I don't know. They lost here. They were getting into the Game of Thrones as well. Anyway, crossbows. Great crossbows in pop culture history. Go ahead and hit us up on that. 808 Gamer 949 says shout out Deliverance. Is there a crossbow in Deliverance?
You know what?
Derek?
I think there is.
Derek sadly in my ear. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is.
It's not the biggest thing I remember from that movie.
Yeah, no, it's not. Some other stuff I got to work through dude, before I remember the crossbow.
You remember I know the thing you remember. It's the thing everybody remembers. It's the Arkansas Razorback. Arkansas Razorback chant.
Yeah, come on.
Fight song is what it is.
That's
exactly what everybody remembers from that movie.
I don't know about that, dude.
Poor Ned Beatty. That's rough. So what am I doing in this scene? What?
Whoa. What's up? This was in the script.
Excuse me? Is this right? Dude, let me take the crossbow. Right in the forehead. Just shoot me.
How about that instead? Can we work that in at some point? Mr. 209 says Mr. Nice Guy and Half Baked wasn't trying to see the cross go from Samson Simpson. Lawnmower Dave, dude. That's pretty funny. If you're into comics, or DC says DC's Huntress rocks a crossbow. That's a badass superhero if you got a crossbow. By the way, all week long we're going to tell you.
Give it to the Native Americans.
I thought Tom was talking again. I didn't realize you played a drop. Tolbert and Coast with you on a Monday afternoon. We will get back into some of the draft with Ted Nguyen, not Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent not joining us today, but we'll give that 5-0 a heads up so they can avoid the show the day that Ted Nugent does in fact come on. Derek, get on that. All week long, we're giving away tickets yet again to go to the Aftershock Festival, October 11th, 2024. It's a single-day pass, two Friday single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival out of Discovery Park in Sacramento. It's for Friday, October 11th, 2024. Tune in all week long between 2 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. If you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Get the rules at knbr.com. The tickets are on sale now at aftershockfestival.com. You got artists like, Tom's mom will be happy to hear Slipknot will be there. Slayer's there, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Pantera, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Breaking Benjamin, Five Finger Death Punch, a whole bunch more, Flogging Molly included, Mastodon. Tim, what's the cue to call for these tickets?
I don't know what we're yelling about! Loud noises!
Yeah, that would be like Aftershock Festival. You hear that? Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. The 49ers wrapped up their NFL draft the same way they started the draft. They went and got another receiver. 2 receivers taken in this draft, and yet Debo and Ayuk still on the roster. We'll run through some of these picks, just a little reaction to the picks that were made, and then any surprises that they did not address any specific positions like tight end or defensive line. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. We'll talk more about this next, only here on The Sports Leader.
You're crazy.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
The 49ers completed their draft taking another wide receiver, but did not trade either Brandon Ayuk or Debo Samuel. What do you think of the 49ers draft? Join the conversation, 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
49ers wrapped up the NFL draft. Well, everybody wrapped up the NFL draft. The Niners were a part of it. They weren't the last pick of the draft, Brock Purdy style. But they did have a couple of late ones. Anyway, first round draft selection Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky, oh God!
Talked a lot about him last week. The second round, they took a cornerback, which we were hoping they would do. This happened on Friday, kind of right as we were signing off of our draft show, and then went over to the YouTube show with Dieter and John Dickinson, a quarterback out of Florida State, Renardo Green. Third rounder, they take a guard, Dominic Pooney out of Kansas. 3 fourth-rounders, a safety, Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest, a running back, Isaac Guerrero from Louisville, and then a wide receiver, Jacob Cowing from Arizona. They take a guard in the 6th, Jarrett Kingston from SC, and then in the 7th rounder, a linebacker, Tatum Bethune out of Florida State. I'm not going to act like I know who most ever any of these guys are, but what's your favorite name among them?
Oh, there's no doubt.
It's got to be one.
What kind of name is Pooney anyway? Comanche Indian? Now, you won't get that because you didn't see the movie, because you refused to see the movie.
So what kind of name is Pooney? But I assume you were going Fletch.
Yes, absolutely. The Native American.
I know where we're going, dude. I knew. As soon as you said it, I was like, this is a Fletch line.
What kind of name is Pooney anyway? Comanche Indian.
Nice.
Scottish Armenian.
Scottish Armenian.
One of my favorite lines from Fletch.
So you're going Pooney. I'm going to go with Malik Mustafa.
That's a good one,
That's a good one, too. Malik Mustafa. I'm a sucker for an alliteration.
Yes.
That's what it is.
That's a good one. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, Pooney's nice. I like the way it flows.
Well, yeah, thank you. Maybe it's puny. Maybe it's puny, too.
No, it's not.
It'd be funny if it was.
Not. No, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
I don't care what he calls himself. I'm not backing off that one.
Well, it's kind of like me and Michael Penix Jr. And you were everybody says, "Oh no, it's Penix." And I'm like, "Really? Did you guys check the Atlanta Falcons Instagram story last night?" Because they threw out
that is unbelievable.
The Atlanta Falcons threw out an actual graphic with Michael Penix Jr. and it had Michael Penis on the side of it, dude. It was from their account, dude. And all the comments on it just say the word. They're all just commenting that. Which is pretty funny. People go, you should change his number to 15, so it could be PEN15. Oh, that would be the way to go about it if you were.
Dude, well, the way they wrote it, it was like Michael Penix Jr. Then it was like number 8, and then below that it was like penis. And I was like, and then I thought to myself, I go, they measuring that at the combine now? I mean, what are we doing here?
Measurables.
Like, I mean, they really get in depth, don't they? I mean, they are really comprehensive when it comes to the combine. Jeez.
I sent that to Tom this morning, and Tom said they are the dirty birds. There you go. So how about this? The Niners end up keeping both Deebo Samuel and Brendan Ayuk through the draft.
I never got into peanuts.
Thank you, Ralph. So 2 receivers drafted may very well just mean the end of Danny Gray. But the one guy I was going to ask you about, do you know much about Jacob Cowing out of Arizona?
I do.
Tell us about him.
I do. Not big. Hands good, not great. I mean, he did have some drops on some easy ones, but really quick and has some speed, and probably was their second best receiver. McMillan's their first best. He'll probably be a first rounder when he comes out. Like, he's really good. He's kind of your prototypical 6'3" guy that can run, good hands. But Cowing was a guy that went to UTEP. transfer portal guy. I think he might have even led the nation in receiving when he was at UTEP. He was way up there. Transferred to Arizona, but he was good. Like, he was one of the main targets. I think he was there 2 years, and I like really quick. Like, really, like, I could see him being a really good slot guy. Good quickness, short burst, not a burner. He's not, like, super fast. I'm going to run by you, but he's fast enough. But really quick. Like I said, good hands. I don't know if great hands would be apt. Not great size. I don't know how big he is, but he's just not kind of your prototypical. I mean, he reminds you of a little slot receiver is what he does. But I liked him. I thought he was really good at Arizona. Like I said, he was probably their second best receiver. He might have even led him in receptions his first year there. I'm not sure if McMillan led him, but Millen was more of the big play guy. But no, I like him. I think he'll have a chance, and usually as a fourth rounder, you're going to get a decent look, decent chance. So I think he could definitely fit in the slot there, no doubt about it. And I would be surprised if he didn't get a really good look and made the team. Like, they need wide receiver depth. We talked about that last week, and obviously
last season we discussed it a bit. Even.
Yeah, Riley isn't going to get a look. He's on the team. He's their first-round pick. But, yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me if Kang was on the team this year and got some reps. I have no idea. I mean, it'd be hard to crack the top three if they all stay there. And I guess Jennings has, a 1-year deal. So who knows how that'll work itself out. But, I mean, those are your top three. But, yeah, I liked him. I liked him at Arizona. And thank goodness they stopped drafting ASU guys. And finally got an Arizona guy in there. Bear down. Let's go.
Yeah, nice. Another a first Arizona wide receiver to join this Kyle Shanahan offense. So Isaac Guerrero is the selection out of Louisville, running back. People are saying that could mean goodbye to Elijah Mitchell. That's what that could mean potentially. And Elijah Mitchell kind of worked his way out of favor, I thought, a little bit. And also, it's hard to be in favor when Christian McCaffrey's the guy, right? McCaffrey's just been so dominant. You forget about how good Elijah Mitchell even was in helping carry the load that first year he was here. Any positions you were surprised they didn't address in the draft or through the draft?
Well, defensive line, just because they always draft defensive linemen. But it's not like they needed them. I thought they'd draft, they're always looking for a guy opposite post. I know they have Floyd, but I thought they'd try to get one more out there. Not really. That I thought they would probably go after, again, just because they always do. But they got a corner. They got an offensive lineman. They got a running back. They really addressed wide receiver. They hit safety. They didn't take a linebacker, did they?
They did. Last selection of the draft, I believe, was Tatum Bethune out of Florida. Oh, you didn't watch the seventh?
No,
Tatum Bethune.
I was long gone by then. You kidding me?
I just actually found out they took a linebacker when I read this sheet to you when the segment started. I was like, oh, nice, they got one, huh? Tatum Bethune out of Florida State.
Well, that's the thing about the NFL draft is, like, you never know if you draft a guy, he can make it. I mean, Brock Purdy is the absolute extreme. But you hear about it all the time. Oh, 7th-round pick, 6th-round pick, undrafted.
Elijah Mitchell was a 6th-rounder, wasn't he?
Yeah. So, I mean, he might be a good player for this team. They do have a history of drafting pretty good linebackers. That's the one thing they've had a really good track record on.
And
drafting linebackers.
I mean, Azeez Al-Shire was undrafted, wasn't he?
Was he?
I want to say like Dre Greenlaw was like a 5th.
Undrafted or 7th? You could be right. You could be. Well, you could be wrong.
I could be wrong,
right.
or I could be right in the middle.
What was Greenlaw, like a 5th?
Greenlaw was a 5th.
And Warner was a 3rd.
I'll find out for you in just a minute. Was Azeez Al-Shire undrafted, Dirk?
He was.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And was Greenlaw 5th? Were we right on that, too?
Let me look it up.
Oh, yeah, you don't know, huh? Okay.
I know Warner was a 3rd. So if you got 3rd, 5th undrafted, I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's damn good. You got the best linebacker in the game. You got a Pro Bowl type linebacker in Greenlaw, though he won't be playing next year. And then Al-Shire ended up being a really good linebacker. So, yeah, I don't know if there's a position that I was looking for them to draft that they didn't. Not really. I thought they might get a tackle, but I guess Pooney is it Pooney or Puny?
We're sticking with Pooney.
Pooney?
Derek, when does it come on the air with that?
It is Pooney.
Thank you. Appreciate it. 925 says see Reuben Foster if you want to talk about their excellent hit. I'm like, come on, okay. They didn't
draft. They did. That was their first draft. Yeah. Okay, well, they missed that one.
Yeah, we'll call it one a miss. That's all right.
Okay, so how about this? Since then, Since then, I think they've been pretty good drafting linebackers.
After that one, if you start, if you eliminate the first inning, he's been great today.
Like give him a mulligan, mulligan, and then move on from there.
If you eliminate that first,
they've been okay. But yeah, I guess Pooney's a guy that can play all over. Like he's versatile. It sounds like he's more of an interior guy, but it sounds like damn near he could play anything. Center, guards, maybe even slide out to tackle.
They like guys like that. I mean, they've been trying to find more guys like that. They like. I think that's the path they go until they find.
Oh, you know what? I'll also, unless I missed this too, because look, I kind of check out after the second round. Tight end.
Yeah, that's the other position here.
That's the one I thought maybe that they'd start looking to either replace Kittle or
you've been saying that for a while too. Find somebody who can help him a little bit and be a spell for him.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Or you can run more 2 tight end sets, stuff like that. We have 2 guys that could actually go out there and catch the ball a little bit. So I guess, but for the most part, it seems like they tried to go out there and address their needs. I'm glad they got a couple wide receivers. Gives them some, and they're different too. I think they're just different than what they have. From what I've seen of Riley, like I know more about Cowing than I do Riley because I watch all the Arizona games, so I've seen him play a lot. And it seems like they wanted versatility along the offensive line. Got that. They draft a running back virtually every draft, so we'll see how that pans out. For the most part, it hasn't really panned out for them. Third round running backs have been brutal for them. Like you go down the third round, and he wasn't a third rounder, so maybe that's the key is not draft a running back in the third round, but. They got the running back. Safety was good because Hufanga, who knows if he's going to be ready to come back and play and be at full strength starting next year. I think Brown might be a player, but yeah, I mean, a 3-man rotation back there, you're good to go.
Jair Brown?
Yeah, exactly. And then you got the corner Green, who, from what I read, I have no idea, is like a press man-to-man kind of guy, gets up in guys' faces. I'm not going to get all the strengths and weaknesses, hip fluidity and all that crap, but it sounds like he's a pretty good player.
You want to go to the torque?
Yeah, you can so that's certainly no. It seems like now I'm not going to sit here and tell you how good these guys are going to be, or one of my least favorite things of all time is when people grade drafts. It's literally one of the dumbest. It makes you dumber as you're reading it because these people probably don't even want to grade the draft. It's just their editors like, hey, people want the draft graded. They want you. They draws people to our website, so you grade the draft, and he gives them something to bitch about. Oh no, our draft's better than that. Oh, you gave him too high a grade for this. Like, shut up. And like nobody, even the people that evaluate him don't know. If they did, they wouldn't miss on draft picks. But so I don't know how it is. How the draft's going to be. I don't know how these players are going to play, but I do know it seems like they checked off a lot of positions, like needed somewhere that got it. And really the only thing they didn't do, and I don't even know if they're looking at linebackers, and you said they got one in the 7th, tight end. Tight end's about the only thing I could say that I thought they might address, or a tackle. But if Pooney can play all the different positions, there's so many tackles, and it's hard to imagine there's going to be a lot of drafts like this where there's just tackles all the way down the line into the second round. But yeah, it sure seemed like they addressed whatever needs they thought they had. They addressed. The problem is, well, it's not really a problem. Is like they just don't have a lot of weak spots. They don't have a lot of spots where you're like, oh boy, it's a glaring need here or a glaring need there. I mean, they're pretty stacked. They're pretty stacked. So you have to start thinking about, okay, what can help us now, but maybe help us a little bit the following year when we got to start making some tougher decisions. So yeah, I mean, as far as like what maybe their weaknesses were, what little weaknesses they had,
seems like they probably addressed
those.
What they needed to.
So.
And don't forget, they got a lot of D-line in free agency. That was like where they went. That's where they tried to shore that up because they didn't want to run in. Or roll in, I think, to this season like they did last year with the lack of depth and experience that they had in 2023. 650 checks in, says Pooney is Samoan, by the way. Somebody else just checks in 707 says Pooney is the best, all caps, which is hysterical. Many people checking in on more crossbows, and we'll get to those thoughts. I can't let some of these crossbows go to die, dude. Like the crossbow has laid many people down. One guy, though, Tom, we'll address this in just a minute. 707 says, what's up with this hole in Tom's shirt? Right over his nipple. And he says, dude, Twitch has a strong no nudity policy, dude.
But,
and we're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Come on. You can't even see it right now.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Do you think the 49ers addressed everything that you wanted them to address in this draft? Next up, 808 KNBR. We'll take your calls, and we grade this draft on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with the Monday afternoon. Ted Nguyen of the Athletic is going to join us, talk more about this draft, and really help us do a breakdown of kind of the grade and where the 49ers got better, maybe if there was any holes he thought that they needed to address. Just a great film breakdown. So we'll talk to Ted Nguyen coming up at 2:50. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. 415-808-5627. Did the 49ers address everything you wanted them to address in the draft? Anything that they're still lacking is what the question is for the callers out there. Many people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text on 510 says, mid-round running back that Shanahan traded up for, we could guarantee he won't make the team this year. Yeah, it feels like they find better value there at the end of the draft. 310 says the one thing they didn't address is quarterback. Obviously, Purdy's the guy. I think they only have one other QB on the roster. And after what happened a couple of years ago, I thought Shanahan would have 12 backups stashed in the bushes just in case. So it'll be interesting to see who they can sign to provide depth. Didn't they add a quarterback in free agency also right after the draft?
Yeah,
and they signed Josh Dobbs.
Yep.
Over this offseason, the astronaut, right? And they still have Brandon Allen too.
Mordecai is the guy from Wisconsin.
Yeah. Yeah, he was an undrafted free agent, right? That they signed yesterday or Saturday, maybe it was Saturday night, whatever it was. Bottom line is, I think
I
they've
don't
got
remember much about him. I watched him play. Seemed okay, but who knows?
4 in the organization though right now is what it sounds like.
Okay.
With Purdy, I like Dobbs as a backup. I'm good with that. And then Brandon Allen is your 3. Now potentially an emergency guy at number 4. 415 checks in and says, dude, Chewbacca had a badass crossbow.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he did. Chewbacca's like rolling around with that crossbow.
I'm not a Star Wars guy.
Go ahead, Tim. What was it? What's it called?
I believe it's technically called a Wookiee bowcaster.
All right, beat it, nerd. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415 808. Get a life, Tim. 5627. Dwayne is in Stockton. Dwayne, what did you think of the draft, and did they address everything you thought they needed to?
Hey, Coach, you know I'm not feeling it, man. Why I always got to be the one to break it down for these 49er faithful, man?
Tell us, Dwayne.
They didn't maximize, bro. They didn't maximize. They didn't come close. They could have had Cooper DeJean, who is a very versatile secondary guy who plays tough. We could have helped him because he's versatile and they need help in different areas back there. He also returns punts, which the 49ers seems like they have nothing but trouble on their punt return team. It's always been nothing but bad stuff happen to them on the punt return, so he could have helped there too. And then to not get an O-lineman, like one of the top O-linemen, is just crazy to me, bro. I mean, I just don't know why they wouldn't help Purdy stay upright and address that offensive line. So it just goes back. I'm going to always say this about Shanahan. I know he's going to prove me right the upcoming season, bro. The dude don't have situational football, bro. He wants to finesse. So I'm going to leave you guys with a question, then I got to go. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's good. Leave us with a question.
So here's the question, man. Let's say, because you guys are still loaded, you just didn't address and maximize and get the better players that were there. Next year, you guys wind up in the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. You go into the fourth quarter with a 10-point lead. How do you feel? Let me know what your answer is to that.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call.
I can answer the first thing first. First, I'm not loaded since I don't play for the team. And so I'm fine. I'm good.
I got loaded last night. Some residual effects today.
Nice.
Though, yeah.
Secondly, I would say to you, I mean, you might be loaded. That since you're talking about the prospects like you know them. I mean, come on. Again, you don't know these guys. You're talking about Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. Like, who knows how good this guy is going to be? You think just because he has positional versatility, he was going to be better for the 49ers, or they need a punt returner? Cowing can return punts. I mean, look, you don't go into a draft thinking you can find a punt returner, and they found one in a receiver. So you can talk about Shanahan's drafts all you want. You can talk about Lynch's drafts all you want. You can talk about their successes. You can talk about their failures. And to say they didn't maximize this year's, and that's just ludicrous. I mean, they don't even know. I know you don't know.
They don't know.
No, I don't know.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
Nobody knows. You think you know, but you never will. Talk about all the failure successes you want to. Yeah, they've lost 2 Super Bowls. Massive sample size. 2 games. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. They've been to 4 NFC Championship. I mean, that's a good problem to have. That's a good problem to have when your team is that successful and you're heading to NFC Championship games, you're winning the divisions, and you're making it to the Super Bowl. I got to keep reminding people this apparently, but Andy Reid was in Philly for 14 years, never won, made it to 1 Super Bowl.
And 5 NFC championships.
5 NFC championship games, 1 Super Bowl.
0-4 in 1-4 in NFC championships, 0-1 in the Super Bowl.
And now he's regarded as the best coach in football. Maybe
Genius.
one of the best. Maybe one of the best of all time.
He's brilliant.
Absolutely. And guess what? He was brilliant then.
Yeah,
too.
man.
He just didn't punch through. Didn't quite get it done. Didn't have the right combination. Didn't quite hit it perfectly. So, look, this is why I'm more interested in the games than I am the draft, because the draft, people were like, well, you should have, and it's like,
I don't know. That's nice.
Thank you. It's not tangible. What is tangible is the season. The games are tangible. They win a lot. They win a ton. They win big games. They come from behind in big games. Check this year. Did they lose the 2? Yes. Have they lost to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time? Yes. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, they are going to win one. They're going. Can I say for sure? Of course, I can't say for sure.
No, but you got to keep plugging away at
there.
this. Yeah,
they're going to win one. So whatever they are doing in the draft, right or wrong, whatever they are doing in free agency, right or wrong, you can bitch, you can complain, you can be happy, whatever. It doesn't matter. But the results are what the results are. And if you're not happy with the results other than the Super Bowl over the last 5-6 years, then I don't know what to tell you. Go root for the Chiefs. I mean, just go. You could be a Chiefs fan. You'll be good to go. Maybe you were a Patriots fan for 17 years, and you're just used to winning them every couple years. I don't know. All I know is he hasn't won the big game. He's won big games, and Niners have won big games. So I'm not going to sit here and criticize the draft. If you guys want to, that's nice. That's fine.
That's nice.
I don't mind. I mean, you give me a chance, I can crap on you for criticizing the draft, but that's what fans do, and this is what I do. So you do what you do, I do what I do. I'm not going to worry that much about the draft and free agency. I'm going to worry about September through early February, and returns have been very, very strong for the 49ers the last 5-6 years. So if you care more about the draft and free agency and want to get all worked up about that and not worry as much about the games,
then you might be John Lund. Yeah. Then you might be
John Lund.
You might be John Lund. Yeah, that's cool.
You do you. Yeah. I'm going to do me. I'm going to pay attention to the games.
Lund, if you're listening, we know you love you. We know you're bummed today. We know today's like a come down from your Super Bowl this weekend. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 747 checks in, just says eat ass Derek.
Yeah.
Which no, he didn't say show. He said eat ass Derek.
Oh yeah.
It's Tacky there, of course. Tacky checking in saying eat ass Derek. I like him hitting both platforms too. He'll hit us on the text line and on the YouTube chat,
Derek.
just so he's covering his bases. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Dwayne was very upset about what the Niners draft. Maybe he wasn't upset. He just thinks the Niners are a joke. I don't know who he's a fan of, or a joke for how they handled this year's draft. I will answer his last question. If they go into the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl with a 10-point lead, how do I feel? I'll answer that with a question of my own. Is Patrick Mahomes on the other side? Because if he is, not very good about any lead. I could have a 21-point lead going into the fourth, and I'd be like, nah, don't feel great about it.
Yeah,
I don't feel great. I think we talked about that. What during the Super Bowl week? We said like what point total would make you confident at halftime? And I think we were both like, I don't know, like four touchdowns
40?
and a field goal. Yeah, 38 points maybe. 6 scores, so he's got to do it every time. Rick in Berkeley. Rick, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I'm a Niner fan. At first, when I was watching the first round, when they picked wide receiver, I was concerned because I thought that, we're going to lose Ayuk. Okay, this is the prelude to losing Ayuk. And then as the round closed and we went to the second round and then that closed, I started feeling better. And then overall, I feel like they did it, I'll give them a B grade at the least, just because they breathe, eat, and sleep this stuff. We do whatever we do for a living, and they know what they're doing. So I trust them. I like as I watch the highlights of the picks, the wide receiver, I think he's going to turn out great. He's a football guy. He's a dog. Also, the corner they got out of Florida, that is a good pick. I think he'll do well. And also, I watched film on this linebacker, Tatum guy, who they picked up in the later rounds. And just in case Greenlaw doesn't, able to start, watch the film on this guy. He looks pretty good. So, overall, I'm content. I'm glad the team is sticking together. And that's what's most important, so we can get that 6th ring.
Hey, Rick,
let me ask you a question before we let you go. How do you know Riley's a dog?
Hey, Coach.
How do you know he's a dog?
I watch him as play, and then I listen to him on the morning show with Papa.
What does a dog look like on the field? What does he look like?
A dog looks like someone who is not afraid to take a hit, not afraid to go catch that pass, not afraid, no fear.
Okay.
No fear.
So he's a dog with a W, not a D-O-G, a D-A-W-G.
Yes, sir.
Rick,
thanks for the phone call.
Yeah, Rick, we'll catch you later, bro. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Ted Duane is going to join us from The Athletic. Tell us what he saw. Maybe we'll ask him about if he saw any of that dog stuff on Pierce Heller Green or on Tatum Bethune from Florida State. We'll talk to Ted Nguyen of The Athletic, and then we'll get more into some of the other stuff from over the weekend. We'll get some great NBA. Meow. Get the dog.
Smooth dog.
We're going to plenty more later with Andy Bagley at 3:50. Matt Miyoko, 4:50. Ted Nguyen joins us next on the Sports Leader. The Giants won 2 out of 3 this weekend against the Pirates, including yesterday's 3-2 victory. Do you believe the Giants are hitting their stride? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, time to break down the draft and the Niners and all that sort of good stuff with Ted Nguyen of The Athletic. Ted, what is going on? Thanks for joining the show. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
So what did you, well, I guess just give me your initial thoughts on either players or position groups that they hit. Just kind of your initial thought of the draft via the 49ers once it was over.
Yeah, I think, a lot of people wanted the Niners to get a tackle out of the draft, and just the way that everything happened in the first round, I think there was some, I think some people could have predicted that there was going to be such a huge tackle run, but almost all the quality tackles of guys that were worthy to go in the first round and even the second round were gobbled up pretty early, so it was tough to get a tackle at the end of the first round. And it was an interesting move to get a receiver, knowing that the Niners were at least entertaining calls for trading Debo or Ayuk. And to me, it seems like drafting a guy like Pearsall, who is kind of like that number 2, number 3 receiver role. It seems like the better move is to probably trade Debo, and because to me Ayuk is a wide receiver 1, and you can't replace that with with a guy like Pearsall. And drafting a guy like Pearsall, who can kind of play that number 2, number 3 role, I think works with Ayuk.
Now, do you think? Because to me, that's something for next year. It's starting to look more and more like they're going to keep this together and give it one more run, which I thought is what they should do, could do, because Purdy doesn't come up till next year. Now, if they had won one already, okay, go ahead, figure this out and start moving guys around a little bit, but they haven't. So I think my feeling is they want to give this thing one good go at it with all the pieces they have. Unless somebody blows them away with an offer, then they'd be willing to look at it. And I think they were with both of them, but I'm sure their asking price was astronomical because ideally they do want to keep those guys unless somebody blew their doors off. Do you kind of think that's the way we're headed? Like, let's just keep all these guys together for one more run at it, and then we'll figure this thing out next offseason?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you don't want to take a step back on offense, and then as you're moving towards the paying Brock Purdy, the hope is that Brock Purdy takes a significant step forward in his third year. I mean, it's kind of easy to forget how young Brock Purdy is, and for the quarterback to take the next step as a passer in this league is the quickest way that you can get better as a team, because he makes such an impact on the team. So if he does take that step, do you need an overkill at wide receiver, or do you hope that him becoming that franchise quarterback and maybe challenging to be a top 5 type of quarterback? Yeah. You hope that impact kind of moves you away from needing a guy like Debo and paying him all that money.
Sure.
Talking to Ted Nguyen on the Uma guest line, I guess that's effectively what happened with Patrick Mahomes. He got so good that they thought, we don't need Tyreek Hill. We can just go find other pieces around him alongside Travis Kelce. They gave him a 2-year extension and drafted some big speed in this year's draft. Renardo Green's a guy I want to ask you about out of Florida State. That's one of the positions of need, I thought, or a place the Niners needed to address. What kind of cornerback are they getting in him, and is he a fit for this defense?
It's kind of an interesting fit because I like Renardo Green because he kind of fits the profile of corners I like, which are bump and run corners with attitude that really tries to bury guys. But the Niners don't play that much press coverage. They play they play more soft coverage and more zone coverage. So I don't see the fit naturally, but maybe they want to play a little bit more of man coverage. The knock on Green is, he's a little undersized, doesn't have elite speed. He can struggle at times with the ball in the air. But I do think, having that it's hard to teach that attitude as a defensive back, and he has that, and he has some bump and run skills, which are hard to find. So I don't see the natural fit. I like the player, so it'll be interesting to see how the Niners use him.
From what I read, it sounds like the Niners enjoy Pooney's versatility, so to speak. But where does he slot in ideally once he has a spot on the line? Maybe that's next year. But where does he fit, you think?
I'll be honest, I haven't watched a ton of Pony, so I can't give you a great answer on Pony.
Very good. Let me ask you about Cowing. If you watched any on him, I'm pretty familiar with him, having watched all the Arizona games over the last couple years. Where does he fit in? Because the wide receiver group went from kind of thin to kind of crowded here in a second. I'm wondering. I know he can return punts, more of a slot guy, but does he fit in? Do you see a spot for him?
Maybe more as a punt returner. I mean, like you said, there's kind of an overkill at receiver, especially the type of receiver he is. So, I think maybe he's a special teams type of draft pick for now, and they'll see where he could slot in the future. But it's just like they have so many guys that are his type that it's hard for me to see him make an instant impact at receiver.
Talking to Ted Nguyen on the UMA guest line here. Ted, do you when you see the 49ers move up to take a running back in the fourth round, do you finally go, okay, there it is. I was waiting for that one to come. Are you like everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because the day before, Kyle Shanahan was joking about how they would draft a running back in the third round and then in the sixth round, and the sixth round guy would be the one that actually works out. But I think he might have gave himself kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy because they drafted Guerrero. Is that
Guerendo,
right?
yeah, Guerendo.
Guerendo. And I didn't like his film. He killed the combine, so I went back and really watched him. But I just didn't think the testing really matched the film. Like, yeah, when he got in an open field, sometimes he could make a big play. But more often than that, he was getting shoestring tackled, just didn't play up to his size, didn't love the vision. So I'm not a big fan of his game. But I really like Cody Schrader, who I was surprised went undrafted, and I really like his fit with the Niners system because he ran a ton of outside zone with Missouri. I just like the way he runs. He runs with a lot of violence, and I kind of think maybe Schrader works out for the Niners more than Guerendo would.
Were there any position groups? We were talking about this a little earlier on, Ted. Were there any position groups they didn't hit that you thought maybe they should have addressed? Tight end was the only one I could really come up with that I thought maybe they could have got another tight end in there. But other than that, it seemed like I don't know how these players are going to play, but it seems like they hit the position groups they wanted to hit.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to get one of the top-rated tackles, but like we mentioned, it was hard to do that at their spot with the tackle run that happened in the first round.
Ted, doing a couple more minutes here on the UMA guest line. Just in general, I know at the beginning you gave a thought on the Niners draft as a whole, but did they get better, you think? Because we were looking at teams around the NFC who may have been competitive with the 49ers. I mean, I think the Eagles had a fantastic draft. I think that's pretty, it's been stated numerous times this weekend. The Lions, another team I thought had a pretty good draft. What did you think about the Niners relative to some of the other teams that they'll be competing with atop the NFC?
Yeah, I don't know if they've got instant starters. We know like Pearsall is going to be a contributor this year, but how much impact he's going to make, especially with Debo and Ayuk still in the roster. Green might potentially, like I said, I don't know about the scheme fit with Green, but he's a second rounder, and the Niners do have a need at corner. So if he can be a contributor and help Lenore be able to stay at nickel, then that would be huge, obviously. And we'll see how much of an impact Puny can make right away if he could, get the Niners to shuffle up at the blind a little bit and make them better. So I think those two picks, Puny and Green, could potentially help, but I don't know if they have guys that are going to make a huge instant impact in the first year.
Ted, we always appreciate the time. We'll make sure we're catching up with you again as we get closer into it, to training camp and then at the start of the season, and we'll talk to you throughout the 2024 campaign, dude. But what do you do now that the draft's over, man? What do you do with your time?
Oh, I guess it's just like really research into some schemes that I haven't really had a chance to. But first order of business, I'm going to Hawaii with my girlfriend. So
Nice.
Finally get a vacation. So
You know why you
that'd be nice.
crunch some film and some schemes when you're in Hawaii, probably then, right?
Yeah.
All right, dude. Have a great trip, dude. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks for having me on.
Good deal there. Ted DeWitt of The Athletic does a great job with his film breakdowns. And, I know he hadn't watched all the players yet, but he had some stuff on Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green. Thought Jacob Cowing might be more of a punt returner, and then Isaac Garendo in the fourth round out of Louisville. Yeah, I wonder what that does mean for a guy like Elijah Mitchell. If that's likely the end for a dude like him, or, I mean, I don't know. He seemed like he sort of fell out of favor last year. Near the end of the season. But again, how much do you need a guy like that when you have Christian McCaffrey there touching the ball for 20 touchdowns or whatever it was this past season? 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 916 checks in, says, if that hole in Tom's shirt tells us anything, looks like he might have taken a bolt to the abdomen. Still with a crossbow talk here, about an hour in.
It's not even that big. It's just like a little hole.
The crossbow talk, by the way, came about because we said Ted Nguyen was on, but this morning when we got the text from Derek saying that he was coming, Tom thought I said Ted Nugent. Then we jumped off onto a crossbow conversation to the best crossbows in pop culture history, which then got us to the Aftershock Festival, and somebody here, I can't remember who the texter was, might have been 530 or somebody said, is Ted Nugent performing at that concert at the Aftershock Festival? And then 530 said, Korea's got the best archers worldwide. I'm like, where's this info coming from? Where you guys on the text line are insane.
That's nice.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Nice.
We'll move past the NFL draft here momentarily as 415 says, you think John Lund sends thank you cards to all 32 teams at the end of the NFL draft, being that he loves it so much. I don't know if he does. That I'm not positive on. We will jump back into some baseball, though, a little bit later. Andy Bagley's going to join us at 3:50, 4:50, Matt Mayoko, and we'll get into some NBA playoff stuff in just a couple of minutes. What's our next big deadline or date, like benchmarker for the NFL? Is it like rookie minicamp starts like next week? Something like that, Derek? No? Oh, schedule. Ooh, Tom, schedule release. You ready for that?
I am definitely ready for that.
See, that's one that gets you. Of all the things in the offseason that don't excite you, I kind of thought schedule release is something that you enjoy.
Well, the schedule release was something I didn't really care that much about, but now
because you trip,
that we've been going on trips every September. Yes, now I want to see where the Niners are going, because that will probably have a big impact on where we're going. So it could be Green Bay, could be Minnesota, could be Miami, could be Tampa, could be I think New England. I think they play at New England. And then all the conference games, or all the division games as well. So the only thing I hope, there's two that I just hope it's not. Anything else is fine. But just as long as they don't play at September, we always try to do it in September because we can do baseball with it as well, knock off some ballparks we've never been to, maybe even some college football if we get lucky where they play. Don't be LA and don't be Arizona. Other than that, I'm cool with it. Seattle, cool with it. And then any of the spots I just mentioned, Miami, Tampa, Green Bay, Minnesota, Boston, cool with all of them. That's totally fine. But just if it's L.A. or Arizona, I'd be like, well, come on.
Come on.
That's just
they went L.A. early last year, too. It was like week 2.
Yeah, I'm not going.
They went Pittsburgh, but you got to Pittsburgh early. Yeah.
I refuse. I mean, Arizona, I guess, but got to be steaming. You told me the Arizona baseball Chase Field isn't great, and it's hot as hell. I know I don't want to go to ASU football game. Ugh. So, yeah.
No, I think I'd pass on the ASU on the forks down myself. I think I wouldn't do that one. By the way, many people checking in here on the YouTube chat, and it's on fire, dude. Our suckholes are having a great time with the with John Nadali says John Lund's ringtone on his phone is cherry pie, and then they're having a lot of fun with the hole in Tom's shirt. Opie checks in. Gizmo checks in. Says a little nip hole, a nip for the tip.
No, it's not.
Tom, yeah, it's right there. Though.
It's no, it's not close. It's not close.
4 and 5 West checks in. Says his nipples will really cut diamonds, wouldn't they?
No.
John Nadali says, now back to Holbert and Combs. Which is pretty good from our guy John Nadali. And then our guy Otis checks in on Ted Nguyen going to Hawaii. He goes, Hawaii with the girlfriend. That's big time. Yeah, you're right, Otis. Yeah, it is. Let's go to this piece of news. How about this? Ezekiel Elliott signed back with the Dallas Cowboys. You see this?
I did.
So he left the Cowboys, signed with New England last year, right? Now he's free agent again. It's interesting because the last time, do you remember the last time he was in a Cowboy uniform?
Mm-hmm.
He was playing center.
I do.
He snapped the ball. I saw it.
As a matter of fact.
I thought I saw the last play he was ever going to play as a Cowboy. Guess that wasn't the case.
No, it wasn't.
We'll take you back to the divisional round game. Maybe one of the craziest endings to a game we've ever seen. Divisional play 2 years ago against the Cowboys.
He snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
What a way to end it. Ezekiel Elliott just got destroyed by Azeez Al-Shaair right on his head, and then Jimmy Ward sawed it down right away on Turpin.
What the hell was that play? Do you remember that?
Yeah,
It was like nobody on the line. It was just Zeke. He's just standing there by himself.
Tim could not wait to talk about it. Oh, let me get in here.
What a way to end it.
In the middle of Turpin. He gets hammered down.
Just laughing his ass off, dude. At the play go. Don't forget, by the way, the year before that. How about the year? Was it the year before that when they eliminated him in Dallas in the wild card round?
When they clock ran out.
That's the end of the game.
Clock ran out. Game's over.
Back-to-back years. Really, really funny ending. It's the end of the game. Just turns on the mic. Only time your dad turns on a mic to hey, no, it's over. Sorry. Dak was like trying to clock it. It's the end of the game. That's it. Gizmo says, Zeke had no line on that play. That was a tough deal. 4-5 West says they did Zeke dirty.
Did.
See, that's one of the only players, that's one of the only places that he can go. It's kind of like when Bonds left, haven't retired, still hasn't, by the way. When Bonds, at the end of 2007, exited the Giants, I always thought there's nowhere else this guy can ever go that he's going to get love, right? Like Zeke, again, he's not that caliber of player, but I don't know that he's ever going to have any sort of affection or love from any fan base unless he's just hanging out in Dallas. He's a lifetime Cowboy, I think. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah. Well, the interesting part of it is, as of right now, he might be their RB1. I mean, what else do they have?
Where did Pollard go?
Tennessee?
That's right. Is that right, Derek? Tennessee? Is that where Pollard went? Tony Pollard to Tennessee. Yeah, that's right. He had a damn good season last year, too.
Yeah. No, Pollard's solid.
Cowboys used to be good at that and moving on from their running backs after ran DeMarco Murray into the ground. Shipped him off to Philadelphia.
Yep.
And they bring in Zeke. I mean, Tony Pollard, I thought for sure they had to get him back or draft someone of significance at that position, but we'll see what happens. I mean, Zeke just is somebody to have back there that knows the offense, at least somebody you trust, and you can stick him on the O-line now. More positional versatility for a guy.
Bolster through O-line.
You guys are sleeping on Rico Dowdle.
Oh, is it Rocco?
Dowdle, that's right. He's not an RB1, though, is he?
No, he's not.
Isn't it Rocco or is it Rico?
I don't think so.
It's Rico Dowdle? That's a silly name. Come on.
Rico.
I don't want that guy in my backfield.
That name, Rico.
They're like, can you play the line, Rico?
Although the way Zeke performed, I don't know if you'd call that positional versatility. If that was his tryout, it didn't go well.
Yeah, it is Rico. It's over and comes with
killed me.
Monday. Yeah, give me one more.
He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward.
By the way, many people checking in saying, I think
He said Uncle Rico? I bet you I could throw this football over those mountains.
Throw football over them mountains. 510 says, can Jake Brendel play guard? Undrafted free agent Nugent from UM is an amazing center. I don't think we're getting a Nugent. 916 says, a.k.a. the Rico Act, they call him. That's all right.
The Rico Act.
All right, fine. Yeah, going Rico.
Rico Act. Very good. Well done.
510 says, by the way, everybody relax. It's the underboob on Tom's ripped shirt there. Somebody else said we got to start taking donations to get Tom a fresh pack of white tees. No, I'm not going to. I like the riffs on the whole.
Whatever.
We'll continue. We'll move off of the football here. We'll get back to it at 4:50 with Matt Mayo.
Keep my hand in front of it so you can't see it.
You're not blocking it. 3:50 is Andy Baggerly after a big Giants weekend. But how about this? A huge weekend of NBA playoff basketball. KD, what happened, man? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
I haven't retired. Thank you.
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh sports leader.
Mike Kruger joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss whether or not the Giants pitching can get by without Blake Snell. They've done so to this point. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
They're Tolbert and Coase, and they're back on the Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
10 to shoot. Edwards. Oh, Edwards! A signature slam! Skywalker Anthony Edwards. He's at another level.
Tolbert and Coase the Monday afternoon here. That was a big dunk of Anthony Edwards over Kevin Durant in Game 4. T-Wolves sweep the Phoenix Suns. Not a major shock to me, based on how the Suns played all year. I mean, they were one of the most underachieving teams based on talent on the roster and in that starting lineup, if not the most underachieving relative to the talent on that roster. But how incredible has Anthony Edwards been? I mean, this guy's he's a true one. He was a number 1 overall pick that's going to seemingly end up being that kind of guy.
Man.
He's a dude.
He's a dude. There is no doubt about it. I had Jordan flashbacks when I saw that dunk last night. That looked like Jordan. Just power and just grace. And it's kind of the sideward tail. It just looked like Jordan. Yeah, he destroyed Phoenix in this series. Absolutely destroyed them. And it just goes to show you that you put talent together and it doesn't automatically work. They never had any chance to build any chemistry because they were all missing games. Beal missed a ton. Booker missed some. KD was out a little bit. And then they had the starting five was okay, but you still didn't have a point guard. And they were trying to kind of cobble it together between Beal and Booker was a point when Beal was out, and then Beal came back, and Beal was kind of running the point, but neither of them are really point guards. And I'm not saying you got to be a point guard in the traditional, like, John Stockton, Magic Johnson type sense, where you're the general, you're running the show, and you assist, and now they're different point guards now. But they didn't have anybody that could, like, just get everybody to where they needed to be. And defensively, they were never great. You just thought, okay, they could be average. If they were average defensively, they'd be okay. But I don't even know that they were average defensively. And you look at a team like Minnesota, that's a team. Like, you watch the way they play. They get better shots than Phoenix. And look, Phoenix is so talented, they still shot the ball decently during the course of the series. Even though Minnesota's defense is really good, they still shot probably 46%, I would say, maybe a little more during the course of the series. So their offense wasn't necessarily the problem, even though you wouldn't know it by the games in Minnesota where they didn't score 100. They just didn't get up enough shots. That was the problem. Minnesota outshot them by 39 field goal attempts in 4 games. 39. That's not, I didn't take a math major to figure out that 10 shots a game, you're not winning. I thought the old Animal House line, fat, dumb, and giving up 10 shots per game is no way to go through life.
Right.
That's just, you're not winning games that way. Think about it. They could shoot 30% in those 10 extra shots, and that's just 6 free points, and probably 7 considering there's a 3 mixed in there. That's just 7 points. Boom.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Thank you.
So you can't do that. And then they got hurt on the offensive glass, and that's where a lot of those extra shots came from. They couldn't get – it was hard for them to score inside. It really was. So Booker did a lot on his drives last night. He got to the rim, and KD did as well. Bill could not get it going offensively, and they just didn't have enough. I mean, look what they got from Beal and Durant last night and still got beat. Because Minnesota's just a better team. Connolly runs the show. Veteran, doesn't shoot a lot, but he's smart. He can hit a shot for you if you need him to hit a shot for you. You got your star in Anthony Edwards. Towns is an incredible number 2. And then Gobert has been really good. I mean, you watch him get out and play defense on the perimeter. They're not in that drop coverage anymore where you can come off the pick and roll and pull up from the top, hit that shot. He comes out and guards guys now a little bit and does a pretty good job of staying in front of him. Like, he got beat a couple times. You can't expect Gobert to stay in front of Booker for too long, but he did a pretty good job of that. But then you have McDaniels, who's like a hound defensively. Can hit a 3 for you occasionally, can get to the rim, but mostly just defensively And then you see the guys they have coming off the bench. It just all seems to fit. Like, they take off one big and Naz Reid comes on, and now you can stretch the court with him. He's your three-point shooter, and he's really, really good. I really like the way that team is constructed. I think we all wondered if it was going to work.
And they
with
disposed
and Gobert.
Yeah, but they disposed. We definitely did. I mean, we thought sort of an odd addition. We also couldn't have foreseen, sort of like when the Warriors made their jump and their run to titles, we couldn't have foreseen what the jump of Anthony Edwards would look like. That's always an unknown to me, is when the development of a young player, and same is happening in OKC, right? I mean, same can be said about what we've seen from the Thunder. We'll come back to this, because did you see also Timberwolves head coach Chris Finch? He took a nasty fall at the end of the game last night. He did not return. He tore the patellar tendon in his knee, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
I was like, good Lord.
Because you missed it. Let me tell you that again. The head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves took a fall during the game, did not return. I guess it was questionable to return. Did not. He tore his patellar tendon. Draymond Green tweeted, quote, "You got to stay in the game, coach. It's 1:40 left. I wish him well, though."
I wish him well, though. Yeah, I like that little. Well, what happened was Conley ran into him. He got pushed coming down the sideline. I think he was dribbling coming up the court and got pushed. And then he saw that he was going to run into his coach, so he kind of stopped and tried to hold him up. And it was just an awkward fall. Yeah. You could tell when he fell. Like, it really, and if you're a lip reader, you could see him go, fuck. Like, he was like, oh, and I was like, oh, no.
It's going to be the worst injury for a coach ever.
And then he got helped up. Yeah. Like, and then he got helped off. I was like, oh, my gosh. Yeah. I go, he took a shot there. That was wild.
Should have Paul Pierce wheelchaired him, dude.
No, he didn't have to take a dump.
No, not a Duke. Just my patellar tendon got ripped. So the more we watch the Western Conference playoffs, and it's been fun, how difficult do you think it's going to be now? I mean, I look at the Warriors into next year, and you look at some of these teams who, I mean, we just talked about the Timberwolves. I don't know what the Suns' future is going to hold or how they're going to try to fix that thing this offseason, but teams like OKC, the Nuggets aren't going away, at least at this point. And then you've got the Minnesota Timberwolves who look like they could be here for some time with Anthony Edwards. It's going to be a difficult offseason and difficult to compete night in and night out next year, I think, for the Debs. It always is, but these teams are strong.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, Dallas, that was a hell of a game. We could talk about that at some point, too. If you're the Clippers, you're relieved you won that game.
Dude, you're up 25 or something, right?
31.
There you go.
31 and gave the lead away, and I give Harden and George credit, man. That shot that George hit in the corner. Anyway, how tough is it going to be? Really tough, because even though OKC is just putting a beat down on OKC, they don't have Zion. When they have Zion, they're a pretty good basketball team. Ask the Warriors. They couldn't beat that team. I mean, that team schooled them. So that team isn't even. They're just about to get swept by OKC. So that team is ahead of them. Dallas ahead of them. Denver ahead of them. OKC ahead of them. Minnesota ahead of them. With the Clippers, I never know. I'd say the Clippers are probably ahead of them, but the Clippers are just, again, I think I've said this about 100 times throughout the course of the year. Don't worry, they're the Clippers. Something will happen to them.
Yeah, it's like the Padres.
If they win this series and give them all their flowers for the winning one series and then see what happens after that. But they're just the Clippers, so I never really put too much stock in them. But, yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult. Minnesota's not going anywhere. That's their roster. Denver, they're not going anywhere. That's their roster. OKC is just getting started, and they have assets to be able to add guys. Like, if they see something out there that, like, hey, this really makes sense for us, let's go out and get this guy, they can go do that. Now, I know some people are thinking, well, maybe Durant will go back home. Maybe they get this guy. And I'm thinking, well, look, OKC was the number 1 seed. Why the hell they want that? You can tell the chemistry they have. They do the interviews. It seems a little hokey that everyone has to be around the guy getting interviewed after the game. Like, damn near the whole team standing around him.
It works.
But, I mean, it just shows their togetherness. It doesn't matter who's getting interviewed. Could be Holmgren. Everyone's around him. Could be Gildas Alexander. Everyone's around it. Jay Williams. Everyone's around it.
We saw they blew off they blew off Ali LaForce, the national sideline reporter for the postgame interview, and because they wanted to go to the local one. I was like, that's as a local guy,
cool.
That's pretty cool. I'm good with that. Like, why does the national get to come in and steal all that? You know,
I
the
agree
local
with
guys
that.
who've been covering the team.
That's what I said. I go, good for them.
Yeah, I thought that was cool.
Way
to give that
local guy.
But that's kind of what they are. They're almost like homegrown, organic, small market. That's
they don't even need that. Nope. Like, they don't need another star. And if I'm that team, I'm like, look at Phoenix. Look what all the stars in the world did for them. Like, it's got to be about roster construction. You have a star. Like, that is their star. He's not homegrown, but he's grown up there. Like, he was young, really young with the Clippers, but got traded over there, kind of still in his formative stages, and now he's blossomed into he's a damn superstar. Then you have your two, which is Holmgren. Jay Williams has been fantastic. I mean, they just got a really well-constructed team. You got a shooter, an Isaiah Joe, that comes off the bench and can hit shots for you. You got Lou Dort, who can just D up, super physical, gets into guys, and occasionally he'll get rolling and he'll start hitting threes for you. But I love the way the team is constructed. Now, they're going to have to do something because they're not going to be able to draft. They're not going to be able to use all these draft picks over the next coming years. I mean, they got draft picks coming out of their ears. They're going to probably package them and do something with them, but you don't want to upset the chemistry you have and the balance you have right now. They may add something here and there, like rotational pieces, but to your point, yeah, they're not going anywhere. Now, will it be the same as this year? Nothing's ever the same. You can't guarantee anything, but I think we would all say that team seems to be ticketed for like a top 4 seed for the foreseeable future. Like that's how good they are. And Dagnall's a really good coach. He was a landslide Coach of the Year winner, so he's really bright. And I said earlier this year, this is my favorite team to watch. I love watching them play. They play together. They share the ball. And I really appreciate the way they're put together. It's like when the Warriors were winning championships, they were super talented, but I just love the way that they were put together, especially before KD got there. Once KD got there, then it was kind of, hey, we're put together really well, and we're way more talented than you. Good luck. And no, I mean, you couldn't touch them. You just could not touch that team. But the team before them, that was a team that didn't have KD, but still won 73 games.
Yeah.
Because they had Hall of Famers, but they were the construction of that team was incredible. The talent was incredible, but also the construction.
It was constructed to dismantle the rest of the league. I mean, it's basically what happened. They just
and it was the draft.
Yeah.
It was the absolute draft. It was Barnes, it was Green, it was Steph, it was Clay.
Yep.
That was your draft, and then you traded away a draft pick to get Bogut. But that was basically the team. Even, Festus came in. They had some guys that they signed. But it was. I just love the way that team was put together, and that's why I really enjoy OKC. And then you look at it from Denver's standpoint too. Same thing. I mean, they traded for Gordon, and I'm not sure if KCP was a trade or a free agent signing. I'd have to look that up. But Murray, Porter, Jokic, you drafted those guys,
right.
And then Watson coming off the bench drafted, Brown coming off the bench drafted. So. Again, people think, well, let's just go out and get this guy free agency. And look, it can help you, and it can turn things around for you. Look what the Knicks have done. Jalen Brunson, free agent, signed him. DiVincenzo, free agent, signed him. So Anunoby, trade, signed him. So they put that together in a different way. I'm not saying it can't work that way, but it's got to be put together in a certain way where it's not like, hey, let's just go get a star. Like that used to be who New York was, right?
Well, that's
let's get Stoudemire.
Right.
Let's get this guy. And they'd be like, wah, crash and burn.
Well, Phoenix is a good example of that. That's what we're seeing there.
Absolutely.
You can't just remember last week, Marcus Thompson said to us, what do they think Bradley Beal was going to do? We played in Washington, man. I was like that was like some mark on Bradley Beal. By the way, Tom said, if you're a lip reader or a rip leader, you could see what was being said there. By Chris Finch. As 916 checks in, says KNBR, your rip leader, brought to you by the Hole in Tom shirt. Real quick,
everybody loves it.
The games have been fantastic. While every TV commercial break has been insufferable with commercials like this.
And I'm thanking you for knowing exactly what a pro wants, what a pro needs. Whatever makes me happy sets me free.
So bad.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and then Chet Holmgren What a Pro Wants.
And I'm thanking you for knowing exactly.
I think you should stop playing that, S, dude.
Yeah, that's probably this side of There's Only One October, the worst playoff-centric commercial you'll ever see.
How many October?
You'll ever see.
I thought there was
they're
2
all
October.
bad.
I thought there was 2 Octobers, though. That was my.
No, it was 1 October.
There's only one, I don't
There's
know.
1 October.
We'll have to circle back on
The
that.
only one that makes me laugh a little bit, because of one line and one line only, is the Lopez twins on the State Farm commercial. Yeah. And he goes, I think it was Brooke Lopez, says, I'm the older brother. And Robin goes, yeah, only by 1 minute. And then Brooke goes, best minute of my life. That one does make me laugh. I think one, because they're so goofy anyway,
Yeah.
but just the way he says it, best minute of my life. It's so dumb, but it's funny.
It's a bad commercial.
That one gets me.
Yeah, they're bad.
That one gets me.
When I says Waterboy actually liked that commercial. Well, he's entitled to his wrong opinion. Tolbert and Copes here on a Monday afternoon. Andy Baggerly joins us at 3:50. How about the weekend the Giants had and that walk-off on Friday night? Hell of a game, both yesterday and Friday night. Pat Bailey sending everybody home happy. Ballpark looked like it was rocking yesterday, too. Wait, how many Octobers are there?
Don't.
How many, Tim, is there 2 Octobers?
There's only one October.
Okay, I forgot about that. There's only one. Yeah, Giants baseball, a hell of a weekend. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
What a pro wants, what a pro needs.
There's only one October.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Here's the set, the 1-1 pitch. There's a drive into deep right field. Way back there. And he goes! The ball game is over. A walk-off 3-run homer for Patrick Bailey.
High drive to right.
Exciting ending to Friday night. Giants baseball against the Pittsburgh Pirates. A walk-off home run there from Patrick Bailey after a scoreless game into the 9th inning there. Good pitching all weekend as the Giants take 2 of 3 in the series from the Pirates. Kyle Harrison, a hell of an outing on Friday night. It's exactly the kind of outing you and I have been talking about him putting together, Tom. 6 innings, 7 strikeouts. Jordan Hicks on Saturday goes 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. And then Keaton Wynn, who's, by the way, still technically a rookie and eligible for Rookie of the Year, has been fantastic. Keaton Wynn on Sunday, 6 innings, 5 strikeouts. How comfortable are you with the Giants pitching right now? I mean, Mike Krukow was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and they were kind of posing the question, like, how can it hold up or can it hold up without Blake Snell? I'm like, I know Blake Snell's been like a mark on that rotation relative to the way these guys have been throwing.
Yeah, he's like an anchor.
Yeah.
Like they're better. They're obviously better without him right now. So can it?
Let's keep it going. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I can't read the future, but Wynn has been fantastic. I mean, he's just been really good, really consistent, and I'm impressed with him. I know they were thinking he's going to be a bullpen, bulk innings guy, and I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but I'd have a real hard time taking him out of the rotation right now. I know he'd probably be the first one to go if everyone gets healthy, which we'll see if that happens. Like if Cobb's healthy and Snell's like figured it out, and they bring him back, and so he probably would be that guy. But look at his numbers. His numbers have been great. I mean, I know Harrison's like the guy, but you look at his numbers compared to Harrison's, which I'm going to look up right. They're better. They're better than Harrison's.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, there's not many in the rotation that have better numbers than I'm sure Webb does, and maybe Hicks.
Dude, Wynn has a .97 whip right now.
Yeah, I know. No, he's been phenomenal.
He's 3-3, so he's had a decision, by the way, in all of his in every start. 28 strikeouts in 34 innings pitched, a .97 whip. He's been fantastic.
No, that's what I've been saying. Like this guy's like in your rotation. So yeah, you go by whip. Hicks is 1.91, which has been he's been really kind of a revelation.
He's like unhittable.
Yeah, Webb's 1.11, which is still really good. Wynn, as you said, .97. Harrison 1.24, which is okay. I mean, it's acceptable. And he kept the ball in the ballpark last game, which was nice to see. I think that's the first game this year that he has kept the ball in the ballpark. I'd have to go back and make sure I check that. But no, the rotation right now is fine. I mean, the rotation to me, I have no issues with the rotation. That's not why they're losing games. But on this road trip, the weather's going to start getting warmer. And what is it, Boston and Philly?
Yeah, isn't it a 3-city road trip? Am I wrong on
Boston,
that?
Philly. I think you're right.
It's a real tough road trip because Boston's been playing decent. So they go to Boston.
Philly, Rockies.
That's
Yeah,
a tough. Just to kick in the beans on the way home, stop in Colorado
Yeah, that's
for fun.
rough one for the
end of the road
bullpen
trip
on the way
End of
out.
the East Coast road trip. We figured maybe you guys play 3 in Colorado. How about that? Just come on home.
But I'll say what I said last week. Like Chapman and Soler are going to start kicking it in a little bit. Like the middle of the order is going to start, carrying their weight a little bit because it's really it's been a little of Jung-Hoo Lee at the top. Wade's been really good, and Bailey. Bailey's been the one getting the big hits for you when you need the big hits.
Conforto's been solid.
Incredible on Friday. Conforto's been really good. Yep, Conforto's been really good.
Wade's an on-base machine. I mean, he's like a second coming of Brandon Belt.
So kind of what you got is the two guys at top are good, and then like 6-7 or 5-7 are good, and then right in the middle of your order is like just a hole in the middle of your order. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's early, so it's not like I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys can't get it done. But it's okay. It's time to start kicking it in a little bit. You're a month into the season, and I'm gonna assume going to Boston and going to Philly and Colorado. You're going to need some offense. I don't know what the weather is going to be like. And I believe, unless my buddy steered me wrong on this, he's a huge Red Sox fan. He said the Red Sox have the the lowest ERA, starters ERA in the league. So they've been pitching really well.
Oh, good.
He said they don't hit great, and boy, can they butcher a ground ball. Their defense is not. I've seen that watching them. They'll butcher a ground ball for you. So we'll see how that goes. But you just look at those ballparks and you look at it starting to get warmer and thinking, okay, they're going to have to start hitting and to start scoring runs. Those are going to be two guys that are going to have to start hitting the ball in the gap, getting on base, hitting the ball over the wall. I mean, when Soler hits them, they're awesome. Right? What did he hit that last one? It was like 447. I mean,
it's insane.
He just hits balls that are like, oh, wow.
He swings like Serrano, like every time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he swings like Pedro Serrano every time.
It's like not everybody can do that.
Dude,
That's impressive.
He's
God, what's he hitting this year? 2.25.
220. Yeah. They asked him about that this weekend, if he'd heard any noise or hearing fans or, the frustration around his his at-bats or lack of success through the first month. And he said, I don't really pay attention to this stuff outside, but he said, I can't tell you this. I'm not doing my job. Yep. He says, it doesn't really matter what anybody's saying. I know I'm not doing my job. So there you go.
I mean, you, Joe Boo.
Yeah, I do it myself. But yeah, they got to get some of those leaving the ballpark now. So here's what Bob Melvin had to say. He was asked about how he evaluates the team a month into the season. Here's Giants manager Bob Melvin.
Bob, about a month into the season now, if you had to assign a letter grade to your team's performance, what would you give them?
I'm not going to do that. We've been spotty. I mean, you look at the stats across the board, whether it's pitching numbers, whether it's the offensive numbers, it hasn't been great. But to sit here right at 500 or a game below, and we know there's a lot more in there, it's not a horrible place to be. You know, no one's really running in our division too much, so... You know, our travel's been a little tough. We got another East Coast trip and then come home, got another one after that. So at some point in time, we'll hit our stride, but I'm going to not do the grade thing right now.
Hopefully it's not August, the stride. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Yeah, I don't know many managers / head coaches that want to give their team a letter grade. If I had to give him a letter grade, I'd give him a C. You're 500, basically. So that sounds like a C to me. Offense has been spotty. Starting pitching, for the most part, has been good outside of Snell, who's been awful. And the bullpen's been kind of spotty. You know, it's been kind of hit or miss here and there. So, I mean, that's what you get. You get a 500 squad. But I do see the makings of a better ball club, like a ball club that can hit the ball a little better, score a few more runs, and then the bullpen. Hopefully Luke Jackson kind of gets things figured out as well. Was that his second? I think that was his first start off the DL, wasn't it?
Second outing, I think he.
Yeah, so neither have
just come back. Right?
Neither have been great.
No.
So hopefully he kind of figures that out on the road.
I gotta tell you, I don't have a lot of good Luke Jackson memories. Like I feel like in general.
No, yeah, and
everybody keeps
should
saying
you.
he's a guy, and I'm like, I'm kind of waiting for that. I think he was a closer at one point a couple of years ago, or closed some games for Atlanta, maybe.
Yep.
But and he's got good stuff. I mean, he's got like back end of bullpen type stuff, and he does have experience. But again, when it seems to me like relievers who get hurt like that and then keep coming, it's tough to hit that sort of rhythm because they're already in an off rhythm position or a job that they're not thrown in every single day.
Well,
so
the problem too is when you rely on that slider so much. Like his A-plus slider, you can't hit it.
No.
But they don't always throw their A-plus slider. Occasionally, you'll throw a C or a D slider, and those are the sliders you end up making souvenirs. So how many of those are you going to throw per game? And can you get your A-plus sliders in the strike zone, or can you get the hitter to swing at a pitch that isn't a strike because it looks like a strike? But you start cement mixing those things up there occasionally. Those will hurt you, and he's had some issues with that. Now, the first one he got hurt. I don't know if he was hurt while he was pitching, or got hurt. I don't know when he got hurt. But hopefully he'll figure it out and he'll get it going, and the bullpen can kind of settle in to a nice roll. Because again, they've been sometimes they look good, sometimes they don't. It's just been kind of kind of like the team, kind of spotty. So. And they're not complete. The pitching staff isn't healthy yet. Let's see what Snell looks like when he gets back. What's Cobb? Maybe like a month out, something like that.
I'm not really
possibly.
sure exactly about him. We can ask Andy Baggerly that when it comes out, because I'm with you. You're like, if they're fully healthy, who doesn't stick in the rotation? Is it Keaton Wynn, or does a guy like Blake Snell fall out of the rotation? Like, you're not going to pull him out of the rotation, but if you're fully
Sorry,
healthy,
Blake, we're sending you down.
You're not sending anybody down, but it's like you're right, just based on money spent and.
Oh, yeah, he's in the rotation. You could book. Well, that's what I was thinking. He's in the rotation for sure, right? Cobb will be in the rotation for sure. Logan Webb, rotation for sure. So you got two guys, one spot. I mean, and those are like two of your best guys. I mean, when you look at WHIP, now ERA, I think Logan Webb has a better ERA than Keaton Wynn, but Hicks has the best ERA of all, I believe. And he's just been fantastic. So...
Wins at 3.18, by the way. It's pretty harmless.
I know. Not that he's terrible. He's been really good. It's just his whip.
That's how good they've been. That's how good the starters have been.
Yeah, he's given up a couple home runs with guys on base, and that's why the ERA is a little higher. I don't know what you do. I mean, in an ideal world, if you could, this would never, ever, ever work, but in an ideal world, you'd like just kind of like, okay, you start this you start in this 5-man rotation, then you go, then you kind of piggyback them. Go. It would never work, but I'm thinking both of those guys are probably on soft innings limits. Like they're not going to let them go 160, 170 because they haven't. And maybe Harrison's in that boat too. Like if you could find a way to figure it all. I know it's a mess, and I'm sure that's not going to work. Or maybe you have Hicks in there, and when he reaches some sort of thing, then Wynn can come in and start. I don't know, but I would hate for those guys to not be in the rotation. And we all know that like money talks too. So Webb will be there for sure, not because of money, because of production. There's no way Snell's coming out of that rotation if he's not hurt. Now they can make something up and say, "Well, bad, you've been awful. You're hurt again. Like you're hurt. You look hurt.
Yeah, the
I feel
Phantom
fine.
IL,
Nah,
right?
you look bad. Your arm looks
Elbow tendonitis is what they say. Shoulder tendonitis.
It doesn't look good.
What do you have? Is that a blister? You got a blister there on your finger?
Let's go. You got a blister on the back of your knee?
It's always something harmless, dude.
That's got to affect you. Let's get that taken care of. So, but no, it's still relatively early, but we're far enough into the season now where you're looking and going, do you really want Keaton Wynn out of your rotation? Because I tell you what, there's a ton of teams out there that are probably thinking, well, if you don't want him, we'll put him in our rotation.
Well, they would never have that guy. Well, they would never. I don't even think that's a conversation that's being had at this point.
No, I'm sure it's not.
And I don't think.
No, my whole point was there's other teams that would put him in.
It would kill for him. Yeah.
But you have enough. Like you're not going to use him because you have other guys.
I'm not convinced they're ever going to get to that point.
I hope not.
You're banking on three injured guys right now coming back and being all healthy at the same time, plus everybody in the rotation right now being healthy and effective.
Yeah, you're right.
At the same time, it's a good problem to have. If they run into that situation,
it usually works itself out.
Yeah, they usually does. Keaton Wynn, though, another good outing this weekend. I always wonder, and we'll talk to Andrew Baggerly about this from The Athletic in just a few minutes here. Dontrell Willis and Ryan Jensen effect, that's what I always call it, the first time through the league before everybody has seen that guy and gets a book on him. What happens after they do? Just something to think about. Kyle Harrison against the Pirates the other night. Nobody on the roster had ever seen Kyle Harrison prior to Friday night. So another one of those times where he went through the lineup a couple of times. Nobody had seen him yet. What happens once everybody gets a book on him? We can talk about that with Andy Baggerly as the Giants get ready for a 10-day, 3-city road trip. Starts tomorrow, or starts on, April the 30th. Their next off day is May 16th. 16 straight days. They do not have an off day on this road trip or after 2 more series when they come on back. We will talk to Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. A big weekend for the Giants. They take 2 or 3 from the Pirates, and now they hit the road. That's next on the Sports Leader. Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund today to discuss his thoughts on the 49ers draft. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Man,
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Andy Baggerly joins us every week from The Athletic, talking some Giants baseball. We just ran through what happened this weekend and some impressive pitching performances. Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison, and Keaton Wynn. Bags joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Andy? How are you, man?
Hey, Copes. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you on this 10-day, 3-city road trip?
I am looking out my hotel window at the Charles River. There's a lot of boats on it. It's a little crisp. It almost feels like fall. It feels like college football weather, kind of. It's still a little chilly, but nice and sunny. It's a beautiful day.
So weather good for this week? We're going to get these in Boston?
I think so. Yeah, I think there's like a stray thing here or there. But I don't think it doesn't look like – we're not in Pittsburgh. If we were in Pittsburgh – we would have hours and hours of rain delay and Murph, wading through a flooded dugout, because that's what happens every time we go to Pittsburgh. But no, I think we should be in good shape, I think.
Well, if you haven't looked ahead at the schedule, I believe the Giants are in Pittsburgh in like 3 weeks. I think they go to Pittsburgh later at the third week of May or something like that. So starting in Boston, though, tomorrow, 3 games in Boston, 4 in Philly, and then just as I said to Tom, just a kick in the beans on the way home, just to stop off in Colorado just for laughs, just to chew up a bullpen, but no off days on this road trip. What's the thought on how the pitching is held up? Bullpen has been pretty shaky, a little rocky until you get to Camilo Doval. They've been banged up, but the starting pitching, even without Blake Snell, I think has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pitching numbers, if you just look at where the Giants rank and everything, I mean, they're kind of middle of the pack in a lot of areas, but that's really been kind of buried by just what's happened on that one turn through the rotation. I mean, where they've been just abysmal. I mean, they've been outscored 55-12. They've got over a negative 40 run differential in 5 games. And it's the ones that Snell has started in the first game in San Diego that Dalton Jeffries started. And it's not just Snell, right? It's not just Snell, because, they've had to bring in some sort of down game bullpen guys, whether it be Jelly or Roop or whoever. And, you can come back and win some of those games. And when the Giants are good, they do come back and win some of those games. And they get really good relief work from, I mean, you can go back through time and point to like a Guillermo Mota or, different guys that they've had who just find a way to throw 3 innings and keep it, down 2, down 3 game, and they come back and win. And the work that they've been getting behind Snell has just been really, really not very good. And, that's not really wholly surprising, because they don't have Tristan Beck. They've got Keaton Wynn in the rotation and not, in that role. So I think that they do feel like they're going to have more depth options, and that's going to get better. But for right now, it's been a real weak point of this team. It's probably one of the main reasons, along with the offense, obviously, that they haven't won 3 in a row yet and haven't really started sort of ratcheting up wins that would get them, over 500.
As my brother says, Snell Day is Tang Day, which kind of made me laugh. I was like, yeah, it's unfortunate. We are seeing a lot of Tang on the day that Snell throws.
Oh, to think they might be in first place if they never signed Snell. Go figure. Maybe a little too early. Too soon.
I like that angle, though. I like that.
What's his status, Bags, if you know?
Yeah, it's an adductor, so it's a groin muscle, basically, and he's had it before. The thing is, it's not just getting him healthy and getting him out there. It's getting him in a groove. And this is something that's been a problem for him even when he is healthy, even when he has a full spring. I think we mentioned it every single time I'm on, that he had like a 5 ERA in April of last year, and he ended up winning the Cy Young. But, it's not just the missing the starts, but, he needs those starts that he's missing to kind of work his way into that groove. And now, when is he going to round into form? Is it going to be June? Is it going to be later? It's hard to say. I don't know the guy that well. I only know him from afar, but it's something that he's had before. So at least it's something that he can kind of recognize if he's pushing it too hard. And they obviously want him back as soon as possible, but they want him back as the Blake Snell who won the Cy Young, not the Blake Snell that they've seen to this point.
Yeah, no doubt. Do they, just to finish up on pitching, or not pitching, but guys that are injured, what's Cobb's status right now?
Yeah, he had a cortisone injection in his shoulder. It's one of those things. He's 36, and he's thrown a lot of innings in his career. He was really, really excited at how fast his hip was feeling better, and and how he's flying through that rehab. But it's what happens when you get older. You have to spend so much time and energy just feeling good. And when you get something healed up, then another guitar string snaps, and that's just sort of how it goes for guys in their 30s. And so, it's going to be interesting to see if he can just get back on the beam here and start to ramp up again without having more setbacks. But I thought from the very start, and this is not criticism of him at all, because he works as hard as anyone. He's as upbeat. He's as team-focused as anyone. But I think from like a kind of actuarial standpoint, I was sort of thinking if you got 10 good starts out of him this year, that you probably feel good about that. And it's that may be where they are. And who knows, how long it's going to take him to ramp back up. But, the thing is, you always talk about, well, we'll get this guy back, we'll get this guy back at this point. Yeah, but there are also people that you have out there healthy right now that are not going to be healthy a month from now. That's baseball. So, they're going to try to do their best to put him in a position where he can get out there and compete, because we've seen it. We've seen he can grind when he's not at his best and when he's dealing with stuff. He did it last year. And, I think that they want to just get him in a position where he can compete again. And I'm sure he's really looking forward to doing that too.
Andy Baggerly with us here on the Yuma Guest Line, covers the Giants for The Athletic. I want to stick with some pitching here because I think we've said this, we talked about this in the past, Andy, and I like to compare it. I call it either the Dontrelle Willis effect, depending on who you're talking to, or I call it the Ryan Jensen effect, if you're talking to like Giants fans who were around in 2002 and remember him winning 13 games and having like 11 wins or 10 wins at the All-Star break. He was a rookie, and then that was just kind of it. But the first time through the league for a guy, oftentimes, not often, but guys with good stuff, sometimes they find success until there's a book on them. I wanted to ask you about that Ryan Jensen effect for a guy like Keaton Wynn, who's getting like the 97th or 94th percentile for whiff and chase rate on that split-finger fastball. He's been fantastic. And also for a guy like Kyle Harrison, who on Friday saw a lineup where nobody had ever faced him before. Just the comparison of those two guys, their stuff versus first time through the league. Keaton Wynn now 6 starts in, and he's been dominant.
Yeah, and he hasn't really had his best stuff. He said he didn't have his best stuff last time out too, and that's he has been facing some opponents that maybe aren't going to be up there with the best offenses in baseball when it's all said and done. The Pirates don't score a lot of runs. The Marlins face them in Miami, but they're major league hitters, and you look at the slider that he's throwing now, and if he can, I think he's had trouble having the slider and split at the same time because of the arm action involved. I think when you get one pitch, it's easy to lose the other. But if he can get to a point where he can get consistent with both those pitches, then he's working not just up and down with a four-seam fastball that can be 99 and that split change that he's throwing a ton, but he can also work side to side with that slider. And then now you've got a guy that can go through the lineup multiple times and isn't necessarily looked at by scouts as someone who can be a reliever. So, he's got a lot of momentum right now. He's obviously feeling good. You can just see it in his face. He's excited with where he's at, but it's always a work in progress. And so, and I'm sure he's going to be putting in more work to get that split back to where he wants it to be in his next outing, because obviously they're going to be playing some lively ballparks on this trip. So it's going to be important to keep the ball down.
On Sunday, the lineup was a little bit different, I believe. Wade, Chapman, and then Conforto, Bailey before you got to Soler. And I'm wondering if you think we'll see more of that, obviously pitching dependent, but with those two kind of struggling in the middle of that order, do you think you'll see a little more of that, kind of breaking those two up and not having them right there in the middle when they're both kind of – and Soler's scuffling, but he's not scuffling to the extent maybe that Chapman is. But do you think that'll be something we continue to see?
Have we talked about Soler's numbers? Have we talked about this?
What numbers? I don't think so, no.
They're crazy. This is insane. Okay, so I'm finding it right now. I'm scrolling down. Jorge Soler. Okay, here's how many base runners have been on base. Just on base, any base, when he's come up to the plate. 87. Okay. 87.
What?
87
wow.
base runners. And he has driven in 3. Now, that doesn't count himself when he's hit homers. You don't count yourself because you're not a base runner until you get on base. But he's driven in 3. One of them was the automatic runner the other day in extra innings. In the loss where he hit the 2-run homer. So I mean that's insane. But then you look down and Mike Trout is having the same season.
Easy.
72 runners he's had. He's driven in 4 4 out of 72 runners. But then you look at these guys and what they're doing with the bases empty, and Trout's got a 1.200 OPS with the bases empty. And Jorge Soler has been really good with the bases empty, too. I think he's pretty much a 1 OPS. So, it's not like the year has been just abysmal for both those guys. It's just for whatever reason, the distribution of their hits have just not come with runners on base at all. And, and Soler's a guy that, the Giants need him to break open a game once a week. I mean, that's what they're paying him to do, and it hasn't happened. And so, a couple of those hits that they're missing is probably the difference in a couple of wins at this point. And he knows, I think he's someone who works really hard and is dedicated, and he's bothered by this. He also knows it's kind of fluky. But yeah, I mean, that's baseball. And, but the sooner they can get some of those, barreled pitches to match up when there's, the bases are drunk, then that's going to mean good things for the Giants.
Well, let me ask you this then, and thank you very much for bringing up the Angels. That was really a pleasant diversion from from the Giants.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Look how they suck.
Did you know they didn't sign? Ohtani's not on them anymore.
I've been told that. Yeah, I've been told. I keep looking for him. Like, where? How come they don't play him?
They're just as bad too. I noticed. Yeah.
He gone. He's just as bad. They're just as bad. God, he's got to be so thankful. He's in L.A. He's got to be like, oh, this is like real baseball. This is fun. I like this. Is there a chance they could? And maybe they have bags. I don't know. But it seems like every time I watch, Chapman's batting third or fourth. Shouldn't he be a fifth or sixth guy? I mean, for me, he's never been an average guy. Like, he's a 230 to 260 guy somewhere in there. Hit for some power, no doubt about it. But he's a lower down in the order guy for me. And I'm just wondering how you see it. And maybe they have put him down 6, 7 occasionally, but it seems like every time I'm watching or when I'm looking at the box scores, it's 3 or 4. Maybe I've seen 5 occasionally, but he just seems like a 5 at best hitter for the Giants.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say in a good above-average lineup, he's probably a 6 hitter, or maybe even a 7 hitter if you've got a really good lineup. But the Giants don't necessarily have the Dodgers, the Braves lineup.
Sure.
And Chapman is a guy who I looked up his strikeout rate, and it's actually a little bit down this year. It always is a little bit above league average, or quite a bit above league average sometimes, but it's a little better. And I think he's just hitting too many balls on the ground is the issue right now. But you know what? It's not just the homers. He hits a ton of doubles. When he's going good, he's going to hit a lot of doubles. I think, if I'm not mistaken, last year even he was leading the American League in doubles at the All-Star break. So, and he was playing in Toronto on that spongy turf where doubles kind of, the ball kind of pinballs out there. But I guess the point still kind of holds when you play in a big ballpark like Oracle. So, yeah, I think that Matt Chapman is a guy who was brought here to, solidify the left side of the infield. Same with Nick Ahmed. We've seen a lot of games already with Logan Webb, with Jordan Hicks, where the Giants have really been able to leverage that strength. That's the best strength of this team is those guys' ability to get ground balls and not give up homers, and not walk guys. I mean, that is probably the biggest strength on this team, and the Giants are leaning into that. And I think that that does mean that there's some trade-offs or concessions in other areas, and that's sort of the push and pull of putting the team together, regardless of your personnel or what you value. So I guess it's a long way of saying that I agree with you. I think that Chapman's probably a guy who's not a cleanup hitter, but, there's some days he's just going to have to hit cleanup for this team.
Yeah.
He did have 39 doubles last year, second most in his career, is what Andy was talking about. Another minute or two here with Andy Baggerly. I just want a thought from you on Lamont Wade. I mean, I think the guy's having incredible at-bats. His OBP is insane. The power's not there, and it hasn't been relative to where it's been in the past, but the guy's on base every single game, it seems like, and oftentimes he's working. It's like a Brandon Belted bat almost. It seems like he's getting into a full count all the time and laying off of pitches outside the zone. I feel like he and Jung-Hoo Lee at the top of a lineup have to be two of the most difficult outs to start a ball game.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's why you see a lot of pitchers just throw strikes. They don't even try to nibble because they know it's just going to drive up their pitch count. We've seen that too in the strike percentage Giants hitters this season. But you hate to feel like you get greedy, but you think, God, if Wade could only run like a Tyler Fitzgerald or a Jazz Chisholm type guy, boy, he would just be an absolutely electric player. But that's he obviously doesn't really have that tool in spades. So I think it's interesting to see just how you sort of mix and match some of the offensive skills at the top of the lineup. We've seen Lee now move down to third against lefties. I think that's just to make sure Austin Slater leads off and get him as much exposure against lefties as possible, get him going a little bit. But I think we've talked about this too. I would love to see Lee as a two-hitter with a really good fast on-base guy in front of him. But when Fitzgerald does start and he starts in the 9-hole, that's kind of what they have. So and Fitzgerald, I think, has done, even though he's made some pretty damaging errors here and there in the field. I think offensively he's given him a spark a time or two. So it'll be curious to see if he gets a little more time on this trip, because you mentioned there aren't any days off, so they're going to have to rest everybody. And we know Nick Ahmed took a real a bad one off of his wrist, the line drive the other day. So he's a little banged up. So there may be some opportunities here for Fitzgerald on this road trip, and we'll see if maybe that might lead to some good things.
When you say opportunities, I assume it means outside of just playing Sunday afternoons, which is normally when we see Tyler Fitzgerald. Seems like every Sunday you get Fitz out there. Bags, have a great trip, man. I know it's a long one, 10 days, 3 cities, and no off days for the Giants against a couple of tough teams. And then you come on home to see the Dodgers, by the way, and the Rockies when you get back. So we will talk to you next time, Bags.
There's opportunities for lobster rolls and for chowder bowls and cheesesteaks.
Yeah. And dinger.
Lots of opportunities.
And dinger in Colorado. All right, we'll catch you later, Bags.
Okay,
see you, dude. Andy Bagley covers the Giants for The Athletic.
Dinger.
We ran out of time there. 707 did ask me to ask about Elliot Ramos, but we do talk to. We're supposed to talk to Farhan this week, so maybe we'll talk to him about Elliot Ramos, who is still mashing down in AAA as the Giants are having trouble offensively at the big league level. All right, if you missed any of Bags, check it all out. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Giants off today, back in action tomorrow against the Boston Red Sox. We'll have pregame for you right here on The Sports Leader. Tom and I will have it for you actually tomorrow afternoon. Coming up next, a sound soiree, and then we'll talk to Matt Mayoko at 4:50. But the sound soiree, George Kittle went to the Nashville Predators playoff game. He was mic'd up. You got a couple of rookies who were introduced to the media after the NFL draft. And did Harmony show up at an IndyCar race this weekend? We'll tell you all about it next in the sound soiree, only here on The Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
The 49ers completed their draft taking another wide receiver, but did not trade Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. What do you think of the 49ers draft? Join the conversation at 415-808-KNBR.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you Monday afternoon here. We are going to catch up with Matt Mayoko at 4:50. We did speak to Ted Nguyen about the 49er draft earlier today. You can check that out, his breakdown on some of the players on KNBR.com or the KNBR app where we're streaming, as well as YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. A sound soiree for you for Monday, April 29th, 2024. Some of the best sounds from across the sports weekend that you might have missed. Why don't we start with a football player? We'll continue with some football players too, but we'll start with 49ers tight end George Kittle, who was mic'd up. He was at the Nashville Predators game. Is that what this is? And he was, wait, now we're miking up guys who go to games? This is hysterical, right? Normally we mic up players. No, we're miking up George Kittle watching the Preds. Here it is.
Let's go, Predators! Oh, hit the go in! Oh, O'Reilly. My favorite is when a Raiders fan is like, "Dude, I hate you." I'm like, "Your team left you." That's one of my favorite comebacks. Go, Phil. That boy's style. Anytime, Phil. That's some good puck moving, boys. I literally told the refs pregame, no penalties.
I know, they didn't listen to you.
Nice handles, 9. What an idiot. Oh, he would score. Fudge, sir, what game are you watching? Because it's obviously not this one.
They're full-on fanboy.
O'Reilly.
Otani. It's pretty good there. George Kittle mic'd up at the Preds game. By the way, 408 on the text line says, hey, his bags, in addition to some of the other food he's eating, bags didn't have any Rocky Mountain oysters in Colorado. Yikes. Rocky Mountain oysters, also known as mountain oysters, prairie oysters, calf fries, dusted nuts.
Never had one.
Or cowboy caviar. My favorite, Montana tenderloins. That's my favorite.
Montana tenderloins.
Swinging beef, you can go with that one.
Pass.
Yeah, I think maybe bags won't. Keon Coleman, new Bills wide receiver, was just drafted, and he was introduced to the Buffalo media. Here you go.
Nah, man, you forgot I went to school in Michigan for 2 years? Guess where I got this from, though? I'm saying you got to guess. You're going to be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? They be on sale on the rack. All the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take it up personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
There's good Thanksgiving sales too. That's what I usually do.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime. You gotta shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up, y'all can hear me? This on or this off? All right, bro. I'm just making sure. I'm hoping you ain't trying to set me up. Who we got going first?
Talking about the coat he's wearing, and nah, man, I shop like my mama, man. You gotta shop 2 seasons before. Everybody gonna be at Thanksgiving, man. Everybody doing Thanksgiving.
$79.99. Go back, give me a couple more colors.
I love it. First he goes, I did Thanksgiving. Says he goes, I don't know about Thanksgiving.
This on or this off?
This on or this off? Pretty
That's
good.
Perfect.
We got another one. Xavier Legette, new Panthers wide receiver. He had an interesting or a funny introductory presser as well.
So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
What was that feeling like when you got the call? Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to cry. I was trying to be a tough guy. But, man, I was really overly excited.
This guy's got the greatest cadence I've ever heard in summer. I told my parents, I was going to cry over there. I did too. I was going to be a tough guy.
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
Oh, my God.
He's got a little farmer friend, but he's deeper, yeah. Xavier Legette, that was the new Panthers wide receiver at his introductory press conference. Okay, here's one. I saw this pop up yesterday. Tell me if you think maybe Harmony's involved here. So IndyCar race, is going down, and a mannequin, or it's a sex doll, it falls from like one of the overpasses or bridges onto the racetrack, and then it gets run over. Here's the broadcast on the sex doll or inflatable doll fake person that fell onto the IndyCar racetrack.
Oh, boy. There's been an accident of a different kind.
Okay, so that bridge there.
Not a real person, we should point out right away. This is part of the eccentric art that populates Barber Motorsports Park. The question is that enough to warrant a yellow?
Yeah, I would hope
Is it
so.
inflatable?
No, I think it's a full mannequin. Normally, she's tied up here, hanging down. It's, a little bit of tongue-in-cheek humor.
Oh, she took out a wrist.
You got to be kidding me.
Oh, my goodness.
Who was that was just driving by as it happened? That must have been quite a shock.
Imagine if she stuck the landing. Put this into the list of things you don't see at a racetrack. By the way, her name is Georgina.
I love the British guy involved, too. Follow this into things that you don't normally see at a racetrack. That's pretty good.
As long as it wasn't Harmony.
As long as it wasn't. I don't think she'd be so reckless. I don't think she'd be dangling there over a track. She's safe.
By the way, her name is Georgina.
Yeah, that was Georgina, not Harmony. So, pretty good stuff there. That was your Sound Soiree for Monday, April 29th.
I can't believe we didn't have the one sound from the draft. The family that didn't understand the question. They asked them, I forget, I don't even know who was drafted, but they asked a family, and they just said, just all the...
Brian Thomas Jr.?
No, yeah, exactly. That's what it was. That was funny. So what
had happened? You get some mom of Jaguars, Brian Thomas.
I think it was they got drafted.
She went viral.
They asked the family, how far has this family come? And trials, tribulation. They go, we came from Baton Rouge.
We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
That's pretty far.
How far has this family come? Laura Rutledge asked. We came from Baton Rouge.
How far have you come? We came from Baton Rouge. That was pretty good.
They followed up the question. Well, when you think about the journey you've been on together, what does tonight mean to you? Oh, it means the world. She said it's amazing. I'm so grateful to God. I'm so happy for him. We're so proud of him. Mom was like that. She's probably just so excited. She's just stoked.
Oh, she didn't know. She didn't understand the question. She just like the way they phrased it, and she was just thinking about him getting drafted. But it was great because she didn't even think of it. Just right up, boom, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I was like, oh, damn, that is a long way.
Yeah. He's regarded as one of the top receivers, by the way. Brian Thomas Jr. in this year's draft. He's a first rounder with 23 overall to the Jags. So he was the fourth or fifth. I think he's the fourth receiver. Maybe he's the fifth receiver taken off the board at that point. By the way, it was funny. I was looking at some of the stuff with the pick the Niners made at in the second round. Bernardo Green out of Florida State. Yep. And when he was drafted, they put up like their you were joking about it earlier, guys, like hip thrust or whatever the hell.
Hip fluidity?
I said hip thrust. I don't think that's on there. I think they're measuring that at the combine. But they give you some of their measurables. This guy's got crazy torque and blah, blah, blah. They put all that stuff up. One of the 3 bullet points they gave on Bernardo Green out of Florida State for the Niners as a DB was, had great battle with neighbors. I was like,
what?
Then they showed it.
Okay, yeah.
They showed it. No, not like it's like next door neighbor.
Yeah,
like with neighbors.
I was thinking, wow, that's a great scouting report.
No, Malik neighbors. Anyway, yes. I was like, we're going with this. Just one good outing. Like he had one good game against this guy this year who was drafted higher than he was, and we should make note of that. So that's your Sound Soiree for Monday, April 29th. 2024.
By the way, her name is Georgina.
Yeah, we got it,
Georgina.
Niners drafted a couple of receivers. They held on to Debo and Brandon Ayuk, but is this the last dance this year for Debo Samuel and maybe a few others on the 49ers roster? We'll talk about that next, and then Matt Mayoko at 4:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have something in common with your neighbor or someone down the street or me. Well, not me anymore, but you have a Wi-Fi spot in the house that's not quite what you'd hope it'd be. And it doesn't quite get the connection, not the speed, not the reliability. And I know most households have a lot of devices in a lot of different rooms: TV, laptop, computer, phone, tablet. You got people gaming, streaming, schooling, working. Everyone wants to be connected and everyone wants to have the same speed. So it's not great when you have to go to a room and everybody like, let me congregate in this room, or that which might be your room, or the living room. Like, please leave me alone. Go to your room. I need some space. So to make sure that happens, wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. That's right, dead spots, be gone. You want speed, you want reliability, and you want it throughout the entirety of your whole home, on any device, in any room. That's what wall-to-wall Wi-Fi can do for you. You get the fast speeds, the reliability that you so richly deserve. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability. Why did I say it that way? Reliability. You love speed and reliability throughout the entirety of your whole home? You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo Samuel on a burner post, and Brock Purdy just does a great job of sitting back, trusting his protection. Seattle came with pressure, sending the linebackers. That's the matchup you want. Debo Samuel, tight split on a post safety, and Jamal Adams, who had no chance.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon here. By the way, Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Some highlight sounds are from Debo Samuel. After the 49ers wrap up and the NFL wraps up the draft, on Saturday afternoon, the Niners pick up two more receivers with Ricky Pearsall and then the fourth-round receiver, Jacob Cowing out of Arizona, who both Ted Nguyen, who joined us earlier, and Tom were saying he's kind of got some punt return ability and something that they're looking to add some explosiveness maybe in the special teams game. Always funny when you get a rookie punt returner out there. That's a risky one or a scary one because all eyes are on that guy, and the second he makes a mistake, it's kind of like a bit like having a kicker, right? Any rookie on special teams who makes a mistake, it's a little bit more highlighted. Anyway, after the speculation, all that speculation last week, neither Ayuk or Debo were traded at the after the selection of Ricky Pearsall in the first round. Here's the latest from Adam Schefter on the 49ers' plans for the two wide receivers, both Debo and Ayuk.
I think what happened is, at various points during the offseason, they had inquiries about Brandon Ayuk, and they decided they wanted to try to sign him to a long-term contract that they're still trying to get done. They got a couple of inquiries on Debo. Nothing got close to getting done. And they said over the weekend, and I believe this is the plan, that the plan right now is to move forward with both those guys. Now, here's the deal. Ayuk has not signed that contract. He's headed into the last year of his deal. Juwan Jennings is headed into the last year of his deal. And Debo Samuel is headed into the last year of guaranteed money on his deal that has 2 years left. So clearly, there are wide receiver questions in San Francisco that they're going to have to address.
Didn't really tell me anything new. He's like, here's the latest. They still have both receivers. I was like, yeah, I know.
I would like to say I learned very little, but that would be
that'd be a lie too. I didn't learn anything.
I learned nothing.
Yeah.
It's we know where the contract sits.
Their plan is to move forward with both receivers, Tom. It's like, well, yeah. They're both
Shocker.
on the roster.
Hard to believe.
And you know that they've got to figure out the contract for Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, we know, man. So Mike Silver wrote an article. Here's a guy I trust. Mike Silver wrote an article about saying that this season will be, quote, the last dance, sort of like with the Jordan documentary. This could be the last dance when it comes to Deebo Samuel as a receiver and will most likely be traded. Dieter Kurtenbach, right here of KNBR 104.5 and 680, said on our draft show he believes 6 weeks ago that the Ravens were going to trade a first-round pick for Deebo, and then it fell through. I remember him telling me that at one point off the air. He also wrote, could be the end and the last dance for players like guys like Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk, even George Kittle. Travis Kelce just got a 2-year extension for $34.25 million. Kittle most likely won't be able to get a new deal from the Niners anywhere in that realm, and probably shouldn't, just based on the numbers and performance. Where are you on what Mike Silver says about not just Deebo, but the last dance for some of these other guys? I mean, we keep focusing on the receivers, and we focus on the guys whose contracts are coming up. We know Trent Williams is nearing the end. You brought up George Kittle a couple of times. We should start thinking about life beyond George Kittle. Where are you on this kind of being not the last hurrah for Kyle Shanahan and this team, of course, but for a lot of these guys who have been here for this success, this could be it.
Yeah, no, I think it's more likely than not that you're not going to keep all these guys together, and you got to start thinking about, okay, what does the core look like? Like, who do we want to have? Who do we need to have on this team moving forward? And I think it's going to consist of Purdy, McCaffrey, Ayuk, Bosa, and Warner. Like, I think those are the guys that is going. Those 5 guys will probably be the core.
Give it to me again. Purdy,
McCaffrey, Ayuk, Bosa, Warner.
Yeah,
I think those guys. And I'm not sure. We'll see how Hufanga comes back. I think if Hufanga comes back and he plays like he did and he has the same impact he did.
That's in the cards, too. Then him being a staple is there. Yeah.
I think that's in the cards. That's absolutely in the cards. Because, you love to be strong up the middle, and if you have a safety and a linebacker, then you're good there. And then Bosa on the edge. And I think Bosa's going to have a much better year than he had. And he had a good year by all accounts. I don't think he was as good as maybe numbers would suggest, but it was a good, solid year. It just wasn't like defensive player of the year type numbers that he had the year before. So, but Williams is going to retire. You don't really have a guy on the offensive line that you look at as like a cornerstone guy.
Nope.
That's been a luxury of the last number of years. In fact, that's been a luxury over the past decade
probably,
plus. Yeah, with Staley and Williams, they haven't had to worry about left tackle forever. So, wide receiver, you got to have one. They have one. They have 2. They're going to have one. Purdy, obviously, and then I think McCaffrey. Even though he's 29, he's starting to get up there. I think he's 29. To me, he keeps himself in good enough shape that he's good for another 3 years, if not 4 years. So he's definitely part of the core. He's just so versatile in what he does. He just
he's only 27, by the way. Turns 28 in June.
It?
He turns 28 in June.
27? Oh, she's got another 5 years left then.
Does he, though? Running back still. His usage, I think 5 years is being really optimistic. I'd say at the peak of his powers, he's the best running back in football. It's kind of like
but can he lose a little bit and still be really good?
Yeah, I know, and I totally agree. And I think that Kyle Shanahan, being in Shanahan's offense, might extend that or might expand that, right? Like his success, because of his ability to catch the ball, makes that a little bit different too. But he touches it so frequently. He takes so many hard hits. I mean, I agree. I think he takes care of his body great. 5 more years at 27. I mean, now is the time usually when running backs, their shelf life starts to diminish at 27, 28.
I think he's still got 2-3 premium years left.
You got to figure out what that's going to cost you, too. I mean, he's got 2 years left on the contract?
Yeah, but it's running back. Running backs don't cost that much.
He does. That's my point, is he's different.
Yeah, but not really. It's $16 a year. I mean, that's a lot for a running back, but that's half of what Ayuk makes, or is going to, or close to half of what Ayuk's probably going to be making. It's half of what Bosa makes. So at 16 and a half, that's about what Warner makes. Hell, Kittle makes it 16 and a half. So, yeah, it's a lot for running back, but it's not a lot for like when you look at the construction of your team. I just think that much of him, and I think I would say 2-3 years. I think you're going to have premium McCaffrey 2-3 years.
I'm with you on that. I agree.
we'll find out. But so he's part of the core, and then you start looking up, and hopefully they'll get an offensive lineman that you look at and like kind of fits that mold in the next couple of years. You're like, okay, we got this guy. We got our left tackle or our right tackle. We're good to go for a while now. But you got your defensive line. I mean, Bosa is young. He's signed up. He's a stud, and so is Warner. So that leaves Kittle. Not sure about his future. Debo, I'm at the point now where I think I'd be surprised if Debo were here after next year. Same. I just think it's not feasible to keep everybody together. So he's the guy, which is going to save you a ton of money, I think. I don't understand the whole dead cap thing. I leave that to everybody else and go shake my head like I know what they're talking about.
Yeah. Like the apron. Well, the apron.
The apron. Yeah, it's kind of like money laundering, right? Yeah, okay, I got that. Okay, good. We're good to go. All right, let's move on and talk about the game. Because I don't understand. I don't understand any of that stuff, like the dead cap stuff. But Kittle, that'll save him money. Williams will save him a massive amount of money. So they're going to have, there's a possibility they could have, and I'm not sure if Williams is going to retire next year either. They're not getting rid of him, let's put it that way. If he wants to play, he'll be playing with the Niners, but who knows how much longer he's going to want to play. But that's going to be a huge savings for them. But it starts to become a shell game a little bit when you got to pay your quarterback. It's like, oh, okay. We got the money. Now what do we do with it? We get a little here, but we got to take some from here and then give some to that and then take some from here and put it over here. When you don't have to worry about your quarterback, then you just do what they did, which is what you should do. Just load up and spend all you can and really kind of be as deep as you can and as talented as you can. But then when you got to pay the quarterback, that's what happens. But I thought Ted Nguyen made a good point, is that hopefully the quarterback starts elevating the players around him like Mahomes does. So you don't need as great a players around when you have the quarterback that can just elevate everybody around him. Now, Mahomes is special. We know that. Can Purdy be somewhat like that? Like, can he elevate guys and
can he make guys better? Is what you're asking.
Exactly.
Does he make his teammates
maybe
better?
A guy like Pearsall is ends up being a Pro Bowler at some point. Like, he's really good. And they get another tight end here, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, he's pretty good too. Maybe he's not Kittle, but he's pretty damn good. Like, because your quarterback is good enough to elevate those guys, and they're much better than maybe they would be in a different system. That's got to be your hope. Because if it's not, what you end up getting is what just about every other team that doesn't have the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks has, is a quarterback you're paying $40 to $50 million for that's not great. That's just okay. You want to pay $40 million for Daniel Jones? Please. You want to pay that much money for Kyler Murray? Please. I mean, there's so many quarterbacks.
I mean, I'm looking at the money right now at quarterbacks. I mean,
it's insane.
Baker Mayfield's 16th highest paid quarterback in the league. He's making $33.3 this year.
Yeah.
You got a 3-year, $100 million deal. Jared Goff's at $33.5. Okay. Rodgers $37.5. Derek Carr's at $37.5.
Yeah. That's just what you got to pay.
And Alvin Kamara had the biggest running back contract next to McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey beats him on annual value or whatever it is, but they spent so much money on their quarterback and running back there and aren't getting really anything to show for it. 500 record just about. Dan Jones at 40, Matt Stafford 40, Dak at 40, Josh Allen 43, Kirk Cousins 45. Mahomes is at 45. I was just looking at the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Right, we're just talking about guys that make their teammates better. I mean, their number 2 or number 1 leading receiver behind or at the receiver position was Rashee Rice. Their leading receiver of all positions, of course, Travis Kelce. Patrick Mahomes didn't have a 1,000-yard receiver this year. He had 2 guys who were just under 1,000 at 900 with Rice and Kelce. And the next highest receiver, or the next highest yardage mark for a receiver on the Chiefs this year, Justin Watson at 460. That's making guys around you better. That's having 1, a great defense, but 2, Mahomes is it's like you pick your spots with that guy. He makes guys around him better, and they just won a Super Bowl without a 1,000-yard receiver.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned all those guys. Mahomes, of course you'd pay that for him.
Or a 1,000-yard rusher, by the way.
In fact, you'd pay him more.
That's wild. Yeah.
Would you pay Stafford that? Yeah, pay Stafford that. I mean, Kirk Cousins, I watched that quarterbacks thing. I thought, this is a guy I'd really want on my team. Like, he just seems like a good leader, good dude, guy you want to play for.
45?
He's like the greatest success story in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
I think he's won 1 playoff game.
Yep.
He must have made like $300 million, $300 million, maybe more. I mean, it's amazing what this guy makes.
Career earnings $294. $294 million. Yeah.
But I think it's like 1 playoff game, maybe 2.
He's got 1 playoff win. Right.
Yeah, that's it. That's what you're getting. I mean, that's kind of where the quarterback position is right now. Like, it's amazing what he's made, and good for him. I mean, it's awesome. But it's amazing that the production you get. Dak Prescott, like, Dak's good. He's okay. I mean, he had a good year last year, but I mean, what are you getting? We get a few playoff wins, maybe. That's it. Like, but that's what you're stuck with, and then you get even worse than that. Like, I know you're on the same page with me. Is like we both think Kyler Murray is like just
fifth highest paid player at quarterback in the league at 46-1.
Yeah, you're not. I mean,
that's
Kyler
insane.
Murray. Hey, Kyler Murray, what has he ever done except have a good half a year?
Drafted by the A's that one time.
Well, he did. Number 9 overall, I believe. First half of the year, I think they were 8-0 one year, and then just crashed.
They were the last undefeated team, I think, a few years back. Right? Yeah.
And then, so I mean, what are you getting for him?
Career record 28, 36, and 1 for Kyler.
Great.
66% completion percentage. He's thrown 94 touchdowns to 46 picks. How many fumbles, though? Got sacked 48 times. He's been sacked 150 times in 65 games. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's a wild number.
No, these guys are making tons of money. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what Brock Purdy makes. I'm assuming a lot will have to do with this year. You know, how he plays this year, but that's just one you got to get right, and it's hard. It is. It's hard to get it right because you can't blame the Giants for giving Jones that contract. No. And what are you going to do?
Actually, I kind of do.
Dable and him, they won a playoff game, a road playoff game in Minnesota that year, and they have been
where are you going to go?
And forever, and you got stuck. It's like you got yourself in a position like, well, we don't really have anywhere else to go. Do we think he's worth this amount of money? No. But we have we don't have any options because there's not that many quarterbacks in the league that are really good and you can trust. But that's the market rate. That's what you have to pay for them. There's about 2 or 3 that I'd say I feel really comfortable paying that type of money for those guys. And most of them, you just get stuck with it. Like, what do we do? Okay, that's why I will give Arizona credit for jumping off Rosen and drafting Murray the next year. Even though I don't think Murray's great, I think he's okay. But they did make a decision like this guy can't cut it. Let's get another one. And you
got to find one. You have to get one. But the Dan Jones one, I still don't buy into that. I do blame them still for that. I know you said they won a playoff game. They were 9.
What are you going to do though?
Well, I'm with you there, but it's not like he did anything to make you think he's the reason we found success this year. He had 15 touchdowns. He had 5 picks. He went 9-6-1 as a starter that year. I know they won that playoff game, but before that, he had gone 3-9, 5-9, 4-7. He's 1-5 since that year. It's not like there was a track record that this guy was getting better and better. He's taking more sacks than Kyler has in 4 years.
No, I think what they thought was him and Dable. You know, Dable's getting the most out of him, and we expect him to get better.
For 3,200 yards, and they give him $40 million.
Okay, so you let him go. Now what do you do?
Well, you let him go. You got to find somebody else. That's my point. I don't know that I would have gone in on $40 million. I don't think that was like we're paying.
Well, I think it's only 2 years though.
It is.
I think
it's a short
I remember
deal.
Hearing, they can get out of it after this year
if Dable survives.
So, yeah, that makes sense to me. But again, you can't go if you don't get him. You're talking about a rookie coming in. I don't think that was a great quarterback draft. And if not, you're trying to find a backup somewhere to play. So you're almost punting on the season. There's not enough good starting quarterbacks in the league. If you get a draft into the backups, hey, come in here and start for us, then you're really screwed. So, I mean, the quarterbacks really have all the leverage because there are just not many of them. That's the price point for quarterbacks. And even if you're the 20th quarterback, 16. What'd you say? Baker was 16th paid.
Yeah, that's 33.
That's $33 million.
3 years, $100 million.
Yeah, I mean, and he was pretty good last year, but pretty good. It wasn't great, pretty good. It's a tough position to be in because it's such an important position. You got to have a quarterback. You just do, and you get one. It's like, do you love him? Not really. But he's better than anything else we can get. That's when you're in trouble, when he's better than anything else you can get. And so that's what Niner fans should be hoping, that Purdy isn't that. And I don't think he is by any means. I think Purdy's really good. How good? Don't know. but really good. Like I've said this, and I said it last year, so I'll certainly say it this year. I think you could win a Super Bowl with him as your quarterback, and not like you have to have him surrounded by talent. Like I think he's going to be part of the reason you win the Super Bowl, not he's along for the ride type Super Bowl. So, but if you don't have one of those guys, you just find yourself in limbo, just kind of out there waiting, or you can go out there and do what Atlanta did, where you end up spending $45 million a year for a guy that won one playoff game because we've drafted quarterbacks.
And then draft one anyway.
They're not exactly.
Then draft the top 10 anyway.
Like, let's get another one.
That's a good move.
You know what? We love quarterbacks now. Let's go get another one.
Ridiculous.
Just bizarre.
Yeah, Atlanta,
Absolutely
one of the weirdest draft picks in history.
It was weird.
We'll talk more about this with Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. He'll join us next to talk about the 49ers draft picks and whether or not he agrees that is this the last dance for guys like Debo, Trent Williams, Juszczyk, George Kittle. That's all next with Matt Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants won 2 out of 3 this weekend against the Pirates, including yesterday's 3-2 victory. Do you believe the Giants are hitting their stride? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, yet again reminding you that the San Jose Earthquakes are hosting their biggest game of the MLS season against their rivals, Los Angeles FC, this weekend, Saturday, May 4th, at Levi's Stadium, presented by Audi. It's the biggest Cinco de Mayo party on the West Coast, and it returns with special appearances and performances on a meet and greet with El Tri legend Osvaldo Sanchez, plus a halftime performance by Ya Acabó. It's Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com. The largest Cinco de Mayo weekend celebration on the West Coast, and the event kicks off with a fan fest featuring Mexico national team legend Osvaldo Sanchez, Reynoso and Sotero of the Give and Go podcast. Plus, the fan fest will open to fans at 1:30 p.m. just outside of Gate A, and it will conclude prior to the kickoff at 4:30 p.m. But it all starts with getting your tickets to the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration on the West Coast. It's the San Jose Earthquakes against their rivals LAFC. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
I don't know what we're yelling about! Loud noises!
faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
We are working to make the connection with Matt Mayoko, our insider, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We talk to Matt every week of the, I was going to say every week of the season. I think we just talk to him every week. Each and every week. Matt Mayoko. Anyway, we'll get his thoughts on.
He's a mainstay.
He's a mainstay. He's a Matt stay. As Tim's making the connection with Matty now. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line before we connect with Matt Mayoko. 831 says New York could have used a rookie QB and ended up out of the postseason. That would have saved them money for a free agent quarterback the following year to get in on the draft, as they would have had an early pick. I get that logic, but you can't throw away a season hoping you'll get a draft pick next year.
Wait, it's pun on a season. Let me get a quarterback who I don't think is going to be very good, and then we'll get a quarterback next year because we want to have as good a record and we could draft. You got to go back the way the Niners did. You get an early one, then you take another one late, and you protect after that. You know what I mean? You just keep trying to add to the position, I think is the way, and hope that you hit one. Yeah. Nobody's going to go into a season, or very few teams. There's probably a few out there, and we've talked about this before, that just outright tank before a season starts. Everybody's trying to win. Everybody thinks they can find a way to at least sneak into the playoffs. And football's the toughest sport of all to try and tank in. Because, again, there's no guaranteed contracts, or very few, I should say. And you're asking guys to go out there and kill themselves when you're not trying to win. Good luck selling that to the locker room. Hey, guys, this is not going to be a down year for us, and I know you might get injured. You may never be able to play again, but just if you could lay it on the line for us, even though we're not trying to win, that would be great. We would appreciate it. Just that, you can't sell that. No one's going to go into a season and give up your best chance to win football games, even though it's not a great chance. You can't do it. You can't. That fans drive me crazy with that. What are they doing trying to win? Ooh, what?
Give it up.
That's why I hated what. That's why I hated what Cleveland did. Even though they were just kind of, it wasn't like they were trying to lose to get a. They were just trying to manipulate where they were going to be.
Are you talking about the Cleveland Cavaliers
in the postseason? Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. That'd be great if Orlando came back to beat them. I would love that. Serve them right. But you don't. I mean, teams don't go into a season saying, "Okay, let's just go ahead and lose." You may not have the talent to win, and you may rest certain guys in certain situations. But again, that's basketball. No one's getting hurt. And the guys that are out there trying to win, nobody out there is buying it. I always say, if you're tanking, it's the front office that's tanking. The front office is the one that kind of manipulates stuff. Coaches and players want to win. They want to win. But you don't think you're going to get hurt in a basketball game. You can go, okay, I'm only going to play 20 minutes tonight. It's fine. Whatever. That's cool. But football, you can get your season, your career could end every single snap. So you're not going to go out there and say, "Oh, nice team you're putting around us. Let me go out there and lay it on the line for you guys." Right. Doesn't happen that way.
We're still working to make the connection here with Matt Mayoko. Are we still getting Matty on here? We don't know. We haven't connected with Matt as of yet. We are still attempting to do so. So you gave me the list of players that you thought were maybe on the board not on the board. You were saying this would be the core of 49ers if, in fact, what Mike Silver's saying is true, or if you agree with Mike Silver that there will be a last dance for a handful of these guys as Niners this year. The core group of guys you gave me that you said, I think they'll be here and they'll be here long term. Purdy, McCaffrey, Ayuk, Bosa, Warner, and then you said Hufanga as well, if he's healthy.
Possibly,
and
if he's healthy and playing well.
Okay, the guys who I think are on that list for impact players who could be at their last dance here: George Kittle, Trent Williams, Juszczyk, Debo, and is Juwan Jennings maybe on that list too? 1-year contract for him, third down receiver. I mean, they let Ken Bourne leave a few years back. You know what I mean? There's guys out there that I think you say, yeah, he's a value to us, but is he so much so that we have to pay him like a number 2 receiver now, just to keep him around? Of the guys on that list, for me, the most detrimental is probably Trent Williams. We talked about that last year. We said the Niners are Super Bowl contenders as long as they have Purdy, Nick Bosa, and Trent Williams. I think was our thought last year. Would you say he's number 1 on that list then?
In terms
of the impact of that loss, if you lost one of these guys, of the Jennings, Debo, Juszczyk, Trent Williams, and Kittle.
Yeah.
He's number 1. Who's number 2?
No doubt.
Because now we're talking skill position stuff.
Probably Debo. Probably Debo, I would say.
Might not hurt it. I mean,
maybe Kittle. Maybe even Kittle, because Kittle can block. I mean, he's such a unique tight end. He's like a top-tier blocker and a top-tier receiver. So I might even go Kittle over Debo, because at least with Debo, you drafted receivers, you have Ayuk. So you're going to have some weapons. You're not going to be lacking a weapon. If Kittle, I don't know who. I know they'll replace him with someone, because, well, you probably have to. But I think that might be number 2. Because, again, him and Debo have talked about being the heartbeat of the team, the physicality, all that stuff, but they just don't have anybody. That's why I was a little surprised I didn't take one this year. But, yeah, I'll put Kittle number 2 and Debo number 3.
They did take Cameron Latu last year out of Alabama.
Yes.
And everyone knows you get stuck in the mud in Alabama. Anyway, Cameron Latu, one tire spins, the other one stays still. He didn't really, they didn't use him really at all last year. One of my buddies, Chris Gomez, hit me up, though, a little bit ago and said that the Niners actually signed a kid, Mason Spline. Is that his name? I don't think it's Spleen. Mason Spline. He said
defense is wrong.
He says he's 6'7", a tight end. So, and again, a lot of this stuff gets found in undrafted free agent stuff. And I think more and more often now we find value there. Would you agree with that? Not just with the Niners, but it seems more and more like remember Phil Lindsay, like 1,000-yard rusher as an undrafted rookie a couple of years ago?
Yep.
This has happened a handful of times in recent years with guys, but I think you really can find value in the undrafted free agent market. I don't know how many of those guys impact you immediately, but with the changing of practice squads and how those have evolved, I think there's value to be had there. But a 6'7" tight end, I'm intrigued.
I looked at one time. There was more undrafted free agents in the league than first and second round picks. Like wild. You're like, holy cow, because that's you would never think of that in basketball. There are undrafted free agents, but that whole league is like first and second round picks. That's all it is, first, second round picks actually, but it's really first round picks. You start looking at how teams are built, and you're like, okay, first rounder look at just at the top of my head, Denver. Their best player is a second rounder. Everyone else is first rounders. I think KCP was a first rounder.
Yeah.
I know Porter was, Gordon was, Murray was. But you look at the Warriors when they were winning championships, first rounder, mixing a second rounder with Draymond. But, mostly all first rounders. So football is different. Football, there's just so many guys on a football team, so many different positions that, you don't have to, and the Niners have proved this, you don't have to hit first-round picks. It helps, but there's so many other draft picks you have that if you hit on those, then who cares? That's why I always say when people go back and look at, they're not first-round Niners this year, I go, well, look at the draft in total. How was that draft in total? Don't put don't assign a number to them, what round they were drafted in. Just tell me the players that were drafted, and you tell me if you think that was a good draft. A lot of times you'd say, God dang, that's a really good draft. But they blew their first round pick, missed on it. But third round, fifth round, sixth round, they start, cranking up the picks, and all these guys play, and some of them are even Pro Bowlers. So it's not first rounders or all first rounders. It's every round. And yes, I don't know half these guys, these undrafted free agent dudes, but Brock Purdy was one pick away from being one of those guys. So they can have a huge impact, no doubt about it. He said, I'll say here, undrafted free agent. Look what he's doing now. He's making good money. Really good linebacker. So those guys don't just exist. They're pretty prevalent.
Here's the list of some of the undrafted free agents, by the way. Running back out of Columbia, Cody Schrader. Schrader. There you go. He had a stellar career at Columbia, 1,600 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns last year.
Do you think he knows Leonardo?
Leonardo Schrader?
Oh, that's Shredder.
Shredder, dude. Close. By the way, it wasn't Spline. It was a Mason Pline, which then it's not Mason Spline. I think it was a typo from my buddy. 209 says, broke my back. Splinal.
Splinal.
Which is pretty good. By the way, Matt Mayoka going to join us at 5:30 today. So we'll catch back up with Matt at 5:30. Talk to him about some of these additions. But Pline out of Furman, he's 6'7", 250. 6'7", 250. No, Tim. No. Wide receiver Tariq Owens, 6'3", 180 out of Missouri State.
Okay.
How about this guy? Not Ted Nugent, but center Drake Nugent out of Michigan. Sons with the 49ers.
Big fan.
There you go.
Big fan.
Tariq Owens is Terrell Owens' son, by the way.
Oh, really?
Wide receiver, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That makes sense.
You like that? T. Owens. I'll take a T. Owens at 81 on the Niners. That sounds good to me. Tanner Mordecai, the quarterback out of Wisconsin. We mentioned him. Another O-lineman, Bryson Mays out of Southern Mississippi. Jalen Mahoney out of Vanderbilt. is a DB. So they did add another D lineman.
Speaking of Southern Mississippi, did Frank Gore Jr. get drafted?
Derek, you got that?
He went undrafted and was signed with the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills. Okay, very good.
That? Frank the
and I
Tank was
saw
up with the
Rice got drafted 7th round.
Was he out of USC, right? Jerry Rice's kid?
Yeah.
He went to the Chargers, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Some bloodlines there, too. So, pretty cool. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about a bunch of these a little bit later at 5:30. We are going to get back into some NBA stuff and Kevin Durant's legacy. You mentioned this last week. I do want to talk to you about all of that, but a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here. 559 checks in, says, how much does Debo's passion mean in keeping him? A guy like Draymond and the heartbeat of the team. Is that a comparable thing for you there? I think Kittle's more of that. I think they bring the same physicality, but as far as a heartbeat type guy, Kittle's more of that to me.
Than who?
Than Debo.
I think they're both. I actually think both of them, but I mean, you go either way, but I think both of them kind of in the same sentence.
They might both be gone at the same time, too.
They might be. That's a possibility, yeah. And that's definitely, again, a loss on the field and in the locker room, I would imagine.
Another texter here on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, 619, says, I like a guy like Baker. We were talking about Baker and the money he got, plays with a chip on his shoulder. I do think Brock has a little bit of that. You have to be if you're drafted that late. But it's funny to have sort of the reverse of Baker, who was the number 1 pick, and then has sort of fallen into a spot where he has a chip on his shoulder and he kind of plays full of piss and vinegar. I think Brock's got a bunch of that, though.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think most guys that get drafted that late usually do. They keep it with them. Guys that get drafted high, like Baker, I mean, he got kicked around for a while. So I understand why he has it. The best is when you get someone like Jordan, who had it throughout the course of his career. It's like, bro, you're like the greatest player of all time. What do you need a chip for?
Yeah.
But that's why he stayed there. He just kept making stuff up. It was like, let me just make a story up to give myself a chip so I can go out there and kill this guy. But I think, some guys just do that. They need to have something to make them edgy and give them motivation to get out there and kick someone's ass. But for Brock Purdy, that'll probably always stay there. I think Brady said he always used that. Like, he always remembered where he was drafted, all the quarterbacks that were drafted ahead of him, all that. And that keeps you when you don't want to go work out, go to the gym. You keep remembering that moment, and that'll get you up and get you going. So I'm sure Brock Purdy will carry that with him however long he plays in the NFL. I'm sure that will always be there.
You going with the LeBradford Smith? Nice game, Mike.
Yeah, like dumb stuff like that.
Michael Jordan just made that up. If you watch The Last Dance, just made that up just to fire himself
and it just
up.
Killed him.
Yeah, nice game, Mike. I mean, the funniest thing is, I think LeBradford Smith at one point, I don't think I said it. And then it turned out it was just totally made up. But he's he got so into that guy's head that it's did I say that to him? If I did, I wasn't mocking him. It was MJ.
Yeah, exactly.
And then MJ's just use that as a reason. I'm going to kill you next time I see you. I'm going to dismantle you on the court. By the way, I was checking out some of these. We're running through some of the names of the undrafted free agents and by the 49ers, and I asked you your favorite name of the draft picks the Niners made earlier. You went with Pooney.
Pooney.
Got to go with Pooney. We actually, from the afterlife, he checked in. Here he is on the Niner roster.
I don't know most of these guys.
That's the Juice. The Juice checked in from Beyond the Grave.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that was him checking in on the Niners draft picks. I don't know most of these guys. Tolbert and Cubs with you on a Monday afternoon. We're going to take a quick break. When we come on back, let's get into a little bit more on the Kevin Durant legacy. You asked this last week kind of casually on might have been on Friday afternoon. You said, if they get swept, the Phoenix Suns, what does this mean for Kevin Durant, and what legacy is he leaving us? I mean, he's one of the greatest all-time offensive players, a freak of nature, and yet the only titles he has, and 2 finals MVPs, by the way, were when he came to join the Warriors. He left again to go get it done on his own, and it's gone even worse than before he got to Golden State. We'll talk more about that. What is the legacy that Kevin Durant leaves after getting bopped on by Anthony Edwards? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Vallejo Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Kruger joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss whether or not the Giants pitching can get by without Blake Snell. They've done so to this point. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, retirement planning and investment management, it's all about knowing the rules of overtime. Because there are no do-overs in life, especially when you get to retirement. So if you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things that are money-related, call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, he's been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're going to be able to live that lifestyle in retirement that you have always dreamed of. So call him now, 866-496-2300 or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, it felt great, man. Like, I got the utmost respect for KD, man. Like, he comes in and compete every night. I watch every last one of his games since I've been about 5. So, I love that guy, man, and I'm excited to play with him this summer, man. Talk a little trash and let him know I sent him home.
That's Anthony Edwards, dude. Anthony Edwards eliminating his idol in Kevin Durant, and like eliminating him hard too. That big dunk he put on him in yesterday's game, eliminating the Phoenix Suns as Kevin Durant has been swept for the second time now in 3 seasons in the first round with 2 different teams. Say that one more time. Since leaving the Warriors, Kevin Durant in the last 3 seasons has been swept in the first round 2 different times with 2 different teams. That's tough, man. Once in the East, once in the West, just for good measure. Checking boxes is Kevin Durant. Since leaving the Warriors in the summer of 2019, he's not reached a conference final. His teams are 13-17 in the playoffs since he's left the Warriors, and he's not won an elimination game since May 3rd of 2014. We all know the media was ruthless to him for his decision to join the excuse me. Media was ruthless to Kevin Durant when he came to Golden State.
KD.
And then they got on him saying he made a mistake leaving the Warriors, like the external media from Golden State. Then he leaves here, and everyone's like, well, that was a major mistake. Going out to Brooklyn, too, and joining Kyrie. There was that whole video we had of them talking in the tunnel, right, after a game from the season before. Everybody assumed that was a discussion about them getting together. How do you think things have gone, or would have gone, for KD had he stayed? Would the Warriors still be atop the Western Conference if Kevin Durant were here?
I don't know. They would have won. I think they would have won another one, though, at least.
I think they would have got at least one
They
more.
were still really good. I don't know if they'd still be that now.
There would have been a gap because you still would have had the injury to Clay and the injury to KD. You'd have been without those 2 guys. You'd have been paying a lot of money for those 2 without them playing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question where they would be. I mean, I am one, and look, I'm going to call BS, and I've seen every one of his games since I've been 5. No, you haven't. No, nobody has. No, his mom hasn't seen every one of his games that he's played in the NBA, more than likely. No. Probably missed one, I would think. Maybe not. But anyway, I'm not on the bring KD back here train. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do the, hey, KD, should we bring KD back to the Bay? Yeah, KD fits in here. KD, it feels, you know what it feels like? If you bring KD back, it's starting to feel like one of those movies that has like Michael Douglas and Morgan Freeman and Robert De Niro and Alan Arkin. You know, one of those where like everyone used to be like Al Pacino. Throw him in there too. Like those the retirement home movies. And they're pretty fun. Like, I like going to see them.
We're going the bucket list featuring Brian Copeland. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, this is remember when those guys used to be younger?
Morgan Freeman.
Oh, yeah, that was incredible.
Jack Nicklaus, yeah.
That was incredible. Nah, I don't like that anymore.
It's like the extra Expendables. It's like way late.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not. I don't want to bring him back. I think, and I don't think that's really all that possible anyway. But that to me is like, if you're gonna do something. And I don't know what they could do. Marcus Thompson had an article in The Athletic. If you want to look at that, he had a whole bunch of different options and what would be feasible and maybe even what they should think about doing. From Levine to DeRozan to Murray to KD was one of the options, and just kind of went around. But I don't look. We can sit here and say he made a mistake by leaving, but we don't know what his journey is and what he wanted to do and what he wanted to accomplish by going to Brooklyn, why he wanted to leave Golden State. I don't know why he wanted to leave. I don't know how much of it was Draymond at the time, even though him and Draymond, seemed they were on on his podcast and they seemed to be buddies, like they talk and whatever. But I don't know if it was that, if he felt like Steph was getting too much of the shine. And he wanted more of the shine because, hey, look, I'm the 2-time
keep looking,
finals.
Yeah.
I'm the 2-time finals MVP.
Yeah.
Why is it his team still? Well, it is.
I think we proved that. He won a title after you left.
Yeah.
And he won a title before you got here, and you've done none of that. I mean, that's the somebody did check in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 916 says, Coach, didn't the Suns make the finals in 2021? Yeah. He wasn't on the team then.
Yeah, without KD.
He was in Brooklyn. They did it without KD. It's kind of like we said about Blake Snell.
It was Chris Paul.
Giants might be in first place if they didn't have Blake Snell. The Suns might have won a title if they didn't sign Kevin Durant or make that move happen. Does that seem like a far-fetched idea, Kevin Durant coming back?
It does to me. But if you're the Warriors, you'll probably explore any option. But
you got to think about
look, and KD's still really good. There's no doubt. And does he fit here? Yeah, he fits here. But it's different now. He's older. Steph's older. Clay's not the same. Draymond's older. Young guys that you're trying to get into the mix. Kuminga. So just know that if you were to trade for him, you'd say goodbye to Kuminga. And I know a lot of Warrior fans really like Kuminga. Wiggins, I think less Warrior fans are attached to, even though he helped him win a championship. But it'd be like goodbye to Kuminga, goodbye to Wiggins, and goodbye to probably 3 first-round picks. So kiss your future goodbye. So you're basically what you're doing is you're going to put yourself in the same situation the Suns put themselves in and hope you win.
No bench?
And if you don't, you're screwed, right? You're screwed. Yeah, because they're going to want young guys too. And then you're not going to have any draft picks. I think the Suns have their draft pick this year and then don't have a first-round draft pick until 2030. I think they have one, but it's one of those ones that you can flop. I forget what's the term they use for switching draft picks.
Pick swap?
Swap, yeah, pick swap. I think there's one of those in there, maybe 2 of them in there somewhere. So that's no way to build a ball club, and that's what they're trying to do. They don't have a pick this year. That hurts because that's another year that Steph and Clay, if he's around, and Draymond are going to get a little bit older. You could use the help now, but they don't have it now. But they are getting toward the end of their career. I said, they're all on the back 9. They're all in different holes, but you don't want to start selling off the future to try and win now. If they were a dominant team, then I would say go for it. Because what if you don't?
Steph, but if you got KD, and I know that doesn't recreate the same thing. I'm not looking to recreate what happened before. I'm looking to add a player that fits the void that the Warriors would need. Now, I get what you were saying about giving up future draft picks, but Steph Curry doesn't give a damn about future draft picks. Steph Curry wants to win a title again, right? And he knows that he's probably the earliest in that back 9 of those 3.
But if I'm the organization, I want to win, but I'm not worried about Steph Curry, what he thinks about draft picks. I don't give a damn what he thinks about draft picks.
But
this is an organizational.
So then why invest?
So
then why invest in Draymond?
But no, you want to take a chance. So what you're saying is you would take the same chance that Phoenix took and roll the dice and try to win. And if you don't, basically you don't have a lot going on for the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Because I think that the Warriors, I mean, I don't know if they just stick with what they have now and continue to draft and add ancillary pieces that they're going to be much better for the next 5 years. I mean, if they had made the playoffs this year, they'd be out already, or they'd be about to be eliminated, right? Had they gotten in, they'd be pretty close to cooked. And so I think you need that type of, again, maybe it's not KD, but you need a big time weapon like that if you want to compete in the West. I think you need to add something to Steph to compete. Again, I don't know that this is the thing, but I'm thinking like a guy like that or Donovan Mitchell, that type of player, somebody who can go get you a bucket and can be a Robin to Steph. Because right now, you don't have that. And that's what they need. But to your point, you can't do it by giving up all of your depth. Because I do think that's part of why the Suns bottomed out. I also think Monty Williams not being there, they move on from him, and Frank Vogel comes in. There was a bunch of transitional stuff that happened. In addition to adding Bradley Beal, they're a wildly expensive roster without much to show for it, whereas the Warriors have a pedigree and a reason to invest in what they've done. And I think that's where you got to ask the question, is it worth trying to make something like that happen, even if it's a short-lived 3-year window?
Well, do you think if they got KD, I mean, and again, you're talking about KD, you're talking about no Wiggins, no Kuminga, gone. So your wing depth is kind of gone. So you're going to have, an older KD still can get you 28, 20, 27, 28 a game.
27 and a half this year.
Yeah, Steph's still really good. And then you have Clay, you're not really sure what he is or if he'll be back. Chris Paul wouldn't be back. And Draymond's still pretty good. So you have 3 really good players that aren't nearly as good as they were when they won it the last time, which going into next year would be the 7 years removed since that last championship.
With KD.
And who knows what they'd want on the bench, from the bench, I don't know. But then your draft picks are gone.
Probably, or Kuminga,
so is that team right there, are they better than Denver? Are they better than OKC? Are they better than Minnesota?
Better than Phoenix.
Like, well, yeah, they'd definitely be better than Phoenix.
Yeah, they can take
definitely
Phoenix
be better than Phoenix.
See, I'm with you. I don't know that they're better that way, but I know that they're not better now. I hear you. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
How do you get?
I just don't want to roll
teams?
the dice unless I think I got a really good chance at winning. If I think I got a really good chance at winning, then yes, go ahead.
Sure.
Put me in for it. I'll roll the dice on that. But I don't want to roll the dice and think, okay, if we play really well this year, we'll get like a 4 or 5 seed. That doesn't do it for me. If I got to give up, like, if I got to beat Phoenix and like not have my first round picks until 2030
and give up Podziemski,
I've given them away or
no.
pick swaps. Yeah. I'm not like, and I get it. You want to maximize, and I've said here, I said last year, I've said on the air many times, if you have Steph, you owe it to him, you owe it to the organization to give yourself the best chance to win a championship, but within reason. It can't be just, well, this ought to get us into the playoffs, then we'll go from there. That doesn't work. That doesn't work if you're going to spend that kind of capital. And again, how much better are you? Like, how much better are they with KD and not Kuminga and Wiggins? Let's say they had everything they have now, but they get KD and they lose Wiggins and Kuminga. How much better are they? They're better, but how much better are they? I don't know. I'm not sure how much better they are. A little bit, probably not a lot, but they're better. But how much does that put you in a position to overtake the teams I'm talking about right now? I don't think so. I don't. Like, I want to get somebody that's a little younger. Like, if they're going to go get somebody, go get, like, Murray. Defensive, he can play, like, big guards. DeJounte Murray out of Atlanta. And he can score some, but he's not a great scorer, but he's a good scorer.
But does that make you a team that can take down those teams that you just mentioned? Like, does that guy make you better than KD? Like, get rid of the future pick stuff. If we're just going this roster and what you'd have to give up to get him, are you better with DeJounte Murray than you would be with KD?
Well, that's the problem.
I don't think so.
That's the problem. Is there a solution out there that makes you better? Dramatically better.
Would you give up all that for 2 years of LeBron, says the text line? That's a different beast now. Now we're talking. Like,
well, I maybe. I might. I mean, but he ain't coming. You can forget about him.
If they got swept, that would have been on the table.
I'm trying to be somewhat realistic here.
Yeah.
But LeBron, he's not coming here. I don't think he wants to come here and win a team, like win a championship where he's not the guy. I think he's going to come win it for Steph's team. And I think there are stars that probably think that way. Like, why don't I go help him win? I'm going to win one. I want to be like a guy. I want to be a guy.
Look at how KD is viewed. Like,
if he wants to come here and help me, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm good. I want to go there and help him out. But, yeah, I mean, LeBron's kind of a different story. But it's again, they're at the crossroads. Well, they've been at the crossroads the last year or so. It's like, okay, how do we want to go about this? What do we want to do? How much of our equity do we give up to try and make one last that kind of push at it the next couple of years? And is that even possible? Like, just don't go like start dreaming and just say, oh, let's just give this a shot and throw that out there, because that's when you get in a position where you are stuck. You don't have any picks. You haven't got a championship. Like, the Suns gave up all those picks, and right now have nothing to show for it. The Lakers gave up all those picks. They at least have a championship. You call it fake, whatever you want. They hung that banner. Hell, not only they hang that banner, they hung the midseason tournament banner. In fact, after this year's over,
did the Lakers win the midseason tournament? I thought the Pacers did.
No. They won.
It was the Lakers.
Remember they hung the banner.
No, I don't remember. I don't care.
Oh, yeah, they hung the banner down there.
That's so dumb. Yeah. I don't care. Who cares?
Yeah, Kobe's rolling over, I guarantee you. Kobe's like, are you kidding me? You kidding me? We're hanging mid-season tournament banners.
I guarantee you, Kobe's rolling over.
If Kobe was alive, Kobe would be like, we ain't doing that. There is not a chance for hanging mid-season tournament
Kobe
banners.
might not even go. He might not even show up to that thing. He's like, you kidding me?
It's ridiculous. But they're going to get to say, yo, man, 2 banners this year. We got one of them. But they got a championship. It was the bubble championship. But they gave up a lot for it, but they got one. They would have loved more, but they got one. So, okay, at least you could say it was worth it. We got a banner we could hang up there.
Lame as hell.
I mean, the Suns don't have that. They don't have anything right now, and they may disband this thing before they ever get a chance. Now, I think they'll probably keep it together because I don't think there's a lot of good options for them either. But as far as the Warriors are concerned, I'm kind of with you that I think they probably need to figure out a way to do something, but it's got to make sense.
You're right. I'm with you.
I think they're gonna look a lot like they look this year, which isn't going to make a lot of people happy. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
They are not going to be happy about that.
I'm not thrilled about that idea.
No.
Well, why don't we run back this 10-seed team?
Yeah.
Why don't we run this back? By the way, one person here, 707, says they need Giannis waiting out to play with Steph. I'll take a Giannis as long as I get Thanasis, too. We'll jump back into some football. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sport Bay Area.
Those?
Is there another one, too? Is there a third?
I don't know.
I think there's a third one.
I think there's like 3 or 4 of them, actually.
Take them all.
I think one of them's like Bill.
Yeah.
One of them has like a name like Broke.
Bill Antetokounmpo, Paul Antetokounmpo.
Something like that.
Yeah, Rusty Antetokounmpo.
Where's my cool name?
Mert Antetokounmpo. Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us, giving his thoughts on what the 49ers did in the draft and where they go with all these wide receivers next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have something in common with your neighbor or someone down the street or me. Well, not me anymore, but you have a Wi-Fi spot in the house that's not quite what you'd hope it'd be. And it doesn't quite get the connection, not the speed, not the reliability. And I know most households have a lot of devices in a lot of different rooms: TV, laptop, computer, phone, tablet. You got people gaming, streaming, schooling, working. Everyone wants to be connected and everyone wants to have the same speed. So it's not great when you have to go to a room and everybody like, let me congregate in this room, that which might be your room or the living room. So to make sure that happens, wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. That's right, dead spots, be gone. You want speed, you want reliability, and you want it throughout the entirety of your whole home, on any device, in any room. That's what wall-to-wall Wi-Fi can do for you. You get the fast speeds, the reliability that you so richly deserve. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability throughout the entirety of your whole home. You will love Xfinity.
Faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday evening here. Matt Mayoko joins us for his weekly conversation, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. How did the draft treat you?
Good. Yeah, no, it was entertaining, I guess you could say, or as much entertainment as a draft can supply. Falcons, surprised a lot of people in the first round, and then I think the 49ers surprised a lot of people too with their pick at 31. So, all in all, it was a fun 3 days.
Were you right?
Was I right?
Yeah, all your predictions and analysis.
I was right in that I predicted that I'd be wrong.
Good. All right. Well, I think we'll all continue to be wrong because none of these guys have played an NFL game yet. Nobody's taken a snap to this point. So let's get first just your general reaction to the Ricky Pearsall selection there. Was that a surprise at all to you?
Yes and no. It wasn't a surprise that they took a wide receiver. So from that standpoint, in fact, I wrote a story that the day of talking to a scout who's been in the NFL for a long time. and he was convinced the 49ers were going to take Ladd McConkey. And so, the more I talked to him, he told me, why and all this, the route running, this and that. And they ended up taking Ricky Pearsall. So the scout, after I talked to him later, said, good pick, but Ladd McConkey would have been better. So the reasoning behind the Pearsall pick, I think, had a lot to do with just the ability to run really good routes, very athletic, speed, agility, his catching ability as well. And so when you think about what the 49ers wide receivers are, Deebo Samuel, one of the top wide receivers in the league, but not necessarily known as a great route runner. And where did the 49ers struggle last year? Well, specifically in the Super Bowl when Kansas City played a lot of man coverage. So I think this is an opportunity for Kyle Shanahan to feel like they've helped that wide receiving core because, the template is out there. The blueprint is out there for teams that think that now, hey, maybe you play man coverage, you just lock those guys down, and it makes it difficult. So I think Ricky Pearsall is probably, other than the top three receivers who were chosen, probably can be seen as the best route runner of the group with the mixture of having speed to run routes at every depth. So, when you look at it, it does make sense. And, did they pass an offensive lineman? Maybe not at 31. Did they pass some cornerbacks? Yes, absolutely. But I think as far as them believing that the addition of Ricky Pearsall gives them a chance to kind of expand and evolve the offense, from that standpoint, it makes a lot of sense.
And where does Cowing fit in? I got a chance. I watched a lot of him. Went to Arizona. A slot receiver, punt returner, really, really quick, not real big, but where do they kind of envision him, and was the fact that he is a punt returner, did that play a role as well?
Yeah, not real big is kind of an understatement. No, he's a small guy.
I'm trying to sell this one, okay?
Yeah, what are you, a foot taller than him? Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I don't think he's not 5. He's not 5'7". Is he 5'8"?
He's 5'8". He's 5'8".
I thought he was 5'10". Okay, I guess he is a little smaller. He plays bigger, Matt.
There you go.
There you go.
That's it.
Nice.
And he's got some dog in him too.
He does a dog with the W.
So how he fits in is a guy who's really a true slot receiver. Although Shanahan says that he can run all the routes, so he brings some speed to the table. Gives the 49ers a more shifty slot receiver. And Pearsall can play all over the formation. He can play the XY. He can play slot, whatever the X and the Z, I mean. And so he can play all those spots. And then with Cowing, a guy who is a shifty slot receiver, but also brings a lot of value as a special teamer. So I think we just talked last week about Trent Taylor and, why the 49ers signed him. And I'm pretty sure I told you guys that does not preclude the 49ers from drafting a guy who does the same things, slot receiver and return specialist. So that's how I think Cowing makes an impact as a rookie. The 49ers now have, I think, four legitimate wide receivers, guys that you expect them to contribute from day one, with Ayuk, Samuel, Jennings, and Pearsall. And now Cowing kind of can add himself to the mix, and probably his number one path to wearing a uniform on Sundays during the regular season would be to be the 49ers' top punt returner. And then the other part of this, too, is, I wouldn't necessarily consider him a kickoff returner in the traditional NFL sense, but maybe in the new NFL with the new rules, maybe that leaves the door open for the skill set to be similar as far as, it's more difficult, a lot more difficult to field punts than kickoffs. So literally anybody can get back there. If you're an NFL player or wide receiver or a running back, anybody can get back there and return a kickoff, but not everybody can return a punt. And then with Cowing, maybe just the way the new kickoff rules are set up, maybe it lends itself more to having the same guy do both. Some guys can do both, but because usually teams don't want to put smaller guys back there on kickoffs because the collisions are so fierce. But maybe with the teams not having, the coverage teams not having the buildup of speed running down the field like in years past, maybe that does open the door for more kind of short area quickness, lateral quickness to be a trait that teams look for guys who return kickoffs.
Yeah.
Talking to Matt Bayoka here, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. So I'm looking through the list of the draft selections here. We talked about Ricky Pearsall, the receiver. The fourth-round running back, Isaac Guerendo out of Louisville. What does a pick like that mean for a guy like Elijah Mitchell?
Well, it probably means that, the 49ers don't think there's any chance that he will be back for the 2025 season. This is the final year of his contract. I think if Mitchell stays healthy, he would be the odds-on favorite to be the 49ers' backup running back. He has had a difficult time staying healthy. But I think for Guerendo, this guy, he's a big guy. He does checks in at 220, but also he was the fastest running back in this draft. And kind of a guy who didn't, it wasn't a whole lot of production, not as much as you would expect for a guy that is as big as he is and as fast as he is. He only started one game, and that was the final game of his college career, the bowl game. And that's, when a lot of other guys were probably sitting that one out at Louisville. So to me, Guerendo is a guy who, would project potentially as a kickoff returner, and probably the third or fourth running back, probably the fourth running back, but they don't often keep four running backs active for games. So he would have to really make his mark on special teams in order to get that uniform. But I think my guess is they definitely keep him around. And then next year, the 2025 season, he would have an opportunity then to be the backup to Christian McCaffrey.
So we know that they were fielding offers, or at least talking to people about Debo and Ayuk, and nothing either came close or obviously wasn't good enough for him to move off. Do you have any idea how those conversations took place? Were they actually going out there and saying, hey, do you have any interest? And if so, what would your offer be? Were people calling them, just kind of thinking, okay, along with everybody else, Ayuk's got to sign a contract. They may not have enough money or may not want to invest that much money in two receivers. So let's call them and see if they would be interested. The Niners have made it perfectly clear, I think, that they'll take offers on anybody. They're fine. Yeah. They're fine with that. We will listen to everybody and anybody on any one of our players if you want to. How do you think this kind of took? Because that's how I kind of look at it. People are reading the tea leaves and put it out there. I don't know how active they were in trying to solicit. Maybe they were trying to solicit information. I don't know. Do you have any insight on that?
I don't, but just kind of reading between the lines, it seems to me there was so much information out there beginning with the owners' meetings when that became a topic that I don't think the 49ers had to pick up the phone once and ask a team if you're interested. I think they were the ones receiving the phone calls. And, I don't know if it ever really got to the point where a legitimate offer was made, because it was going to have to be, and this is why I never thought that this would happen. It had to be a two-pronged set of variables in order for this deal to happen with either one of the guys. Well, but let's just go with Ayuk first. For Ayuk, a team would have had to offer the 49ers a significant package for them to trade away Brock Purdy's favorite target a year before Brock Purdy is due his big contract. So you would think that if you're going to be signing your quarterback to a big-time deal, whatever that is, $40, $50 million a year, you would think you'd want to give him the best opportunity to succeed. And the best opportunity to succeed for Brock Purdy is with Brandon Ayuk on the team. The other part of it is that the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk haven't been able to come together on a contract that satisfies both sides. So the team that would have to give up enough to satisfy the 49ers would then have to guarantee or just say, yes, we will accept whatever terms you want, Brandon Ayuk, on your contract, because he would have all that leverage. So it would be a team not only paying what the 49ers have yet to agree to pay, while also giving up something that the 49ers would want in return that would make it worth their while. So there were so many moving parts, and the team that would get Brandon Ayuk would be paying double. So that's why I just never really thought this thing would materialize. And then, with Debo, I don't know how far that got down the road, but just 2 years ago, when he made the trade request, it just never got very far with any other team. There was never a real serious offer, and I just remember John Lynch saying at that time, I'd be crazy to trade Debo Samuel. Well, it wouldn't be quite as crazy 2 years later, but there was no scenario at all after the first day of the draft, or after the first, I forget where Roma Dunze went. I forget where, like 8th or
9th, I think.
9. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because Penix went 8. So when he went 9, as soon as that pick was made, I was okay. Well, this trade's not happening because the 49ers are in win now mode, and they can't keep everybody together every year, but there was no scenario at that point where the 49ers could even justify that they would be a better team if they traded away either Debo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. Nobody they selected after 9 was going to step in and make that wide receiving core any better. So that's why I'd never really thought that this thing would happen.
Got it.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line. I think it's Michael Penix, by the way. Moving on here. Brandon, you stop. That's not my fault. Brandon Ayuk.
Be careful how you pronounce that, by the way.
I did. I said what I said. Even if I pronounce it wrong, I think it's okay on the air. I think it all plays. So there was a reporter, I guess Kyle said it to you guys, after they made the selection of Pearsall, that Brandon Ayuk texted him, quote, not going to lie, and then a fire emoji. I kind of thought, that's usually not something that happens from a guy who thinks he's not re-signing here or not going to get his extension.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it did show that, there isn't the acrimony of, maybe previous. Well, the Debo Samuel one was kind of odd, 2 years ago, because Shanahan's always had a good relationship with Debo. And actually, in spite of, all the stuff a couple of years ago, Shanahan's always had a pretty good relationship with Brandon Ayuk too. I mean, and I think Ayuk's performance kind of shows that he respects Kyle, and Kyle was trying to get the most out of him, and it was tough love at times, but ultimately the team was better and Brandon Ayuk was better for that. So, no, I mean, the fact that Brandon Ayuk was so happy that the 49ers drafted a guy that was his teammate back in 2019 really showed what the level of communication is during that, and I mean, I think the 49ers are probably pretty wise to just put that out there. When John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan were, in fact, I think did you guys interview Kyle right after
the draft pick?
So I think on your live stream you can tell like a text coming in and John showing it to Kyle.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was probably exactly the time that Brandon Ayuk sent that text. So, I mean, it had to make everybody feel good. It had to make Lynch and Shanahan feel good that, this guy whose name has been out there, for possible trade talks, responded in such a positive manner. And that's one element of this that is important, I think, in that Brandon Ayuk's agent is like one of John Lynch's best friends. So there was never going to be any ill feelings or unprofessional negotiations. I mean, everything was going to be very straightforward, and there was going to be communication, and it wasn't going to get acrimonious. So I still think that, at some point this offseason, a deal will be struck between those two sides to make it a long-term union.
What kind of contract do you think you could be getting after we saw what A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown got?
I mean, it's got to be right there, right? Doesn't it? The way the contracts are reported, that's usually coming from the agents, and so it's going to be overblown. Like these $30 million a year contracts. I don't think they're really $30 million when it comes down to it. So, but if you look at how those contracts are structured, it's got to be right there in the ballpark. And it was the same thing with Deebo Samuel 2 years ago. I mean, I forget all the guys who signed contracts at that time, but they were all right there in that Deebo Samuel ilk. And so these guys are right there where you would expect Brandon Ayuk to fit in. So, you kind of take the high and the low and figure it's going to be somewhere in the middle. And I do think that it would help Ayuk, and this isn't what the 49ers have done in the past, but it would probably help, I should say, help the 49ers if they get something done sooner than later. There are not enough comps out there that I think it behooves them to get something done now rather than waiting until more contracts come in and Justin Jefferson, becomes the highest paid wide receiver in the league. And then Ayuk should, he would probably say, well, I should come in just a shade below Justin Jefferson. It seems to me that it would just make it better for the 49ers if they were able to get something done now using how the comps have come in and using those as kind of the barometers until waiting, other than waiting for other bigger contracts to come in, and then you end up paying more.
Just real quick, let's say 2 years from now we're talking to you. I'm sure we will be.
I hope so. But you know what? I don't know if any of us will still be alive on Sunday.
That's a good point, Kyle.
Well
Thank
said.
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Out of the core, like the core guys that we can name, and who are the least likely guys to be here in 2 years?
Well, I think we've been talking about one of them. I think it'll be difficult for Deebo Samuel to be here. Let's see, probably Trent Williams won't be around in 2 years as far as on the team.
Yep.
I think, Kittle and Warner probably still are parts of this team. And then, Christian McCaffrey, that one is probably 50-50 at some point, playing with that position he plays. Will his next contract be $16 million a year? Probably not. But at that point, who's going to pay him more than what the 49ers would pay him? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I would guess that, probably the way the 49ers worked the draft this year, that I think Deebo Samuel will have to have an outstanding year to be back a year from now.
Yeah.
I just think that, in a lot of ways, this is kind of a contract year for him where, I mean, it's possible that if he produces so much, he'll kind of price himself out a little bit from the 49ers in the sense that, I don't know that they can pay him the money he's scheduled to make next year. But if he has a really good year, then he becomes a target for other teams where the 49ers can get something good out of him. So, I mean, all that remains to be seen. And the NFL things remain so fluid because a guy can drop off big time from 1 year to the next. Well, here in both corners, it's going to be really difficult for them to re-sign both corners, Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore. So they're probably going to have to pick between one of those two guys.
Yep. Matt, real quick on the way out, bummer news coming out of St. Mary's, Matt. I'm sure you saw it.
Yeah. Is there
Who would have
something
thought?
new today?
Aiden Mahaney. I don't know if you saw this, Coach.
I didn't. Is he transferring?
Mahaney's going to UConn.
Oh.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
UConn. Jeez.
They're going to be good.
Come on, Matt. Kick in some more of that NIL money.
Yeah, I know. I like reached into my piggy bank and just didn't come up with enough. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how he does there. I mean, I saw him 2 weeks ago at the banquet, and then the next day he put his name in the portal. Went to some schools, went to Creighton, Virginia, UConn, and Kentucky. Yeah. I almost expected him to end up at Kentucky with Mark Pope coming in, kind of building a program there. Of course, Pope very familiar with him from playing against him 3 times last season. So no, it should be I'm just kind of curious to see how he's able to fare there at UConn. So it'll be interesting.
No doubt about it.
And
well,
what's happened in Arizona? They've lost a lot of guys.
Who'd they lose?
Haven't they lost Ballo? They lost.
Oh yeah, Ballo transferred, and then some guys graduated. I think their power forward graduated. And
I think to me they've lost a lot of guys in the portal. In fact, the big Lithuanian kid is coming
he went to
St.
portal?
Mary's. Yeah, Morauskas.
Krivas or
what's his name?
I don't know. He went to St. Mary's?
Paulus Morauskas. Yes, he just transferred to St. Mary's.
Oh, good for him. Cool.
Yeah, so they got the Lithuanian connection with Gustas Maršalonis and Morauskas.
Yeah, go figure out. Yeah, wake me around October when I can figure out where the hell everybody went.
The song is "Wake Me Up When September Ends." Tom, that's the name of the song.
No, it's "Wake Me Up Before You Go."
Matt, always appreciate the time and the St. Mary's info and insight, dude, that we're getting on.
Always my pleasure, gentlemen.
We'll talk to you next week, Matt.
Okay,
thanks, Matt.
Sounds good.
Good deal. There's Matt Mayoko, insider 49ers on the 49ers from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll put a bow on this thing and hand it over to Kerry Crowley next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund today to discuss